casual routine like this. Because remember how I smashed you in the final, making jokes,
Matt is not like that, but all the players were saying this. Dan
I
came
can
to me all the
it's
time
not like
saying, this guy, remember 2007? And then Matt was the guy who was going to be like, no, don't do it to him.
And there was a map, I don't remember, there was a map. Maybe it was Inferno bit this time.
What about now? What about now?
No, I cannot say anything, but yeah.
No, I got one through, but that's also during the only time. That was in Astralis of all teams that was content. You guys have no idea what content is before you were in that team.
It means that Zyval, we can analyze what is his problem, why he is so good.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have.
It's for sure his problem.
Yeah.
And
all right, I'm here with Coaching Royalty. 3 gentlemen right now who have all won multiple majors as coaches. You got 5 to your name. I'll name them all. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
If you can name them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you think I can?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay. All right. Well, then I won't. Now it's Atlanta first.
Yes.
Then London.
Yeah.
Then Katowice. Then Berlin.
Yes.
Okay. And Paris.
Yeah.
I wanted to leave the Paris one on its side because it was with a different team.
Yeah, it was.
You got 2 to your name. Copenhagen. Stockholm.
Mm-hmm.
And you got 2 to your name, the most recent 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously Austin and then Budapest. So gentlemen, thank you for joining me. I want to start with a little bit more whimsy. We were just talking about, traveling. You landed this morning. You had a nap. How you feeling?
I feel good.
Yeah?
I feel good.
Ready to go?
Yeah, I slept like 7 hours in the plane, so it was good.
I was hoping that we could catch you a little bit sleep deprived so I could get all of Blade's coaching knowledge. You may be not putting up such a guard today. Maybe you get, because boys, you guys don't know this. I brought you all here because I'm actually going to become a coach next year. So I want all the information out of all your brains, and we won't air this.
For Flag Race?
Look, I don't have a team just yet. We got to work that out. Who should I coach? Where should I start? Start at a low level maybe, or?
Good idea, probably.
Yeah, start at a low level.
Yes.
Yeah. But I just was having a chat outside, and you were talking to your manager about, can you wear the jacket or can it be the jersey or what? Yeah. How come we're not rocking suits? Why are we in the jerseys and jackets as coaches? Have you ever gone, I want to wear a suit to work?
No, because it's not something I usually wear.
Okay,
but
fair.
Yeah, in sports it's true. People do this. I remember Peter was doing this.
Yeah, okay. That's a throwback right there. Have you guys ever considered it though? Like the coach wearing something different?
I actually did it, not a suit, but I actually did wear team branding clothes in the beginning of Astralis. I had like a shirt inside and then with something outside that was a little bit more casual, but on the good side. But then at one point, I think sponsors kicks in, and
that's it.
Yeah,
they want the right sponsors,
yes.
don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a little bit of history, I suppose. Now, obviously, there's different parts of everybody's careers back when they were playing or doing broadcast or things like that. But let's just focus in on the coaching, right? Because I think that you guys have got probably the most knowledge with all people we could throw together to talk about Counter-Strike and coaching. So you started coaching first out of everybody at the table, if I'm doing my maths correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
How'd you get into it? How did it start?
So, it was in 15. I saw a device on this, Good Morning UK, Good Morning Denmark, these national TV shows talking about...
In 2015?
Yes.
Okay, wow.
And maybe it was in 2014. I can't remember, but he was part of TSM. He was making a lot of money. It was set, and I said to my wife, God damn, because I knew this game was going to be big, and I was not part of that. Back then when I was playing, we were lucky if we got 1,000 euros in salary. So I was doing my master's degree, and then I was like, I'm going to try and come back. So I got all the whole gang back, and we tried to play a bit. Took 14 days, and then we found out there's no way.
14 days?
Yes.
Damn, okay.
And then I was like, I'm going to try pursue a little bit, coaching. I saw Starix, I think, was one of the first
early days.
ones.
Yep.
Yes, in Navi. And then I was like, maybe there is something. I just wanted to get back in. It was not for the money. It was just because I knew this game was going to be big. Also bigger than 1.6, just referring to my tweet back in the days. I was doing my master's degree, and at one point Kerrigan contacted me talking about this new Danish project. Back then, salaries was not stable, not secured, but I was told that it was going to be part of a Danish company with daily salary, and our taxes. We want this to be in check. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And I had, just started my master's degree. My wife was pregnant. I had a student job where they offered me a position full time. So as soon as I was done, it was close to home, so everything was good. But then I said, I'm gonna quit that. I'm gonna remain in my master's degree, do that on the side. But I'm gonna start out this project. And she was super pissed in the beginning, but yeah, eventually she was okay. This is your passion. You want to do it, then go for it. And then we joined in. First, I was in Dignitas. Not a lot of people know that. I was there for 5-6 months. This was with the MSL, Kirby, AC, Pimp as well, lineup. But I was only there for 5 months, and then I joined Question Mark, who became Astralis right after.
All right. Okay. Who was next? You were still playing back then in 2014, 2015, because I was playing against you, so you were definitely still going.
Yes, I was.
What year did you transition to coaching? Because it wasn't with Navi originally, right? It was with Gambit.
Yeah, actually, I recalled like when Danny was speaking that Matt was playing WCG in 2007 versus him in the grand final.
And we lost.
That's right.
Yeah,
I remember watching that.
And then they both was in the same team, Vitality. He was analyst for him.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, okay.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Hey, look.
Imagine like the casual routine like that. Speaking, remember how I smashed you in the final, making jokes,
Matt is not like that, but all the players were saying this. Dan
I can
came to me
confirm.
all the
It's
time
not like
saying, this guy, remember 2007? And then Matt was the guy who was going to be like, no, don't do it.
Yeah.
He's too humble.
So yeah,
Yes.
I used, it was Flipside team.
Yes.
And then we were not doing so great. I think like Electronic left to Navi. We were always searching for new talents, for new kids, like new names. I remember that we was testing Exile, Norbert, like the moment when I was about to create new lineup, and then I switched to coaching. And I think then somebody offered me like Gambit. Gambit offered me the coach position, and I think this is where they already won major. So it's like very elite players.
Yeah, it was,
elite
yeah.
players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won Krakow.
Yes, that's right. 2017. Yeah.
Yes, and then I was like, for me, it's like I was thinking about this before to become a coach, and now I was weighing up like what is better to do, like to keep playing in Flipside without good lineup, like stacking the same position, stagnating, or like switching now finally to coaching. And at the same time, I was not super like sharp individually at that moment. I was kind of a IGL who was trying to control everything, and
Sure.
it was like wrong approach, obviously, and hard to play at the same time if you're trying to control like every movement of your teammates. And yeah, that's like was a kind of a little bit downgrade, confidence wise.
Okay.
Like, can I be the same good player and IGL? Like, what is my future? And on the other hand, like Gambit offered me. And also after that, Navi approached me. And yeah, basically this is how the switch happened. First Gambit without IGL. We have no IGL in Gambit. This was funny. Like
Yeah,
they
hilarious,
took,
really.
They took me
Yeah.
like in the team and said like, okay, let's go. But one problem, we don't have IGL.
Okay.
What was the roster, Gambit?
The roster was Hobbit,
Yeah.
Mo, who is here by the way now,
Yeah.
Dosia, still Adren was there.
Yeah.
Still Adren. And
Zeus had left, right? Zeus went
this left.
to
And
Navi.
somebody fifths
Back
was
to
there.
Navi.
Somebody
Not Fitch, no? Maybe? Oh.
No, Fitch for sure no. For sure no. It was somebody fifths. I don't remember who actually.
I don't know either. If it wasn't Fitch,
No, for sure it's
No,
not
no,
Fitch.
of course.
then I'm struggling. Because that's an old guard of players there, right? Especially like with Adren and
So
those
other
sort of mix.
than Hobbit for sure, because this was the players who wanted to leave. And yeah, Mo, Dosia, and somebody else was.
That's all right. We'll look it up. We'll work it out after the fact.
And they all tried already like to be IGLs, and they said no. It was very hard for them like to be IGL and something like nobody's listening to you for 2 months, 3 months, big ego. You say, okay, if you want, I will not be IGL anymore. Like if nobody's listening to me, like so, yeah, that was tough tough life for them, tough this task that they didn't maybe expect to be the IGL in the past, and that's why they didn't commit fully, you know, because you need to commit fully and be ready for these ups and downs, and have bad moods, like argues.
Yeah, arguing with the players.
Argument with the player constantly, and it should be normal. And they was not ready for this. And as soon as some little toughness is coming, like they was like, no, I don't want this. And
Sure, didn't like the friction.
yeah, and then we tried like a system where basic system without AGL. This is where I was kinda testing, like, is it possible, like, for AGL, because I was AGL who was trying to control everything, to play without AGL, like just out of system, like out of default, like then this player can say something, this player can say something, like he basically can move the whole team like to his spot if he sees a gap. It was something where I tested this, and obviously I thought of gaps, like how to fix all the stuff, but it was interesting experience, like in Gambit without AGL.
For the first time coaching, yeah.
Yeah, we even won like some. I was positive about this because we were winning a lot of teams who with IGLs, right? Like kind of good teams, like let's say like in CES.
Was it the event in Malta that you guys won?
At that point, we already like removed. Like Adrian and Hobbit, they left.
Yes,
they wanted to go to elite teams. Like Hobbit went to Hellraisers, I think, and Adrian went to FaZe or something. Like he was sitting and waiting for opportunities. And then there was Bondik, Exile. Then we brought Exile. But yeah, this was a moment when I saw that it can work, because as soon as he sees a round, in this round, like there is no clear guy who is starting, who is speaking the whole round, and you still win the round, one more round. Even 1-2 rounds, which are fair enough. Like if you see like very good composed rounds, there is no randomness. It's not a random effect, right? Not random result. You can understand that it can work.
Okay.
And then game by game, I saw that we corrected a little bit here and there. Like obviously, I was giving instructions like from the beginning of the game, like guys, let's start from this and this. And yeah, this was how the switch happened for me. I tested something in Gambit, and then they offered me Navi, and it was perfect. This Gambit transition was perfect, because without this, it can be tough to go to such a elite team.
Yeah. Such
With
a
simple electronic.
Yeah, a lot of big names there. Okay, curious, interesting. Does anyone remember when the timeout change happened? Remember when it was 2 minutes?
I was thinking about the same.
When did that change?
There was a moment when you could speak constantly. When
that
Starix was
that was
coaching.
the Starix time.
Yeah, but that was earlier, no?
Yeah.
Because I remember in
2016, 2017?
16 Columbus, we had these, this was where I took the timeout against Fnatic. We had these 1-2 minutes.
There were
timeout.
2 minutes.
There
The whole
two
2 minutes
timeouts,
would
I think.
just be in one block. You
Yeah.
can only take one timeout.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
it's a
I
huge
didn't know.
advantage, right? When you can constantly speak.
Well, yeah, but that's why they stopped. The Valve didn't want that.
Yeah.
I'm curious now, who was the coaches at
Back
that point?
then, yeah. Well, Starix definitely. There wasn't too
major?
many. When that was allowed. That's a good question.
When it was allowed, maybe Devil Walk. Possible.
Was it SK?
I don't
One
know.
major?
Even back in those early days, I'm not sure, like 2014, 2015, if coaches could talk in freeze time. Like that, because coaches were still so new back then.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you didn't have many coaches, right? You were one
But
of
you
very
could talk
few.
for DreamHack at least. Because
think?
even
Yeah?
in 2019,
exactly.
DreamHack, we did DreamHack Malmo, I think, and DreamHack Dallas.
2019.
Yeah,
The
was
latest
re-
that.
Yeah,
There
you
was
could
major.
talk. You could talk during the
Really?
freestyle.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Now
remember.
he reminded me, like there was a major when I was coaching for Hellraisers. I was still Flipside, and we didn't qualify for major. I think it was 2014 winter.
Okay.
In
Yep.
Yon Chopping.
Yep.
I remember DreamHack was a bit different with the others till 2019.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
All right. Look, I was there during all this stuff, but I don't remember it. As I'm getting older, I'm losing.
I don't
all-
remember it either.
So when they asked me, like basically Flipside didn't qualify, they asked Hellraisers asked me to coach them for one event, and we went to playoffs, top 8 I think. And I now remember he said that I could speak the whole time.
Crazy. That's
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, imagine
So
that today.
12,
You wouldn't need in-game leaders, that's for sure. Yeah. Well, actually, you still need someone to call mid-round. Okay, Remy, we got to get to you. When
Yeah.
did you get into coaching?
Me, so I come from Counter-Strike Source, basically. after on CSGO, I tried with the sub-top roster, to coach a little bit just to see if something can happen. But then I was French challenge for ESL France
Yeah,
for 2-3 years.
Yeah.
With Matt, actually.
Yeah, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Then I remember in 2018, so Vitality started the roster, and they were at the studio, ESL France, for bootcamp. And I think it was the IEM Chicago, actually, the tournament.
Okay, yep.
And so NBK wanted to talk to me. We went outside. He asked me, okay, we're going to remove the coach. It was faculty from 1.6 as well, this guy. And he told me, how do you see the vision of coach tomorrow, etc. For me, it was like I needed to reflect a bit because it was a mess, French scene. 2017,
we know.
2018,
seeing him out the front of it,
it was a mess. Basically, players tried to decide absolutely everything, etc. So I explained to NBK, if I come, I want to change a lot of things. To stop basically trying to change the roster after one fail, one bad tournament, etc. Also, we had a big issue. I don't know why, but every French player wanted to be a captain. And in-game
really?
leader.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Feels like a good problem to have sometimes.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't actually, because if you know the story, 2019, we had some issues because NBK wanted to be the captain, Alex wanted to be a captain. It's not like they just wanted to make decisions, not like thinking about the roster, how you need to build the process, just to be a captain. I think we had some good success in the past with KRL, Existence, etc. We were really good, and I think they wanted to be a captain. But just because they know a bit more the games, they have more experience, they think they can be a captain. It was the case for Shox as well. And I think it was a bad idea. That's also why I put Apex later and not Shox as in-game leader. Because you need to have some skills, social skills, some reflect. And yeah, it was a mess, basically. I needed to build something from scratch, in my opinion, then... It was a bit special for them at the beginning. I needed time. I needed also experience. It was my first experience at Insta with some such good players like NBK or Zaiwu was young, so it was easy to deal with him. But Apex, etc. So yeah, I built from. I start honestly with not the hardest role as a coach, but it was a good experience to learn really fast, at least.
Okay, all right. Well, there's something that I want to dive into. Talking about a captain. Do you think that in-game leader and captain are two separate things, or should the in-game leader also be like the captain of the team? In terms, I mean it from like the guy who's doing the interviews in the face of the team, and he's the one getting the boys all G'd up, and then to be the in-game leader. Because you mentioned Alex, we all saw Alex today, which blew all of our minds. I don't know about you guys, but I saw him. I thought we're in a different time zone.
He's an agent now.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. But he always struck me as the type of guy who was a good mind for Counter-Strike. Like, he was a good in-game leader. He could call good rounds, but he didn't strike me as like a leader of men, like a captain.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but whereas like Apex, for example, he's both, right? Do you think that an in-game leader has to be both, like the captain and the tactician?
No, I think it depends on the process, how you think as a coach, etc. Because, for example, Alex is a good example. He wanted to be a captain, but as you said, he was not ready for. Because it's also tough to have some responsibilities, to make the right decision. For me, in-game leader, you need to be a good in-game leader, but captain, it depends on your coach, of your process, also your players, if you have a perfect fit, it can work with other players. So, no, I don't think so.
It's different per team, per mixture of players.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because that's one of the things with Counter-Strike, right? We're dealing with 5 guys plus a coach, then depending on your staff, right, and how deep that goes. Maybe you're traveling with 8 to 10 people, but really it's the coach plus the 5 players in the server, and that's a pretty intimate group, right? That's you're with each other all the time, you're talking to each other all the time, and if it doesn't click, it doesn't click. And I think we've all been in a team or seen when it isn't working. So I wanted to. There's lots of areas I want to go, but let's jump in with this one first. Blade, let's go with you. Who's been your favorite player over your entire time as a coach to coach? Someone that's been like more coachable or receptive, or because you've had to deal with players like Simple.
I think Beat.
Beat was your yeah.
Yeah, because it's always easier to coach younger players.
Okay.
And this is what, for example, Coolio is showing now, right? that you can take, people will listen to you. You can take a lot of good players and build something from this, and there will be no lot of resistance. Like not they can resist with your opinion a lot, like trying to go different direction. So yeah, I think Beat in that case, we can say for sure. Before him was Electronic.
Okay.
When he was in Flipside, also was amazing experience because the way how he was making decisions in the game was unbelievable. When he moved to Navi, like this was his prime basically. Yeah, I think this was by coaching aspect, because you cannot coach a lot. Simple, for example, he already like unique player. You can only maybe direct a little bit, like try to imagine he has an energy. You can only like try to control it a little bit, like left side, right side, or so on. You cannot like change it completely.
Okay.
And yeah, something. By the way, I don't remember. You said in Gambit there was Mir. And it was also a good experience to coach him.
Okay.
He was always listening, always trying to connect with you, like to respond some in the same direction. Like you feel the connection basically.
He just said that Simple is like an energy you have to just kind of direct as opposed to change. Zywoo's obviously a comparison to a Simple, and you both coach Zywoo. Is it the same? Is he more coachable? Can you change his energy? What's the go with Matthew? Who wants to go first?
I mean, I can go first because I had him, a little bit earlier. I think he has also developed a little bit since. But for me, Matthew Zywoo, in terms of how great he is easy to coach. But he is also extremely stubborn.
Okay.
And when he has his opinions, it's tough to change it. When I had him in 22, I got a bit frustrated with him because we were not doing that well. I mean, it was the first time any of us tried an international roster. And I will have to also say, when I joined Vitality, this is probably one of the best decisions I've ever done as a coach. I was told before, do you want to keep the assistant coach, Matt? And I said yes, because I wanted someone on the French side, because now we're going to be Danes and French. I needed to understand the culture, the way do they respond, and I kept Matt. But going back to Zywoo in 22, I felt that he was the only one, obviously with Apex as well, who really put in the hours.
Okay.
Every time we lost, he was sitting in the practice room playing. This is fine. But every time we lost, he was... It's fine, guys. We're going to win the next time. And then I was complaining to, for example, Magic and Dupree, saying, we have to play more. And they were like, you've been our coach for 6 years. We are playing fine. We don't have to do that. And I knew that as soon as Zywoo would go out and say, guys, come on, I'm wasting the best years of my career. Step up. Then that would be challenging. That would be challenging the other players, and they would instantly listen to him. So I remember at the end of 22, we had a meeting where I told him that you're wasting your career. I need you to be harsher. I need you to be more, a little bit more like Sasha. I need you to be not too much, but just a little bit. Yes, I need you to be a little bit. I wanted him to have that. If I asked him about the competition with him and Sasha, he was like, "No, I don't care. Just want to win."
You want him to
win.
care.
Yes, I wanted him to care. I wanted that individual mindset of, hey, I'm going to beat this guy. I'm going to be the best player of all time. So I needed that, he was a little bit, not lazy, but he reminds me a bit about, I don't know if you follow soccer, but Ronaldinho in football. Yeah. He was just enjoying the game. He was smiling all the time. If he lost, it's fine. You're all good. We're going to win the next time. No, I wanted more passion from him. And so, yes, I think he's easier than some of the other star players out there, but he don't underestimate he can be stubborn a lot.
Okay, all right. Is that similar to your experience?
Exactly the same. Yes, that's true. It's easier, but you would like him to have some opinions. He doesn't act as a star player, and of course it's not easy to deal with star player. But he's a star player, right? But he doesn't act at all. You ask him if you're fine to change different things on the server, etc. So, yeah, why not? That's the only answer, you know. Sometimes, it was tough for you lately. Can we talk? You say, no, it's okay. I feel good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my life right now. And then, but also, at least when you talk with him, he will reflect a bit, and then after he can give some words on what's going on. But otherwise, for example, you know about what he said lately about burnout a bit. Of course, we saw something was wrong, and we tried to talk to him, but he said nothing. I was like, no, just a bit harder, that's it. And after that, he thought about, okay, but why I'm like that right now? And now it's better, but yeah, you would like sometimes to say, guys, I need a bit more. Yeah. It can happen sometimes, honestly. Some tournaments, so he will basically take the round and say, guys, no, we will do like that, just follow me. But it's like 10, 20% of the time. It's not something big.
Yeah, I remember in also in Vitality with him and Dupree. You know, Dupree was going first, and then I remember, you know, this when they come catwalk on Mirage and they have to swing, and you can be seen from both front and short. You know, I want Dupree to go first, and then Saiwu second. Because he can instantly trade, and then I would see, you know, Saiwu just going, and then I would, you know, I'll be mixed. You know, one day I would be like, Dupree, why are you not going first? You cannot let him go first. Yeah, but and then he'd come up with the complaints. But at the end, I was also, I had to say to Saiwu, why you keep going first? Let the other one go.
Like Donk.
Yes. For him, if, for example, something is wrong, and for him, okay, we are too slow, he will go first.
Yes.
Sure.
He will not say anything. You know, and maybe sometimes he can complain after the game and tell me, like, Remy, but I had to go first. Yeah, but say something. No. You can, but he doesn't want.
Okay.
Keep playing and see what happens. When I say we're in Atlanta, Georgia, that's because, well, we're here for the Intel Extreme Masters, believe it or not. Is this thing recording? We're talking about video games. Watch out, man. Cameraman about to get himself hurt out here. It's just about time to find out the final people here that Atlanta may be able to tell me about Counter-Strike 2. It's been a long day. It's hot as heck out here. Someone out here will absolutely know about Counter-Strike. What's up? You play video games? Yeah, same. People play video games against one another as a team or maybe even a solo component sometimes. It's weird. I know that it's not all the time you get filmed doing your job, but I'm just going to have to ask you, what do you know about Counter-Strike? What does Atlanta know about Counter-Strike?
I'm not as tapped in as I once was with Counter-Strike, but I have a lot of fond memories of playing in high school. We used to stay up all night on school nights just playing Counter-Strike, me and my 3 best friends.
We have a big tournament this week here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? It's over at the Georgia World Congress.
Gaming tournament.
Oh, I actually heard about them.
There's DreamHack and the Intel Extreme Masters, right?
Oh yeah, I gotta come out.
Come check it out. You know, I've been all over the world, but then they said we're going to Atlanta. I'm real excited because, you know, I know it. What do y'all recommend?
Magic City.
Magic City, they got the best wings, right?
Best wings, you know it.
Best wings, yo, gang. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night.
IEM Atlanta, or should I say, Intel Extreme Masters Aurora, all right? We haven't been giving this team the love they deserve in our trailers, everyone. I understand it's a tough one. We've got lots of complaints. The phone's ringing off the hook. We need to remedy that right here, right now. I want in-game cutscenes. I need hero shots. I need the highlights of all of these players at the very top. We need to push this to a new degree for the Turkish fans.
Chad, Aurora aren't in Atlanta.
Oh. Let's just proceed as normal then. Go!
from the Peach State as we welcome you to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 playoffs. 16 teams started their journey here, but now only 6 remain. Some of the favorites, they did indeed make it through, but Yumi, not exactly in the fashion of the bracket we were expecting.
We were expecting smooth sailings from Vitality and Na'Vi. Even if we're talking about Vitality taking breaks, they were stunned and shocked, as we all were, to lose to a Boomich-led Bet Boom with a stand-in. So, yeah, Vitality clearly made their road a little bit more difficult, but they've actually now put Na'Vi in a very precarious spot because they also didn't secure that semifinals position out of their group.
And it really makes the other side of the bracket quite open, right? When you have the likes of Vitality and Na'Vi going head-to-head later on today in our second quarterfinal. Yumi, I'm very curious. What's your prediction for who's going to make it to the grand final on the other side of the bracket?
I've been very, very impressed with Legacy. I have liked what Art has brought to the table. He's made them a little bit more tactically sound, and it's not just brawling and brutalizing their way through. There's a certain finesse that Art's learned over time.
Well, it's time to see exactly how it's going to be going down. It's time to kick off the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ash's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm Strolling with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome to Atlanta. We're here at the DreamHack Atlanta Festival on the floor for the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta Counter-Strike tournament, obviously. At the Intel booth, I'm joined by Yanko, I'm joined by Sponge. We're going to be talking a little bit about Counter-Strike. How we doing today?
Bro, it's a trip down memory lane to an extent. We're coming in, you know, it's Base Hunter, Dota blasting on the speakers.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, that's a throwback.
This is really taking us back in time, though, right? We had the Gamescom once upon a time, definitely black curtains up, so the 16-year-olds in Germany couldn't see the Counter-Strike going on. I remember the first DreamHack I went to was like Jönköping. I was like in the main stage. I'm trying to compete for a spot in the major.
Yes.
There's DJs blaring. We can't hear each other. There's no comms. A little bit like right now. So let's make sure we really project our voices here. It's noisy. There's a lot going on. There's people everywhere.
And no noise canceling headsets back then. You just had to deal with it. Everyone's running around. You can't hear anything.
You have to sucker through it all. Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. Obviously, a very loud, very active day here on the floor. Let's get right into the Counter-Strike. We got some things going on around the scene. I know, Chad, you had a big point with the conflict right now. We have PGL Astana going on, IEM Atlanta going on. These schedule clashes are going to be becoming more and more relevant.
Conflict's an interesting way to frame it. I was thinking options of choice for the people at home, right? Obviously, we're in the second year of the VRS, and this is going to happen more next year. I think the viewers are getting accustomed to the fact that we've got Astana going on with top teams. Yep. There's only a couple of big names here in Atlanta. There's also an event going on in Asia right now where you got the likes of FlyQuest, Linvision, Tyloo, more major.
Let's not talk about that.
Thunder, Down Under. Let's talk about them. They're doing all right. But this is going to be more common next year, right? And it's a bit strange for people to have to think, oh, why is it split? Or are these guys dodging these guys? It's interesting when you have two top events like Astana and Atlanta going on because we're seeing the pool invites going down to the 32nd best team, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there were some qualifiers, some bits and bobs like that, but for the main part, we're getting to go deeper into the VRS, and we're seeing more names in the lead up to the major, which more data, the better, I think, right? We're trying to work out who's going to be able to challenge Vitality.
And it's also great to see more opportunities for these teams, right? I mean, someone like Sinners here, who have had to grind to make it into the major, getting some tier 1 experience, some reps. In Astana, you have Magic, who just made it into top 4.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to Google like who plays for that team. I know
Some of the on-call players, so good for them.
Yeah, it seems
back.
like it was the org, not the players. And also talking about, you know, tournaments overlapping, this is like the one that's actually easy for the viewers because the games don't overlap. You actually get to watch CS for like 18 hours straight if that's what you're into. But next year we get like tournaments overlapping in the same time zone where you're gonna have to pick and choose.
I think it's cool too. You want to talk about opportunities. A team like FaZe that hit like a rock bottom period. They kind of mentioned, you know, they're here for VRS points. That's their goal right now for the second season. Well, over the past 2 events at Fort Worth and now here in Atlanta, they've gone from like 40th in VRS to now like 22nd. So they've gained.
So well.
Yeah. So like those.
Well, because they haven't won any games, so any game they win on LAN like boosts their ranking a lot.
Yeah, they had that Furia win back at Fort Worth that cranked them up. So like those opportunities of a team trying to recover and set themselves up for the future, that's nice for them to come to the event that has the weaker field, right?
Yeah. Look, when we're breaking this down, one question comes to mind. Is this good or bad? And I think you can take it from a bunch of different standpoints, right? There's a viewer standpoint. You've got it from the standpoint of the players and the teams getting more VRS points. You've got it from the standpoint of people like us. You know, there's more events, there's more options, there's more choice.
It's not a static good or bad. It's going to shift depending on your point of view of where you are in the industry.
But what do you reckon? Like, look, don't take it from Moses, the commentator standpoint. Take it from you looking at the scene holistically. What do you think?
Overall health, I think it's a, you know, I would say before this kind of clicked in, I would have said it was a bad thing. And I think I actually argued that I think this was going to be a rough thing with these kind of overlapping events. Now that we're kind of in it, my opinion's kind of shifting because I do like the opportunity for a team like FaZe, opportunity for a team like Magic, the options to be able to pick and choose. You've seen teams go on like the Dual Americas event tour where they're out Fort Worth last week for Blast. Now they're here in Atlanta for ESL. So I think a lot of those, there's all good things. More opportunities and more competition among the scene to help grow it and help motivate, you know, everyone to improve what they're putting out.
I think it's great, and competition is the key word. Competition always leads to better quality, right, of everything. Tournaments, broadcasts, Counter-Strike. So I think it's a big win for the viewers, for the players. They get more opportunities, right? Like more teams get to play at the same time. So yeah, I think W's all around.
All around.
This is adjacent to this kind of topic, not adjacent.
Not adjacent, adjacent.
So what is kind of happening at the same time, though, is the post-major cutoff, right? So we have a bunch of teams. At this event, I think it was 13 out of the 16 teams.
Yeah.
They all were at the major anyway, right? But for the names like FaZe or your Passions, they obviously won those VRS points. But we know that Vitality's here, not practicing. We know that Na'Vi stayed, not getting the best practice. So being able to measure the field and what are expectations of that quality of Counter-Strike, that's where it becomes harder for everybody, right? When you're measuring it up as a team, trying to Counter-Strike another team. For us, right, trying to decide who we think's going to win the major, who's the best quality out there.
Yeah.
Even with Astana too. Right, Magic beating 9Z. 9Z had a great group. Well, what about them now, right? They struggled on the stage. So it's so hard to gauge at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Counter-Strike for us to watch what we're done here and we're on
I know.
back home.
You got to pick it all up from Astana, yeah.
But how are we meant to measure this? That's the problem I have. What does it all mean? It's so tough to be able to put a cap on it.
Well, it's interesting, too, because a lot of teams right now outside of Vitality, like, I feel like the gap between one and the rest of the field has almost never been bigger in a way. I feel like there's a lot of up and down right now where there's an event where I'm like, this team has showed really cool things, and you see them go to the net. Like, Furia, you know, I've been disappointed in them. They go and get a top 4 at Rio, and now we'll see what they end up doing at Astana, but I feel like there's a lot of up and down from teams that we expect to be contenders, and that's also making it difficult.
I think at this particular tournament, I feel like this is the last chance for Na'Vi to beat Vitality. I think if they don't beat them here, they've become the mouse of this year. Right? They're a very good.
Oh my God!
They're a very good team that's beating everyone else, but they just can't get it done versus Vitality, right? Like Chad mentioned, they haven't practiced. They're not looking the sharpest. Like everything's going your way, really, in that sense. That now is the time to take them down, right? And outside of that, it's for some of these other teams that maybe we haven't seen as much in Tier 1, the likes of GamerLegion, right, who also played some of these Tier 2 regional lands and whatnot. They played really good Counter-Strike here. They only lost a couple of maps. Other than that, they've been pretty dominant, so that was a bit surprising to see and, you know, maybe gives you a glimpse into what they could be capable of at the major itself.
Yeah, it would be. It's gonna be very cool to see how things plan out down the stretch, and we're starting to see some teams actually. I feel like there's a couple teams right now throwing a few spanners in the works leading into the major too. I guess one of them would be a team like Legacy, who's having a good run here, where you're like, oh my God, like where did this? Like, they're back.
It's crazy to think that a year ago they weren't even supposed to be at the Austin Major.
Yeah.
And then they go there, they have a deep run that propels them in the rankings, so they start playing more tier 1 tournaments.
Yes.
And then yeah, they dropped the ball in Budapest, but now with the addition of ours, they look a little bit rejuvenated, right? Like seems like they have found their mojo again, making it straight into the semis here, taking down Navi in that seeding game, right? So it'll be interesting to see. That's the easier part of the bracket. Obviously, like they'll play the winner of GamerLegion Pain, but you know how they'll perform on stage is going to be a big talking point.
I feel like for everyone on that side of the bracket, it's going to be a big talking point how they perform on stage. GamerLegion look cool, like showing some really good things. Pain as well.
Pain's in the playoffs.
I know.
What?
It's not like all these little pop-offs, but now we get to see put them to the test in the more pressure rounds.
Where are the NA teams, Jason?
Where are the NA teams? I guess that's a good topic to go into. The NA event without any NA representation. It's dark times, man. I don't have a good answer.
It's also that you knew no one was going to be. You know, like there wasn't even a realistic chance to expect an NA team.
I don't know. I feel like I knew that. I feel like there was a little bit of hope for a lot of NA fans because they've seen some cool things, right? The Grim move to go join up with Nitro, that felt like it was going to give NRG a little bit of extra legs and extra power. So I think there was some additional hope there, especially the start of the year OC had. I think within the NA region, there was a lot of excitement growing about that team. I maintained like a level of concern, but you see it here, like no matter what the excitement is, they never seem to accomplish that goal.
MAT and NRG, last place of the tournament. Liquid won one game and they beat M80. So
their own special animal, weren't they, Liquid? I don't really have any words left for Liquid. We talked to Malbs the other day as well, doing a podcast, and I think Malbs as well was a little bit lost for words too, like feeling like the situation that he just stepped into. So they've got a long road back. You know, even beating M80, I think the eye test was really ugly for Team Liquid at this event.
And Boomich, straight to the semifinal. Bad Boom taking down Vitality. That was definitely the shocker of the tournament so far, regardless of Vitality not practicing, taking some time off. You feel like with one hand behind their back, they're still able to win that game. But Nuke issues kept creeping up. Anubis still losing OT, and Boomich and Cole make it straight to the semifinal.
Yeah, man, Beboom looked good, but I think Vitality came out of that game with like 2 rounds on their T side of Nuke in that series or in that match. I think even when someone tweeted that was like them playing their F game. That's a funny thing. Like we've seen Vitality playing their D game, their C game, and they've still been like beating teams over these past 2 weeks. Apparently they can't always do it on the F game. I expect them to bounce back, but I want to talk more about some of the teams that aren't in the playoffs really quick. Teams like Foot and Astralis that we have some hopes for. They're taking some early exits, some early L's. I guess if I hyper-focus on Foot, it feels like that Lonks not making it to Fort Worth last week, meeting them in Atlanta, ruined some momentum that team had. And I'm hoping that doesn't throw them off their game for the major. I hope they find it back.
Yeah, I had them as potentially, dark horse for the whole thing. Maybe they can even upset Vitality. They beat them on Dust 2 with their coach at Fort Worth. But yeah, you have to take into account, okay, Lonks isn't at the tournament, but also they can't practice in the meantime.
Sure.
He's in Europe even after that tournament. You lose a ton of practice, and then you just miss a step, right? And losing to Bait was definitely surprising and disappointing, and yeah, you hope they can bounce back at the major.
What about the Astralis side? Chad, we just talked about Foot. You want anything to say about Foot really quick?
They've tried to silence me, Jason. They've tried to silence me. They've taken my microphone away. They've been on the phone, and I lost the flow of the conversation.
You talk about Astana too much, man. That's not allowed.
They put the foot in my mouth, and it's all... No, look, Foot for me, I'll give him a pass. Lonks wasn't there in Fort Worth, right? He was here. Look, it's concerning they lost the Bait 2-0, but I'll give him a pass on this one. Astralis, did you talk about Astralis?
We were just getting there now.
Astralis are done. Astralis are done like a dog's dinner, mate.
They're done?
The way they lost, I've never seen people look more miserable, and I'm myself, right? I'm one of the most miserable people I know. Hooksy makes me look like a saint. I don't know what's going on with Astralis. I don't know.
You feel like a ray of sunshine after you watch Astralis play. Yeah, that was very disappointing, especially considering they lost to GamerLegion, who they played in Krakow at this same sort of game to make the playoffs or get eliminated, and they dominated GamerLegion back then. So just a complete flip of the script. No energy, no fight. just pure domination in that game from GamerLegion.
Yeah, what do you think? I didn't see that elimination game from Astralis. What was worse, Astralis losing in the fashion they did, or the way Team Liquid lost that game? Where like the double Tech 9 entry on Nath and Alige, your two most experienced players go down to a single Tech 9 walking into the B-bomb site on Mirage.
I think the thing is, I didn't have any expectations for Liquid, which I know I shouldn't be saying in front of this type of a crowd. But my bar was low. For Astralis, I wouldn't say it was high, but it was like medium. I wanted them to perform better. Like in my mind, this event should have had Na'Vi, Vitality, Foot, and Astralis, and then whoever the other two teams were, roll the dice, right? But the fact that Foot and Astralis both don't make it, and then we got Na'Vi versus Vitality in a friggin' quarterfinal, everything is really all over the place here. Liquid is a weird one. I think they just lack soul, right? And we're in Atlanta. They shouldn't have been lacking that.
Yeah.
Hey, is that the right place? Did I do that right?
Yeah, you did that really good. That was it. I think you did that good. Yeah. Yeah, Malbs told us yesterday like it's just a mess of the team right now.
Well, also that
lacking identity.
He was talking a lot and he was talking a lot about like it makes sense that they're struggling with everything that they've been through, sort of the players individually too, and all the changes that they've been making, but they don't seem reinvigorated by this last roster change. You know, usually you get a little bit hype and you make a roster change. Oh, here we go. This is the thing we were missing. Like, you know, we made the change. Everyone's excited, but you don't see that. You just see more of the same. So we'll have to see after the major if more changes are on the horizon, or is this going to be the Team Liquid lineup for the future?
I guess one question we can switch into now too is if we look at that bottom side of the bracket, because I think we all agree that Vitality's most likely to come out on top. This quarterfinal today dictates a lot, obviously. But let's just say hypothetically Vitality make it. Bottom side of the bracket, GamerLegion, Pain, Legacy, all showing some cool things, all surprising us, I guess, with their performance here. Which one of those is likeliest to get to the grand final? Which one has the best chance of getting to the grand final and challenging Vitality for a good best-of-5 series?
Oh, I think Legacy and GamerLegion have both played pretty exciting Counter-Strike from what I was watching.
Yeah.
So if it's either of those two, I still don't think they have a chance against Vitality in the final, but I would like to see that as the semi, right? I want to see those two going head-to-head. They're both, you know, doing some fast CS, some set pieces. I can't call it between the two of them, right? I think that they're pretty close. I think Legacy has been fun to see this resurgence. Like, Dumao has had 3 aces in this event so far. One of them was part of a 2v5, and that was sick. Like, that was really nice to watch. So Dumao's been on form. Art's calls, the team have faith. You know, he's doing some crazy shit. That's what Art does, but the team's following. So, look, if I had to pick one, I'd go with Legacy based on what I've seen so far, because they beat Na'Vi, right?
Actually, I think we saw yesterday, too, that the record for aces in an event is Simple and Donk, each with 4 in one event. So Dumao can actually tie that, which is a crazy idea.
It also feels that might be at slightly longer events, or maybe they had an extra game or two, but yeah, I think I'm excited to see GamerLegion. The most important for me, the thing for me is with them that they don't fall off a cliff now because they're in the playoffs. Like, that's been an issue for them even last year with some different lineups and some games, because they played on a really high level, both as a team and individually. Snacks has been playing well, calling well. So you want to see that. I still think the best chance for Vitality to not win this event is if Na'Vi beats them in the quarterfinal. Because it's a best-of-3, I don't think even Na'Vi has what it takes to beat them in a best-of-5. And all the teams on the other side of the bracket, if you're talking about GamerLegion and Legacy, their map pool isn't too great against Vitality in a best-of-5. To beat Vitality right now, you need to have probably a pretty good Anubis. Like, that needs to be sort of your pick. Maybe something like Inferno or Nuke. And for both GamerLegion and Legacy, it's like Anubis ain't up there. Like, they prefer banning it. They have some other weaknesses that Vitality could exploit. So yeah, as I said, feels like last chance for Na'Vi to take down Vitality and potentially then at the major have some confidence if that matchup happens again.
Honestly, I know the Vitality Na'Vi game feels like it's going to be like the best game of the playoffs, but I feel like a Vitality bet boom would be so good for the intensity of that. Because I would feel like if I'm on Vitality, I'd lost to them in the group stage. That would be such a hardcore grudge match for me. I would come in and tell the boys, major final. This is like get our pride back. That's the focus I want out of you today. I want 13-1 wins on both maps. I want to wipe these guys out and make sure everyone knows we're the better team.
It's going to have that angle, though, if it's Legacy in the grand final as well, right? Obviously from Austin last year in the best-of-1. So there's no... other than the Na'Vi game, where I think they're, 21-1 in maps or something like that, right? That's the only one where if Vitality don't get out of bed for the game, there could be problems. But yeah, going up against BetBoom, it'd be like, let's show that that was just a one-off. Okay, Legacy, let's dumpster them. Let's do a quick 3-0. Let's lift the trophy. Let's go home, right? That's what I feel. If I agree with Yanko. If Na'Vi don't stop them today, it's over. And I don't know if it's over for Na'Vi, but I see what you're saying. If they don't get the confidence now, where are they going to get it?
You just said it. It's 21-1 with the cores of the teams. But even if you just look at this year, right, it's 8-0. Sure, some of the maps have been really close. Last time they were in the quarters, actually, Na'Vi got stomped. That was in Rio, so it's like you're running out of things to feel good about if you're Na'Vi about that matchup. We're
also,
optimistic.
Vitality came back from that like 2 or like 111 deficit on Nuke, like at the finals.
Yeah.
Like that's just going to be a mental block that you can't really get over.
They just beat them every which way, you know. They came back, they stomped them, like whatever you want. Vitality did it.
I guess before we get out of here, because the pre-match is going to begin soon for the first quarterfinal. If you take a look at Vitality over the past 2 weeks, we know they've been rough around the edges. They've been talking about not practicing. Is there anything that you would look and see out of Vitality during this stretch, then playing B game, C game, sometimes D game, that you think could be a lasting issue? Like, is there anything that you're not chalking up to this is a team prioritizing rest, prioritizing not being on the grind, getting ready for major preparation, that you say, ooh, that's an issue that could still be there 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now?
If anything, I go like the opposite. I think it's a good thing that they got exposed on like the T side of Nuke here, because now they're going to work on that. Whereas if they didn't get exposed, then maybe they wouldn't have put so much work on it, right? Also, they're Anubis. So I kind of go the other way. Obviously, we're seeing, I'm giving them so much rope because they've earned it by being this best team for so long. Once they actually practice and they set their sights on a 3rd consecutive major, mate, like it's a whole different team. Right now, we're dealing with like Vitality light.
Yeah, exactly. I think one benefit for Na'Vi in the matchup is it's going to come down for me, the staff of Vitality and Apex. Can they put in just a couple of things, new things, right? Even with no practice, just in these like 2 days that they've had, to make it more difficult for Na'Vi to prepare, right? Because obviously they don't have new strats, they don't have new anything. It's the same old playbook, and yes, that playbook is deep, but Na'Vi has done a good job when it comes to preparing for Vitality. You know, they lost due to some other thing. Yo, it's Bumblebee.
It's Bumblebee. That's actually a good place to stop, though. Bumblebee's looking really good over there. He's playing video games. We're all having a good time out here at DreamHack and the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to get out of here. Pre-match set to begin. We've got the first quarterfinal coming up when we return.
I'm here with Piria, the highest rated player for T-side at this event so far. How does it feel? What's up in your mind?
It's look nice. I'm working for that. Yeah, it's cool.
It's cool. I mean, definitely first playoff for you at the big events. Any nervousness, any jitters? Talk me through this. Are your teammates maybe helping you with this?
I'm not nervous at all. What did I say? I work for this. I want these big moments. And yeah, I cannot, sorry. But it's not so good. Yeah. Thank you.
Definitely, I can feel, you know, that you're ready, you're coming here determined, but you're playing a lot of EU teams here. And I wanted to ask, what's some differences between EU teams and then the local rivalries that you're playing? Because the style of the CS must be different, right, that you're playing here?
Yeah, it's a bit different. Like in Euro CS, it's like so, how can I say? It's more slowly, you know? In Brazil, it's like more faster game, you know, some pace differences.
You feel like tactical differences are mostly there, you know, like slowing down defaults and stuff like that?
A lot. Yeah.
Are you ready to face that today again?
Yeah, I'm pretty so.
Let's see how that goes. And over to you. This one's going to the break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
Welcome, OC, to the Jason Rogan Experience. You're the you're the next in a long line of North American oppers and marksmen coming onto the show. I guess I'm just looking. If you look back in the history of North American Counter-Strike, what are your big op influences? Is there anyone that's really piqued your interest?
No.
No?
No one really.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of good oppers coming out of the region.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of suck.
What is it about you that you think that makes you such an intriguing sniper for the team? Like, what was it about the weapon that first got you interested?
Nothing. It was actually just no one else wanted it. And when I first joined my team, or first open team, they were like, yeah, I don't want to op. No one else wanted to op. So I was like, all right, I'll try it out.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, I'm back in the day, way back in the day, I was somewhat of a marksman myself. I quite enjoyed picking up the big green, running around the map. I had great form. I was shoulder straight, back,
Perfect posture.
Yeah, perfect posture. Can you show me what you look like when you're...
Oh, man.
What do you got?
You got like a
little bit of a lean to it.
Yeah.
So your shots probably flick to the left a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, my back has definitely been... feeling the past few years of playing, so yeah.
I think that's one of the things most North American operators don't understand going over to Europe, where they have that perfect posture, is like that little lean that you've got going on, that throws you off quite a bit. If your fundamentals are off, once you get to the big leagues, it's going to be tough.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about the problem? Like, what do you think if Valve actually brought a bow and arrow into the game of Counter-Strike? Especially for North Americans, I could feel it could be a huge benefit.
Yeah, I mean, seems like us being on the same playing field or level with the Europeans, it doesn't help, so we need some sort of advantage over them, so maybe a bow would help us.
Right, we know how to handle a bow.
Yeah, we got some experience with that. Yeah,
I think that could actually be the move that makes North American Counter-Strike come right back into the map.
Yeah, I mean, it would be exciting to try out a new gun. I mean, not even a gun, just a bow and arrow. Yeah,
pin people to the wall. It'd be great.
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
Atlanta, Georgia. Here we are yet again, the Ponce City Market. What does Atlanta know about Counter-Strike? Or video games in general? Let's just find out. Let's just see if anybody is on the same wavelength as us here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Come on. Y'all play video games by any chance? Sorry, come over this way. Talk to me about teams playing other teams and people playing other people in video games, esports.
I think that there is a culture for it, but I haven't really been involved with the culture of esports.
What do you think separates a good esport from the great esports?
You need a good balance of the game, and you need players that understand the mechanics of the game and can use those to the fullest of their abilities.
I'm literally on Super Smash Bros. Pretty much only.
What's your favorite character? Who are you playing? Who's your main?
Ness.
I'm more of a Kirby brick, everything into
Yeah, any new girl that I teach Smash, she plays like Kirby. Yeah.
Maybe one day I'll grow up. Are there any games that are just embarrassing to be good at that you can think of?
This is going to be a hot topic. I think it is a little embarrassing to be good at COD.
Okay, let's go at them, man. Let's tell them what they need to hear. I must have sat at the wrong table. Yeah, we're kind of talking about video games. You guys know anything about video games, esports?
I know stuff about Brawl Stars.
Okay.
I know Atlanta has a big COD scene, but how many times can you play Cold War and say it's a different game?
What do you look back and say to the younger you watching?
Go hard for the times that need to be taken hard, and just have fun.
I'm here with a big man, Snacks. Last time we spoke was actually 2-3 weeks ago, and ever since then you're playing really good. What's up with that? How come? How come is this form finding?
I don't know. I think we are just lucky, to be honest, and maybe a little bit more confidence. So that's what give us opportunity to be in the playoffs.
I mean, playoffs at big events, this is familiar for you, and now for GamerLegion, it's actually back-to-back. But, I want to ask, is this you finding this A game at the perfect moment, right before the major, when towards the end of the season?
Yeah, I would say so. It's pretty nice. I mean, we are working from the January together, even from the December. I didn't have a vacation back in the day because I was needed to go to Miami. And I feel like it's paying off, obviously, the work we are putting. I'm pretty happy as well. as we can look at this, that we're a little bit sick. I was sick again. Right. I think Fredan is, if you look at him, he's not looking well as well. So we still have some sickness in the team. But even though with this, with like how we are feeling and how we are playing, I think it's really nice that we can still play good.
Being in quarterfinals as a favorite is pretty dangerous for inexperienced players. So what's the mindset coming into this, coming from you as a leader?
I mean, I didn't even know we are favorites. I just didn't look at anything, so I don't know. I thought that we are not, so maybe they are feeling the same way as me. So we'll see. I don't think so. They felt like we are favorites here.
Thank you for this vibe check and good luck on the server. Freya, over to you.
Our first quarterfinal inches ever closer as GamerLegion make their return to the playoffs. Snacks, certainly no stranger to Atlanta, but now, 9 years later, he returns to the same city with his squad of young guns. So let's check in with the AWPer, who has certainly been leading the charge in Hypex. Hypex, not ready for an interview, I guess. He's just focusing on the game. I'm going to introduce you to our panel of experts. So it's myself first, but I wouldn't call myself an expert, though. I've got Yumi and Pimp to help me along with that. Gentlemen, we were already talking about it. The bracket not exactly shaping up how we anticipated, but this makes it a hell of a lot more fun, particularly if you're GamerLegion or Pain, right?
It's a golden opportunity for some of these teams that we don't often see in playoff as big tournaments, and even more so, as you said, you know, having Vitality and Na'Vi duking it out in the quarterfinal, all of a sudden opens up this side of the bracket. So for GamerLegion, for Pain, for Legacy, it's a massive opportunity to make a statement.
If you're a fan of growing up-and-coming teams, the tournaments that are happening right now across the world are exactly where you want to be. You know, you're getting the results that you want. You're getting the growth from the teams that have been sort of teetering on the edge of Tier 1 for quite some time, but never been able to make that next push. This feels like the right time for more upsets to keep happening.
100%, and particularly prior to the major that we're seeing so many of these teams in attendance, making it to either stage 1 or stage 2. This is where you want to be farming a little bit of that confidence. I just want to refer to what Siko was chatting to Snacks about there. He doesn't feel like he's the favorite in this matchup. Who would you say is the favorite between GamerLegion or Pain?
I would judge so far what I've seen that GamerLegion has played the better brand of Counter-Strike. They're also coming in with the full roster, no stand-in, whereas for Pain Gaming are struggling a bit, obviously having to field Safi for this tournament. So whether he wants to say it or not, I think it's pretty evident to me that GamerLegion are the favorites, but it's not a clear-cut favorite. It's not a game where they walk in and necessarily expect to win at no cost. They are very well aware that Pain have been playing well so far, and they have to play up to the level we've seen so far in this tournament, but making the case that Snacks and the boys are not favorites is very hard for me.
Yeah, no, I think that it's hard to really justify putting a stand-in a position where they should be the expected winners, but I think because Pain have been ramping up, and they have basically lost options with Safe coming back into the roster. You know, he's someone that was always a very passive type player, more aligned with a Shiro, but maybe without the reaction time of someone like Shiro. So more positional, more defensive, but they've got a lot of aggressive riflers, and GamerLegion know that can be a very winning formula.
Let's talk about the AWPer on the other side of things. Hypex firmly in the driver's seat just in terms of some of those individuals coming out of GamerLegion, particularly when we look back at that Astralis game, that insane clutch. We had him on the desk afterwards and he was like, I don't really understand how I got away with that. I just played exactly how they came at me, and it pulled off into an amazing moment.
Goes hand in hand with where he's at right now, winning GamerLegion. I think part of the reason why GamerLegion are looking better and better as a team is also the fact that Hypex have been integrated into the lineup now. Ever since Snack's arrival as well, you've seen a clear uptick in his performance, and statistically speaking, he's having his best event at a big LAN event so far in his career and within GamerLegion. So I think there's something to be said that when he's playing well, when he's performing well, that also elevates GamerLegion to a new level. Especially, Yumi, when we consider, you know, all these different teams right now that we're looking at. Opping is an issue for a lot of teams, right? Having impact with the op is something a lot of teams are struggling with, and Hypex right now is on the upper echelons of those teams.
It has been noted there are some struggling AWPers that post-Anim Graph 2 actually have seen that upswing, and it might not be real, you know, it might be placebo, but that doesn't matter so long as you're actually hitting your shots. It felt like for a long time, outside of the top 4 AWPers in the circuit, everyone else was having struggling inconsistencies. So it's nice to know that there are AWPers that do seem to get the impact that we so expect from such a massive investment.
Let's talk about just GamerLegion overall as a team, though, because I was on the interview set questioning all the teams yesterday during Media Day, and every single time I'd ask, what's the biggest strength of GamerLegion? Every single team said their team play. They seem like one of the most synergized teams, which is lovely when, I don't know why I'm throwing shade to Liquid here. We got to witness their games, and it was just completely the opposite. But for GamerLegion, I think that's what impresses me so much about Snax coming back. Like, he's obviously such a veteran player, but the fact that they feel like they read each other so well, love that about GamerLegion.
I think they found a great balance in that. You know, with Snax coming into GamerLegion, I think it's not to say they play simple Counter-Strike, but he's simplified the game plan of GamerLegion a lot to a point where everyone from the team understands it, everyone buys into it, and as you said, it clearly shows on the server in terms of the synergy, in terms of the team play. At this tournament as well, out of all the 16 teams that we've seen play, they have the highest trade percentage out of everyone as well, which means that they're very aligned when they're walking into a bomb site. But having a higher trade percentage is usually also a sign of playing not necessarily simple Counter-Strike, but playing Counter-Strike to a point where you don't rely too much on your individuals to go out there and seek success by themselves, but you run in packs, you run fast-paced Counter-Strike, as we talked about as well, but to a point where everyone is buying into it.
Yeah, if you look at heat maps for the lurkers, for the extremities players, the entries, everybody is chopping and changing positions because they're called into those packs so that they can break into bomb sites. So yeah, I do agree. The let us cook combo of Snax and IMD, that is really what felt like a bit of a turning point, getting that coach combination with the in-game leader, because yeah, I mean, Snax's previous projects maybe didn't feel the most inspired. This one does feel more cohesive, and it feels like, as well, Rez even saying himself that, you know, they have an aligned vision on how that Counter-Strike is played.
I mean, it goes without saying, coach, in-game leader, combo, you need to be on the same page, right?
You do need to be on the same page, and you need to be able to play it out against each other as well. You know, Snax is, I think he's finally found the team where everyone is trusting in his vision and trusting in his ability as an in-game leader, and if you're backed up by your coach, that synergy that you can play. We often highlight AlexeB and Blade as a great example, you know, two players who in the beginning, when they were first put together, AlexeB had one way of thinking Counter-Strike, Blade had another. Over time, they developed, they found the same book and found the same page, so to speak, in that book, and it just elevates a team when everyone is buying into the same
I believe
project.
Blade's words were that he wasn't a tier 1 in-game leader yet, and that he needed to learn to become one. So
straight to the point. That's why we love Blade.
That is why he's the greatest.
I can reveal that I did see GamerLegion at breakfast this morning, and they were all sitting together. So that's exactly the key. That's exactly what we need. I do just
news for the unemployed.
Exactly. I do just want to talk a little bit about Snax and his history here, right? We alluded to it earlier. Obviously, back at the Atlanta 2017 major, they made it to the grand finals. That was when Astralis started their absolutely insane run. That was with their Kirby on the roster as well. But this man's got history. If you don't know this guy's name, put some respect on it.
100%. You know, he has a very, very, very inspiring career, and the fact that he's been able to make the transition to now be an in-game leader who's still competing at a very high level, and with GamerLegion potentially taking them back into contention for that top 10 spot, maybe even top 8 at a major with the way they're playing right now, that's remarkable. Snax back then, though, was a different player. He was a difference maker on the server. He was, I can tell from personal experience, maybe one of the most annoying players to be up against, because he would always push the smoke at weird-ass timings. He had that sixth sense for the game as well, in a sense where you knew that something was happening when Snax was in or around a smoke, but you could never really figure out how to stop it. So that regard, you know, from an individual standpoint, way more influential, I guess, from fracking department, etc. Whereas today, as an in-game leader, he's changed the way that he plays Counter-Strike and think Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, the way he thinks Counter-Strike, I do agree with you, but I still see the Snax of old in occasion. You know, he plays, Cave on Ancient. He loves darting through it and finding timings with SMGs and the like. So, you know, similar to someone else in the tournament, Art, you know, there are still raindrops or there's sprinklings of what made them those characters from before.
Yeah, you got to keep your inspiration relevant, right? But it's kind of weird just bringing up that photo of all the old VP guys as well, thinking about their careers and where they've gone from now. It is mental to think that he's still here, still relevant, and not only that, still hungry to be pulling a team to the top, because he's not had it easy with GamerLegion, right? It's not like it's just been instant fights to all invites rather to all of the best tournaments. He's had to grind for it.
It's the bounce back from G2 as well. I think a lot of people, including myself, were maybe worried that we wouldn't see Snax on this level again after G2. He found a home in GamerLegion. He found a team that believes in him, and as you said as well, I think for my money at the very least, one of the most underrated aspects of Counter-Strike players is longevity. You know, everyone can be good 1 year, everyone can be good 2 years. I say everyone, but a lot of people have done that, you know, where careers
How
come in.
long were you good for?
I had a couple of years where, you know, where I was in my prime, so to speak. But take Config as an example. You know, there's so many players who have that amazing talent, the amazing vista for the game. They're good 1 or 2 years, and then they fade away because they stop working hard. Whereas for players like Snacks, Kerrigan, Forrest back in the day as well. The longevity of those guys is inspirational and something that's very, very hard to do over so many years.
Feels like every in-game leader that went through G2 suffered some kind of reputational damage. I mean, whether that was Hooksy, LXCB, Snacks, and they've all been able to find success on different rosters when certain players weren't also part of their
Are you
rosters.
saying their time in G2 doesn't count?
I don't know if it doesn't count entirely, but they had some stronger personalities to combat, and I don't know that they are the fighting type.
I like the correlation that you found there, Yumi. We'll dive into that a little bit later. Just to recap exactly how GamerLegion found themselves here, though. Some pretty impressive results. Obviously, Liquid not exactly the hardest opposition right now, but a very competitive series versus Na'Vi, taking them down on Ancient as well with an insane T side. That, I think, is what impressed me the most about GamerLegion in the groups.
That's the thing. That's the only thing you can pinpoint so far that hasn't been nearly perfect for GamerLegion. A loss to Na'Vi is by no imagination necessarily a weakness for GamerLegion. Coming into that game, I thought Na'Vi were going to win somewhat convincingly. So I was surprised by the fact that they were able to win Ancient in the fashion they did. I was surprised that they were able to remain competitive on the third map as well and really push Na'Vi to the limit. So in terms of having the tournament so far played out for GamerLegion, sure, they lost the game to Na'Vi, but if anything, they showed that they could beat them, that they were on par with Na'Vi. And ever since, as you said, in the lower bracket, beating Liquid, beating Astralis, it's been pretty clear-cut that GamerLegion were a team supposed to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear as well that all of the favorites that we would have had on paper, they were talking about it in the pre-show with, Chad, Jason, and Yanko, just... we have Foot, Astralis, these two teams rising in the season. We have Vitality, Na'Vi. Everyone has looked mortal or has actually just been cut out of the tournament completely. We were expecting to see Astralis and Foot in this bracket. We don't get to see that. And so this feels like the right time in general just for those teams that haven't been a part of the conversation this year to enter it.
And Pain, obviously part of the reason that Foot don't find themselves here. Initial win versus FaZe, that was a pretty competitive affair. Then going on to beat Foot 2-1, that cemented themselves in the playoffs. Lost to BetBoom in that seeding matchup, but doesn't really matter. They still make it to a quarterfinals, and I'm very glad that we're seeing a rebound from Pain after, I guess, a bit of a complicated time for them.
It's been a rough time for Pain Gaming. They really struggled to find their identity and find the level that we saw, leading up to the Austin Major, which is almost a year ago now. That's when Pain were at their highest, when we really believed that, okay, we have a Brazilian team here that not only do they contest to be a top 8 team, not only do they make the playoff at a major, but maybe even further, have to look out for whether or not they're the best Brazilian-based team. Ever since, though, Yumi, it's been a strugglesome period for them. They tried a few different roster changes. They tried to change the play style a little bit. Vincere have been changing his roles within the team as well, so you can't fault Pain Gaming for not trying, but they haven't really found the recipe of success just yet.
Well, it was clear that everybody crumbled in playoffs for Pain. I think that was the most apparent thing, and probably what led a lot of their roster decisions, whether that was actually moving out of Brazil to try and find talents that had more veterancy, a bit more autonomy perhaps, that Vincere didn't have to micro it when it got to these stage games. That's the biggest worry for Pain coming into this set of games today, is that when they get to these playoffs, these players have shied away in the past, but they have more aggressive pieces. They are playing in a style that is totally unconventional. I ragged on Bait for a lack of flash assists. These guys might have the worst T-side flash assists at the tournament. Pain don't use their flashes for kills. They use it for position. They try to be tricky around smokes. They try to get these forward presence players inserted deep into the back line.
And just to add to that, in context of this game as well, we spoke about GamerLegion having the highest trade percentage in this tournament. Well, guess who have the lowest by far in this tournament? That would be Pain Gaming. They don't use flashes to set each other up. They don't necessarily use the 1-2 punch trading each other. It's a lot more relying right now on individuals, winning their duels and by then overtaking certain areas on the map.
Well, before we do dive into the Pain side of the conversation, I did tease you guys earlier with that Hypex interview, and now we have managed to grab him, so let's hear from him.
Quick catch up with Hypex before the quarterfinals. I wanted to ask you have a fantastic tournament so far. And when I last spoke to you, you said that your uptick in performance is because of Snacks, Mr. Snacks giving you a lot of freedom. Is this still true?
Yeah, so far so good. Today's going to be bad today. My teammates are going to carry me. So yeah, it is what it is.
All right, that's pretty confident from you. But I wanna ask you, because you're the high. This is a stat from me, okay? You're the highest rated Oper on T side this event so far. Did you know about this?
Nope.
All right, so now you know. And I want to ask you that since Anim Graph 2 update especially, you've been really feeling the game. I checked your stats and saw your game. So do you have anything to say about it? Do you see the correlation yourself?
I think when the update came out, the first 3 days in practice, I was tilted. I couldn't hit anything. Everything was bad. I hated the update. Then Blast event came, I was shaky. And then some other update came out. And I don't know, I just popped off again, so I think I'm back.
All right, makes sense. You've been getting also really loud this event, maybe due to your performance, right? And this is kind of new thing for you. I didn't really imagine you being so loud and shouting at opponents and being like a little bit disrespectful. So I want to ask you, this is what confidence does to a man like Hypex? Is this confidence talking?
I mean, I think I was always kind of like the hype man in our team, but maybe I didn't do it at the opponent so much. So I don't know, sometimes it just comes out, I don't even remember it coming out, and then I just rewatch the replay and I'm like, oh, yeah, it did come out. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Indeed, the hype man. I mean, you're Hypex after all, right? Exactly. So no pun intended, but good luck in the quarterfinal and see you on the server.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only Hypex's second big stage as he does enter the GamerLegion jersey. I do want to talk about the Oppa on the other side of things, though, because I guess it's a bit more of a complicated situation with Safe and his kind of current role, responsibility, and tenure with Pain.
Yeah, I mean, he was a kind of a late bloomer coming into Counter-Strike Global Offensive and started making waves within the North American scene, then into South America, and just being able to be a safe pair of hands. I think that was always how we described him. In a region that is documented with so many in-game leader Orpers that all want to be hyper aggressive and make all these plays, Safe wanted to play a bit more device positional Counter-Strike and actually did a very good job rising the ranks with this Pain roster. But he is also someone that just doesn't take a lot of opening fights. You know, that's one of the advantages that you have as an AWP, is that when you find yourself in an opening position, you force the other team to commit resources just as a precaution, typically. Safe sometimes feels like he doesn't get that same sort of respect.
He's always been an almost guy for me. I feel like when he was in Inferno, you could clearly see the potential. You had periods and certain tournaments where he would step up and where he would be the difference maker, but as you also described, somewhat defensive in the way he plays Counter-Strike, and I've always liked that extra spark coming out from Safe, and I think that's kind of what has been maybe describing of his career as well, that he's been good but never great, and that's been a bit of an issue in terms of him making the next step, whereas now he's finding himself in a stand-in position, obviously doing well here for Pain, but it's not a player that you're looking to sign for a big team at the moment.
He's at least got a familiar face with him when he rejoins the roster, and I actually got to talk to him during the lobby, and he was saying the philosophy feels fairly similar.
Okay, that's pretty reassuring then. I do just want to put the show on the other foot and talk a little bit about Big Vincere, because we were always talking about him. He used to be kind of the big fragging in-game leader. Obviously, he put himself in some of those positions where it would elicit a few more frags here and there. Has that narrative continued, though, Jacob?
I don't think so, and it's something that we often, find ourselves guilty of doing, that if you have established yourself as a fracking in-game leader, we keep referencing you to as that fracking in-game leader for a long, long time, but if you dive into his statistics, if you dive into how he's been playing as of recently, if you dive into how Pain have been trying to change the way they play and how he's changed certain positions, statistically speaking, he's not that same fracking in-game leader anymore. He's still doing a decent job, but whereas he used to post a 1.10, 1.15 rating at pretty much every single tournament, the last 2 years he's been struggling in terms of getting the same amount of input.
Well, maybe it's time for him to defend his case then, Jacob. He caught up with Stico ahead of the series.
Big Vincere is here with me ahead of your quarterfinals. I have a question. Making a playoff versus fairly good teams here, right? What would you rate your current form in a team?
Actually, no idea. I think right now we are like we are growing as a team, So if I put like a number, probably like a 7. Yeah, probably a 7.
7 out of 10, right?
Yeah, out of 10. Yeah, not the 7 team.
I mean, I want to talk a little bit about your map pool, because there's been some holes. I probably want to mention like Overpass. You have won it once this year so far, and other teams really try to punish pick against you, and they're getting away with it. So what would you say is like the next step for your team? How are you going to negate that, maybe even at this event?
Yeah, it's a process. I think we changed a role that is so important, the helper. And of course, we have a lot of things to improve and to fix. But at the same time, we are working so hard to do this kind of change and just to be better each map. And I can feel the progress. I really feel. And the last map, I would say was a little bit unlucky, because I watched the demo after, and sometimes just times and
small details.
Yeah, small details. And I think today gonna be our day. I think Overpass gonna be ours.
Yeah. When I talk about this specific game, a lot of people have you as an underdog coming into this match. So I want to ask you, what's your winning condition today against GamerLegion? What do you think?
To be honest, I think we are not underdog. I think we just have to do our gameplay and to follow what we talked before the match. And I think that's all. I think that's no win condition. To be honest, I think we are at the same level of the team right now. I think like 50-50. So anything can win today.
Well, good luck. See you on the server. I'm excited to see how it goes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm loving that from Big Vincere, saying he's confident that he's going to be taking that ground of Overpass. Just some takeaways from this veto. As expected or not?
I was expecting a nuke decider. I really thought Pain would just float that within the veto. It's been one of their strongest maps if they think about the top 50 teams that they've played on LAN. When they've been able to get those opportunities, it's actually a map they have a win streak on technically against top 50 teams. So I would have liked to see them float that. It's another strong GamerLegion map. It feels scared that they've operated this way and have moved into an Inferno, but maybe they know something and maybe they've prepped something special.
Let's quickly do our predictions, not just for this game, but for the overall tournament, because one side of the bracket, a little bit skew with, right? Is anybody going to go from this side where we've got Pain, GamerLegion, and Legacy? What are you thinking?
Oh, it's tough, man. It's tough not to make the case that it's going to be either Vitality or Navi, but I will say if any of the three teams from this side of the bracket, I'm looking towards GamerLegion first and foremost, and then I think Legacy as well have really stepped it up at this tournament on a bit of a win streak as well. Came from a domestic cup where they won as well, found a bit of confidence. So you know what? I'm going to take a bit of a wild one here and say Legacy is going to be in the grand final, and who knows what happens with Legacy in a best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, if we're skipping past 1 and 2, then I'm going to have to go with Bet Boom, to be honest. I think Boomich has got that special sauce, and I'm really liking this version with Flamus.
You're loving these underdog rounds. I think I'm going to bring some sense to this desk, I guess, and say Vitality.
Oh, really?
You hate me? Am I boring?
So boring,
hey, it's my boy
man.
Mezzy.
Yeah.
It's my boy Mezzy.
Basic. You're very basic, Freya.
Yeah, that's something that's been said to me a hell of a lot. Well, yeah, that's exactly what you can screenshot when these two gentlemen are wrong, and inevitably I'm right when Vitality get another trophy.
Most likely you are. Most likely. Then again, you know, I think if there ever was a time to beat Vitality, I think that's been said and floated with quite a lot. I think they've also showed at this tournament that they're beatable, obviously. Congratulations to BetBoom on that one. So,
yes, that's why you're going with it.
And we could all lose as well, so...
We really could. Yeah. Well, there will be winners and sadly there will be losers in our first quarterfinal of the day. It's time to truly get this show started.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters!
I don't know.
Atlanta, can you hear me? Hello? There we go. Yeah. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's the city where culture moves fast, the bass hits hard, and the pressure makes diamonds. From Bankhead to Buckhead, from the Beltline to this big stage right here, this city knows competition. Friday, the 15th of May means DreamHack is open, and it's playoff time in Atlanta. Let's get it on! Atlanta, I know you know how to get loud. I know how you to get off your feet. Make some noise. It's time for Counter-Strike!
Making the playoffs here for sure are nice for us. At the start of the year we are playing a little bit different tournaments than Tier 1. The biggest strength for our team right now is the last 2 months when we are playing, we never give up on any match, so it's very nice. To be honest, I really don't know what is the level of pain. I was not watching the other group. I mean, I had a little bit different job. I was trying to focus on GamerLegion more. And by the results, and if they are in playoffs, and I would say they had tougher group than us. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good match, and they are a good team.
Being back to the playoffs means a lot for me, and I'm very proud of the team and of the work that we're putting. We are so happy with Safe join bringing a lot of experience to us. I trust in the guys of my team and hope we can win this tournament and make it.
What is going on? Everybody is so damn blind, and Snow comes away with 3. Vincere needs something miraculous. We need something special. Oh, Vincere! And he's going to nail it.
Forward. Oh, no. Iria goes in, walks away with a triple.
It's a quick trade out of Hypex. PR solid as a lock on side, gets 3. It's up to Hypex in the bullet. Well, Hypex going to go for a hit. Hail Mary! Hits it onto Fuzi! What a hell of a clutch from Hypex!
Of course, will be a good match. We will try our best to beat them. I think our chances are high to win against them.
Atlanta, please welcome to the stage, Pain Gaming! Welcome to the stage, your second quarter finalist, GamerLegion.
Pain versus GamerLegion for our first quarterfinal here in Atlanta. It's been a while since these two orgs went head-to-head, and with one eye firmly locked on the major, a confidence-boosting win here would be worth its weight in gold. I say one eye, Rez had both of his eyes closed up there. He was just having a little meditation session.
He stayed on there for a long time too. He was either aura farming or just fully locked in.
Lapping up the energy, and I don't blame him. This crowd has really turned out to show up today. Let's talk about who has the edge in this first game though, Jacob. Who are you siding with and why?
I think so far, I like what I've seen the most from GamerLegion. It's been a really, really strong performance in every single one of their games. And as I said earlier, the loss to Na'Vi was even in itself a win to me. The fact that you take a map off Na'Vi where you dominate them on Ancient, you make the third map very, very competitive. I'm yet to see GamerLegion have a poor performance. I'm yet to see them not play well. I also do side with the individuals of GamerLegion. As much as we want to talk about cohesion, we want to talk about team play, you need players that are able to step it up on the stage and deliver the fracking output you need. I'm looking towards PR, I'm looking towards Res, who so far has had a great tournament. And then, of course, as we mentioned, high picks with the AWP as well. Not to say that Pain haven't done well, but I'm siding with GamerLegion based on what I've seen so far.
It's these T-sides for Pain that are really going to weigh them down, I think, this series. And Overpass is just one of those maps where GamerLegion like to pick teams apart.
When we talk about that Overpass, we heard from Vincere, he feels confident going into that. Is there any particular reason why he should be?
There's so many limitations as to how far you can deeply insert a player. That's their biggest strength. Maps like Mirage, maps like Nuke sometimes as well. You can be very tricky about your positioning. Overpass, it can be a bit more clear-cut. The teams are very well drilled about how to clear these angles and how to be extra cautious on those rotations. It will be an uphill climb.
Also a map, you know, where safe is easy to integrate and easy to slot, and you described him as a defensive AWPer, and AWPer who is very cautious about his positioning. CT side upping on Overpass, you take a duel, you fall back, you take another duel, you fall back. So he's not a liability per se on a map like Overpass.
This might be his strongest map, in fact, on CT.
Who are you siding with, you mean?
I have to side with GamerLegion here. I feel like they've got a really complete package. All the pieces seem to contribute very wholeheartedly throughout the games.
Well, it is time to get this show started. A quarterfinal, our first one here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. It's going down between GamerLegion and Pain.
America love an underdog story, and year after year at the Intel Extreme Masters in America, we've had an underdog story. Both of these teams fit that bill, Jason.
Neither of these teams are teams you'd expect to have been in the playoffs coming into it, right? Some surprising runs through the group stage, some surprising struggles from teams that we would have expected to be in these slots. Astralis went out early, Foot went out early, and these two guys have picked up the pieces. GamerLegion with Snacks at the helm for just 5 months, new into this team, able to bring them up to a new level. Great performances, the best start to his career Rez has ever had. Hypex as an AWPer getting comfortable. For Pain, it's been a long road, months back in South America, regaining confidence, regaining belief. It's been 9 weeks since they played in an event with this level of competition, and they have risen to the task, refreshed by some regional competition. Safe in this team for less than a month. He's coming out a year without playing at the professional level, but it doesn't look like he's missed a beat. All the pieces in place for these two teams to surprise us even further in these quarterfinals and make it deeper at IEM Atlanta.
The Intel Extreme Masters has come back to America for another year. So let's have a grand old time, Georgia. Let's kick off the playoffs.
Overpass the start of these quarterfinals. Pain gonna be defending. GamerLegion on the T side attacking into. We heard from the desk just now. Conversation around GamerLegion on this map, how they love to pick teams apart. So going to be a very tough affair for the Pain side of things. Big Vincere as the IGL. You've got a couple of young players. Snow, we're still looking to see him reach his full potential. VSM in this lineup able to have impact. There's some cool pieces on this Pain team, and it's his job to make sure they're all firing on all cylinders.
And we see Rez really meditating to start the day, right? We see him standing on the stage when they walked out, now doing it again here.
He's trying to envision he's back in Oakland, right? He's trying to get into the mindset. I'm back in Oakland. It's that big time performance. That's what we need out of him.
It would be great to see him.
Oh, I love you guys too. Hey, you guys got great shirts as well. Make sure you turn around once in a while.
Yeah.
There's Kerrigan. There's our boy.
Well, we do have a little tech issue to kick off today. The referee's behind them trying to get that sorted, and we'll get into the action as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, nice to have these issues at the start. I know it's a little bit bummer to get things delayed,
now,
but yeah,
Jason, we're good to go.
It looks like we're fixed. Freeze time is underway. High fives are coming out from Snow in the Pain side of things. Atlanta, are you looking for a Pain victory right now? All right, how many of you looking to see GamerLegion take this series? Snacks fans in the house, full of it. And we're live. Quarterfinals in Atlanta begin. And right out of the gate, Safe and Pyria going to be playing towards the 8 bomb site bathrooms on defense. Towson, Hypex, and PR with the bomb lining up outside of Monster. So we'll have a slow opening to this pistol round as both teams cautiously look for aggression. We'll get a mid-round exec. Rez and Snacks to clear things out. They're the ones in danger at the moment for GamerLegion. And look at the position of Pyria on the minimap now. Climbing the ladder. Can have a very fast wraparound. He's just got to pick the right bomb site.
How long do GamerLegion hold this? The longer they wait, the more effective Pyria becomes on the flank.
And it's all about the fake, right? They want this utility on Snacks to be thrown out towards long, but Pyria's going to discover it sooner.
Oh, here we go. Pyria knocks 3 over. What a start to the playoffs here for Pyria. Now Snacks and Rez immediately having to figure out there's nothing you can do because the bomb is dropped on the other side of the map. All your teammates dead in a second.
Yeah, that's huge. What a play. What initiative from Puria and good plan from Pain. GamerLegion taking way too long to develop this tactic. All the time needed for that push. And one missed detail ruins the entire round. Nobody looking for the flank while they waited patiently. So a recovery mission, 2 versus 4. Resin Snacks coming back now. Utility is spent. And it's grim in this pistol round.
Puria, another one. Okay, he's going for all 5 to kick off the playoffs here, and he's Puria, what a step up. All 5 in the pistol.
What a lovely performance from Puria. A long journeyman career down in South America, been on this team for very little time, just a few months. What a performance to open up these playoffs. Stays calm, lines him up, knocks him down. And he gets all 5. His team lets him chase it down, so a bit of glory.
And that's going to give you so much confidence in a player you need to step up in the playoffs here, right? The fact that you've started the first pistol run like that. Puria has been so good for Pain. Important that we see him continue that kind of form coming into the playoffs here. And for GamerLegion, another tech issue here on Snacks. And that's going to only add more frustration after getting backed out of the pistol like that.
Yeah, it will be for sure. But, you know, still early on. Puria, meanwhile, has been the best player for Pain at this event. Top-rated player statistically for the squad. So they've obviously been loving the work he's putting out, and it's going to continue when he opens up and starts you a game like this. So Snacks having the conversation.
You know, the conversation around Pain has always been about Vincere, right? The fact that we feel like he could have at many points in his career gone on to play at a bigger team, but has stayed at Pain Gaming, has stayed committed to this organization, and they've tried to bring in young players and talents and change things up so that Pain have a chance to deliver what Vincere is capable of.
Well, he's an IGL that showed a lot of cool things too. Like really started to peak kind of around the Paris Major with his qualification there with the Pain team. That was the squad that had Skulls on it, you know, back when he was popping off as well. That was the best we saw Skulls ever look at any team. So he's shown the ability to develop players and develop a team from like kind of building from scraps to then achieving good results.
And then think about the Austin Major last year, right?
Yes.
I mean, he has a good run again and getting into the playoffs over there. So America seems to be a good spot for Vincere to perform with his squads. And now this newer version, we didn't really know what to expect of Pain coming into the event because we hadn't seen them in so long. But I think you and I got to cast their opening game and it was, oh, wow, this actually looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's some very cool things that they can bust out. I think his biggest problem has been the up and down nature of some of these Pain lineups over the years. So establishing that consistency, finding a lineup that can get to a nice peak and kind of hang out there and be able to deliver those results event after event. That's kind of what he's been lacking over the past few years of his career. Been a lot of roster changes, a lot of swaps trying to find, you know, the proper 5th player, the proper 4th player, trying to mix people into things. So would be a big accomplishment for Vincere to bring another Pain lineup essentially from nothing to a playoff performance.
I mean, we're talking about Pain as a whole, as a team, having seen them in a long time, but it's also in particular safe, right? We were talking about how he hasn't even played Counter-Strike at this level at an event in so many months.
Yeah, we casted his first game here too, and that was the big thing for me, was like just keeping an eye on him, and it looked good. Like it had been, I think, like 9-10 months since he'd played an official match at the professional level, and he came out spanking everyone. Really, really cool to see. We'll see if that continues to develop. On the other side of things, I mentioned Rez. We all know Rez. We all love Rez having one of the best starts of his career, which is crazy considering how long he's been around. Kind of one of the first players, the next Swedish superstar, quote unquote, coming out, you know, of the NIP era back at the early days of CS:GO. But a lot of this team is also the development of Hypex, and Taliesin has been very, very rock solid for this team. So some strong riflers, and I think the development of Hypex has been the thing that's made everyone kind of kick up a notch. When you have that AWPer finding comfort and finding impact, everyone's life gets easier.
And I mean, that's been the story around GamerLegion for a long time, with Ash as the coach for so long. It was always about trying to find that AWPer that fit into the squad. They just couldn't find one that clicked. You know, they brought players in that looked promising in their other teams. They would bring them in and they would just fall under the pressure. I think Kersey was a good example of that. I'm sure he'll bounce back at some point, but he's an example of an AWPer who came in, and really that mentality shift you've got to have when you step up to another level of Counter-Strike, they weren't really able to handle it. And Hypex comes into the team, and I was talking to him and he was saying the same thing was on on his mind when he joined the squad. He had seen how many AWPers had been cut pretty quickly by GamerLegion. He's seen the pressure that they were getting. He was getting a lot of hate and a lot of doubt thrown his way, and he read into it for a long time. But he said coming into this season, he just kind of stopped caring, stopped reading it, and stopped caring what they were saying, because he's seeing even the likes of Vitality are getting hate online. So it's been great to see Hypex start to show some of that confidence that he's shown his previous teams, and his teammates are noticing that as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why that story around Hypex is so cool. Because yeah, you're right. He does come in and notice and like, oh, this is the slot of the team that's just getting rotated out. This is the musical chairs place. And I mean, having that mentality coming into it, knowing that's the situation, and when watching him kind of struggle and then overcome those and step up, that's really cool seeing that development and that kind of comfort develop within a player, within a team.
Yeah, it's been great seeing GamerLegion perform so well at this event as well, because I know they were worried coming into it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you did. This is the crowd for it.
And also one of those signs.
Yep, well done there too. Really good job with that one.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to GamerLegion as well. They came into this event, they were open about it. They talked about probably how they're not feeling so good. You know, a couple of players picked up the land flu from the last event. So, you know, they were coming in a little bit worried about that, but it seems like it hasn't really affected them all that much.
I just like watching Snax. Snax feels like he's in like kind of like half like troll mode at this event. We had him like the clutch where he's just slamming the door on NAF over in the lower bomb.
Oh, that was great.
Just over and over again. He's just having a great time out there. Cobble over Cash? I don't know about that one.
No.
I don't know about that one.
Did have that one cool B execute though all those years ago.
Yeah, it did have that one cool B execute. So getting things checked out. Snack still having some issues. Later on today, the second quarterfinal, a huge one. Nice timely thing to put the FaZe jacket on, because we got Vitality. They're going to be coming in taking on Navi. Nothing to do with FaZe whatsoever.
Well, you know, Vitality knocked FaZe out.
True, there is that connection.
So that worked out. So FaZe might have been in that spot if it wasn't for Vitality. But
could have had Twist here. Could have been hanging out, having a great time.
I mean, there's one thing that's going to be true in this crowd, is that anybody who's playing against Vitality is going to get some support, I think.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, the anti-Apex crowd out in full force.
Well, it's pretty important we get the headset of the in-game leader working, isn't it? So just working through that at the moment. At least one pistol's gone away, and you kind of kill that momentum with this. You know,
yeah,
you just come in with a bursting ace, and
it is like the unintentional, like you know, for ice him out a little bit. So that ace that Period gets, yeah, that momentum. I don't think he's going to like fully be able to carry it forward, but it will help him out. Obviously, plenty of money. Ah, the bees of the airport, huh? Nice.
Unk Snacks.
Unk Snacks.
Unk still got it, though.
He does still got it. I'm sure he's going to be showing us glimpses of it as well here on this stage when we get back live. Looks like things are getting into a happy place.
There's no more referees standing behind them.
That's fair.
Yeah, that is very fair. I think we can all get behind that.
We can all agree with that one.
All right, here we go, Atlanta. Finally, getting ready to go into the second round here. The countdown's through, headsets are fixed. Let's get the Counter-Strike back underway. Can't promise you the most entertaining round, though, because it is going to be Glocks out for GamerLegion, so very likely to be that 2-0 start here for Pain.
Yeah, we're all going to get a chill. See what Snax is able to do with this Glock. I mean, after that kind of extended tech timeout where you can't really communicate a whole lot, might want to take this one slow, have the conversation, whatever you might have been thinking of. Make sure everyone's on the same page after that extended break. Pain's going to continue taking initiative, though, taking map control against what they know are going to be weaker weapons. So you already have Pyria kind of pushing up, Snow and Big Vincere taking control of short. Map shrinks for these Glocks.
Yeah, just test the headset's fine. You're happy with that? You know, no issues now for Snacks. Just moving forward as a little unit past the fountain. And for Pain, you want to just keep passive positions, keep your range with your rifle. And they're coming at Pyria, so they might just feed the beast a little bit more. Here he is. Lined him up, 2 quick headshots. Hypex and PR both dead. They'll send the nade around the corner. As he gets towards him, they're lining up. His teammate coming in to steal it, though. Snow racing up, does prevent it, but that's a 4K from Pyria. 9 kills, 2 rounds. What a start.
I think all the giggles coming out on the Pain side with Snow taking that 5th kill. Could have been back-to-back aces. Still, everyone's going to be feeling good on the Pain side of things due to this start. Really impressive stuff from Pyria. However, the AKs come out now for GamerLegion. First gun round is going to be underway. Snacks a chance to marshal the troops and get this T-side rolling right out of the gate. Aggressive CT setup. Pyria's going to go for an aggressive peek. He's got the hot hand at the moment. And he's going to move up, play behind the smoke.
I like this limit test. What Pyria can do right now. Flash being activated in towards the smoke. Oh, just about doing some damage there to Hypex before he gets around the corner, but that's the bomb carrier. Pyria can't fall back. Hypex hunts him down with bullets to the smoke, and GamerLegion get the advantage.
Yeah, gave the footstep cue as well. Started to run back, and I think that's the sound cue that pulled the shot. Big Vincere knows he's been seen, he's compromised. So backs all the way out quickly. Gets away safely towards Divider, and just when GamerLegion starts taking a little bit of extra control. 5-on-4 for the attacking side.
Hypex sending the flash over the flower bed. Rez into the fight. Safe gonna die. And now we've got GamerLegion 2 players up. As soon as the guns have come out, looking a bit stronger here. The pressure is going to be on Big Zera to be able to change the outcome of this round on the A site. It's going to be very tough with just the MP7.
That's exactly the way Yumi kind of described this map early on, is that Pain, they got to be careful because this is a map GamerLegion love to just pick teams apart. 2 really early kills with no chance of any kind of a trade or any kind of information. Pain just no longer have the resources or the bodies to defend everything.
Well, 30 seconds left on the clock.
It's got to be a save. Big Zera's already backed out to play retake, and you don't have the utility to play retake. You got 1 kit on Snow. None of the B defenders have moved. So Big Vincere, I guess, is just going to see what he can do if there's anything crazy and then try and escape.
Well, looking like he's going to be able to slip away and join up with the rest of his teammates down lower, but that means GamerLegion have found their first round win here on Overpass.
Yeah, good timing out towards long with the flash for the swing from Rez to find that kill. That was safe, kind of trying to transition, caught in the middle, caught in the open with nowhere to go, trying to get close to defend long. Turns into a pretty easy round for GamerLegion, all things considered. Plenty of money for the Pain side, though, so Gun's going to come back out in the next turn. They'll try again. For GamerLegion, a clean round means money builds up. They get to get rich.
Important to keep 5 players up after losing the first 2, and yeah, money is starting to look very good. They've got a nice foundation laid there. Hypex with $30,000 as the AWPer in reserve is going to be great moving forward. Pain keeping a couple of SMGs, but they will actually bring out the AWP here for safe. So they'll have that in this next round. It'll be unrivaled.
I like that, though. I like them forcing it out, especially considering money's going to start getting hurt with some of those rebuys. VSM's got money left over. That's about it. So this round depends on if you're going to lose, what you can bring out of it. But the whole point of this safe AWP is to make sure you don't do that. Get you a pick early. Good shot. Flashbang hits him a little bit, but Safe still drills Rez to the wall. Round is going to slow down from here, 5-on-4, and GamerLegion still just playing far, far back, not wanting to risk anything else after Rez falls. Bomb's going to shift back towards the B bomb site, which will eventually, it feels, be the finishing play. Snack's not moving past the fountain whatsoever, so utility as a fake. Towson to cover the middle of the map, making sure nobody can flank them down. And we'll see what they can actually accomplish when they move into the bomb site.
Flash at the ready. PR going into the fight. VSM dead. Big Zera to trade it. Advantage was siding with Pain, but that's now gone. Back to a 3v3. Big Zera taking a grenade to the head. He's down to 6 HP, relying upon Pyria from heaven, but he can't connect. And Hypex sends a shot back at 3v1. This is all that's left, is the safe AWP. And he switches out to the rifle instead for this. The bomb is not planted. Hypex just steps aside, dodging that grenade flying past him. Safe is not going to pick up that AWP fall away. He wants to go for this. He wants to fight, and he's got it down into a 1v1. It's Hypex and Safe, both on rifles this time. A 1v1.
He's got a kit as well. He can play this slow.
And Hypex keeps his head down. Safe waiting for the mistake. He's picked up a smoke. Hypex is backed off into the monster tunnel. A great reposition, a strong spot to have, and then out with the peek. It's Hypex. So cool and comfortable in the clutch, and raises his finger, a real sign that he is so much more confident inside of the team now.
Yeah, played that clutch really, really well. Just playing the information game, not letting Safe ever find out where he was, not give him any good options, not let him have a plan of attack into that 1v1, and quietly waits for a sound cue. Safe gives it over to him, and a really nice timing on the peak just as he's about to consider defusing the bomb. Lovely stuff from Hypex, cool and collected. Round 5 and all the money taken away from Pain. A Hero M4 on VSM, an upgraded pistol into a 5.7, that's all they've got. And GamerLegion in these past 2 rounds have looked very comfortable on the map. 4 versus 5 conversion in round 4.
Well, Snacks is already out into the site. His teammates will join him. And the best case scenario here for Pain is somehow making some chaos happen from within these smokes. But they move up to clear the smoke. Snacks takes a headshot, and that's the site. Going to be overwhelmed. VSM's got to go massive here, and he's done a good amount of damage. He has softened them up, so keep eyes on this 5.7. Can he do anything with it? Big Vincere, first is good. Can't follow up. Save certainly will, though. But now it's just Pyria. And unfortunately for him, 2 high HP players left against this USP. He'll step down a little bit closer to Rez. Needs a very quick kill almost instantly here, and he does get the frag, but drop down to 20, and PR jumps up to clear him out and put GamerLegion into the lead.
Yeah, good job from PR. Snacks telling him I have the low HP. He needed to take the initiative, make sure that kill gets found. They can secure the bomb site before anything further goes wrong. Very, very sketchy. Nice resistance from Pain with very little brought into the round. But it's 2-3 as they take their first time out to talk things over. They're going to have the AWP back in the hands of Safe. But they're probably starting to feel in these last 3 rounds that GamerLegion just have a much better grip on the map as they've worked things over.
Yeah, Rick's not happy with what he's seeing after the first 2 rounds going so cleanly. GamerLegion get the guns out and are now in comfortable control.
We saw early on Pain doing a lot of the aggressive moves early, like pushing up Pyria in the pistol round, pushing up, climbing the ladder, wrapping around the B bomb. So we've seen them try and get aggressive towards Fountain. Now that you've seen a few rounds of play from GamerLegion, you should probably start understanding that they're opening these rounds very, very slow, very far back. So the plan for Pain, if they want to maintain that aggression, is just going to have to be measured. Is how exactly do you want to do it? I imagine they're going to incorporate Safe in that game plan a lot. Get one shot with the AWP safely, fall back. So GamerLegion again, a lean towards the B bomb site. 4 players here, so they're not going to mess with the other side of the map. That's where Safe's AWP is. Opening kill provided by Pyria. Extended battle. Rez can't control the spray. I don't think that's going to dissuade anyone from this B bomb site, though. Might just relocate the point of attack. And Pain know exactly what's coming. Safe has been front bathrooms with his AWP this entire round. He's heard nothing, he's seen nothing. There's been no pressure applied. So Pain's happy to have a 4th defender here. Very tough defense to crack into if you're Snacks and GamerLegion.
Oh, those grenades landing right on top of Snow. Fire as well, melting him away, down to 2 HP. Go back behind the pillar. Towson coming out a monster. It's VSM dead. Defense toppling. And GamerLegion in full control of Overpass at the moment. We'll take something special from Snow at 2 HP behind the barrels. They aren't checking him at the moment. They're actually giving him a chance. Towson up for a Snow to take it. Goes out again, but PR this time responds. Safe connects with the AWP. It's still a 2v2. Somehow Pain have stayed in this.
What a long extended hit, great utility usage. PR wants to try and force a play on the tap of the bomb. Nobody's home over the top, now he's picked off.
Yeah, really exposes himself there, and all of a sudden, GamerLegion, 9 seconds left, have to rely upon Hypex. He's got the bomb, he has to plant, and now there's no time for it, it has to be elimination. Oh! That's incredible! How has he done that? Last second from Hypex, and he's pulled it off.
And nothing will make you get more comfortable on a stage than a clutch like that. The 1v1 earlier. Hypex gonna be feeling like a king here in Atlanta.
He can do no wrong.
Look at this utility usage though. It's actually beautiful from GamerLegion. Such a strong defense to go up against, and they disjointed everything. Snow couldn't find any comfort. Battered down, the crossfire's broken up. 1 kill towards Monster, and because Snow had to back away, there's no more defense.
Yeah, dude, this is insane. Hypex has hit another level right now for GamerLegion.
Yeah, he's telling Pyria, you can have the ace in the pistol, you can have the quad kill and the follow-up. I'll take these 2 clutches. to put GamerLegion up by 2.
And that round was so hard fought as well for Pain just to stay in it. They find themselves in the winning position down to the final second of the round.
It's not even that. I think more than anything, the frustrating thing for Pain is going to be the fact that you had the read. You knew exactly what was coming. You knew it was going to be a B exec. You had a 5-on-4, and you had 4 defenders stacking the bomb site that was being attacked. To lose that round and then have the fashion of the loss in that clutch, there's like heartbreak upon heartbreak there. There's layers to it. And then another tech pause to let them stew in it in silence.
And now Hypex gets the AWP out for the late stages here. He's got plenty of money to purchase into that, so he'll have it out. And for Pain, you don't have anything to fight them with.
I think that's the tough thing too, is that, yeah, you've lost everything, but in that 2-on-1, played incorrectly. I guess the time wasn't really called out. The time, they missed that kind of detail. Opper pushing forward, trying to get him off the bomb plant, but the other player, low HP, not backing off. You know, then you look at the clock in that time, you should know one player can be the aggressor to take him off the plant, one just needs to live. Still incredible that Hypex is able to take advantage of it. Snapshot up to heaven through the smoke. And now you just have time to sit there and dwell on it.
Yeah, we're having a PC restart at the moment for Safe. Once we get him logged back in and ready to go, the game will continue. That shouldn't take too long.
Roki went home, man.
Yeah, gotta wait a while.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, there's gonna be some time for that one. That request will get to him eventually.
Yeah, it's been a very different landscape coming into this event, right? The teams you thought might perform well and might get into the playoffs, falling a little bit short. I was excited about Foot to see how they would be able to continue their form, and this seems like a perfect kind of event for them to get into the playoffs of.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it too, because it was, we mentioned, it's a good run for these teams that we didn't really expect to be in here. Astralis and Foot, as you just brought up, were 2 teams that we kind of said before this event felt like the likeliest to make it into the playoffs, but Pain came into this and handled FaZe in their opening match. We casted that one. Very surprising to see Pain open up in that fashion. 2-0 win. Then they went on to Foot, one of the other teams that we expected to be into the playoffs. Beat them in a 2-1 series as well. So that's when the eyes started opening. And then a loss against BetBoom in the game that would have qualified them to the semifinals brought them here to face off against GamerLegion. Their run, a little bit of a different affair. Opening up with a win over Sinners, losing next to Navi 1-2, and then beating down Liquid 2-0. And then taking Astralis to make it into the quarterfinals, eliminating Team Liquid and eliminating Astralis on that path.
Yeah, and the way they handled both of those teams was very impressive, right? It was a comprehensive victory for GamerLegion. Yeah, not showing the love there at Apex.
No, not at all. We knew that, though.
Yeah, crazy to see Vitality having to play a quarterfinal as well.
Yeah, that's a different experience. It was crazy seeing them be on the verge of elimination either, like having to even have the conversation of, is it possible that they lose one of these matches? Now, it never felt like it really significantly got super close in those.
No.
But it felt like the possibility was there for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, especially that first map versus FaZe right on Nuke, which was close. You had that like hero performance out of Twist coming in. You made you wonder, okay, Vitality bleeding just a little bit, but they picked it up. They got it done. And yeah, once they get into the playoffs, obviously still favorites to win the entire event.
That's what's scary, is they're playing like they're B in the C game and they're still beating everybody they come up with. So Vitality, yeah, favorites into these playoffs. Fist bumps are out. We're gonna get back into the action, Atlanta. Thank you for being patient with us. Round 7 set to begin. GamerLegion coming off a 4-round win streak, 4 straight. After the explosive start from Pyria and Pain, who are gonna be fighting in this round with some upgraded pistols. Armor picked up, Deagles, 5.7s, little bit of the utility. But GamerLegion just looking really, really solid on this map, this T side. Snax has got them under complete control. They've brought back and converted 2 4 versus 5 rounds. Even when Pain get the opening kill, it doesn't seem to lead to a victory for them. Since the gun rounds began, it's been all GamerLegion. So once again, just a quick check, just a little bit of presence out towards Long and towards Fountains just to see if anyone's pushing. I imagine GamerLegion yet again in the anti-eco, the anti-force spy going to rotate back to the B bomb site. Rez going to be left on his lonesome away from the pack.
Well, this is the only way you get something going if you're Pain, right?
Is he going to do it twice?
Area around the back. Now, the pistol round, he had so much success. going to be much more difficult now with rifles on the other side.
And with the Deagle. Deagle's not as reliable.
VSM holding, but here they come around the back. Pyria, can he get much done at all? His teammates are doing a good job. And there's the flank coming in as well. All of a sudden, Pain are in a 4v2. You've got to see Snacks and Rez pull this off. And Snacks backtracks. He's going to die to Snow. And now just Rez. And he's running down, wondering how the hell all of his teammates have died to the pistols here. And they now spot Rez early.
They didn't learn their lesson from the pistol. Round takes way too long to develop. Pain with weaker weapons, happy to take a risk, and it's that exact same push, the exact same player that wreaks havoc and causes chaos. Pyria again. Add in the staunch defense at the point of attack towards the B bomb site. Look at the X's on the radar.
Yeah, I mean,
GamerLegion just gets stuffed.
Certainly the player that creates the chaos right at the end of the round, but even the initial defense was strong from Pain, right? They hadn't even activated the Pyria flank. He hadn't even taken a shot before 2 kills had come in. So the initial setup from Pain Gaming was way too successful.
Well, I mean, it's a really nice timing for it. They recognize Pyria probably communicating, like, stall them out. He's about to turn the corner, and he wants this attack to slow down. So that's why the flash comes in at this point. That's why all the Pain people get aggressive on Monster at that point as they swing with the flash. And that's why this just gets shut down. And what a nightmare for GamerLegion. There's 4 free weapons picked up off the ground in that round. 3 AK-47s and an AWP. Tons of money all of a sudden for the Pain side. A complete reversal of the economy as it rips the money away from GamerLegion. They're fighting with pistols and a single AK-47.
I talk about Rez and his start at this event. Really got to try and continue that now into the playoffs with the Hero AK. How much can he do? You've got Snow now stepping into water. He's got some backup in Vincere. And this is where the fight might happen. Rez, the AK peeking out, losing it against Snow. And the AK falls to the hands, the very capable hands of PR, but he doesn't have any Kevlar for this.
Passing the flashbang off. Vincere wants to be the proactive one. He's going to set up over towards boards. He wants to clear Monster on a timing. GamerLegion has readjusted their hit. It's going to be coming through sandbags, but it's all 4 players in that direction. So Vincire's got the opening, shuts it down, wants to clear Monster, sees nobody home. And Pain looking very comfortable. Good kill from Hypex, but is it enough?
Hypex stepping out into the open. It's going to be Pyria and Vincere. Well, a couple of kills between the Hypex and Taliesin, both dead, leaving Snacks 1v4 with this Deagle, and he's nowhere near anybody really. So back it away, dropping down and trying to get into the fights here with that Deag. It's going to be a tie game. Pain Gaming bringing up 4-4.
Yeah, next round, GamerLegion need to do at least some damage. You know, even if you end up losing the round, you need to get some kills. Look at the money on the Pain side of things. 4 people survive again. Remember, you got 4 free weapons in the previous round. So, I mean, if GamerLegion doesn't take anything away from them in this one, if this is too clean of a win for Pain, their economy is just going to be way too strong for the rest of this half. And then GamerLegion's constantly fighting against full buys. So, really, really tough stretch of rounds coming up for GamerLegion. But they've handled most of the rifle rounds okay. 3 Galils in the mix, 2 AK-47s on PR and Taliesin. And Snacks is going to line up again to try and get them back into this. Safe's op out towards long A in this round. And actually, I feel like GamerLegion's done a better job of working this map when they spread out, put some presence towards bathrooms, try and push towards the A bomb site. That's where they found some picks. Grouped up towards B, hasn't been as successful as they'd like.
Stepping through the smoke. That's a free kill. Rez dead. Pyria gets a second as well, backing into the bathrooms. He's got low health, but he's still confident to fight because he knows he spilled that bomb to the floor, and he once again steps up for the next fight, but Hypex has finally put him in the ground, but the trade comes through, and GamerLegion's T side is really slowed down here.
Yeah, this is nice seeing Pain kind of snap into place on this defensive stand. Really well done. The low buy round, giving them tons of money, tons of confidence. Safe's gonna go for another peek out towards long, sees nobody homes, 2 on 4. Taliesin still waiting for the follow-up push as PR clears long. Gonna pick up the bomb now, and now the move comes in from Snow. VSM there as well as they slowly creep up. PR and Taliesin pick the A bomb site. You've got Vincere defending over in bank and a fast flank once your position is noted.
Yeah, the bomb now it's crossing. It'll die. Snow easily taking that one, putting PR in a 10-second clutch. So 1v3. You won't see the mistakes made from Pain to make this one possible. So PR backs away, hangs on to the AK-47. He's going to peek him. They're even going to challenge him. And PR fights on, but low HP cowers in the corner. Here's the push coming forward again, and Snow not going to arrive in time. So at least the AK carried over, but it doesn't really paint a prettier picture here for GamerLegion. They've run thin on cash. They don't have much going for them at all. And this is what we're talking about.
There we are.
This is America.
A full ensemble. Lovely double kill from Pyria. I feel like there's a gap in that smoke. I feel like Rez and Snacks both saw the gap in that smoke and we're like, well, that's tantalizing. That's a cool little gap we can slide into. This smoke might not be as effective as they think it is, and both get punished for the risk taken. Hero AK-47 on PR and fast play towards the B bomb site.
Oh, well, VSM...
House wheel.
Yeah, exactly. A bit better spots than that, for sure.
And I mean, I think GamerLegion was like, they were going to commit to that, but when that kill comes out so easy and so free, you haven't taken any damage, back off again. Now you can spread the defense out. So this Hero AK-47 on PR can be a little bit more effective because the defense is going to be scrambling to see exactly how they want to position. So you got some room to work with elsewhere on the map. All the way out towards long they go. The A-bomb site at the moment just populated by one defender. It's Pyria, who's going to be jumping over the APC, jumping over dice boxes to try and find information. Big Vincere, Snow, and Safe stuck defending the B-bomb site, committed to it. They haven't moved yet. And off that shot, you start seeing Big Vincere slide back, but even Pyria kind of calling him off. So between two minds at the moment, but Big Vincere is going to commit. Nice kill from Safe, and that's going to move the A attack forward.
Pyria stepping up over the top of the stairway. A shot back from PR. A 3v3. Somehow GamerLegion competitive in this round. As that plan comes through, it's got to be Big Vincere, Snow, and Safe to recover the round. And Rez's deagle rings out. Big Vincere dead.
That might be it.
And that might be it, but Snow decides this fight is still on because PR offers up his life as the AK player as well. It's all of a sudden just Rez's deagle that's what we're talking about. Hypex steps forward, just a Glock, trying to keep them distracted, trying to keep them back, and he gets one off, but it's got to be Rez. Rez's deagle enters the feed. Easy indeed. And a big round for GamerLegion. They needed that one because their light was running out in this first half.
Well, that's what we wanted to see out of Rez. All the talk about how well his year's been going. That's a disgusting round with the deagle. And he saves the misplay from PR, who gets aggressive when you don't need to. But look at these deagle shots. Lovely stuff here to give you some extra space. This one is so nice in the 1v2. And Safe's already been dinked up and brought a little bit low. A cleanup with the dig, and GamerLegion snatch a round away with pistols. Making it even. Pain won a low buy round earlier. So Rez just returning the favor.
And also in a position where he's trying to stop any Pyria flank as they try and go monster this time.
Smoke fade. Who's quicker?
Let's see. Safe gonna be taken down. Hypex opens up the chance. Now the charge comes in. GamerLegion sending their forces into the B bomb site. Smokes are up, keeping Pain alive for now. Buying them crucial seconds to position themselves ready to defend this site, but the utilities coming in. It's making it tough to stand for VSM. He's removed, but Snow filters in, replenishes the same position, and gets a headshot for his troubles.
Oh, he's being creative. He's causing chaos, though, as well. Not dropping back behind the bomb site, playing within the smoke. I don't know if GamerLegion's going to be ready for it. They might even be forced back 4-on-3, but that B bomb site does not feel comfortable.
No, the reset at least gives them the advantage, and they're able to hold it, and now they're looking for the reaction. So Rez is going to push up through middle all the way up to this A site.
And actually, they might hear these footsteps as well. They definitely hear the nade, so it's going to force the defense to make a position. Rez is actually the only one. He wants to make them second-guess the entrenchment at the B bomb site, and one kill would do it. Spots the information. It's forced Snow to back off and play a bit more passive, which leaves Pyria on his lonesome.
Yeah, but he spots PR. He knows he's right there, but yet to pull the trigger. Biding his time until the perfect moment. They move in with a plant. Pyria steps forward. Hypex is able to get him, so Pyria it is again! Pyria with two, Snow with the other, and Rez is the last remaining member. They know he's coming from the A site, and Pyria's got him as well. A 3K from Pyria, 20-6 right now. An unbelievable performance in the first map of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, God tier from the newest addition to this Pain Gaming roster. How impressive he's been. Such a good job so far in Atlanta, and in these quarterfinals, he's got them started with the ace and the pistol, and this is a big-time round. Again, just a small missed detail for GamerLegion. They had never pushed forward during all that chaos. Pain's defense had prevented them from clearing this safety behind the bomb site, finding that. And Piri has just been the dagger, so impactful. This is like the third round he's saved for Pain.
Frustrating moments here for GamerLegion in this first half, but they've already got 5 T rounds, right? A chance for 6 as they come into this next one. It isn't going to look pretty. You've got Mark 10s on 2 players, Snacks and Towson, a Tech 9 for Hypex, a Galil for PR, and luckily an AK-47 for Reds. So Pain are in the better position here to try and get a 7-5 lead going into that second half.
Well, I think the trouble for me is GamerLegion has done a really good job when they spread this map out wide, when they make this defense move, when they get an opening kill and force the decision. Now you're playing with the Tech 9, 2 Mac 10s, a Galil, an AK-47 on Res, so you're going to stay more grouped up in this round, and I think that's been the lesser effective rounds on the T side for GamerLegion, but it's all they've got.
Util on VSM, going to burn him out from the barrels, but he's still got that headshot. Snacks decked, VSM going forward again. He's running out of bullets now, needs to be cleaner, more economical with the rifle. It's now Snow in the sight, and Vincere for the final kill. A 7-5 lead from Pain. What a start from Pyria. Is it enough to win map 1?
has been on this Pain team for about 5 months. Highest performing player for them here in Atlanta so far in this event. 20-6 to get them started in these quarterfinals with a 7-5 lead. A journeyman player. This is the best performance he'll have had in a team, finding his comfort zone and giving a Pain leading into the second half. GamerLegion still struggling to find themselves here on this opening map. A very small deficit as they switch to the defensive side, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, well, Pyrrhus started the first half with an ace and a pistol, hoping for similar success here as they switch to the T side. So GamerLegion can get going here. We've got Jewel Brothers out for Taliesin, a nade for Snacks, a flash for Hypex.
This would be a devastating map loss for GamerLegion. Their map pick, 67% win rate for them, 17% for Pain. This would be a huge upset, a huge steal if Pain can complete this good form that they've had. Pistol round goes a long way for the T side of Overpass.
Yeah, well, it's going to be solo Rez here. You know, he's not got any teammates with him. He was just looking to detect information early, but now starts to back off towards bathroom.
Yeah, and Hypex shifts over. Snacks even backs off the B bomb site a little bit to set up with utility, so he can have a fast rotation between the bomb site. GamerLegion still pretty tentative on the map, still trying to figure out what's coming. Still haven't spotted anything towards this A bomb site, but by the time they do, Rez is going to be stuck in this close-up fight against the Glocks. Rez, Hypex, and Snacks to defend.
Into the open, Hypex taking a lot of damage on board. It's Rez Imperia trading blow for blow. Snacks waits a truck. Next fight's coming his way, just trying to nip away with one headshot, but hasn't been able to collect it. And you see Pain starting to back away.
Yeah, I'm surprised by this. I think the problem is they didn't really get a push into the bomb site with their initial salvo of utility. So I think they're a little bit nervous. They don't have anything followed up. So now they're just going to go quiet. A little bit of news made towards the B bomb site, just a footstep, just to give that inkling that they're coming back. And now the only defender is low HP Hypex. But they're missing the window of opportunity to re-aggress. GamerLegion starting to move around the map and figure this out.
Yeah, gathering the information, realizing it's quiet elsewhere. And Pain have to commit into the A site to close this one out, but such limited time to do it now. And here comes the flank, this time from GamerLegion, but Taliesin unable to do anything with it. He's taken down Pyria again with impact. It's just Hypex, and he has to pull off something special here, and he just can't do it. Safe to put him in the ground, and a pistol round for Pain. Both of them now picked up.
Yeah, Pyria's not slowing down. Triple kill for him in the pistol. Hypex there, that would have been a miraculous clutch to win in the 1v2 with low health, but he's already won a number in the first half, and I think that's one of the scary things for GamerLegion is, yeah, 5 rounds, we normally say that's great on the T side. So many of those powered by Hypex clutches, right? Some huge ones, a 1v1, a 1v2 later on in the half as well. And it feels like almost on some level there's some artificial inflation of that GamerLegion scoreline. Gonna try and recover in this second round, turn it back, scout in the hands of Hypex, MP7 and MP9 picked up upgraded pistols. So GamerLegion's here in round 14 to fight.
Yes, GamerLegion's map pick. To concede this and go to Nuke. Pain would be feeling fantastic about their chances of seeing a semi-final. His boost deployed. PR up on top of his teammate's head. He's going to hear the steps. Pull the trigger now. Holds down mouse 1, gets VSM, and backs away with the advantage for GamerLegion.
Okay, a little bit of information though. If you're the GamerLegion defense, excuse me. Yeah, there you go. Snow sliding into a shot. 2 players boosted gives that information to Pain, but losing a player as they try and take advantage of resources on the other side of the map. We're back into a 4-on-4. And Hypex has missed the cross of long. Safe has made it safely to the right side.
Snow positions himself just on the reverse side of Divider. You now got Snacks assigned to peek on a timing, and it hasn't worked out at all. They've lost Snacks, and they've lost the advantage as now Pain move into the A site.
And now you're going to be smoked off as well. Your scout even has to give up the bomb site, so it's all about saving now for Taliesin, PR, and Hypex. No chance of winning this round. Pain just slowly move up closer and closer and take away all your options to fight. Good kills and good utility in place. So a 9th round for Pain. And whatever more they can take away from GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's tough for GamerLegion not to catch a break in the piss around or even the force buy here, which is just going to give Pain the perfect start to the half they were looking for.
Yeah, even Safe is kind of pushing up to try and take a weapon away, and he might get there in time. Hypex is backing off slowly, but Safe is clearing out these angles, and they could meet right at the end. Knife out, there's the shot with the scout. There's no way he's letting you get away. Safe's going to turn this corner. Final kill, and GamerLegion have all the weapons ripped away. No chance of bringing resources forward into the next round. And it's got to be one where you sit back on just pistols, and now GamerLegion starting to feel a bit of despair for the first time in this map.
Well, they don't have anything to really fight back with here. You know, got a Deagle out for PR, 5-7s on 3 players. Hypex going to save a little bit of cash because he knows he has to get the AWP out as soon as he can. 10-5, the most likely outcome in the next minute and 40 seconds here. Vincere clearing out Khan, no one home. Spread out across the map with Pain. Just letting Vincere work. Now, Snacks does have a flash to try and activate his teammates at Bathroom once they make contact, but regardless, it's going to take something out of Reds because the USP, you can't imagine it doing anything here.
Yeah, only if that flashbang is the God Flash and keeps everyone blind. Well, there it was used. Nobody was home, so they've missed that opportunity for the little setup. Pain just playing this so passively that it's hard for GamerLegion to get a read of when they're stepping into the zone for the trap. No one been spotted. Snow sees one in Bathrooms. Good amount of team damage on towards Safe, but it's all good. They'll back away. They don't like what that looks like. That's the kind of implication that there's a few more players around, and now Safe has fallen.
Oh, Pyria has 2 more picked up. And the tap towards the head of Snow. Being put under pressure here, trying to get away, not wanting to give up the advantage they hold because he had VSM out towards water to help him out, and it's worked out well. Rez on the hunt, the ball plants going. Just working together, making sure this is very uncomfortable here for GamerLegion.
Snow takes the tag from that 5-7 down to 1 HP at the tail end, and he's going to be finished off. Rez was ready for it. They can actually go for this. There's still time in the bomb timer if they want to push forward and try and make a miracle happen. Rez might just be happy to take the rifle into the next round, and maybe they missed the opportunity. So now about exit kills.
Yeah, well, PR is in a spot to do that. They come towards him now. Deagle shot's good. The other, too much to ask of him.
Here he is. You're just not going to beat him right now. 28 kills for Pyria.
Oh, it's crazy. Another 3K for Pyria, just adding these multi-kills, piling them up. We're going into round 16. He has 28 kills. It's just insane the level he's at right now. And I still can't believe Snow stole away his second AC.
Yeah, I know, right? He's probably can't believe that at the moment as well. Really cool. We're seeing a timeout come in from GamerLegion. 5-10, their own map pick, feeling desperate. Pain starting to beat them up around the map. T-side starting to develop quite nicely, but this will be the first big test, and GamerLegion into this first gun round. This is where they took control in the first half and went on a little bit of a streak. Was right when the guns came out. They're thinking the same thing here in the second half, and they need it if they want a shot at staying in it. If they want a shot at taking this map, coming back and reversing their fortunes, it has to start here. So Hypex is going to have the AWP. M4s and utility around it. But GamerLegion has got a sense in this moment they don't have too many chances with this scoreline to get their half started.
Taking their time. Pain Gaming moving past Fountain. Scope up for Safe, looking towards the bathrooms. Look how passive GamerLegion are in this setup right now. You have so much of the map to work with if you're Pain.
I don't think GamerLegion wants to mix too much into the playbook with those aggressive pushes until they've got some money behind them, until they have some confidence they can replenish the weapons and utility they need. So out towards long feels like the first point of contact.
Rice has got to be sharp, but taken down by Snow. Snow looking for the follow-up. He's not alone, but he doesn't need any help because he's got that second kill for Pain.
And the confidence of the AWP providing cover, and there's Vincere. The knockout blow. No resistance from GamerLegion.
This is insane. Painter looking so good. This is Snow going down to 1 HP again, but he just goes into the open. He takes 2 kills along. And, you know, there's a certain feeling that GamerLegion are eventually going to get into it, just with how many times we've seen good CT sides to them on Overpass. But they had no chance in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant first kill from Snow onto Rez, but then the willingness to follow up the next fight. He didn't shy away and tuck in. He kept swinging a little bit wider, forcing that fight to happen, allowing Safe to get an angle with the AWP, finds a second kill. And they even knew the position of the third player for Big Vincere to come in and grab his headshot. So just a brutal, ruthless round that GamerLegion had no chance in once the fight's begun. For Pyria, this is the most kills he's had in a LAN match in 2 years.
Yeah, great time to have it.
It's a lovely time to have it to get the team started. Quarterfinals as well, as you're looking to make a deep run in these playoffs and get a little bit of confidence for your team heading into the major.
Yeah, certainly the attitude among the Counter-Strike community is going to change around Pain with the way they're playing at the moment, right? I don't think many people were super excited to see them return. We didn't know what to expect from them, and they've come out and give us a taste of what's to come, and it's great to see this. Looking to get to map point now on their opponent's map pick. We've got Pyria waiting in the tunnel. PR to peek in towards him, but Pyria's got that kill and opening onto PR. The aggressive play on his own has not worked out at all. Advantage for Pain.
They're so comfortable knowing what's coming. He backs off after that initial information. GamerLegion probably worried about the presence over in short and the possibility of a sandbags attack.
Dude, if it wasn't for some Hypex clutches, this would be a complete one-way street.
Yeah, it'd just be a stomping at this point. Might even be over already. Those clutches keep it a minute, but it hasn't actually activated anyone from GamerLegion to match his impact inside the server.
No, some of the best games we've seen from GamerLegion have been outlier performances from Snacks as well, right? Showing that he can get to a high individual level, really struggling at the start of the quarterfinals here. 2-14 for Snacks. And you've got Rez playing in behind Divider. Snow gonna start backtracking just as that nade comes in, and then take up the same position he was once standing in.
This will be interesting. Snacks can be a distraction. If he gets a shot off, can maybe tag him to make it awkward to clear Rez's position. Good kill from Snacks. How does Snow play this now?
Yeah, he goes into the open. Snacks makes it back safely. Rez able to make it work onto Snow. Needs another one, and he peeks out. A second kill from Rez from Divider.
Look at Safe.
20 seconds. That's the kill that opens up the B side. Pyria now running to join him. Just enough time to get in and get that bomb planted.
Oh, Towson feels like he's really giving one away. That's the escape route by Safe. Up in position. Hypex is here with his in heaven. There's a kid on Snacks as he makes his way out.
Oh, Safe round the back. Snacks is gonna die. Safe again. It's gotta be Hypex again. We just talked about his clutches earlier in the first half. They haven't led to much, but perhaps he can get another one here. The last lifeline, but Safe is right there at Monster. Safe for the masterclass in this round. Opens up the fallback plan and makes sure it's the round win.
What a huge round for Safe. We mentioned how impressive it's been. This is his first officials back in such a long time joining this team. Stepping in like no time has been missed. Unbelievable triple kill in this round, opening up the escape route into the B bomb site when they encounter issues on the other side of the map and sealing the round as well. Beautiful performance. And in that round as well, Pyria hits his 30 kills in regulation. Powering Pain, a 7-round lead and 7 chances to close out this first map. Stepped into it with a 17% win rate. GamerLegion choosing it as a punish pick due to the weakness, but that weakness has been absent. Pain have come in with a game plan and executed perfectly, and GamerLegion look like they're 3 steps behind.
Three steps behind on their own map selection. This is incredible to see what Pain are capable of pulling off at the moment. Pyria steps up. He's the man to really open things up in the first round of play here. He's looking to be a man that can close this. Heads into the water. Good position to get early.
Big Vincere has the bomb over towards the B bomb site already, right out of the opening. And that can obviously rotate back at any point, but with that starting in that part of such a large map, you feel like it's going to be the ending point. So it's nice that Rez is able to control the middle of the map.
Rez coming back into the fight. Pyria spams away through the wall. It's a kill on Rez. He'll get away. Over 30 kills now. Hypex and Snacks really important to the Poles combined to get 2 kills here to put GamerLegion into the advantage. But Big Vincere on the hunt gets the headshot on PR. Under a minute left. Still looking difficult in this round for Pain, but not impossible.
I don't think Big Vincere feels like he can do a hard clear to the right. I think he senses the positioning, right? So that smoke is going to make Taliesin very, very nervous, but I believe Big Vincere is going to try and just disappear. So Pyria, how long does he run? I believe Snacks is hearing these footsteps. Hypex is shifting over, but they're trying to connect Pyria at the B bomb site with Big Vincere. So his idea is to flank.
Hypex swings out, but Pyria's got the headshot. Hypex gone. Numbers even. Snacks to drop Pyria.
Does Snacks realize what he was doing? Does Snacks realize that he was trying to push CT spawn to meet up with Big Vincere? Because Taliesin has stayed put over in graffiti.
Well, there's such limited time now, right? You're at the 15-second mark as Big Vincere arrives at the monster tunnel. He'll go, he'll clear right, he'll look up to the left side of the site, but no one offering him a clean chance. They fall back. Taliesin from graffiti confirms the kill, and another round will be played. GamerLegion staying alive.
A nice idea. Almost able to connect the pieces. Good job from Snacks being aggressive and making sure that flank can't actually happen. Saves the round. If he was able to slip into that smoke, there would have been a really tough defense, a 1v2 at that B bomb site. Hypex with the opening kill. This is the one that really made things difficult. No control towards the A bomb site. Made it desperate. Made it so Pyria had to try and make the miraculous play. Round 19. GamerLegion stay alive just barely, and we run it back.
Oh, nades towards the boost. Snacks a magnet to them, losing over half of his health. Fight Con, VSM ducks out of it before the engagement even happens.
I feel like VSM, oh, okay, once that fight and he's got it. I was gonna say he's had a quiet game, 3 and 14, now got his 4th kill. That's a big one. Early on, 5 on 4 now for Pain. And any presence in the middle of the map to gather information for GamerLegion is gone. They'll rely on whatever PR can provide them.
PR trying to tap away onto VSM, who does a good job not to overextend into the open and offer up his life.
Yeah, but now that he backs away, they're blind on the map. They have no idea what's happening. So this is all about how long does it take for Hypex to spot this play out towards long A. That'll be the first indication they have, and that'll force Snacks and PR. One of them will have to shift and rotate. But if he goes down first...
Ooh. Don't jump again. Don't give that chance on over. GamerLegion, a player down, low on health on Snacks. They see that utility start to fly through the sky towards this A-bomb site. Pain making it clear to which site they would like to close this map. Flashes going forward. Now into the play. It's Snow wrapping around the back of the dice box. PR dead, looking for the follow-up, but Hypex has somehow kept his team in it. Snacks with shots forward. Hypex again. A 2v2 as GamerLegion need to survive here and now. It is Hypex once more being the player to deliver the impact.
There's no kit, there's no smoke.
But who else to close the map but Pyria? With the kind of performance he's been having, it would be a poetic finish from Pyria Jr. to win this one out. Goes out into the open. Hypex down. Pyria Jr., a journeyman player, finally made his promotion to the senior squads and now plays on the stage, looking to be the man with the composure to close it, and he has won it. No kid on Taliesin. Pyria is the man to round things out. It will be Pain Gaming to take map 1 of the quarterfinals. GamerLegion's map pick, and they get destroyed.
33 kills from Pyria, an incredible performance. He's got them started on the right foot. That's one map up for Pain Gaming in dominant fashion.
It doesn't matter what day you're joining us. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta, Georgia, 2026. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. You play video games, man? So violent for no reason. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all know anything about Counter-Strike video games? You know about Counter-Strike?
Oh, yeah. I'm on the Georgia Tech fencing team.
Tell me what crossroads there might be between Counter-Strike and fencing.
You know, Counter-Strike, you're in a clutch situation. It's kind of like the 1v1 situation of you and your opponent in fencing, just going in for the last stab or that last quick scope op.
All right, bet. that was good. What do y'all think about people playing video games against each other competitively?
Oh, I love it. I like the smack talking they do.
Who are your favorite Counter-Strike players?
I gotta go with an OG, Kenny S.
What would you say to Kenny S if he was watching right now?
You're my inspiration. I think about you every match when I'm fencing.
What do you think about that?
Kenny S was never my favorite, if that's what you're thinking.
Y'all play video games by any chance? Oh, he didn't even realize it. I mean, Jacob, when you rolled up here and you saw this mic flag, you said, oh, I'm going to bike a little bit faster now, or what did you think?
I thought I may as well get as far away as possible from you, as fast as I can.
Did you have fun at Media Day?
I had a blast at Media Day. Media Days,
You did what? You had blast at Media Day? Just kidding. No? No? All right.
Bye.
I'm 18 now.
Yeah, nading as well.
Do more on him.
I did him as well.
I did him as well.
Dead monster. No, he's 1 HP, 1 splash. Dead. Let's go monster. Melan, be ready to flash us. Melan, be ready to flash.
Dildo
1 HP.
Dildo 1 HP. No mind.
1 HP Dildo.
Wait.
Dead. One more, I think.
I'm blind.
Yeah, one more.
One more. I smoke side.
Smoke side. One heaven. I pick heaven. Yeah, together. I'm holding heaven. I'm reloading. I'm only CC.
I can smoke heaven.
Oh, shield. Milan will smoke it.
And flash dildo.
Is it water?
I smoke heaven.
Nice.
I smoke heaven. I'm flashing dildo. Flashing dildo. And probably main. I didn't see him water.
I tap. Okay. 1 APC. You have it.
Yeah.
Heaven. Oh my god! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? Nice, Milan! Holy shit!
We go close, yeah? We can peek up.
And bump.
Bank the other guy.
10 HP steps. 10 HP. Let's go, boys!
Despite a back and forth first half, there was no question who was in the driver's seat as we moved into the second. Pain with an almost flawless T-side, and of course, it had to be Pyria after what was an astronomical overpass, Jacob, to be putting the final nail in the coffin.
That is one of the strongest individual performances I've seen from any player so far in this season. To have 33, 34 kills in
33 in the end, I believe.
33 in the end of it, you know, coming in with a couple of clutches, winning a lot of opening duels as well, and just in general, you know, there's different ways where you can get to 30+ kills in a game of Counter-Strike, right? This is not one of those device-esque ways where you don't see the kills, you don't really feel the impact. He was dominating GamerLegion from start to finish.
Every single round, 20 kills in that first half, and without that, I'm not sure that the CT side would have had much to offer really from Pain. That it felt like they were getting roadblocked and outgunned by some of the stars on GamerLegion, but then to think one of the playoff rookies, the international playoff rookies on this team, popped off that massively in his first map, this changes the tone of the entire series.
100%. I think we do need to dive into that first half, though, as Yumi was saying, much more of a competitive affair there. There was one round where there was a lot going on, so I want you to break it down for me.
Yeah, I feel there's one round that encapsulates everything we were talking about coming into the game, and that is round 6 that we can bring up for you guys on the Telestrator. We spoke about the trading game coming in for Pain Gaming and the lack of trade, the other way around, the lack of trading from Pain and the trading game coming in for GamerLegion. As you can see on the radar, just to start the round right here, you have Pyria in underground all by himself. There's no teammate next to him. He's playing by himself, and that's where the impact came from. He obviously walks down, he finds the duel against Rez, and as he did throughout the vast majority of this game, he wins that duel. So again, relying on the individuals right here. Yumi, you know, wants to go for it. Then you have GamerLegion coming in very well prepared, throwing 2 grenades towards Snow. He survives that, a 3rd grenade, and a Molotov on Snow as well. Somehow, some way, he survives with just a single HP. Then you walk into this B execute as well. You're down a man, but you still find the opening on towards VSM. You now know Snow is low on HP. Vincere gets caught off guard as well, and GamerLegion slowly but surely fighting their way into the round. Snow still a bit of an issue right here, gets a single kill before he gets taken down. Went into a 2v2. Safa gets the kill with the AWP, and you again have a winnable scenario right here for GamerLegion. Unfortunately for PR, he completely overextends with the bomb right here, and then Hypix fake plants, gets the kill on towards safe. Not quite sure what the guy in heaven does, and what we heard coming into this segment, the teammate yelled heaven, heaven, heaven. So it was actually not Hypix seeing him, but it was the teammate. I think this round encapsulates everything we saw. We saw a well-prepared GamerLegion, clear game plan, good utility usage. They really had to fight for their rounds, but the biggest issue they had in this game were period. When you have a game like that, it doesn't matter how well prepared you are. It doesn't matter what kind of strategies you're throwing at your opponents. It doesn't matter how many times you're nading Snow, forcing him out of position. When Pyria is finding impact every single round, you know, even a well-prepared GamerLegion can't do much.
Even if, you know, statistically you're looking at this game and you're trying to anti-strat a Pain, you would actually want to target that B-bomb site fairly frequently, but you can't only do that. If you do so, you know, those A players will start to lean over, there'll be cheated rotations, there'll be more aggressive moves made by Pain, because those players typically do struggle on that B-bomb site, but they couldn't ever test the A side of things in the way that they wanted to actually stretch the map out.
And then you look at the scoreline right here, right? It's GamerLegion, T-side Overpass, you're leading 4-2, you win a massive round, you're forcing the opposition into an eco, and then what happens for us?
They lose the next round, some way, somehow. No? Should we roll it?
They lose the next round some way, somehow, right? An unlosable round when you consider the economy. And to me, that was the breaking point of GamerLegion. Got off to such a good start, showed that they were well prepared. Look at this buy coming in. A couple of deagles, you know, a couple of smokes, no armor whatsoever on two of the players. This is unlosable, Yumi.
I mean, it's a very proactive move that's at least being made. I mean, on a round like this, when there's nobody sort of aggressing on that T side.
Guess who?
Yeah, you get to see Pyria make a really ambitious play, but they actually fully believe in the idea that he's catching the right flank here. He could have flanked A, he could have made that choice if he wanted to. They stall with U-tilt, they don't swing for it because they know Pyria is coming to crunch them on the other side. So yeah, this is one of those moments where GamerLegion thought they had more of the map to play with, that could operate with multiple threats, but sometimes all it takes is this one risk.
And I love the patience as well. As you said, they're stalling right here, GamerLegion with the flash. They're very well aware that Pyria is coming in from behind. A lot of teams would fight, a lot of teams would poke on that flash, but they played calm, they played collective. So as much as I want to give credit for GamerLegion getting off to a good start and showing that they were well prepared, if anything, Pain matched him in that department.
Should we just run the Pyria highlights as well whilst we're at it? This is insane. Like, we can't overstate enough how much of an incredible performance this is, considering Yumi, first big land stage for him on an international event.
It would have been totally acceptable if he had a couple of shakes. I mean, VSM is actually in a similar position as him, actually, and has maybe been more of a journeyman throughout his career, but Pyria had such a composure to him in the fights that he was taking. It didn't seem like he was nervous at all, and he was sort of basking in the moment, because, I mean, he started off the game with 9 kills. He aced in the pistol, and then he moved into the second round, and he got 4 more. So I guess if anything is going to get you fired up, it's probably that hot of a start.
That's the cool thing about it, right? Because you often see players get off to a hot start, you know, maybe having a great pistol round, you know, farming a couple of kills in the first couple of say rounds, but then they slow down, you know, the deeper we get into the game, they'll have less and less impact. He just kept on doing it. Very last round as well, as you said, Freya, right? He's the one winning a 1v2 and closing it out for Pain Gaming.
He plays that so nicely
he plays it so well, you know, with calm, he's composed, he's very well aware of what he needs to do in order to optimize his chances of winning the rounds, and to me that's equally impressive. One thing is the aiming, another one is the decision making from Pyria in this one. Didn't put a foot wrong.
And I think this is part of why they made the acquisitions they did in Pyria and VSM. They wanted people that had actually been through the trenches in the South American region, that actually had to call their own number a lot and to an extent hard carry their teams. For the fact that they're able to make those moves probably just it actually reinstills them with confidence that it works out so early. They didn't lose any of these ridiculously silly rounds. Maybe the 1v2 you could excuse in some respects, but the fact that they kept on pushing with that, you know, those rookies would typically crumble if you did make these massive mistakes, because then you know Vincere is breathing down your neck for the rounds to follow.
Let's just contextualize this as well. This was GamerLegion's map pick, right? We heard Vincere saying some pretty big words prior to coming into this this particular series, saying, I feel like we have the upper hand on Overpass. Now we move on to Nuke. Can you give me some logic, Yumi, as to why they might have chosen this map?
They have, in their last, I think coming into their tournaments coming into this year, they have played it on an international stage against other teams within the top 50. Now, you know, that is quite a large range. You play some South American teams in there as well, but internationally they have actually found success on this map. They've taken, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they beat Aurora in Cluj-Napoca on this map. You know, that's one of those situations that they do feel confident in the style that they play, but it is an unconventional style to most nukes that you'll ever see.
It's also, historically speaking, a map where Vincere loves to call, loves to put himself in the center of the situation. And I think when you bring in a stand-in like Safe as well, you got to make sure that you bring a map where the rest of the team is very comfortable. The rest of the team doesn't have to stress about their role, which makes the implications of having a stand-in with you less significant. So I think it's a map where NQC, the way he plays the AWP as well, is somewhat equal to the way Safe is playing. Not that aggressive on the T side, not that aggressive on the CT side, but you just got to make sure you hold up to your own. So in terms of mitigating for the fact you're playing with a stand-in, you're picking a map you're comfortable on yourself, which makes the implications of having a stand-in less significant.
Where does that leave GamerLegion then?
Well, I mean, GamerLegion can also play the map. You know, we've seen that. It's not a punish pick against GamerLegion.
No.
It's more so a pick that Pain are doing to make sure they're comfortable themselves. So I'm not too worried in regards of whether or not we're going to have a comfortable game. Okay. I've seen PR do a lot of good stuff in this tournament as well. Yanko had an round that he brought up as well a few times where he likes to dive into the vents and like to create that chaos and apply pressure early on. And that's kind of the GamerLegion I want to see. Please don't stay away from the aggressive Counter-Strike that we've seen so far. Keep the pace as high as you can on a map like Nuke, and then you got to make sure that PI is feeling it. I think when he's in the entry department finding success on a map like Nuke, that's when GamerLegion are playing the best.
I talked about the style for Pain being a little unconventional. They don't use flashes to set each other up. This Nuke is actually a map where you see them get into some very, very chaotic situations. That's what they really try to do, especially on their T sides, is just flash, get into flanking positions, and just really create this casted wide net that gives them a lot of options later on, but also puts a lot of pressure on those pieces not to fumble any of those moments.
Well, Pain come out all guns blazing on that T side of Overpass. That was indeed GamerLegion's map pick. Pain's pick of Nuke awaits after this break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in some. We are back!
Hey guys, can I interrupt you a little bit? How are you? What's your name?
Henry.
Henry?
MJ.
MJ.
Yeah.
All right, you're about to play Counter-Strike. Are you here specifically for Counter-Strike? Are you enjoying that?
Counter-Strike. We love Counter-Strike.
Yeah. All right, are you watching the tournament as well when it's on?
We are, yeah.
We're walking around now.
Sorry?
We're walking around because it's halftime. We're just chilling.
Who are you going to be cheering for here during the weekend?
Well, we were going to go for FaZe, but we all know what happened to FaZe.
We don't talk about that, right?
We do not talk about what happened to FaZe at all.
Well, FaZe are out, but they're still the best teams coming in. There's Vitality. Are you going to be just enjoying the best Counter-Strike that we can get in Atlanta after a long, long time?
I think I'm cheering for Vitality right now, for sure, yeah.
Right. So we are swapping jerseys mid-tournament. I like that.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, that's great. I don't want to take away much of your time. You're clearly warming up to beat Vitality, right?
Hell yeah!
Right. And yeah, take away and enjoy the game. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye. Can I ask you before you join the game? Hey, what's up? What's your name?
My name's Harrison. Harrison, how are you doing?
Harrison.
How you doing? Yeah, how you doing?
You know actually my name before I introduce myself.
Of course, I know you, man. You're a legend. How you doing?
Appreciate it. I'm doing really good. I'm enjoying some Counter-Strike here, but I want to ask you as well. You're about to queue into the game. You're here to watch the tournament, or came here to play?
Both. I play in both the tournament and the game. Tournament, and then also playing the game as well.
Who are you cheering for, Harrison?
Honestly, I don't like Vitality too much, so we're doing Na'Vi. We'll do Na'Vi. Navi's really good. Makazi, you know, Makazi's in really good form lately, but I don't know, Ziwu's just too good right now. He's too good, but I'll cheer for Na'Vi.
We got to nerve them somehow, right?
Yeah, we got to make them nervous. We got to get crazy in the crowd, okay? Crazy. We got to get crazy.
Everyone cheering for Vitality. I feel like this is kind of a thing that is, you know, we're cheering for the favorites, but right now you're against the crowd.
No, really? Everybody says Vitality over here? No.
So far, so what I asked is Vitality.
Oh, it's too much. It's too much. They're dominating. They're dominating. You know, there's no other word to describe it. So, I want the underdog to win. I want somebody to have a reason to go crazy over here. You know.
All right, it makes complete sense. I mean, enjoying this for the whole weekend. Are you here with friends? Are you here by yourself?
Yeah, this is my team right here. We got a full team over here, full team of 5 over here. So we're having a great time this weekend. Should be a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of fun this weekend.
All right. You're about to join the game, so don't let it myself to lose you that elo. So I'm not distracting you. I'm not distracting you anymore. Yeah, see you. Yeah, this is IEM Atlanta. See you on the stream.
Does your moisturizer suit your narrative? Why should age determine expectation? Save your skin with the all-new Potential, a skincare range by Res Valley. Potential defends against the 4 symptoms of underachievement. Why be a future star for just a year when you can be a future star forever?
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. All things were peachy on that first map for Pain Gaming. They're now 1 map up in the quarterfinals. GamerLegion's map pick going against them. And now we head to Nuke. A chance for GamerLegion to try and show what they've been showing us over the last few weeks. A good run in Fort Worth. A great run here in Atlanta. But it's been so disappointing so far from them from that first map of play.
Yeah, for a team that has so many players performing well for them, really that first map was all about Hypex and the clutches he provided them to keep them alive. On the other side of it, it was Pyria for Pain, his best map performance in over a year and a half. An absolute masterclass, 33 kills for Pyria, was a beast. And now we get to see what they can do on Nuke. It's their map pick after stealing away GamerLegion's Overpass. On Nuke, they'll be starting on the attacking side, but both these underdogs, surprising teams, surprising runs they're having. It continues here, but for GamerLegion, the end is at the end of this map if they cannot show up. So all the pressure falls on them to deliver what we know they can deliver on the stage here in Atlanta. And Pain stands against them, looking towards the semifinals.
GamerLegion versus Pain, map number 2 of the quarterfinals here in Atlanta. We're heading into Nuke. Pain have been so good at these pistol rounds thanks to Pyria. They're looking to try and continue that as well. We know how important that T-side pistol on Nuke can be. They've won every one of them so far in the series after that first map. So P250 out for safe. Some nades here for Snow. Let's see what kind of call Pain have.
Yeah, both these teams are, oh, hang on. This look is looking a little bit quick. Pyria getting up to the door very fast. Both these teams going to be good on Nuke, effective on Nuke. So Pain's going to have a lot of confidence taking it here, knowing that GamerLegion can deliver a good quality Counter-Strike on this map as well. Just confident in their own ability to overcome it. And why wouldn't you be after the first map performance? Smoke outside to help across, flashbang as well to get the P250 in place. Wants to take some duels and crosses towards Secret.
Oh, we got Towson up on top of the rafters. First player going into the site, he spots them. PR Towson off to a great start here for GamerLegion, and Pyria alone. He has picked up a kill at least. The only kill of this pistol for Pain Gaming will be found off of him, but much better here from GamerLegion, coming out with a better start.
Yeah, very, very clean. That hit really had no strength to it, no power to it. All the opening kills going the way of GamerLegion and stops that cold. No space opened up in the upper bomb site. So pistol round for GamerLegion, a luxury they didn't have on the opening map. And on the CT side, Nuke get to start with the economic advantage and see how far they can take that. No opening kills provided. It was just a matter of time before Towson punished them from the rafters. A lovely round. And without a bomb plant, without very many kills, Pain stick on Glocks.
Yeah, Yeah, it should be nice and easy for GamerLegion to get a 2-0 start here. There's a number of moments in that first half of Overpass where you thought Hypex's clutches might just ignite GamerLegion, but it was always Pain finding the answer, finding a way to stifle that foot, got going.
Well, nobody ever stepped up next to Hypex. Normally that conversation is like, all right, these clutches are keeping this team in this game, keeping them alive as long as humanly possible for somebody else to kind of wake up and help provide impact. But no one from GamerLegion actually got into any kind of a groove on Overpass where they could provide impact early on in the rounds. It was just all those clutches.
Well, Hypex just waits out towards the bottom of hell. He's taking himself just one. It took a while to get that kill, and now PR. Uh-oh. This is badly played from GamerLegion.
Yeah, very much so. Nade gonna come out, should get one more kill. Thankfully, with only the pistols and unarmored pistols at that. Nothing that Pain has to follow up taking ramp room in the kills there. Big Vincere, it's a matter of time.
Yeah, but that just feels like a wake-up call, right? The fact of how badly that was played. You see PR very frustrated, almost shocked at how poorly that was played as he backed into his chair. Now they're just hoping they're not going to get punished fully by it. Snow has got himself into the 1v2 clutch. Puts that bomb down as well. It's already a lot picked up here for Pain in a round that really should have meant nothing. We've got Snacks now peeking out. Snow getting pushed from double doors. Towson comes in and cleans him up, but GamerLegion losing 3 players, conceding a bomb plant and giving Pain a heap of cash.
Yeah, you're dead on. That's I mean, you're looking down the line as the 2 ramp players, and you're just telling everyone that's our bad. It won't happen again. But that one certainly will shake you, that the ramp is taken so easily. 2-for-2 trade against unarmored pistols, against Glocks. And you feel really bad about the 3rd kill that comes out and the ensuing bomb plant as well. So great job from Snow, great job from Pain to get in and get as much resources as you can. First gun round is underway. AK-47s for Pain, full sets of utility. No up out yet for Hypex and GamerLegion's defense.
Now, VSM individually going to be looking for a better map. We know Nuke can be a comfortable ground for him. He's going to be looking over the top of Silo, trying to challenge Snacks, and he's got that opening kill in favor of Pain.
Good start for VSM. He had that slow, quiet overpass, wasn't needed whatsoever in the victory, but this is a nice opening kill to find. First gun round, he's given a 5-on-4 and taking out some aggressive outside stances. He joins up with Snow on the ground.
Well, those smokes start to come in from Pain now as well. Constructing a wall outside. The nade will land and disrupt that sea of clouds, and we got Hypex tapping away on towards Snow.
Look how many defenders are out here for GamerLegion. 3 players here in a 4 versus 5. Even Towson is playing like heaven area, ready to react outside. So, I mean, GamerLegion very nervous about any kind of yard play. It's making the bomb site defenses weak, so weak.
Towson stepping out a little bit more. He's going to descend down into the site. And he actually just going to go ahead and challenge VSM, but it's Pyria to get that all-important trade. There's another player at the back of the side, but Pyria is ready. Hypex is tucked behind the box, though, just in time. Snow comes out, nearly transfers out towards Heaven, but a 2v2 off the back of it, and Safe is dropped down into the lower bomb site.
Yeah, give Snow, I mean, he's going to have a tough time. Low HP, but he's got to figure out how to have impact. What's to cut off the rotation? PR knows the possibility. One slip down, and now Snow becomes the flanker.
And when does he decide to go? He's waiting for Res, and Snow's patience is paid off. It's all on PR. He's got no kit on his back, nor any utility. It's going to be an almost impossible clutch to win if it's played well by the 2 remaining players here of Pain. You've got Snow out towards Decon.
He'll play first with the low health.
And Safe is at the double doors. So there's the tap. The flash comes in. And PR, when do they push him? When do they look for him? And yeah, there's no reason to. He's not on it. He's not on that stick, and they will not commit themselves into any fights. There is no chance for PR to win it. Pain have picked up their first gun round.
Yeah, really, what a great performance as well, finding all the kills necessary. And when things got scrappy in that upper bomb site, what a great decision to just drop down the vents, bail out, plan B, nobody home downstairs. So you add that into the 3 kills that were had previously with Glocks in the last round, and the money for GamerLegion is in a horrifying place. They're taking a very hard reset early on, heading into round 4, and a timeout to discuss how they want to handle the situation. They still have the M4 on PR, so 1 weapon is there, and making the decision now if they want to replenish some weapons behind that, or save their money and fight a little bit further down the road. Not a situation you want to be in this early on the CT side, especially out of that pistol round victory, but it's the consequences of a poor round 2 in this half. And GamerLegion shove all in, buy up everything they can. Hypex with a second M4, 5.7s in utility on Snacks, Towson, and Rez. A very important round for both teams, both low on economy, low on money.
Well, nade out towards Silo. VSM backing away from those 2 grenades. The brunt of the damage not connecting towards him. Got PR pushed up in ramp. He's got a little bit more of an advanced position. He can play with Snacks, who can take the initial attention on the weaker gun. And Towson has moved in towards Hut.
Looks like they want to set up a lobby crunch in the mid-round. If they don't see any activity, if they're just kind of waiting and standing back on their heels, it feels like they've got pistols ready to push Hut. They've got rifles ready to be aggressive with Snacks over towards Radio, and here it comes.
And Big Vincere into the peak, spots out all the players that are heroes. That's information given over. Imperia somehow walking away with both of those kills. Snow and VSM have the others. And Pain are looking incredible on the individual front, especially Imperia.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like where most of this game is being won at the moment. Not that they're tactically behind GamerLegion in any sense, but just individually, that is an advantage that Pain has had in map 1, and you're seeing some of it still there in map 2. GamerLegion, they just get pushed aside after winning the pistol. Pain don't care. Reset them early on. And Big Vincere knows it. He's dropped down to the Mac 10 to farm up some easy kills.
This round, speaking of easy, should be absolutely no problem for Pain. They're going to take the lead. And they're doing this without the pistol round win, right? They're doing this without that great start. So the fact you're doing the heavy lifting in the difficult rounds is even more impressive here for Pain. Making something of this T side.
And also making, GamerLegion look flat so far on these first 2 maps of play, like just kind of disrupting everything they've done so well throughout this event. Remember, GamerLegion coming into this with, a big win over Liquid to eliminate them, big win over Astralis to eliminate them, a loss to Na'Vi, but a very close affair where they had their chances to win that series, losing the 3rd map 13-11. We've seen a lot of good things and a lot of good performances, but here in the playoffs at Atlanta, Pain's at least neutered some of those strengths that they showed throughout the group stage. A very quiet walk to Secret and down the stairs. Nobody from GamerLegion has any idea this is happening. Not a footstep was made. Big Vincere leading the Mac 10 in case there's a trap. The AKs can follow it up for trades, but the stack is at the upper bomb site. So this will be a 3rd round for Pain. And GamerLegion are going to look to find a few gifts at the end of the day. Puria's actually put himself in a situation where all on his own, isolated, that AK-47 would be a tasty prospect for GamerLegion.
Now into the open, 2 kills picked up quickly for Piria. And no real threats coming his way. Snow rounds the corner, clears out Snacks, and marches forward. So 3-2, a great lead for Pain to be carving out for themselves, especially not having the ideal start.
Yeah, they are laser focused, Pain. Doesn't feel like they're dropping the ball once. As I say that, missed opportunity. VSM just takes attention his way. They wanted the double peek in towards lobby to save Piria, and now that's 2 AK-47 saved. Not a disaster, but some free gifts over to the GamerLegion defense, and Big Vincere is going to do his best to hunt them down.
Yeah, you make some money on this Mac 10 as well. He's flying over the top of them. Towson in a good spot. Oh, should have been able to handle Big Vincere. He should have been able to handle him, but somehow Big Vincere has won that fight descending down from the roof.
I think you'll be relatively pleased as GamerLegion, they'll get in 1 AK-47 out of the mix. You're always going to be happy about that one and some extra cash that you can build up for later on as well. So Hypex has passed the AWP by PR because he has that AK-47 from previously, saves him some money. But yet again in a deficit on the scoreboard, 2-3 as the guns come back out.
AWP on both sides. Hypex getting a go on the defense here with the AWP. PR going to be keeping that AK-47 he hung on to in the previous round. Hypex searching outside for what would be the opening kill of the round. He hasn't been able to spot anybody though.
Yeah, Snow's playing it super passive. Just wanted to see if there was going to be aggression, if anyone was pushing the red box, pushing even deeper than that. A little bit of a fake going to be thrown outside for Snow, but we can see utility towards the upper bomb site. So they want to make it feel like a couple things. They say we're either going to go outside or we're going to go through hut. We're actually going ramp, but Hypex is ready.
Yeah, he's got himself in the right spot to try and deal with this.
PR's here as well along the wall.
A strong setup. This was the setup earlier that broke apart in that second round that inflicted so much damage upon them, but this time much stronger, although Hypex gets caught by the flash in the open. He gets around the corner just in time. And so now Pain forced to look for a different answer, but look at this. PR deciding to move forward, pushing into the ramp, attempting a flank.
Yeah, they don't have the manpower to watch the flank, so PR is taking a risk, but he's going to get the reward. There's a nice shot. That's Pyria swinging out, and now, I mean, Pain just boxed in, nowhere to go. No options available to him. 44 seconds in a 2 versus 4.
Trying to walk through the smoke. It's the only play he had available there, Vincere. He gets spotted by Snacks, taken down, and you leave Snow on low HP. Walking into the lobby, Talson off the ladder, gets him, and it'll be tied again. So much better here. PR using the AK saved in the previous round to devastating effect. And we've got a 3-3 scoreline with money not in the greatest spot for Pain, but Snow has 7.3 thousand, so we'll see what they decide to do.
I'd see a timeout from them to talk things over as well. Yeah, it just comes in right now. Have that conversation. As you mentioned, Snow 7,300, so he can drop an AK as well as getting himself one. So that'll be the question, is how much does Pain want to invest in this round to fight? Sitting at 3, tied with GamerLegion. I imagine the decision is going to be a Hero AK-47 and everyone else kind of just chills a little bit, maybe some upgraded pistols, but no need to risk your entire economy right now with another full buy right around the corner. Snow and Pyria continuing good play from Overpass. 7 kills apiece, leading the way for Pain. On GamerLegion, it's Talson and PR with 7 and 8 kills respectively, topping the scoreboard for the defensive side. Live into round 7. And it is just the one Hero AK and it's just sticking back on pistols for the rest of Pain. So how much damage can Snow cause?
GamerLegion not giving them any aggressive looks. Gathering information. With Snacks over towards Secret. Realizing there's no presence coming outside, but Pain have moved into the ramp room and there's no one there. So they do actually have a full free bomb site to go into, so they flood into B.
Yeah, a little oversight from GamerLegion. I think they're going to be okay playing retake on it. They haven't really figured out what kind of a buy it is at the moment. The AK rings out. So Plant should come in with the cover of Snow. Snacks needs this kill. Pyria can't handle it with the P250.
It takes a while for Snacks to get the kill, but eventually he picks it up. And there goes Snow on the rafters, getting taken down by Snacks. They move in on the retake. They'll handle the pistols. They'll handle the round, but I think Pain won't be too disappointed. They get a bomb plant out of it. And they're just going to go down. So Vincere out of there. GamerLegion back into the lead of the game. It's going to be 4-3. The defense starting to get going, but here comes the challenge again.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion there said we know it's going to be, we know they're going to be buying next round no matter what. You know, they can have the bomb plant. Let's not lose the weapons. Let's prioritize our economy. Let's just play a really smart retake at the lower bomb site in a round where they likely won't have the resources for it. So GamerLegion inch out to that lead once again, 4-3. No op for safe on the T side. They've stayed away from picking that weapon up. Hypex has his.
Talson going to be smoked away. Trying to stop anybody from attempting the vent dive. Pyria has to backtrack as the utility and then a deeper smoke layers on top. Good blocking from GamerLegion early. It's going to force Pain to burn a few seconds. He can just come right back at it.
Snow's outside waiting and being patient, so I think he's going to eventually turn up into an aggressive lurk position when they start applying some pressure to the upper bomb site. Maybe a pump fake on the execute, maybe actually executing, but Snow is going to be patient, wait to wrap around and eliminate some of the players retaking or flanking through mini.
Yeah, he's going to punish if Snacks fails to compete in this duel. Start tapping shots towards Snow. They've got the information, so Snow no longer wants to stand in a spot that's about to be littered by utility. It's a good, quick decision for Snow to change his position back, and he'll start throwing utility towards where Snax was standing.
PR's in Big Garage, though, so Snax shows that presence. Snow might think that might be the only player out there. He doesn't realize quite yet. He's got, like, no chance of getting in towards Mini as long as PR is still in the back of the Big Garage.
Well, eventually they've started to run out of utility towards that door. They've blocked it the entire round so far with smokes. Piri has been so patient, but now it's his time to go. Molotov onto the hut. Red's gone. Flash comes in. Both Pyria and Rez blinded, so they pause for a second, then the fight happens. Pyria gets a kill. Rez with the trade, spamming down through the hut is Biguzera, keeping Pain in this fight, but it's all about the flank. Snax is repositioned, late into the round, coming through the hut. There's the kill from Safe, so Snax even more important that he finds success from this, but now he gives it away. He gives his position away, and now you look to PR to come up from heaven, but Snax has died in lobby, and GamerLegion have not made the most of this round whatsoever. PR dies at heaven, and Pain have found a way.
Yeah, Snax got spooked. Maybe just trying to pre-fire something, maybe just saw a body slumped against the wall, but that little shot gave away his entire position.
Yeah, that was disastrous, really, because that was the only way back into the round.
Yeah, he had a really sick play kind of forming on that flank. A really nice timing for it. I think the kill from Safe also makes things way more difficult right when he's getting into the position to make the move. Safe grabs one kill, which just makes that really awkward, and I think Snax was forced into a play. Timeout taken as we're tied back up. Plenty of money for GamerLegion to reinvest. They built up enough cash with some clean rounds for that loss to not be devastating. All back in the hands of Hypex, but we're missing that impact. We're missing that loud play from Hypex that he had on the first map to keep GamerLegion alive. Right now, they're just barely clinging on. These rounds being traded back and forth, being grimy, it's going to favor the T side, especially here on Nuke. And now that the money's disappearing for GamerLegion, a loss here means they're in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, missing it for Ruz too, right? We're not seeing those big individuals that have been so important for GamerLegion's run showing up at a crucial point in this competition. They've got to hit that switch. Look at Snow though, confident. Moving to the smoke, Singes. Oh, the sound cue's up, and Snow gonna be frustrated, but communicates the positions of the GamerLegion players. It doesn't matter though, as Kalpson extends the advantage here, and Hypex chiming in. So just Safe and Biguzera left, 2v5. This round had potential for Pain, you know, getting Snow into main early, it just crumbles.
I think it's actually a really cool tactic to call if you're the Pain side. I think it's like basically the similar opening that you had previously, the same kind of a setup, 4 people lobby, Snow outside on his own, but this round you change it up so that he's more aggressive, so that he's the one to initiate the attack, but stepping into that Molotov ruins everything. Gives away his position, prepares the GamerLegion defense for what's coming, and you could tell he was a little bit frustrated after stepping into the Molotov, not sure what to do next. So it falls apart for Pain. It'll be a 5-on-4, or excuse me, a 5-to-4 advantage on the scoreboard for GamerLegion when all is said and done. But they've barely been able to maintain this lead. Every single time Pain has a response.
Oh, no loss bonus for Pain.
Yeah, that might actually take the ability to respond away from them. This is a good win for GamerLegion to put the money in an odd place for Pain. So Biguzera, he's looking to see if anyone had a smoke dropped, anything he could pick up, because he's going to back away and save the weapon. It's the only thing they'll have likely in the next round. Safe has 3,000, so we'll see how courageous Pain is, but it's that same decision they have to make from 2 rounds ago, is how much do you want to force up around this one saved AK? How much do you want to invest? How much do you feel like you have to win a round right now? Later on today, Atlanta, you guys have the other quarterfinal, Na'Vi taking on Vitality. How do you feel about that one? It's gonna be a party.
Yeah, how we feel about Vitality though here in Atlanta? You know, we don't usually have a lot of fans of Apex around here. So it's going to be Na'Vi with the favor of the crowd then today, Jason, you'd imagine.
I don't know if it's going to help them. I don't know if it even matters.
They're going to need all the help they can get. I think that's the only chant that could have beaten out USA.
Oh, it's beautiful. A glorious thing. Thanks for coming out, Atlanta. We'll see you all weekend. It's going to be a great time. Back into the action Here in Pain taking on GamerLegion. Timeout comes to a close. Round 10. GamerLegion with a slight lead, and Pain, they want to fight for this round. Around the saved AK, one more brought up, 2 Galils, a Tech 9. And they'll try and batter down this GamerLegion defense once again.
Smokes outside.
A second body here this time with Snow. Piri is going to join up with him at the hip. Big Vincere and VSM over in lobby.
Hypex not spotting anything yet. There's Snacks, okay. Pair of headshots outside. Pyria and Snow both dead. Hypex patient pays off. Goes back in again. And the double dip also successful, leaving Safe outside 1v5. They know where he is. And GamerLegion not going to concede a player in this round.
Did Snacks see anything, or did he just shoot?
I don't know if he pushed through the side of the smoke.
Yeah, I know. We got into it late. That's a very Snacks thing to have happen. Double kill outside. The strategy ends before it even begins.
It looked like he was coming back into the smoke, so we'll see from his perspective. So yeah,
okay.
Just fades.
It was just popping.
Look at that luck as well. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Almost 3.
That's devastating. You never even get a crack at what you called in the round, and you invested so much in that. That's a buy that puts you on the back foot. Snatch just wrecks Pain, and whatever game plan they had for the last 2 to 3 rounds of play in this half.
4 rounds on T side so far, and a chance for another towards the end of the half here, but GamerLegion going to be up to a 7-4 lead.
Spotted the head of Snacks over the top. Gonna always be a difficult shot to hit. Snacks just too quick, and he wants more.
Yeah, much better from Snacks on the second map. Great to see him. He has such a quiet overpass, never really got into it. And one of the great things about GamerLegion as of late has been Snacks' resurgence individually. Oh yeah, giving us a bit of a show outside against the Pistols. And finally, a little bit too much to handle. But some confidence being picked up in a round like that.
Yeah, all good. Might lose an AK-47 for it, but not gonna matter at the end of the day. One more round remaining in the half after this. GamerLegion's gonna have a 3-round lead when all is said and done here in round 11. 7-4, and then we'll see if they can close the half with a really strong lead with a dominant stretch of rounds. They'll have won 5 of 6 as soon as this ends. And they outlasted that little mini run from the Pain offense, 3 rounds straight, rounds 3, 4, and 5. But from there, the GamerLegion defense snapped into place.
Oh, big Vincere goes, and down he goes. 7-4 for GamerLegion. Last round of the first half of Nuke coming up. And money back for Pain. So AK's coming out. There's no AWP in sight for the T side, so Hypex will be unrivaled in that department.
Yeah, he hasn't had that the entire half, essentially. I've never really gone to pick it up. I never really prioritized it. It makes sense how slow things have been and how kind of like get into a position, and then they've been executing a lot into the upper bomb site. Op a little bit unwieldy in those scenarios. He'll certainly have it on the CT side. So Snacks and Hypex going outside for the moment. The op in position over towards Credit. Some pressure to apply at the upper bomb site early for Pain.
Just taking the time. The smokes deploy outside again. Snacks looking to be a real nuisance. But that is not the start GamerLegion would have hoped for. Pyria stepping up, arriving in the kill feed again. PSM to dive down onto the top of main.
To play Rez did to great success against Liquid. Tried it again, it goes against him, and now the defense falling apart, but they line up.
Yeah, team kill in there. Big Vincere dropping his own teammate, but VSM to step up and respond. He takes a lot of damage. He's down to 4 HP, but it's got to be PR and Hypex to win out this 2v3 if you want an 8th round here if you're GamerLegion. Hypex in the vents, 5-7 out. Oh, great quick headshot on Snow.
VSM feels trapped. VSM feels trapped with the bomb. He heard the steps of PR taking lobby, so he feels like someone's wrapping behind him. Excuse me, Safe. Feels isolated with the bomb and alone.
VSM could alleviate that, but he steps into the open. PR sharp on that headshot. Great turnaround here from PR and Hypex, and PR will close it out. So GamerLegion showing up in the quarterfinal. They were nowhere to be seen on Overpass, but on Nuke, they lead the way 8-4.
Well, we've got GamerLegion showing up now. Second half of Nuke set to begin, but that first half they really woke up after an overpass in which they got beat up across the map. Here on Nuke, they plant their feet and they stop Pain from grabbing any kind of advantage in this opening half on this second map. Now we switch sides. It's GamerLegion's offense. They're going to go up into the defense of Pain and Snacks. Let's see what kind of masterclass he can call, because they want to force us to a third decider. They want to force us all the way to Inferno to bring a close to these quarterfinals. They got to win 5 rounds before we get there.
Pain winning both pistols on map 1. GamerLegion getting the first pistol of Nuke. Let's see if they can double up themselves. You've got Snow playing into his main, and Taliesin about to wrap around into the smoke. His teammates move outside. Vincere going to take contact, wins the first fight against Rez. First blood drawn, second blood will be a trade. Taliesin and PR are able to pull things back in their favor. So GamerLegion 4v3, fighting with Glocks outside, getting information on 2 of the remaining 3 players of Pain.
Yeah, now you know that. You know the bomb site's open as well. Yeah, you might have to deal with this play from heaven, but you've already got Taliesin inside the site. 1 for 1, and Snacks can get the bomb planted safely.
Yeah, bomb going down. Vincere is coming up through Secret now. They know he was last spotted there, and now they'll confirm he's still in that position. Safe just waiting at heaven, trying to jump, get some information, and just really send himself out into the fight, but it hasn't worked. So despite Vincere getting the opening frag of this pistol round, it'll be GamerLegion who end up winning both pistols here on Nuke.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit too much of a reaction off that first contact and first kill from Vincere. The Pyria push in towards the hut pretty much immediately right out of the gate. They didn't realize that they didn't have the full picture of what was happening on the map, so the GamerLegion lurkers come right back into this round and snatch it away. Both pistols now for GamerLegion, and they're up 9-4 with economic advantage as well. Everything you'd need to close out this second map is there. Everything you need to force us to Inferno, GamerLegion has on their side at the moment.
Well, it's got to be a great force buy here for Pain. Double scouts coming out. You've got Safe and VSM rocking them. For Mars here for Vincere, Deagle for Pyria, 5-7 for Snow.
But this, I mean, this really feels like kind of the entire half, entire map like kind of lends itself to this one. If you don't win this, you're gonna have a similar buy moving forward, or even less.
Well, a strong tag through the smoke. Snack's gonna be down to low HP. And Safe is still on the prowl outside, but not connecting any further shots just yet. But getting information, seeing heads cross towards Secret.
Yeah, dangerous cross back against the fence with a wall that's very close up. And they're not going to like that smoke as it pops. They want nothing to do with it. Snack's the one who took the tag from that scout earlier, but now they're going to get funneled right back into the arms of Safe. They're going to have a decision to make. Do you want the battle moving forward where you know there's likely a stack on the other side of the smoke, or do you want to fall back and deal with the scout?
Minute on the clock. GamerLegion paused for the time being. Vincere making his play forward, clearing out lobby.
This is what hurt GamerLegion on Overpass, though, was these slow rounds that gave so much time to Pain to figure out what was happening and position themselves appropriately. And this is still taking a very long time. Vincere is almost wrapped all the way around through yard. You're no longer dealing with just the scout. Vincere is like, you can rotate. I'm actually going to get some free kills.
This is exactly what you were talking about, though. Like, this is the same as Pyria flanking them a monster. Getting in on the flank. Vincere and Safe chiming in kills here for Pain, and Safe then drops into the back of the site. 25 seconds left for GamerLegion to try and get in towards the site itself, but they take another tag on board. Safe goes out, he finishes off Hypex, he's being run down, but the bomb has spilled. And now you've got to try and come back into this if you're GamerLegion and fight on multiple fronts. 2 players at heaven. Yet to reveal both players up there, though. The plant will be coming through. Snow goes forward, nearly catching the perfect timing, but it will work out. Taliesin alone has to win it here for GamerLegion. VSM searching for him inside of hut, but Taliesin is quickly repositioned.
Yeah, he didn't realize he jumped away. He was looking inside the bomb site. That was a chance missed.
And VSM over the top. And relief more than anything for GamerLegion. Taliesin trying to fire up the crowd, but that's just a sigh of relief for GamerLegion that they pull that one off.
Oh, yeah, it is. That got very close, very, very sketchy, very disorganized. A great recovery, so GamerLegion could breathe a sigh of relief. And for Pain, that was an all-important round. You're sitting at 4-10, probably not feeling super motivated. You had such a great flank to buy. A great flank to kind of achieve that situation, that harassment as he comes around.
I mean, you're down on pistols again here, Pain, just as you were highlighting in the previous round. That felt so important for the half here for Pain Gaming, and it's heartbreaking how close it comes. But Towson has saved GamerLegion here and kept that dream of Inferno wide open. It just looks like we're going that.
And Rez has already made his way down Secret, who went fast. Okay, 5-on-4. Good shot from Big Vincere. He can drop down. Rez hasn't turned that corner yet. They know players cross. Rez was loud about it, so more players, more defenders coming down to defend the B bomb site in Secret.
And you got Big Vincere has got the Deagle out for a spin again, hoping he can get a second kill, but gonna be tough. He drops back into the side. There's 3 defenders here. Two defenders here. Rez has connected onto Big Vincere, and they know where VSM is.
They have a Molotov for this position as well, so they're going to burn him out, taking their time. Oh,
are
missed.
They? Oh my God, he can actually just stay in the same position, and they know that. Sending nades in, they're going to be distracted, which sets up Safe for a kill, but the 5-7 of Snow needs something, and it'll be nothing.
Tell you what, 2 kind of sketchy rounds, though, from GamerLegion. The previous one that they almost lost. This one had elements of a stack kind of shutting down their attack. Good for them to get away with the victory, again having to fight themselves out of a tough scenario. So Pyria is going to pick up the weapon dropped by Big Vincire's kill earlier. That's a free rifle moving forward. And at 4-11, Pain can't give away any of the gifts that they're able to find. That's a weapon that's going to be valuable.
Yeah, but regardless, they will get themselves up to 11 rounds here, GamerLegion. Even if it did look scrappy over the last 2. Pyria, obviously, with his team not performing as well either, he hasn't been able to keep up that performance from Overpass.
No, both teams dominating the opposition on the other team's map pick.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, going into maps, and I mean, this one was a little bit more reasonable in terms of how the history of both these teams on the map. Pain having a bit of a new lineup with a couple players chopped and changed. Same with GamerLegion, 1 or 2 in.
All right, what do we got here?
What are we doing? Nice.
I just appreciate you didn't fake it.
True.
I'd rather you never fake it, Jason.
Yeah, the bar's low. Not big into that. Round 16, it's 11-4.
Last hurrah for Pain Gaming here on Nuke.
Oh my God.
Becoming a VSM. Okay, he's got himself the Orgal. He's taking it for a spin. He's under a lot of pressure now. He's called his teammate over. Safe gonna try and help him. And the AWP will chime in. So Snacks is gone, so is VSM. And Safe, has he got another one in him? You better believe he does. And he's actually landed that one too. Oh, he gets away with it. All right, style points for Safe as he holds down the ramp room.
Oh, if you're going to have a moment to ignite the team, it's not some kind of crazy clutch. It's not going to get you out of your seat, but a rock-solid performance from Safe shutting down the ramp attack. GamerLegion trying to end the map. It felt right there with an uppercut rush towards ramp room. And Pain was ready. So Snacks calling on the fly, vibe calling. Shut down, and now Rez is left in a tough situation with 4 players alive still for Pain too. If they capitalize on this, great job growing the money. And there goes Rez, found by Big Vincere. Safe gets Pain their 5th round on the board. And let's see if they can turn that into something worth talking about.
Step 1 for Pain. Long road back into it. But it begins with that first step. AK for Rez. The rest on either Glocks or a P250.
I like this as well from GamerLegion. The choice to just go for the Hero AK and Rez and not invest too much around it. You could have bought some Tech 9s, could have bought a Mac 10, made this interesting, see if you can steal a round away at the upper bomb site. But you have such a lead, and you want to maximize the full buy rounds you have. So trying to have a round with a little bit of danger, but set yourselves up for the future.
Yeah, also makes it a lot more difficult for Rez, not having any support whatsoever. But let's see what he can do with just the brawn of the AK-47. And nothing is Pyria held a good angle, spotting the legs early of Rez. That AK will fall into the hands of many players here on GamerLegion, eventually getting a kill, but it's the Glock of PR that has found success on Pyria, who picks himself up a 3K. And PR left on low HP, caught by Safe's aggressive maneuver through the ramp room to close. And it's 11-6. So Pain Gaming with some life left in them yet. All right, here we go. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. The rarely seen crowd upgrade.
Yeah, you don't usually see that.
You don't get that one too often. That's a new trend.
We've got 11-6, the scoreline. GamerLegion, that's what you were mentioning, you know, saving most of the money so they could get a buyout here, but it has left Rez without an AK. He's only got a deagle for the time being. Oh, Hypex. Important that he got that kill because he burns away instantly after. Let's say a trade, Hypex and Safeco, blow for blow. And the AWP falls into the hands of Snacks.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure nobody's going to be able to recover it, give it over to Rez.
Oh, who didn't have a gun, to be fair, at the start of this round. Just the deagle.
Fortunate thing is, off that kill, there's no one taking space outside for GamerLegion, so they're happy to leave it as a point of danger and go elsewhere. Towson might have a gift to walk right into his crosshair. VSM Shadow Show still loses the fight, and PR goes 2 for 1. Double kill. Ramp is wide open.
Yeah, let's put them in the spot to try and get to map points here with GamerLegion. A 3v2 to close on. It's going to be a bigger Zero and Snow to pull this one off together.
And I mean, you're kind of isolated. There's no way to really join up and watch everything you would need to. So Snow is going to tuck himself behind the box.
He's worried about the wrong angle, though.
Yeah, he is. Easy kill for PR. That's the 3rd in the round for him. Upper bomb site overrun, and GamerLegion's offense gets them up to 12.
Yeah, big Uzera stepping up from secret stairs, clearing out towards garage, but no one going to offer up their life here for GamerLegion. They want to make sure they stabilize, they keep 3 players up. They don't have a huge amount of cash either, so make sure your buy in the next round is as good as possible to ensure you a chance to close out a 13-6 win on Nuke.
And I think Big Uzera would have the knowledge as well that money's a little bit busted. So, I mean, if you grab any exit kills, if they try and evacuate outside 3 yard, Big Uzera can, even out of a victory, do a lot of damage to GamerLegion, but they go elsewhere.
Yeah, backing away safely all the way towards T-spawn. And we'll carry those weapons over. Hypex will get his AWP back. Rez will go to the AK-47. But this is what you wanted to see from GamerLegion, right? You want to see PR and Towson actually getting into the games. You know, your rifling engine showing up at some point in this quarterfinal. It was so disappointing to see them play on the first map. But a big part of that, you have to say, was definitely the strong start. The pain came out the gates absolutely swinging. They got some time to actually get into the game here. Both pistol rounds picked up from GamerLegion.
Yeah, we didn't see that rifling, the rifling engines come online on Overpass for GamerLegion because the individuals of Pain shut them down in the openings, you know, pretty much every single time. Those first steps, it felt like Pain was always winning them. The strength of GamerLegion on the first map was the Hypex clutches. Now you're starting to see those riflers provide some impact. Strong stands on the CT side, now here, able to find some picks and work themselves into good situations.
Yeah, and that's going to throw the confidence back into the mix here for GamerLegion as well when you come into the second map. You get banged out on Overpass, usually a comfortable affair for you guys. But you come into Nuke and you stabilize and you show, okay, this is the Counter-Strike we've been playing over the last while.
More of what we expected to see out of them today as well. Coming into this was shocking to see them a little bit flat, very quiet on Overpass.
Yeah.
So how many rounds are going to take for them to close it out? They got 6 chances to bring us to Inferno as a 3rd map decider in these quarterfinals.
Snacks sitting on 25 Kevlar right now. Keep eyes on that. Definitely have money to upgrade.
No one outside for GamerLegion. Safe looking for it. Little gap in the smoke caused by the break. Sees nothing. GamerLegion lined up like they want to hit the upper bomb site.
VSM once again. Back of the ramp. It's at a very quiet quarterfinal. And he's silenced again. Hypex to drop in. That's the opening at the ramp room. And you're going to see GamerLegion flood in. Losing such an important part of the map so early in the round is going to feel you spread thin if you're paying. You've got a rotated player down lower.
Well, Snow's going to wait over towards control side. No indication yet that they're committing to this bomb site, but Snow has no backup whatsoever. There's the smoke to block his vision. There's utility in to find a safe, comfortable lower bomb site, get that bomb planted, and it'll be a 4-on-4 retake. Pyria wants to challenge towards Decon. Just be a nuisance for the moment. And right now, GamerLegion trying to have a conversation of how they want to handle this.
Yeah, plant being locked through. Bomb smacked down on the ground. It's got to be a fight for a retake just to stay alive a little bit longer. Snacks doesn't want this to happen, but he's gone down. It's Towson instead, toppling 2 and taking GamerLegion to Inferno. It's safe 1v3, the only player that can do anything about it, and he will be denied. GamerLegion bounce back, Hypex stands up. That's more like it from GamerLegion. They will see map 3.
It was the height of the 1960s. The space race was heating up and the wars were never colder. The Beach Boys and their hip new genre of surf rock were about to burst onto the airwaves as Americans demanded the end of rock and roll. It was an era for change, an era for innovation, an era of the brave. North American Counter-Strike was alive and well, with Cloud9 and Liquid featuring American-made, Canadian-supplemented iron. Brazilian Counter-Strike was already in full swing, and Scream found himself playing alongside the French. It was the dawn, the early embers of the looming Astralis era. But in the small manufacturing town of Oakland, a new miracle was about to take shape. NIP signed newcomer Rez in the hopes that he could take the disgraced NIP squad to new heights. The only title the once illustrious squad could still defend was in Oakland, the final bastion of a bygone age. Expectations were low, but morale could not have been higher. The old kings of Forest, Get Right and Exist had a point to prove, but not even they could have expected what happened next. Fredrik Sterner came into the event with bookies baffled as to the young Swede's inclusions. Crowd looked on, unprepared to put their faith in someone so unproven, unknown, and uncertain. These were the times. He exploded into the event, turning heads every step of the way. It might have been the swinging 60s, but all anyone was talking about was the new hot up-and-comer. An MVP performance like no other, finishing as the top-rated player in the event who made the playoffs. No one could keep up with him, as Carrigan, Nico, Brain, and Guardian, alongside Olofmeister, would learn in the grand finals. Forrest felt inspired by these performances, and so in the final put forward his best performance yet. The ragtag team of Rez and Forrest evoking memories of better, brighter times in NIP's past. In what was described as the greatest best-of-5 final of all time, NIP battled back against FaZe Clan in the grand finals. A lesson they would surely remember, an experience they would never want to repeat. Rez ended the event giving NIP their last ever trophy win. A true visionary, a true believer, and a new golden age for Swedish Counter-Strike.
One more. I think 2 more rounds. Even back.
I think
I research.
I think one
They
second.
went back lobby first. I can smoke doors on.
I
Deep radio deep.
I don't see outside, guys.
Even towards A, I think. Door outside. I'm pushing ramp.
Yeah, door one.
I'm gonna kill.
Nice.
I don't see more. One more.
One window.
One more.
Go take ramp.
Chill. Radio. Don't die if you don't need to.
He went back, I think.
Yeah, I have it, man. Nice. XD, man. 10 seconds. You need to pop. Get it, bro. Top floor.
Out heaven.
Side. And heaven. Titan heaven. And heaven. Scout. Nice! Let's go, boys! Let's fucking go, man!
It was tough, but they did. Very nice.
Pain may have dominated on Overpass, but GamerLegion clap right on back on Nuke. Both teams now 1 map apiece on each other's map picks, and we do need Inferno to be separating them in this quarterfinal, but not before myself, Rez, Beers, Yumi, and Pimp break down this one. This was an impressive but necessary bounce back for GamerLegion.
Yeah, very much so. Good to see GamerLegion turning up and playing the brand of Counter-Strike that we've seen so far throughout this tournament. I was a little bit worried after the first map where it felt a little bit lackluster on the side of GamerLegion, but they instantly bounced back. Naturally helped by winning the pistol, naturally helped by winning all the key rounds in this game. I think if you were to dissect it, you could take round 14, which we just saw a bit of a recap of as well. Every single time GamerLegion were in a position where they could lose control of the map, they would win instantly the next key round. And I think that was pretty telling for me as to who were the better team here in Nuke.
I think there were some early warning signs, though, for GamerLegion coming into this map. You could see, I mean, they were against full Glocks and 1 AK. They gave complete ramp control and actually allowed just a free access 5-on-5 B take. You know, there were, I think, moments where you could tell players were maybe shelling up a little bit on that GamerLegion side, but you could tell the prep work is there as well because they were trying to be very disruptive outside. If you look at Pain demos on this map, they constantly try and work outside as a pivotal point to get themselves into bomb sites, and once they started to get locked down because Snax was trying to be disruptive or getting some support from Rez, it did feel as though they ran out of options, because then they have to run into PR, who also had a fantastic game.
And that's the thing, right? For GamerLegion, we were praising it so much in the group stage, the preparation, as you alluded to, Yumi, right? I think the perfect example of that was against Na'Vi on their kind of home turf of Ancient. Seeing them being able to put in some of that preparation actually into practice and execute it perfectly, that was really nice to see.
Super, super nice, you know, and it's, again, it's a team effort. It's not necessarily about one player popping off or one player dominating his area of the map that then opens up for the rest of them. I think the prep goes without saying that when you have a team who's all buying into it, it works much, much better. This time around, we speak about PR bouncing back, having a great game. Speak about Tauson as well, a player we haven't mentioned, you know, at any point throughout this game so far, also finding an incredible amount of impact. And even Snacks, you know, had a bit of a Snacks of 2017 moment with the AK-47 in yard where he's just tapping away and feeling like the best player on the server. So one thing is the preparation, but it's more so the entire team buying into it, and the victory, or sort of like the impact, can come from a lot of different directions.
Yeah, and I think when players start to find that success, you can tell the fire just starts roaring for the GamerLegion side, which was absolutely necessary, because, I mean, they said on the cast, we said on the desk, it's just a flat start from GamerLegion coming into the series, and I think the real problem now for Pain is that, listen, if Tauson and PR are the guys that start stepping up, you're moving into a map where anchors actually are really pivotal, and both those guys are on separate bomb sites. There will be no weak side.
100%. I mean, let's bring up some of those PR highlights so we can kind of bask in them, right? I'm curious as to your perspective. Yumi, obviously, when PR was kind of coming onto the scene for GamerLegion, everybody was touting him as like the next big thing. Obviously, we don't know what happened with some of the rumored transfers over some of those off periods, but in terms of PR's delivery, in this map, obviously instrumental, but just overall, do you feel like you want a little bit more of this version of PR, more consistent?
I just think coming into this year, because of all the rumors, and I think there probably was something happening in the back end, once that fell through, he started this year pretty terribly. He didn't get the impact he wanted. You saw him fumble, make bad decisions very frequently. I think this event, and maybe the event prior as well, I'm starting to see that resurgence in form from him, and I think he's regained his composure. Actually, I liken his career kind of similar to Laon X on Foot, where once upon a time he was on Sprout, really big prospect that I think his transfer got blocked on that team, and then you start to see a deterioration in his performance as well. But we see how mature he is now and how much of an impact player he is now. So in terms of career arcs, maybe those two have some parallels to draw.
I can't remember whether it was a quote or a tweet coming out of PR when he was saying, you know, you hear certain things happening, rumored to be you, and then it doesn't come to fruition. Like, ouch, that must hurt.
Yeah, I think he was pretty disappointed, you know, because also the prospect of GamerLegion at that point, you know, losing Ash as a coach, and the entire team not really sure what direction they were going. I think PR were looking on his way out, so to speak. So I can somewhat understand why it took him a bit of time to get into the groove again, and why it took him a bit of time to maybe believe that the GamerLegion project was one that he needed to buy into. But he's also instrumental into their success. We saw in the beginning of the year when he was struggling, GamerLegion is struggling. He's the player that is involved the most in opening duels. He's the most explosive player on the server as well whenever he's on the team. So I think PR playing well and PR believing in GamerLegion, that was the most important task Snacks had to do when he came into the lineup.
So that's always been the difficulty for a team of GamerLegion's caliber, is that they've kind of floated within this sort of 10 to 20 bracket in the rankings, where they never seem to be able to punch that much higher up. You maybe get a playoff appearance every now and again, and you think, oh, maybe this could be the moment. But if you see the team is not being able to make that progress, then if you start getting offers, if those rumor transfers do actually happen, then yeah, of course you're kind of hoping that you can escape a stable ship, I suppose.
Yeah, let's go back to the first half of this one though. CT side for GamerLegion, what have you picked out for us?
I mean, this was just a moment that I thought the game started to shift, because it felt like the options were drying up for the Pain side. When you have, you know, this is the moment where Snacks actually creates some chaos towards outside, and I did note it as a pivotal point for this Pain Gaming roster, because you see them take a lot of dry fights. They try to flash through smokes. They try to be tricky. And if we're going to attribute anything about Snacks, he is tricky. Once this wall goes down, because Pain had actually been looking for these later timings in the half, we had seen previously Snacks trying to play around the red box and then got picked off by the player on top silo. This time he played in Garage. And once that second wall comes down, he just lines himself up in a position, and just as that smoke blooms, 2 headshots instantly. But this was the next part of the equation, is that when they lose outside, that is the response from Pain, is that they start hunting and searching either towards ramp and hut, and Hypex already had an advanced position. So, I mean, I just think this was a really well put together round in And I think they identified as well that Pain weren't playing with the same pace that they'd had in some of their previous games.
Also the moment in the game where they took control of it. You know, in the beginning it was back and forth. GamerLegion definitely had a couple of rounds that could have slipped out of their hands, but at this point you win this one, you put the economy into the bin, you go up 6-4, you then move into the second half, you win the pistol round, you convert, you're now leading 10-4, and then as I said, round 14 to me, that was the breaking point. You have a 2v1, you had Pain Gaming with upgraded pistols, you know, forcing their way into the game. That was the last chance they had of I guess, remaining competitive to some degree. And it was just every time there was a key round in this game, it would side the way of GamerLegion, and that's why we never really got a close or a tense game.
Well, it is the deciding map. That is going to be Inferno. Gentlemen, quick thoughts. Where do you think this one is going?
I'm still leaning towards GamerLegion. I think the stability they've shown throughout this tournament for me is what's going to give them the edge on Inferno. I also seen them play, you know, well and play very aggressive. We've been speaking to Yanko about it a couple of times. The T-side pace coming out for GamerLegion is something that's tough to deal with if you're Pain, I suppose. I can't see why it shouldn't be competitive, but if I have to lean one side or another, I'd go with GamerLegion.
My eyes are just on Pyria. You can't have an insane first map and then just be okay for the rest of the series. He's going to be important as well. He's the apartments player. He has to create that chaos.
Well, a very exciting third map does await, but not before we head things to a short break. When we return, it's Inferno between Pain and GamerLegion to decide who is heading to the semis here in Atlanta.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night.
All right, welcome to the Jason Rogan Experience. As a man, obviously, who's very obsessed with what he puts into his body, being that my body is a temple, I'm excited to have you here because we obviously get to talk to someone who's been so good in terms of not aging.
Yeah.
How have you managed to stay so long as the young veteran?
I mean, I think I put a lot of effort in my health and keep my face really young as it is.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is probably my resident here in Sweden, living in Sweden, trying to stay away from the sunlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
Staying indoors, playing a lot of online tournaments. Like I don't try to go out ever. Almost, I stay inside, keep away from the sun to keep myself young.
It's an interesting strategy too, because a lot of people try and qualify to stay in more events and go deeper in tournaments. But you're sitting there like you can lengthen your career if you just don't go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't understand like why people don't focus more on this. Like this is like the most important thing in life. I think just looking young.
And they're putting a lot of mileage on their bodies. Mileage you obviously don't have to carry with you, which is great.
Yeah. Like, I think this is the most important part of me. Like this is what defines me.
Can we talk about diet a little bit? Because out here in Sweden, obviously, you guys have this beautiful land and known for your moose meat.
That's an important point, actually. I think I usually, like on weekends, after we play our online qualifiers, I usually go out hunting with my friends. That's a big part of like keeping my body as it is.
Right. Yeah. Now, talk to me a little bit about the whole fish thing. You guys have this this fermented fish. I imagine that has to do something with keeping the skin clear. All that fish oil. You don't even take the supplement. You just get it right from the can.
No, I go to the sea.
Oh, really?
Fish it. Yes, I fish like straight from the source, you know, and I eat it raw.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
That's how I like it.
Now, I would say, like, for me, have you ever looked into, like, stem cells? So for me, like, I'm really a big fan, a big proponent of stem cells. I'm a big proponent of the ice bath in the morning. You're talking about the moose meat. I've had that as well. All of this seems to just do great stuff for keeping the longevity of how you're looking young, which is something that you've been able to accomplish.
Stem cells, I don't believe in that much. I would say I would say it's probably just the Swedish atmosphere is all you need.
Now, one thing that I've heard that this has been a little bit of a conspiracy, but I wanted to talk to you about it. You were in the NIP roster for so long, while Swedish Counter-Strike was struggling to bring in new players and new people. Now, I've heard that you have some kind of a thing going on where you actually kind of take the power, the life force of the younger Swedish players coming up to the scene to make yourself a little bit more powerful in longevity.
Like when I play with young players, I try to always, the first thing I look at when I get a new young prodigy in my team is like, how do they keep themselves young?
And if you take that away from them, then all of a sudden you will get to reap all the rewards.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the point of everything, and for my career.
Well, that's beautiful. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep it up. Stay young.
I will.
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. We're ready for the third and final map. Pain versus GamerLegion. Two one-sided affairs in the first two maps we've played, but we're hoping Inferno can deliver.
One-sided affairs. Pain taking GamerLegion's map pick 13-6. GamerLegion giving it right back, taking Nuke 13-6 as well. Inferno, one of the best deciding maps we've gotten. Counter-Strike will be the landscape for this final battle. Winner goes on to the semifinals. Their opponents await them. For Pain, you've had Pyria, your star player of the event, stepping up, performing well, delivering for you on this stage. For GamerLegion, it's been Hypex who showed up on map 1. It's been the Riflers of PR and Towson who have brought things all together. Snacks at the helm takes those pieces to see if he can find his way into the semifinals of Atlanta. One final matchup, one final battle on Inferno.
Well, we have all come together here in Atlanta to kick off the playoffs. The last map of the first quarterfinals. Georgia, you've been so loud, you seem to be so great throughout this one, so make some noise for map number 3. It's Inferno, and we hope it will deliver.
Pistol round is live. We're going clean if we're GamerLegion. No utility. Armor and pistols across the board. On the other side, Pain, they've got tons of nades. Everyone's got nades. They've got so many options, but GamerLegion's going to push right down the throat.
Yeah, Rez goes in. Oh, yeah, that's a good start. We've been waiting for Rez to show up in this quarterfinal to the level that we've seen from him recently, and this is more like it. Rez running down mid, 3 kills picked up in this pistol, and GamerLegion have picked up where they left off over on Nuke.
Damn, well, that's a statement in the pistol round. GamerLegion not going to sit back on their heels, setting the tone early. A very strong mid push powered by Rez. Pain had no chance. They brought 4 players into that with nades, and all of them get taken down. They don't get to use any of it. Never spotting the push. This comes in so fast before they can even react.
And we talked about how Pain couldn't get into the game over on Nuke because they lost both pistol rounds. They didn't have those strong starts that they had on Overpass, which seemed to prove so important for them. Well, now they've got to do the hard part again here on Inferno. You're going to be starting slow on T side. Most of the heavy lifting needs to be done, obviously, in these gun rounds that are coming up. But this gives GamerLegion a 2-0 start.
Yeah, a nice way to kick things off and see if you can build up a little bit of money. Now on Nuke, they kind of had a hiccup, right? They lost 3 players in this round, made the buys a little sketchy. Took a while for that CT side to get the economy back up, but here on Inferno, it's looking like they're having no issues whatsoever.
I mean, on Nuke, we started talking about how PR and Towson showed up, right? 2 of the riflers you really want to see perform. If you add Rez into the mix with this third map, then obviously GamerLegion go up a level. You got very strong looking defense.
Especially when you consider, you know, like, that third rifle into the mix would be something incredible, but especially when you consider Overpass, the first map of this series, one of the great strengths, the Pain was individually, they were stronger, they were better, they were sharper. That all switched on Overpass. Everything kind of changed. Now it feels like GamerLegion individuals have hit a level, and Pain has sort of faded away. Seeing GamerLegion play this map twice at this event. Against Sinners, a 13-9 win. Against Na'Vi, a 4-13 loss. Pain, on the other hand, haven't had to play this map this week. This is their first time in some time that they'll be seeing Inferno. Guns are out. AK-47s for everyone on Pain. Early utility exchange in Banana. Looks like the defense, they're going to challenge at least for the top portion of it. Snow spots the jump. Not sure about the push. There it is. Counter flash is just better. And Pain take a one-man advantage, 5 on 4.
Yeah, take a lot of damage, but holding the extra player for the time being here for Pain.
Yeah, they're very far back. I mean, happy to take this man advantage, though, and start moving into the mid-round. Utility to take bracket control. Left side mid smoked off. Molotov to force back any defenders. Towson just standing behind it, but not forced too far away. Snacks, the point man on this B defense.
Vincere burning. Further damage done.
Look at the read from GamerLegion. Snacks is going to go confirm it as well. Flashbang is out. Good fire from Snow.
Yeah, second kill though for Pain Gaming. So you may have the read, you may know what's coming at you, but handling it is a whole different ball game.
You won't expect 2 more defenders behind Snacks here. You thought maybe that's the second player, but Rez has arrived and Hypex is here.
Well, Rez out new box, Hypex behind smoke, so it has to be Rez out first. Takes that kill unsafe. Not going to be found though. He's 29 HP, eventually removed. Hypex sending shots down through that smoke. Couple of low HP players, but that bomb plant not denied. It will go down, and Pain Gaming now have a post plant in which they have a player advantage.
Yeah, but low HP unconfirmed, unfortunately. But if Towson can find some clean looks, you might be able to get a quick double.
Now you want some utility to force them out of these positions, but they've only got a single flash, right? You can't even block Banana. So this is a strong Pain setup in the post plant, having 3 players in a triangle of death.
Yeah, and they didn't give any peeks. Towson was given some footsteps, tried to bait somebody out with the flashbang uses, but nobody actually peeked with it. Vincere and Snow stay tucked in. 1 kill on the exit. And GamerLegion is going to be happy to sink away after that to keep the 2 M4s in hand. First round for Pain on the board here on Inferno.
Vincere dies to the bomb blast. Only a single player survives in this round for Pain, but they'll be happy to get the round on the board. But that damage is more important than you might think at first, because there's not a huge amount of money here for Pain. So it's not like you can die to the bomb and immediately reinvest in absolutely everything you want. You're going to take some hits. You're going to have to go to Galil's to get some extra utility.
Yeah, we're in that phase of the game where both teams are trying to be the first ones to settle things down and get comfortable with the situation that they're in. This round means everything to both squads.
And I mean, GamerLegion definitely in the better spot when it comes to the buy here. They've got the AWP out. Everybody's got a premium rifle and plenty of utility.
Yeah, 2 kits as well for the CT side. GamerLegion not in a bad place. Vincere, VSM are moving up the middle of the map very quickly without slowing down. Towson wants to get aggressive behind the Molotov.
Yeah, this has worked out well because Pyria falls off the ledge. Towson gets into a position where that Molotov thought it cleared it out. But Towson and Hypex open things up here for GamerLegion. Damage done to Snow. And hard to see a world in which Pain Gaming now pull this back.
Yeah, it feels like too easy of a kill to give away if you're Vincere. I think trying to spam through the smoke to catch the player retreating, but meets the AWP on the other side as he blows a hole in the smoke. And now all that you have left if you're VSM Snow and safe is this hit towards the B bomb site. See if you can get lucky.
We got PR sliding into the site. Going to be played over towards the darkness. Safe, jumping, sound cue made, going in towards CT spawn. Snacks are going to move out, but he's got that information over to his teammates who are ready for that CT fight.
Yeah, this is where you back away. This is where VSM and Snow save. There's really no more success you can have here. VSM got that calm just a little bit too late as Snow steps out of the angle.
Yeah, you're going to have 35 seconds here alone if you're Snow. He's not running away. He's staying committed towards the site. They know next round is going to be a low buy regardless, so Snow giving it a go, and he will die at the hand of PR. So no falling back, no saving, and Pain Gaming's money reset.
Yeah, GamerLegion looking rock solid at the start. Took that 1 round loss, that little hiccup, but this is a very strong victory in response to it.
Yeah, it should be a 4-1 lead off the back of it. This is a great move from Towson because that Molotov goes in. You think it's clear. You don't expect Towson to be in this spot, but he found a little bit of sanctuary and just being in that area so quickly after the flames fade away, you just get surprised if you're Pain.
Important to note as well, he missed the jump when the Molotov was still burning, so had to come back to it. So his own mistake caused his death. We'll give it to him. Towson going to be chilling at top middle. He's here with Rez and Hypex on Rap side.
Yeah, Pyria going to play with just the Deagle, so that's the only thing worth talking about in the round for Pain, and even that is not going to lead to anything magical, you would imagine. So 4-1 up for GamerLegion. There is a world in which this just is another one-sided victory in favor of GamerLegion. If you're Pain and you win the first map 13-6 on GamerLegion's map pick, to me it felt like the job needed to be done on map 2, right? The fact you get that start and then you come into Nuke. But the way they lost that second map is really disappointing, and it's tough to see how they're going to get back into the series now, especially with the start that GamerLegion are having on Inferno.
Well, GamerLegion right now are playing a game of Counter-Strike where it feels like they're not taking a whole lot of risks, right? Like they're kind of staying far back. They had that mid push in the pistol round, but in these gun rounds, staying far back, not doing anything too crazy. I think they're in a position where they're like, all right, Pain, show us that you can take the initiative, you can be the ones to make the move, that your T side can break down the defense, and we'll see if we have to switch things up. But they're really happy to just play kind of pretty basic Counter-Strike and come out on top. Hypex gonna get challenged here. Snaps up to Big Vincere on the boost. Spots a few more. Uh-oh.
Oh, VSM's Deagles erupted. Hypex and Snacks both dead. That opens up the B site. More pressure on the sole defender in PR.
Yeah, and actually, Rez and Towson are frozen right now. They have no response to this. They don't know if it's going to finish. PR's saying they're all here, so it's all on you. 1v3.
Yeah, he shrouds himself in darkness. PR with the AK is the light for GamerLegion. Alleviating everything with a 3K. They march to their deaths inside of the B-bomb site. And the 4-1 lead is there. So the pistols, they break open. There's a chance thanks to VSM, but in reality, it comes crashing down upon them.
Yeah, put them in a dangerous situation as well, where they weren't sure exactly how to handle things. If they should push down middle, deal with CT spawn. Right between the wickets.
This is VSM making that Deagle work. Great shots. Well, flashes of what VSM is capable of. Hasn't shown it in this series yet, but there's a little glimpses of what we know he can do.
Yeah, and it's not without impact either, right? Limit the money of GamerLegion. Keep them as low as humanly possible for when you can start building some momentum. Pain's still looking for an initial recipe for success on these Inferno rounds. No banana control, no banana presence this time. And because of that, Hypex is going to take a deeper angle.
Hypex waits, Pete comes in. That shot goes between the legs. Minute left on the clock, utility being thrown in towards the A site. The long smoke is just faded. They toss one out to cover off the front of library, but there's a push coming in. Rez taking the risk, stepping in front of it for information, and then falls back when he sees no one progressing.
That's a brutal leg shot to take. Snow brought down to 20 HP, and he's the guy who wants to be aggressive, to start taking some space and be aggressive and assertive towards the B bomb site up banana. But with that limited HP, VSM's got to slide into the role. Pyria and Safe coming back to join him with the bomb, so Big Vincere is going to try and be a fake, a nuisance, a lurk to wrap through CT spawn on the tail end.
Yeah, we'll see if they even need a rotation or if this defense is going to be strong enough. Big Vincere has been spotted.
I don't think he realizes it either.
Look how rapidly Rez is communicating that. Big Vincere looking towards library. Rez is so ready. Big Vincere dead. Now the defenses are freed up on this B bomb site, readied. But it's Hypex missing a shot, and they flood into the site. So the plant is coming through. Going to try and deny it. Is PR through the smoke? He's got two. Pyria and Safe both dead. Bomb is planted, but VSM and Snow are now in a 2v4, and Snacks comes up through banana. It's all on VSM. We speak of potential, but no chance to show it here. It's going to be around for GamerLegion, 5-1 up, and PR is handling business on this B site.
Yeah, I mean, just rock solid from GamerLegion. In this round, only losing to one player as well. Like, Pain just cannot find the kills. Hypex was left alone in the B bomb site. This play from PR is a thing of beauty. I was surprised they didn't have more presence inside the site, considering it felt like they knew what was coming. But dropping the Molotov, spamming him down, obviously does the job great. And that turns it into an easy retake, as there's no position safe for the Pain players inside the bomb site. and you force him into a timeout.
Oh, there's just not enough money to get a good buyout again here. It's such a rough situation in this first half for Pain. They're in such a deep hole they've got to pull themselves out of.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it feels like at the moment the economy is the least of their worries. Having so many issues tactically, not able to find ways to challenge and aggress the B bomb site earlier. Haven't been able to really push up Banana and get any of those fights, find an opening kill. Snow or VSM and Banana at the start of rounds. Up mid hasn't really worked for you.
We've got to find an NA player of sorts, I suppose, coming into the playoffs here in Atlanta.
You know what, Snacks is one of the ones I'd take as well. I'm with you.
He plays with that entertaining style. And we've got Hypex going down into the peak at mid. Got a little bit of a charge up with Pain, sending players in the second middle, marching towards A. But taking a pause now as they want to set players up into the balcony, into the apartments. Snow among them. And Towson was peeking early for information, but drops back to play from balcony, keeping some range against what is likely to be lower tier weapons.
Yeah, we know in these rounds, popular strategy, get a few of the Tech 9s and Mac 10s up in halls and do a halls pop. It almost feels like Pain is playing with that idea at the moment. Gonna show some utility as if it will be a halls pop, but most of the force is gonna be coming up lane.
Yeah, well, they're all coming up short now. Towson spraying away, taking a while, but not getting anything. Rez has to help his AWPer inside of the site. Gives time for Hypex to ready himself, but it has to be Rez, and he's done well. He's got himself 3 kills in that defense. A 10-2 scoreline right now from Rez. But now Snow left alone, and the push is coming forward, but he got that info just in time. And they fall away, so a 2v1. Snow doesn't have the information of the second player. And he uses a smoke perfectly to block out Longside again. But Snow feels paranoid. He feels claustrophobic inside of the site, going out into the open. Side of the smoke, sideline Snacks, and now Snow against PR. And PR's been so great on Inferno so far, but Snow has to win it, and he does. They needed someone to show up, and it's Snow that lands on top.
They picked up this guy to be someone who come create moments like that, win moments for you. The talent he showed as a young kid inside the Brazilian scene, it's taken a long time to get some of it realized. That's a lovely clutch at a critical moment.
Yeah, you need to make this the turning point, though, right? That has to be the catalyst that gets this first half underway.
I'll tell you what, Snacks really foreshadowed this play, though. Showed exactly what he wanted, what was exactly on his mind. That second smoke created him another avenue, but Snow used it back in his favor. Used it against Snacks, knowing what was coming.
Well, Clutch is going to fire Pain up, but can they run with it now? An AWP for safe. AK's out among the rest. Plenty of utility. And you see how quick that timeout comes in as well from GamerLegion when they lose that clutch. They want to make sure they stifle this before it even gets going.
Yeah, money's in an odd place for them, so certainly don't want to deal with the consequences of losing 2 in a row. And if you're Pain, you got to feel like that's the moment. This is the one you have to seize. Combine rounds together, potentially break the money. Find yourself an easy avenue back in to competing for this third map.
Hypex waits at top middle. I'll block it with the smoke. Oh, I like this from Pain. Getting into the smoke. Look at it burst through. Hypex is in a position where he's going to get overwhelmed. If he's not careful, if he doesn't have help, and that's exactly what he's got. Reds makes sure that the trades come in, and he doubles up from the same spot. Now Pyria to walk out a boiler, but Rez is not moved. Rez is ready, and Rez has got the rest. And so there is no chance to build upon the clutch of Snow. Safe marches off to save his AWP, and Rez has answered immediately. A 13-2 performance from Rez on Inferno, and it's 6-2 lead right now for GamerLegion.
Yeah, that round was all decided. That is a strategy called to just say we might win it on this play, but when they're combined, when there's a crossfire up top, so much attention towards the AWP and Hypex understandably, and Rez just doubles you up. He's been brutal, destroying Pain throughout this map. Good adjustment for Hypex. Second flash is perfect, and Rez first takes down the player meant to eliminate him. VSM can't get it done, so Rez is able to have a double up, easy double kill.
The safe AWP still in play, still intact. But it must be the shining light of the round if anything is to happen here for Pain. Hypex waiting at top middle, a challenge coming his way. Flashes up, so Hypex will fall off the angle.
That was fast off the flash. He's locked in.
Goes out. Look at that. PR catches safe back turn. That's the AWP gone. it falls to Vincere instead.
You assume there's going to be some safety there when you show the AWP having that angle, so that's quite a risk for PR, but obviously comes out on top.
Yeah, now you've got Hypex, who's had all the time in the world to reposition back into the library.
Vincere might feel like he needs to overextend, be overly aggressive with this AWP to make a play to create the opening for his team, so Hypex might get a chance.
See if they can bait out the shot here so they can get past the angle. Hypex is going to start throwing some utility down, trying to heat things up. Vincere does get into the flames. He takes the risk, but he's not able to capitalize.
Yeah, but he's out. He actually has Hypex pinned down, who's not going to want to peek again.
Right. It goes again anyway. Good flash from Rez again, supporting not only with kills, but with utility. Rez is delivering impact, but he's gone now. Peria's dropped it. Peria's got another, but Hypex still here, still a threat, but a missed shot as they run right past him. He has to deliver something, but it's missed shot after missed shot, and relies upon the rifles to help him and bail him out. But they will be that. GamerLegion hold on.
We mentioned it's a different team when the riflers show up for GamerLegion. We've talked a lot about Rez. Now PR arriving in the exact perfect moment because Hypex is about to get overrun. He's got no real options with that AWP in this scenario until PR buys him that extra time. GamerLegion starting to fire on all cylinders. It's a 7-2 lead, 5 rounds ahead of Pain.
Full control right now, GamerLegion.
We still haven't seen Pain ever like work up the motivation to go challenge for Banana with any sort of aggressive nature, hyper aggressive. Like no one's trying to scale towards half wall. No one's trying to turn the corner and pressure these B defenders.
Well, it seems like GamerLegion think this might be the round because they positioned Hypex over here for the opening.
They're looking for that changeup. This is the second or third time we've seen him start here in this position. So, I mean, they're looking for that moment when Pain decides to actually aggressively take Banana, but it's not coming.
Yeah, the game plan very much about avoiding it, looking towards A. Even after that snow clutch, right? The idea in the follow-up rounds to try and burst through the top mid smokes. It's not been working here for Pain Gaming, and Snow getting taken down. You got Towson with an easy kill towards Piria. None of these kills being challenged back from Pain, so it's a shutdown for GamerLegion, making it look easy. And Vincere, the only player left, has to try and clutch up. Now, he has actually done very well to get this into a 1v2 all of a sudden. So Vincere out of nowhere, and can it be another clutch on the site?
He's going to be trapped inside the bomb site, nowhere he can go. Hypex has him locked in.
Well, he knows. It's either he goes big or they go home. Inside of the site, worried about the short push coming in. Vincere, crosshair, chopping and changing, trying to catch the right timing, but he knows he's cowered in the corner. He has no idea where they are, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and Hypex takes him down on the first chance. It's a nice try from Vincere, 3 great kills on the site, but in the end, it's GamerLegion pushing themselves up to 8 rounds and looking to push Pain out of the competition.
Yeah, it was all desperation. It is nice to make that doable and a good look to get those couple of kills to put yourself in a 1v2, but it's starting to get sloppy and disorganized from the Pain side. Going down, losing 2 players before the execute even begins. And there's no chance of its success at that point.
And it's sad to see. I mean, we were so positive about Pain coming into the tournament, right? But it seems like they've lost control of it now.
It almost feels like they might have done one of the classic where it almost feels like they prepped so hard for Overpass to look so good there, to understand what GamerLegion was doing, knowing it was going to be a pick, that the other maps maybe didn't get as much love or don't have as much focus and game plan built into them, specifically for this matchup. Either way.
Also helped that Piria was having a
life
monster game, yeah, on that first map. He has not been able to keep that up, obviously.
Yeah, without that life game, it feels like there's been very little production on this T side. Only 2 opening kills in the 10 rounds of play on Inferno so far. 1 from Snow, 1 from Piria.
8-2 lead for GamerLegion. Pain have to win the next 2 rounds here, otherwise this is done.
Yeah, they need some room to work with in the second half, don't they? Let's see what they can get. Snow gets
Banana look.
Yeah, but still not super aggressive about it. Counter utility is going to force the defense back immediately, not wanting to mess. Here we go.
Yeah, through the fire, though, they're going to be slowed down. So good responsive utility for GamerLegion. Keeps Pain back for now.
Oh, that's a huge nade on a Snow's position. Down to 18 health.
Yeah, further utility about to fly through the sky as well. We got PR stepping out, clearing top cart. And all that banana control you fought for through pain has been taken right back by GamerLegion. And Snow very, very low. At least some shots being sent back to PR.
Yeah, PR might have to switch positions with Rez, right? With his low health. So, okay. Looking for a little play through the smoke. A boost up over the top. Snacks. Looking for anything. And Payne's on the other side, just tucked against the wall, barely missing the information.
Oh, Snacks. Here they go out into the open. Snacks has taken two. Of course he has. Bomb spills. 30 seconds left.
PR's very low inside the bomb site. He has not really any kind of resistance to speak about.
PR earlier in the half delivered a big 3K from here against Pistols, but this time against the Rifles, but they don't check him! And that was a free kill. PR is very disappointed and frustrated about that, but Hypex at least getting one kill back. You've got VSM on 12 HP. This retake extremely doable. We'll see GamerLegion's banana fight. This is everything for Pyria not to give up his life. Do not leave VSM alone on 12 HP. Pyria taking damage, but not the kill. Still trying to fight Taliesin. Still trying to win this fight, and he's picked it up.
Why?
VSM's got the headshot, and all of a sudden it's Rez alone. He's got the 1v1 though, and now he's on the stick. Rez has held it all the way. Rez has stolen it away from Payne, and surely that is it.
He's got to be getting the call from Taliesin saying he's low, he's done damage, low HP, red and banana. And Rez takes that information and say he's going to want to play the second one. He's not going to swing here with this HP, too early in the bomb timer for it.
Okay, Rez, he's just having a great game right now, 14 and 4. Clutches like that, yeah, Taliesin jumping up.
The jump was a little crazy. Wanted some information. I think just swing for the fight in that kind of scenario. Both players running low on ammunition.
That should end it, really. That defuse from Rez should cut this short for Payne. Nades down banana. Big Vincere getting battered. Down to 52 health. You get a PR up on the half wall. VSM's ready for it this time. You can't try that 2 rounds in a row. Snacks got a double from it in the last one. PR going to be punished. Snacks trying to fight, at least getting 1 kill here, but a lot weaker on the defense for GamerLegion. That B side is wide open now.
Yeah, there wasn't the time to shift a third player over, so now those losses are really, really painful. Defense arriving just now, but they've already made their way into the site. Extra damage with utility.
Yeah, Big Vincere barely alive. 5 HP left on Big Vincere.
GamerLegion's been good in these scenarios.
Yeah, they have been. Utility going to come in as well. Try and make that plant a little more difficult, but Safe has just enough health to make it possible. But this time on the retake, they've got some util, right? They can isolate the banana player, throwing the smoke in, but they're getting blocked at CT, so the utility comes in at the right time for Payne.
Yeah, they're just going to have to pick this up, I think, and stream out relatively quickly. Can't wait for these smokes to fade. You do have kits, and here comes the retake.
Yeah, well, forcing Snow to take an open fight, but he's found some cover. Good movement from Snow to stay alive in it. And a third round is going to be squeezed out from Payne. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. GamerLegion definitely in the position to move through this quarterfinal.
Legacy awaits in the semi-final, the winner of this quarterfinal that will meet them tomorrow. Currently watching their countrymen struggle and labor through this series. A good map one, but disappeared on Nuke and haven't yet found themselves on Inferno. One final round they managed to scrape together right at the tail end of the first half to give themselves what breathing room they can, but it's backs against the wall for Pain facing elimination 3-9, and a huge comeback required as they switch onto the defensive side of Inferno.
It's tough to see a world in which this is going to happen for Pain. A positive start to the tournament, but looking to be a disappointing end. Towson waiting at the barrels for that first peek. Vincere will provide it, but no headshot from either player.
Just a little bit of information as GamerLegion slowly creeps along the map a default spread. Seeing what they can find, seeing what information they can glean from whatever setups Pain is playing. And they're going to fight for this banana control as well. They see the two players. Flashbang is held by VSM over at Coffins. They'll activate shortly, as soon as they sense GamerLegion turning the corner.
Vincere going into the peak and then falling back again. They've got the info. They know they're coming, but you have to unleash kills, and Snow can't do it. Rez takes him away. Opening kill here for GamerLegion.
Oh my lord,
Look at this.
Yeah, and this is gonna, I'll be surprised if they execute off this. I almost feel like if you wait a little bit longer, you can buy time for PR. He's found the lurker, landing the shots, not getting the kill. Will find it.
Yeah, finally PR made a meal of it, but eventually takes it. So will Snacks. Hypex has killed his own in-game leader, and then Vincire's got away with one.
It's a problem.
Flank up through Banana because look, it's Safe coming in a little bit late. Vincere has done enough to keep his team in this, but Safe is the man that looks like he's gonna win it, and then Hypex spins. Fakes the plant, pulls him in. And another clutch for Hypex! Yeah, another one for him, and look at the attitude when he wins them.
Deja vu back to map one. He was clutching all over the place on Overpass. That was the only shining light. He gets another one here on the pistol.
It has shades of that Overpass clutch too, right? Where he catches the headshot just as Vincere is jumping back around the corner.
Vincere doesn't want the fight. He wants to see if he's sticking the plant. What a disgustingly fast shot from Hypex.
Let's see it again. Yeah, yeah, he was just about to get around that corner. And that might just be the final nail getting hammered into this coffin. Pain Gaming going for a force buy.
You have to. But it's on the wrong side of the map. They have an aggressive force buy. They want to stack Banana to take advantage of any presence there. With no one home, they're going to pick up the paces. Now, this has been an issue for GamerLegion, taking too long for their tactics to come to fruition. But they might speed this up. They're not doing anything else on the map. You might as well just go now. And Snacks is going to find this push.
Yeah, he's got the information. At least he'll call that over to his teammates. Hypex will adjust himself, but they're losing members rapidly. Rez at least sending a shot back. But GamerLegion are going to get funneled out through the balcony, but plenty of players ready to meet them. It's got to be Rez, who's in a stronger spot inside a pit, but he gets overrun. VSM gets to the side and sidelines Rez. And an nade will land upon his head, but it's not going to be enough to drop him. So once again, you ask Hypex to deliver for GamerLegion.
The bomb is dropped in pit, though, so they have to finish here. They have to win these fights.
Yeah, but at least that kill will even things out. Towson and Hypex trying to bring down VSM and Vincere.
Must-win clutch for Pain.
Lose this, and you should be out of Atlanta. VSM waits in the smoke. Oh, he's about to peek. He's given the peek, but Towson can't take the kill. So once again, Hypex in the clutch. There's no way, surely no way, not this one. It's gonna be so tough to force them into fights. The first chance, waiting for the peek out from the pit. He knows the positions, he just can't get into the engagements he's looking for. So Pain Gaming with a force bite keeps them in it.
That's a spectacular round. I mean, a great push down Banana. Snacks gets caught completely off guard. Those are things that have worked for you in the past back on map one, even a little bit on Nuke. It's the shot with the scout that really seals that into a dangerous round. Picking one off just as they jump out of the halls. That's a thing of beauty. By the skin of their teeth, Pain survive. Force a second timeout out of GamerLegion to talk things over. A 10-4 advantage. But Pain has thrown a spanner in the works. Now you got to be concerned about a comeback. Much more within striking distance now that the guns and the money has been taken away. But GamerLegion look to challenge here again in round 15. Buy up everything they can, fully invested. You've got a Galil on Towson. Pistols and armor on the rest of the players. Very light on utility. So GamerLegion's decision in this round is going to rely a lot on what this Galil can provide. Then they can't create opportunities for it.
Yeah, you don't often say hero Galil, do you? So
I'm actually surprised they're buying here, but gonna have to save in the next one is their line of thinking with the losing bonus the way it is.
Well, let's see if they can surprise you again. Maybe do something with this. For Pain, they've got Snow all the way down Banana. He'll play at the logs. At least getting him into a good enough spot to kick off the round. GamerLegion starting to move out through top mid. Snack's going to be taken down through the smoke.
And there's really nothing you can do, which is part of the reason why I'm scratching my head. I don't think there's any kind of significant game plan you're going to fashion with this buy and 2 smokes the whole time. Haven't even used the utility yet. You're relying to get a kill or 2 first before you put those smokes into place.
Yeah, under a minute left. Safe is going to get flashed into the peak. He even eats a bit of that flashbang himself. So GamerLegion have the angle. Safe again getting caught by the flashbang, but just trying to fend them off, and he's doing a decent job at that until traded by Towson. Here's the flank from Snow. He got that early position, but even that's now being detected. But what can you actually do with 30 seconds left? GamerLegion start to move in. Pyria still with a strong position in pit. PSM's headshot rings out. Pyria uses the distraction to be effective in cleaning up the rest. And the MP9 rings out, makes some money, and a 5th round here for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, now we'll just see a full-blown save for the GamerLegion side of things. And the problem now is that the gap is going to close even further. So we're looking at the likelihood of 6 to 10 for Pain going into the next buy round of GamerLegion. And all of a sudden, that little, I'm not going to say it's here yet, but that potential for a comeback just grows. They're going to be within striking distance very, very soon.
Yeah, 1 flashbang. That's all you've got here to work with for GamerLegion. So a 6th round for Pain coming up in no time. Snow has a chance to melt them here. Got the FAMAS out. The Galil for Snow. Only the one. How have the Glocks taken down both of the rifles? And now they've got the weapons available. That 1 flashbang has proven very effective. And now the bomb plant's coming in.
Oh, it shouldn't be possible. Good kill from Safe.
He's got the rifle, though. Snacks picked up the Galil.
Yeah, but what do? You have no armor if you're PR and Snacks. They've got utility, and they've got a man advantage. So at some point, you're going to have to get aggressive and put a stop to this. Just lying in wait, waiting for the turn of the corner.
You can't lose this, Pain. Smoke's too deep, though. PR can actually play in front of it. Snacks is ready. First headshot's in, but the 2 kills come through. And Pain, a sigh of relief. That round comes way too close. There should never be a world in which GamerLegion even have a chance to win that round.
But it's a huge benefit that you win against that force buy earlier, that you're able to pick up and upgrade a couple weapons, because that's going to help you sustain the 3 losses that you just took. The rebuys aren't going to nearly be as painful for Pain. They're within 4 rounds. How does Snacks want to open up the gun rounds on this T side, on this offense, and this campaign to close out the quarterfinals in Atlanta? Safe is going to have the AWP for this CT side. Looks like he wants to bring it towards Banana to start. There we go. Opening kill. Hunts it down. Great work from Safe. 5-on-4 provided.
What's the response from GamerLegion? You got PR, who's pushed up behind that top mid smoke. No presence in Banana, thanks to the early success of Pain's Opera in Safe. So GamerLegion only filtering in now.
And they're following this up very casual. Snacks is like, yeah, he probably fell back. So a little bit of utility. You'd love to find an equalizing kill, but Safe is relocated.
Minute 5. That's all that's left in the round. GamerLegion starting to get into position in Banana. Could be set piece here coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, clearing out brackets if you're Safe right now is perfect while that smoke is up, so you can actually send VSM on the rotation. He's sliding through CT spawn right now, going to join up with this B bomb site on defense. So 3 players here. 4 players to attack into it. GamerLegion had some sick executes and utility at the previous 2 maps.
Well, they need another one here. They're going up against 3 defenders.
35 seconds.
More utility being saved until this crucial point for Pain. The fire will fade, and here come GamerLegion. Attacking into the site, VSM swings to the smoke. The trade is in after one. It's gotta be Snow, he unleashes one. Snacks taking down Vincere without much of a fight, and GamerLegion are into this, 2v2.
Up on the flank, Snacks has a big role to play here. Safe gonna start turning the corner, off angle for Snacks, drilled!
Yeah, now it's Hypex. He's been clutch all day long, but he walks right through the smoke into Pyria, and Pain can start to believe. They're starting to do this one step at a time. Still a while to go, still 3 rounds back, but they're winning the important ones, keeping themselves in it. And it's not a great purchase coming up here for GamerLegion.
Oh, but this is probably the best Pain has felt since Overpass, right? You haven't had that feeling like you're in control, like you're coming back, like you're able to string rounds together. Nuke was a complete blowout. First half on Inferno had nothing positive for you to take away. Finally now, starting to see this side build up some confidence and some faith they can come back in this match. And this is when the Brazilian teams get the most dangerous, is when you start getting them rolling, start getting that momentum. And in between rounds, when they're hyping each other up, they just get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, yet to see like a truly convincing round victory though. It's always touch and go. It's always down to the wire. Even the Glock round, man, like even that round felt a little dangerous. So yes, Pain are winning the rounds, but they need to start showing a little bit of a stronger setup on the CT side. They need to be a bit more convincing about it if they truly are going to come back all the way.
Well, thankfully, they got plenty of money to sustain any losses they would take. PR's knocking on the door of Halls. Flashbang is out, simulating a Halls pop.
Yeah, Safe at the ready. Good shot. He gets the info on the second player, too, and Safe isn't falling back. In fact, he steps out into the open looking for a further kill.
What a great first event it's been for Safe in this Pain jersey.
Good to see him back on the server. GamerLegion want to send him home, though. Here they come, coming in towards the A side. The flank is coming in as well from Talsin. He's joining, he's coming back from Banana, he'll join up. So there's more extra players now available for GamerLegion's attack as they get ready for their final maneuver. You've got Safe, who's at the ready, looking for the peek in, but Vincere, Pyria, and Safe all combined together to bring a stop to this attack from GamerLegion. There will be no way through as the CTs hold on, and now the gap is just 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at the difference. Now they're starting to get hyped up. Now there's energy going and flowing through the Pain side of things. GamerLegion looking forlorn after each and every loss they've taken.
And that is now the convincing round we were looking for, right from Pain. The round where they actually put a stop to GamerLegion before they even find themselves in a competitive position.
Convincing round, and all of a sudden it feels like GamerLegion's playing a little bit tentative, right? They're sliding into these positions, they're waiting for the peaks, but there's really no aggression, really no pressure being applied. They're hoping that Pain is going to give something to them, but at this point during this timeout, someone from GamerLegion is going to have to realize they're going to have to go and take these if they want this win. Pain clawing themselves back into this series. 5 rounds in a row for the defense.
Yeah, this felt over. It felt completely over. Pain looked so flat, like there was no one showing up, no shining light to look towards to get you out of this pit of despair. But all of a sudden, Pain have turned on.
And it's been Safe. His alt play was the one that started this streak. Had some lovely rounds.
Well, after the timeout, GamerLegion have decided to invest a little, save a lot, and buy into the next one. But how can they perform with Tech9? Some speed is in the mix. They're running him down, putting pressure on that very man that has got them back into it. Safe is down for Pain, and all of a sudden, this round feels wide open. Pyria trying to shut it. PR through with a deagle. Pyria dead. And overrun. And GamerLegion coming in with a swinging play towards this A site. The weaker weapons have been upgraded, and 11 rounds loom.
Cranking the aggression up to 11. That's wild change of pace. Pain never saw it coming. And Safe forced all the way back into CT spawn, caught off guard with nade in hand, and you can't even go for this retake.
Of course it comes in a round like this, where you talk about Safe being the impact player, the reliable force for Pain, and the way you deal with him is just overwhelming him, forcing him back into the archway. Pistols running him down, taking away that AWP.
I love that call out of the timeout. I was just mentioning, it feels like GamerLegion just gone so tentative. That nade coming in, that's actually going to do good work, and there goes one.
PR just, well, that's it. That's the round
that's
for me.
it for
I'm just going to relax for a second. But yeah, I mean, it's great for GamerLegion in terms of the economic decision, right? Because the fact that you know you're getting a good buy in the next round allows you to take more risks in this round.
And also, I think this had to have been one from the coach probably when he's noticing similar, I'm assuming, to what I did of the tentative nature. And when you call a round like this, you take that tentative decision-making out of the player's hands. Everyone knows if you're going for a fast attack like that, ain't nobody lets go at W. Nobody slows down. Everyone moves forward for the next fight. So you take the decision-making away from the players who are probably feeling some of the pressure of this comeback, some of the nerves of being able to make it into the semifinal, and you remove that from the equation.
And now Rix needs to get on the mic one last time. All the timeouts burned as Pain somehow need to discover themselves once again.
And who will it be this time? If Safe ignited them in this half to get the comeback started, who's going to be there for him to help it continue?
Could be him again. Still got the AWP. Pain trying to come back. They've come so far that it might still be too little. Vincere with some confidence, but they get battered by grenades. Pain Gaming so low. 2 players below half HP. And Snacks continues to move up through Banana. He now sits at the half wall, but Snacks is going forward. Side of the smoke. Utility up. Sound cue made. There's a hit off Vincere. But they've got top and out of control. Hypex challenges. Snacks goes in with a second kill. And GamerLegion in a better position, 4v3 in search of series point.
Not a nice timing, not a bad timing for that play from Pain to reaggress, but man, Hypex blind shot kill. Now Snow wants to be the hero, but it's not the case. Towson's ready. GamerLegion locked in and will miss no details.
And now the 2 remaining players for Pain are on polar opposite sides of the map. At least you have a defending player on each side. But it has to be a hero play from either Pyria or Safe. And Pyria has won his fight. But now you know that at least there is only a single player on this B site, so the hero play must come from Safe. The question you posed was, who is it going to be for Pain? Safe steps into the open. Towson embraced as they move into the site. GamerLegion in a 2v2. Bomb plant coming through.
That's all Safe needs for right now. Stay alive, you got the kill. Smoke broken, nobody's in the open. Oh, he gave him the fight. Hypex step back for it. Risky. Kits on both defenders.
Safe steps out into the open. Missed shot. Is that going to cost him? He gets away. So still a chance. And Pyria moves up. Snacks ready to silence him, and Hypex is there with him. The pulls prevail. And it's 12-8 for GamerLegion. Series points.
The opportunity was available for Safe to rip that out. He had his shots, he had his chances. Hypex gave him a couple of extra looks that he just can't land, and he has been good in the clutches all day long, Hypex. Another late round scenario where he steps up to have impact. 4 chances for GamerLegion to progress into the semifinals of the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta.
And this is what Pain have to play with. A Mag 7 in Vincire's hands over towards B. The rest will have rifles. One of them a FAMAS. And GamerLegion slowing things down to kick off the round. There's not a lot of utility to play late into the game here if you're Pain.
Not a lot of utility, and you got a shotgun on Vincere, but we've seen it jump here to good effect.
We need a Mag 7 moment for Pain to stay alive. And the damage is through, the kill comes in, but Vincere traded by Snacks.
Pretty critical trade as well to grab that one and find it yourself in a 4-on-4.
Yeah, it prevents Vincere from getting his hands on a better weapon as well.
Well, if you come mid, it's exactly what Pain are looking for. They've got a vertical stack and Pyria ready to respond.
Snacks and Rez out through top mid. Pain deliver 1. Safe traded by Rez. Effective trading, but Pyria puts a stop to PR. Rez out through top middle. Bomb is at bottom mid. It can go elsewhere. If Rez can get into the archway, they can split this B bomb site. They can split the only player here in Snow. You mentioned they brought him in.
Not a good position.
Moments, but he's in the open and he's dead. Snow cast aside. Rez into the site, and it's a 2v2. for the life of Pain here in Atlanta.
Maybe a miscommunication. Snow being very, very exposed. Bomb down, all in the retake. There's no kits.
Rez ready. DSM gone. Period. Next up goes in to the church. And he better pray because that's the only thing that can save them. But GamerLegion win it. The Legion of Gamers will march into the semifinals. They will play against Legacy. And Pain started this tournament. They started with positivity. But unfortunately, it is a very flat end.
Yeah, continuing this great run is GamerLegion. Bouncing back after that map one, dropping it in horrible fashion, but resetting. Looking good on Nuke, looking good on Inferno. The Riflers showed up. They got to be happy because everyone's playing, and we saw all day today their players getting comfortable on the stage. HypeX winning clutches, getting the crowd involved, hyping them up. Snacks making his plays.
Man, it's so good to see GamerLegion have a bit of attitude, right? To see their AWPer actually win these big clutches, win these big moments for them throughout the game, and then actually show some confidence, not cowering away and falling in on himself.
Well, they're going to need that confidence tomorrow. They got a really tough task in the semifinals of Legacy. For Pain, a good showing, eye-opening. I think Safe coming back has got to be very proud of how he played in his first event, returning to official matches in quite some time. They still look like they're showing improvement, but obviously a little bit of a hiccup here as the map pool went deeper. Fell flat on Nuke, fell flat on Inferno, tried to fight back, but overall, I think a good showing from Pain that makes you think there's something cooking in that camp.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen them, and great to see them come back and be competitive, make it to the playoffs of this event, but definitely a lot of work still to be done as they get themselves in gear for the World Championship of Counter-Strike coming up in a few weeks' time. But down on the stage, we have got Snacks.
We do indeed have Snacks. Atlanta, make some noise for GamerLegion and Snacks. Snacks, you come from the golden age of Polish Counter-Strike. Over a decade later, you're playing again in front of an Atlanta crowd. Talk to him, man.
Thank you, guys.
A lot of legendary moments from you, Snacks. You built quite the tenure, quite the career. Talk to me about this game today versus Pain.
I mean, Overpass was a little bit tough. I didn't show up at all, maybe 2 or 3 frags, so obviously we cannot win map if I play like this. But the second and third, I felt like we gained the confidence back and we tried our best. A little bit was shaky at the Inferno at some point because we didn't go with the plan I had. But yeah, I'm happy, you know, 2-1 is a win.
You've got a big game in Legacy in a semi-final. How does that work out for you, Snacks? How does this break down for GamerLegion?
I mean, I think we really don't care who is going to be next up. As an opponent, we treat everyone the same. We want to beat everyone, so I hope we can make it, yeah.
Snacks, I've got one last question for you, bud. Do you like peaches?
I like just Quinca, yes.
Yes, because you're in the peach state. How hungry are you, Snacks?
I mean, not much, actually. It was... I had a Brazilian barbecue yesterday, actually. I'm not lying, with the team. And I couldn't eat for an entire day after it, so it's fine today.
Snacks, anything you want to say?
Thank you guys for cheering and see you tomorrow, yeah?
Give it up for GamerLegion!
Well, Snacks might not be hungry outside the server, but he certainly was inside. This was a crucial recovery for GamerLegion in this quarterfinal, which tees them up versus Legacy tomorrow. And it really did feel like it was a story of the individuals slowly but surely powering up. And as Snacks just said, the confidence coming along with it.
Yeah, the change of pace in the second half when we started to think that Pain Gaming were coming back, when Snacks and GamerLegion starting to lose grasp of the game, they changed the pace, they win a force buy, and from that point onwards, it was clear again that GamerLegion were the better team. You speak of individuals as well. HypeX stepping up massively in clutch situations, not only in the group stage, but now also in the playoff. You saw in the very last round as well, Rez taking the initiative in a 2v3, walks through a smoke, catches Snow off guard, and then is willing to fight for the last 2 kills as well. It was clear to me to see that the more experienced players won today, and the players who actually had the vista in order to go out there and risk a bit, were also the ones who ended up being fruitful.
That's part of what makes this GamerLegion exciting. Since the injection of Snacks and this IMD combo, they have this ability to swap up that that pace and actually give that freedom to the players to make these types of plays. It feels like there were times before, maybe under Ash, or when they were a bit more restrictive on the system, that everything looked like it was so well put together and always so well composed. But sometimes you do have to let your players loose a little bit, and I feel like these players are enjoying that extra freedom as well.
Oh, 100%. You could see it on the stage there as well. I mean, just a few words to the side of Pain. Obviously, ultimately, what was a cosmetic comeback, Jacob. Credit to them for that first map of the series, but I think you're totally correct. The better team in terms of those individuals, in terms of the teamwork as well, ended up taking the win today.
Yeah, and it's probably easy to say as well, the better team, right? Pain came into this tournament with a stand-in, came into this tournament with lower expectations. So for them to even find themselves in a quarterfinal in the first place was perhaps a bit of a surprise. I do want to give it up to Pain, though, for putting up a decent fight. Safe as well, you know, being the stand-in. I think on Inferno, he was one of the players that made them alive again, you know, the AWPing, the entry fracking on towards Banana, the playing defensively over towards the A-bomb side as well. I think Safe was a pivotal player in this game in order to even, I guess, get back into it to a point where we believed that Pain maybe had a shot of coming back.
I think, unfortunately, those same demons started to arise for Pain, though. I mean, say they disappear in international playoffs, it seemed like that was the case again. If not for the fact that Pyria had the insane first map that he did, I don't think I saw really enough out of the other pieces to feel very confident in this Pain moving forward. So I'm worried that those demons in the closet just keep on reappearing. They're not growing out of it, because that was the main thing they probably would have been attacking ahead of the major.
What we did see a lot from, though, you've already touched upon it, is Hypex. He's making a bit of a name for himself in some of those kind of high-pressure clutch situations. We saw a few more of those going down today.
He seems unaffected by that kind of pressure, yeah, and he seems to thrive in scenarios where you have to think for himself and nobody else, and really have been stepping up throughout this tournament as well. We saw the amazing clutch in the group stage against Astralis, a 1v4 in Donut. We saw it again today, and it's the timing of it, you know. It was at the exact time where you feel like, oh, Pain is coming back, and I think Jason said it during the cast as well. It does feel like Pain, slowly but surely, are starting to get the sense of the game and a feel for the game, and then boom, Hypex comes in and find a lot of impact. So not only does he clutch, but he also clutches in the right moments.
Yeah, and it wasn't just, you know, raw 1v1s or 1v2s. It's just these late round kills that he just kept continuously finding. It served as such a massive bailout for GamerLegion throughout this entire series, really. I think he finished with 3 clutches in total across the maps, but he couldn't be stopped, really.
And that's one thing I noticed as well, the body language of Hypex. One of the players who would be standing up on the stage, who would be hyping up the teammates as well. He was embracing it, he was playing into it, and it almost, you know, felt like he was being feeded by that energy to some extent. We had the opportunity to talk to him on the desk, and he was being very modest, he was being very calm, very collected, but it's clear to see that he's playing with a certain fire when he's on the server.
And this is only his second big stage inside the GamerLegion jersey as well. That's nothing to be forgotten as well. Any other individuals that you'd like to hype up a little bit?
I mean, it's just all of the young bucks, really, on GamerLegion. You know, we actually failed maybe to get a good performance out of Rez for the first couple of maps. He really locked in, you know, maybe all that meditation he did entering the venue and entering the stage. He actually needed to that jolt of energy, and you had great performances from Towson and PR throughout. I wanted to highlight them coming into this map because they serve as these anchor players that can be so disruptive and hard to deal with. And unfortunately, there wasn't enough, and we don't see the disruptive flashbangs or utility. We didn't really get into Pain executions where those anchors are really put to the test.
Yeah, I echo the sentiment. As I said, I feel like the win can come from a lot of different directions. Snax as well, you know, had certain moments in this game and certain rounds where all of a sudden he's the one getting a multi-kill. He's the one putting himself at the center of the round. And then, as I said, Rez, one thing I like about Rez, and people may not give him enough credit for that, it's a player that is always sticking to his true identity on the server. Like, he's willing to be that guy who maybe takes the gamble, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But at the end of the day, I think Jason as well highlighted on the cast, someone within GamerLegion will have to break out of the system, break out of the boundaries in order to change the tide of the game, and you can always count on Rez at the very least trying today being successful.
Should we look at the what you dubbed as kind of the final moment for this map? Round 19, what are you highlighting him?
It was just simply, I mean, this wasn't a good economic round, really, for GamerLegion. You can see that their buy is here with massive Tech 9s, but because they've been playing with a slower pace on this T side, Safe gets caught with util, he gets run down by Rez, and then all that chaos brewing on long, PR picks the perfect moment to come out of the smoke, and it just felt as though Pain were getting completely caught off guard by that tempo, and without that understanding or being able to deploy some of that counter utility, it's tough to hold on to that A-bomb.
Straight after a timeout as well, you know, you see the instant impact coming in, and as you said, that was the game right there. That was another key round going the way of GamerLegion, and essentially what made sure that Pain Gaming never came back into it.
Well, we've talked a lot about the individuals on the side of GamerLegion, so I'm curious to find out who is in our top 3 of our DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
This is exactly where you put your hard-earned Twitch channel points to very good use. You've got 3 options from this particular quarterfinal. No surprises to see Hypex as our first option, Jacob.
In terms of raw impact, he definitely had a great game. He was consistent throughout the entirety of the matchup, didn't have many periods where he didn't find impact from start to finish, and then, as we spoke about, the clutching ability, the ability to be mobile with the AWP as well. I think it's only fair that we give Hypex some praise. Had a great group stage and had a great showing here in the playoff as well.
Our next contender is indeed going to be PR, Yuumi. Are you tempted to put your Twitch channel points to him?
I'd be tempted. It'd be a hard sell over Hypex, but I mean, PR, cool, calm, had a lot of really high impact rounds, and even when he's playing these more passive positions, knowing the right time to press the attack and go in for those flanks, really showing that quality and caliber that a lot of people had hyped around him moving out of last year.
He's the X factor. He's the player that you can count on, you know, to change the course of the game from time to time. PR didn't necessarily have that many moments today of that, but I'm sure he'll be needed in the semifinal.
I feel like you're going to be tempted, very tempted indeed, with our final option, Jacob, because you've been on the Res Blower right now. You've been talking about him being his best version of himself since donning this GamerLegion jersey alongside Snax this year.
He's definitely bounced back to a level that he can be very proud of, but also a level where he's helping out GamerLegion an awful lot. Not only with the experience, he's been around for a long, long time, but he also steps up in the crucial moments. Best visualized here on Inferno in the final round, where he's single-handedly winning the game and winning the round for GamerLegion. So only fair that we put Res on the list today. Maybe not the guy I would vote for, but definitely in contention.
There's a lot of reasons to like GamerLegion if you're an American fan. It's the Big Apple and Snax moment and Mr. IEM Oakland himself.
He'll never let us forget that, will he? Of course, they're going to be taking on Legacy in our first semi-final tomorrow, but I do just want to briefly talk about Pain. End of the road here for them, but not the last time we're going to be seeing them this season. Of course, when we look on towards the major, they're actually going to be starting in Stage 2. I mean, is that an initial surprise, thinking about how their year has been so far? Would you expect them more as one of those Stage 1 teams, or do you think they might have a chance to make a dent in Stage 2?
I think they're on the cusp of it, to be completely honest. It hasn't been a great year for Pain Gaming, to be completely honest. Now they most likely will have NQC back on the lineup for the major. That's going to be a good thing for them. I think he's a big part of that roster, but I see them being a Stage 2 team right now, but I have my doubts whether or not they're going to make it to Stage 3, and it's quite rich to say, right? We're talking about a team that were in the playoff in Austin, you know, all the way into the semi-final. We're talking about a team that at a certain point were stable in top 8, but I think those days are long gone for Pain for now.
Yeah, and the team, I mean, they did at least beat Foot, who have been kind of the team of the season coming into this year. So in some respects, I agree with you. You know, this is they're on the cusp, but you know, a FaZe and a Bet Boom that beat through them. I wanted to see more. I wanted to see that development for those playoffs, because even if they do make it past Stage 2, further into the major becomes more complicated.
It's going to be very complicated indeed. Either way, end of the line for Pain here in Atlanta. So let's get a few closing thoughts from them, courtesy of Stico.
I'm here with Safi from Pain. No commiserations on the loss, obviously. I want to ask you about this best of 3. From your POV, what really happened? Finally, you broke the Overpass curse, but still, the best of 3 wasn't enough.
Was hard. This last map, we were going to come back, and we lost our first buy. I made a mistake on the long side, and I think that cost us the comeback. You know, we were playing good, and after that, we didn't manage to win a round, I think. But I mean, it is what it is. I think we showed resilience throughout the whole tournament. And yeah, I mean, I think we're on the right path. We had just 2 weeks of practice, so there's a lot to learn, a lot to improve. So yeah.
I mean, you're self-critical there, that you're kind of blaming that one round, your mistake. Can you talk us a little bit about that mistake? Because you blocked the smoke, right? In Arch, you took an HE in the hand and you didn't count that they're going to run you with the Tech 9s, or what happened there?
Yeah, so first I think I did a smoke B for the banana guys. And VSM, he jumped window, and he called VP, but I'm new in the team, and I didn't know what VP was. And VP was the rush long, and I didn't know. And when I got to the arch, I just saw the smoke, and I didn't think I had time to do anything else, you know. So I think because I'm new to the team and I didn't understand the call. But I mean, just how it is. You know, the only round that I smoked banana, and they do that as well. So yeah, I mean.
It's super unfortunate, right? But at the same time, you're admitting that this is kind of a new environment for you. But looking ahead, what's next for Pain? Can you share a little bit what is on the schedule for you?
Yeah, we're gonna go to China now. We're playing the CAC there. I'm really looking forward to it. I really love that country. China is really, really nice. So yeah, we'll play there, and then after that, I believe we're gonna go to Belgrade to do a boot camp for the Cologne Major. So yeah.
Anything you want to say to the fans before your last sign-off from the tournament?
Just say thanks to the fans, to the Brazilian fans, to everyone. It feels so nice to come back and play and be in front of a crowd. And yeah, so just thank you very much.
Thank you as well for this, and good luck in China.
Stiko and Safe for the insight in that one. I'm very honest from Safe, even though he's in a situation where he's coming and standing in for the team.
A lot of accountability, you know, basically taking it upon his shoulders that they couldn't continue the comeback. And I think it's fair enough, you know, he did make a mistake, but overall, I also think he was one of the players for Pain Gaming on Inferno that kept them alive for that long and actually allowed them to make the mini comeback they did, you know. So fair enough and fair play to Safe. Playing as a stand-in is never easy. I think he can be proud of his performance today, but also throughout the entirety of the tournament. By no means a weak link when in Pain.
I think it's maybe just one of those positions that he's in where, you know, he's seen the impact that NQZ has had on the roster before, and so maybe he's trying to hold himself to that standard, and even if it is an awkward situation for himself. I always appreciate when Safe gets to do those interviews because he's actually a very sort of insightful, self-reflecting player in general because of the fact he entered the game quite late. He wasn't one of these 18-year-olds coming into Global Offensive when all the teams and players are rising through those ranks. He chose to do this, you know, midway through, I think, education as well. So.
Yeah, very eloquent gentleman. Yeah, up next on the docket for them, that's going to be taking on M80 at CAC. They're also on the same side of the bracket as Falcons, who we've just seen obviously taking down Furia over in Astana as well. So I think it's going to be quite a tough competition for them over there. M80 does seem beatable, but yeah, if the inevitable happens between Falcons and BC game, that's going to be tough.
It's going to be another great test for Pain, you know, heading into the Cologne Major to see where they're at. I think overall, you know, right now, surely disappointed. I think they saw the opportunity that playing GamerLegion and playing Legacy in a semi-final, the final was possible for them, but overall, I think if they were to look at this tournament as a whole, it's a step in the right direction, and I'm sure they hope to do the same in the tournament at CSC. Beating M80, though, that should be more than possible.
Listen, there's two tournaments happening simultaneously with some of the best teams in the world, and they have looked mortal. Some of them will also be going to China. You know, the fact that we are starting to break through the wall that did seem to separate the best from the rest is a very promising prospect.
And surely such a confidence-boosting opportunity, obviously not guaranteed prior to going into the major, right? These kind of moments and those kind of wins that present themselves could give you such a boost going into the most important event of the year.
It could, and I think it's an important point to bring up as well, but I think there's also the other side to the coin that we don't often speak about. It could also be a mood breaker. It could be a scenario where they walk into that tournament, they lose to M80, they drop down to the lower bracket, and all of a sudden the last tournament you played heading into the major was one that didn't give you confidence. So as much as I agree, you know, for a team like GamerLegion, Legacy, Pain to some extent as well, this was a farming confidence exercise at IEM Atlanta, but now you sort of risk, you know, losing a bit of that as well if you don't do well at CSC. So it comes with a bit of a risk.
You can make the second place, you can make the grand finals of every tournament and still be in a nightmare position as a roster. We've seen that demonstrated
That's very true.
over all of last year. You know, making it deep into tournaments doesn't guarantee that you ever break past that barrier as well. So yeah, I think there's a lifeline to this. You know, there's a shelf life to how long this roster can take getting into a playoff position or getting to scale up against tougher teams. If they don't learn and develop from that, again, you reach the same roadblock that Pain have encountered before.
Let's have some light thoughts on the semi-final for tomorrow then. The first one that we see cemented, Legacy versus GamerLegion. I imagine another very competitive affair. Just in terms of the two Brazilian styles that we might kind of compare and contrast between Pain and Legacy, what do you anticipate that GamerLegion are going to have to face tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a fun game to watch. It's going to be an explosive game of Counter-Strike. We've seen that Snax is very willing to play fast-paced Counter-Strike. He's willing to do out-of-spawn calls, and we've seen Legacy, they're very willing to adopt a bit of the art style, maybe not to the same degree we saw back in the day with Furia, but there's still some of that identity in them. Legacy, they want to fight you heads-on, and I think Snax and the boys from GamerLegion would be willing to take that fight. So explosive Counter-Strike and fun Counter-Strike it should be.
I just think this is like a fan favorite type of matchup, really. I mean, you have Snax and Art that are just these crazy personalities that have these quirky play styles. They give great interviews, they're very insightful, but then they're also just as chaotic as playing a matchmaking game. They will go in with shotguns, they will make crazy plays, and they will, I think, play with that tempo in a great way. I think that's really where the battle of styles will come through, is that Art has done a lot to slow the game down for a Legacy that at the end of last year were actually pretty hectic, pretty chaotic, but making it up the levels and up the ranks in a way that people wouldn't have expected from them.
It's funny how that works, isn't it? Art slowing down a team, 5 years ago, that would have been unthinkable.
Yeah.
But I very much agree with the point, but the problem, I guess, for GamerLegion is that Legacy is a team right now with a lot of confidence. They came fresh off a win, domestically speaking, so it's going to be one of those games where both teams obviously are eyeing a massive opportunity to get into the grand final, but both teams are also willing to fight for it.
Yumi, just because you're not going to be joining us for the next game, it's been such a pleasure to have you up here, by the way, but you speak of fan favorites. Up next, Vitality versus Na'Vi. Any predictions going into that one?
There isn't a single place you could be in the world right now where you shouldn't be watching this game. This is the two best teams in the world. Both have shown vulnerabilities, and I think it was discussed before. But for Na'Vi, if not now, then when? If Vitality are saying that they're playing their F game to get into the playoffs, you won't beat them when they start practicing.
Do you think they will?
Insane.
I don't think so. I tried to rationalize it in my head, but the math ain't
it up
mathing.
beautifully for us, though, Yumi. We're going to head things to a quick break, and when we return, just as Yumi was saying, the #1 and #2 teams in the world going to be descending upon this very stage. It's Vitality taking on Na'Vi in our second quarterfinal after this.
What's up, my man? Washed Vitality is here. You have to play quarterfinals now.
I know, it's what's going on? The era's done. We're finished.
I have to ask though, because I can imagine yesterday was spent, polishing things, and you have to, have some days off as well. Can you walk us through a little bit? How did you use this? And you can get technical with me. Was it theory? Was it practice? Was it individual?
Mostly, we had a couple practice games, a bit of theory as well, just to, of course, it wasn't a full practice day. We just had a couple practices, but just to get comfortable on some of the maps, work on some new ideas as well, not just for this game, but hopefully it's not our focus. Of course, we want to win here. Our focus is the game, but also we're still in preparations for the major and make sure we can peak there as well. So, but I think for us, yeah, we still haven't had a lot of practice days before this event. It's been pretty rough in that aspect. So it's just trying to get his ideas across and see what we can add to help us here as well.
Yeah, looking at your bracket, it's a pretty difficult draw, right? You potentially have Bad Boom, who actually beat you. Now you have Na'Vi, which you have a good record against them. But when you saw that draw, what came to your mind? As you can speak on behalf of whole Vitality.
Yeah, excited. I think for us, it doesn't really matter who we play. Of course, we probably expected to play Na'Vi at some point, but maybe a bit further down the line. But at the same time, I think for us, it doesn't matter who we play. Now we get to the playoffs, it kind of sometimes feels like a separate tournament for us. Like we have the groups, now it's our time to step up and make sure that we get a level up now and take the step forward, because we're playing Na'Vi. It doesn't really matter how many times we've beaten them before, how many maps we've got over them. We know every game is different, and we had records over other teams in the past, and you never know the next time they can beat you or make it a lot closer. So it's going to be a tough bracket, but I think for us it's where our experience shows and where the individuals and experience kind of takes that step up now in the playoffs and on the stage, and that's what we're looking forward to.
Willie, always nice talking to you. Good luck in this quarterfinal.
Thank you.
Dominic handling
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is!
$100,000! I've had enough of you! Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
Hi, I'm Henry G. Greer, new General Manager for Team Falcons. And today, I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain as I build a colossus on Kolex's new fantasy mode. We're going to kick things off with a triple pickup. Kisuke, Monesi, Nico, my boys. Welcome to the team. And I'm biased. Sue me. So, Daniel is a personal friend of mine. Lovely lad. Seems the site has a technical error.
Cut! Right. You've gone over budget.
What do you mean, gone over budget?
It's fantasy, right? The idea is you build a team within your means.
Well, that's not very realistic, is it?
Look, it's classic fantasy. You can pick any player within reason, and you can build your roster. The best part, with Kolex, you can win actual prizes.
Yeah. That's all great, but one question. This budget thing. If I'm maxed out, how am I going to afford Essetag? What? Can't build a Colossus without Essetag.
I usually like to always do my monitor as soon as I can. I usually still do the same thing actually, where I do like an arm's length away and a little bit more. And then in terms of like how high, I usually just go like to the max and then like a little bit lower, so like my eyes are at the top of the monitor.
Okay.
So just for some reason that's supposed to be the best.
In terms of keyboard orientation, you've got a wrist rest.
I do. I think that is just nice. It's just like nice for my wrist, especially when you're playing for like a long time. Don't want any issues. That's pretty much the goal as you get older. Don't want any issues.
Nothing going wrong. Long games.
Yep.
Okay, it goes with your posture.
And it just feels nice because like if you don't have the wrist rest, like your hand has to do like this. Whereas like if you have the wrist rest, it just, I don't know, it just feels more comfortable for me.
More natural.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a Wu-Ting keyboard, I do believe?
Yeah, this is Wu-Ting.
Can I ask a couple of questions? Maybe, wait, are they?
Sure. This is custom keycaps.
I see. Are they Japanese?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for it looking cool.
Do you ever go, where's the letter L gone? Or?
Nah, I got it. I got it on lock.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I don't even look. You don't even have to look. But like whenever I'm doing SSD setup at tournaments, they don't like it because they can't type in the admin password as easy.
It's a very unique looking keyboard, I'll tell you that much. Okay, so are you a rapid trigger user?
Yeah.
Okay, what about your actuation point?
So I have it at 0.4, but I actually have different switches. You can feel it if you want. It's so they're actually tactile because the standard like HE, which is like the Hall effects switches, they're usually linear, and I really don't like linear. So I found these, they're like heavy tactile switches that's supposed to be like what I used before Wu-Ting, and it feels really nice.
Okay.
Because I used to like when I'm like doing like AD or like doing my strafes where I can like feel the bump, and now I can feel the bump, and it feels much better for me.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, nice little addition there.
Yeah.
So do you have you said 0.4?
Yeah.
Do you have that on all the keys or some different?
I have them, so it's 0.4 on WASD, and then everything else, I think my default is like around 2.
Okay.
And then like keys I really don't want to press, Like G, for example, is at like the max. I have it at 3.5 or 4.
Okay.
So like G or like the Windows key, for example, like any key that I really don't want to press.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if we ever see you drop your gun, that's user error. That's not the keyboard.
That's user error. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't the keyboard.
Okay. All right. So special keycaps, special switches.
I mean, I'm on the Super Strike now.
Lots of grip tape on that.
Yeah, just because my hands were always sweating. Like, I think I found this in 2019 of like just using grip tape in general, and it helps so much more. Like just not having to worry about, because whenever I have a mouse that doesn't have grip tape, I always have to like do this middle of the round, and it makes a big difference for me.
Atlanta, Georgia. Here we are yet again, the Ponce City Market. What does Atlanta know about Counter-Strike? Or video games in general? Let's just find out. Let's just see if anybody is on the same wavelength as us here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Come on. Y'all play video games by any chance? Sorry, come over this way, come over this way. Talk to me about teams playing other teams and people playing other people in video games, esports.
I think that there is a culture for it, but I haven't really been involved with the culture of esports.
What do you think separates a good esport from the great esports?
You need a good balance of the game, and you need players that understand the mechanics of the game and can use those to the fullest of their abilities.
I'm literally on Super Smash Bros. Pretty much only.
What's your favorite character? Who are you playing? Who's your main?
Ness.
I'm more of a Kirby brick everything into
yeah. Any new girl that I teach Smash, she plays like Kirby. Yeah.
Maybe one day I'll grow up. Are there any games that are just embarrassing to be good at that you can think of?
This is going to be a hot topic. I think it is a little embarrassing to be good at COD.
Okay, let's go at them, man. Let's tell them what they need to hear. I must have sat at the wrong table. Yeah, we're kind of talking about video games. You guys know anything about video games, esports?
To know stuff about Brawl Stars?
Okay.
I know Atlanta has a big COD scene, but how many times can you play Cold War and say it's a different game?
What do you look back and say to the younger you watching?
Go hard for the times that need to be like taken hard, and just have fun.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Ihor, can I grab you for a second? Come here, my man. I have a quick question, Ihor. Yeah. You get to play, again, the best team in the world. What are you feeling like? What's inside of your mind?
It's okay. We're just, every time we're playing versus them, we are getting better. So it's time to maybe finally win them, I hope. And just show our best.
Yeah. I don't want to ruin it by talking about like head-to-head or a curse or a streak or whatever like that. What are your expectations coming into the game today? Is it just a win? Is this all you think about?
Just play good CS.
Good CS.
If you play good CS, we can win them.
Yeah. This is perfectly fine. I want to have to talk about group stage because it was kind of unexpected loss against Legacy as well. I just want to talk to you with, 2 days ago. What have you learned from that game? Did anything, change in the team? Did it affect you in some way?
I don't think so it affected us. We just played bad as a team. We lost our first map, and it was in our hands, but we managed to lose it. And just nothing changed, literally. It's just to play Vita not in the grand final, to play them right now. So it's better to play, I think, in group stage, in playoffs.
Yeah. You reckon that it will be a little bit easier than the best of 5 against kind of team like that?
I think so, yeah. We will see.
Yeah. I saw as well a lot of fans in Navi jersey and specifically cheering for you guys. Any words to them? This will go in the arena.
Just thank you for support, guys.
Yeah. And see you on the server.
What so many thought was destined to be the grand final here in Atlanta already set to be going down in the quarters. The house is packed out for Vitality versus Na'Vi, their 4th head-to-head this year, but one where Na'Vi have not managed to claim a single map off of Vitality. Can that fate be changed today? That is what we're here to be answering with myself, Freya Spears. We got Pimp and also Yanko up here joining us. Welcome to the desk, welcome to the arena. We've had some fun in the first game, but this should be a banger.
Certainly, I mean, and I think the atmosphere is great. Kind of gives you a throwback to the early days, right? With a huge floor, with the crowd being so intense, right? And then so involved with the games. And I think for what's going to be the marquee matchup of this playoffs, right? We're going to get a banger, hopefully.
Yeah, without a doubt. We have what is currently the two best teams in the world. Obviously, there's no discussion whether or not Vitality are still the #1 team, whereas for Na'Vi, I think they've established themselves as the first challenger. But as you so aptly said, Freya, it's been a bit of an issue for Na'Vi to actually get the Ws and get the map wins even against Vitality. So here's hoping that we get I wouldn't say more competitive series than in some of those, because there has been close maps and fun series. It's more so for Na'Vi to get it over the finish line.
We do also have to check in with what exactly is on the line if any of these teams were to go on and win this entire tournament as well. Obviously a notch on the belt of the ESL Grand Slam, which we just so aptly saw Vitality hoisting their second back-to-back, first team in the history of the universe to do so. And if we could so believe it, Yanko, we've been talking about it so many times, Vitality could do it again this year as well. We asked Apex about it, he didn't like to talk about it, but it's a prospect.
I'm not falling for it, Freya. Right? We had the same conversation last year when they're winning everything in the first half of the year, right? I don't think they will complete another one in 2026.
It seems impossible.
I think they'll get probably a couple of notches under their belt, this being one of them, Cologne potentially being another. I think even with other teams making changes, and let's even say that they're going to improve and put up a better fight against Vitality, they're not going to be going anywhere. Like, you know, they're still being contention for these trophies. They'll still have deep runs, but yeah, it's becoming a little bit ridiculous, sort of the things we talk about when it comes to Vitality, but that's just how dominant they are.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about an era, and as you so rightfully said, you know, maybe it's a dynasty, and if they were to claim another one, you know, if they were to take another ESL Grand Slam in this year alone, that would be the dynasty, and a lot more to that. I'm not sure either, to be completely honest. I think Vitality have a good chance, as you said, of remaining competitive, but just winning the ESL Grand Slam in itself is a very tough task, and to do it 3 times in a row, it seems unimaginable.
It's one of the toughest in all of esports, to be completely honest, right? And when we're looking at Vitality right now, I think, you know, Yumi brought up the question, is this the most beatable version of Vitality we've seen? Is this the time? If not now, when for a lot of these teams?
Well, if it isn't, then I don't know what is, right? I mean, they haven't practiced, they've been on the road for, you know, 3+ weeks at this point in time, away from their homes, away from their families. So, you know, it's getting more and more difficult to sort of just play good Counter-Strike even, right? I mean, they've been together for a long time now. Their playbook is deep, but we know how tough it is nowadays. You constantly have to update. You constantly have to refresh. You're the #1 team in the world. You got a target on your back. Everyone's grinding day and night to sort of catch up with you. And I think this is, for me, also the last chance for Na'Vi to beat Vitality. If they don't beat them here, they're not beating them. Like, if it's another loss, then you're just becoming the mouse of 2026.
Oh,
a really good team, a really good team that's beating everyone else, but just can't beat Vitality. And granted, they at least have a tournament win under their belts at Pro League, you know, with the absence of Vitality, but they don't care about it. And I have to give them props, because they say if you're in a tournament and Vitality isn't there, it doesn't really count.
I think there's 2 ways around that question, because I agree, you know, right now is arguably the most beatable time that you could face a team like Vitality. But to me, the question is more so, is this the time where the second best, third best team in the world are the most capable of beating Vitality? Because I think what we saw last year when Vitality were losing a couple of the semifinals and finals, that was Furia, Falcons at times as well, playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. I don't see Na'Vi as of right now. Sure, they've gotten better. Sure, they're playing good Counter-Strike. They're the second best team in the world. I don't think Na'Vi, as of right now, is a better team than Furia were last year when they were beating Vitality. So even though Vitality may be more beatable now, I'm not sure the competition around them is as strong as it used to be just half a year ago.
The comparison to Mausers, that's really hitting me, Yanko, because you're so right. They also won a tournament. The only tournament they won, Vitality weren't even at as well, right? Like, the comparisons, man, it's kind of cruel.
You know why? Because there's a psychology aspect to it. And this isn't the first time we see it. Obviously, we compare Vitality to Astralis. Astralis had Liquid at that time, you know, who they were beating all the time. Here you can see some of the results that happened between Vitality and Mouse. And it's the same sort of amount of games compared to how many times Navi played them this year. And the problem is it just becomes too big of a mental obstacle. We even saw it when Navi was the best. Like G2 couldn't beat them, right? But the Navi couldn't beat Spirit, and Spirit couldn't beat G2, and you had that weird triangle. But you know, it just becomes too much to deal with. You feel like whatever you try, because you tried a lot of different things, if you lost to the same team 5 times in a row, you can't even win a map in a best of 5. You just have this feeling of helplessness, right? And no matter what we try, these guys just have our number.
Yeah, I think the only silver lining to that is that it's been getting more and more competitive in some of those maps, you know, and I guess you don't get any participation fee, or you don't get any clap on your shoulders for almost beating Vitality. There's a lot of teams who's been able to do that and push them into overtime, and that's where I guess the current Vitality have shown to be so strong that regardless of what you throw at them, they'll find a way to win. But if I were to give any hopes for people watching right now, it is Navi seemingly have gotten closer to beating Vitality.
That's a really slim silver lining, though, considering they haven't even won a single map, right?
14 in a row.
Crazy.
14 in a row, and that is crazy. It's 22-1, I believe, in maps won for Vitality, the core Vitality to Navi's core right now. So yeah, let's be honest, this is maybe the most dominant matchup there's ever been in Counter-Strike in that regard.
One map in 3 years. That's what we're getting to here almost. And yeah, but I think it's also important because they played so much recently, you know, in some of these games, like it becomes a meta in its own right when you play a certain team, and it's really important like how you approach those games, and you don't prepare for it and then you don't look at it the same way like you do any other series.
Should we talk about some of those adaptations? Because I imagine you've been in that situation before when you're taking on a team just time and time again. How do you make sure that you're making those micro adjustments to get the better of them? What have you observed?
Yeah, it's tough because they played in 2 finals back-to-back, right? In Rivals and in Rotterdam, and just going from one final to the other, you're going to see small adjustments. So this is first going to be from the Rotterdam, the first final that they played. Watch out where Alexi is. Like, he played this spot a lot, so he's listening for any sort of aggression. He's playing close by. In the mid round, once Vitality starts taking mid control, you see this combo for mid. You see the A main combo as well. That's going to prompt Makazi to throw his first smoke. Because of Alexi's forward position, he could have saved his smoke. They didn't need to spend them. He got another one for Alexi, so he blocks now. And you can see as the hit is coming in from Vitality, he has one more smoke at 35 seconds left. That's going to make it much easier for him to hold, gets 1 kill. Also really important, you can see if you look at the radar, there's only 2 guys on B. Alexi can just freely hold this flank because B main is smoked, so it's easier for the B guys to hold it on their own. Makazi, great individual play in this round as well, flashing through the smoke, finding another multi-kill, and they just win the round, right? But what is the adjustment from Vitality? This is now from the Fort Worth final. Look at Mezzi. Combo for exactly that position where Alexi B was playing. So he clears that out, and now in the mid-round, Apex just throws a weak fake. Like, this isn't supposed to fool Navi that it's going to be A, but it's supposed to do exactly this, where they're coming out to clear mid because they think it's a fake, they want to creep mid. Also, because of that pressure, there's no smoke B main now. So now that the execute comes in, more bodies coming B main, you can see how the trades come in. And that's all Vitality needs. We just have a 3v3 post plant, and they get right back to it, clutch it out. And I think it's mind games like this that really matter when it comes to how do you approach your T side.
And it's something we spoke to Flamesy about as well on the desk after they qualified for the playoff. He said that Apex plays a vital role in that. There's been limited time to practice, but even during a tournament where Flamesy said that sometimes we feel we're struggling on a certain map, from the group stage to the playoff, a few adaptations, a few things that then Apex walk through together with the coach and the assistant coach, and all of a sudden they have a new belief in that map. So to see something being, you know, changed in such a short amount of time, despite using the same playbook, as Flamesy said, they're still running on the IEM Rio playbook within Vitality because of the lack of practice. That's another point as to why they're so strong and so hard to beat.
Yeah, and we have another set of rounds where it's important because Navi does such a great job at game planning, right? So again, from their first game in Rotterdam, Alexi, same position, right? Plays close by. This time it's a different sort of a round where, okay, now they don't feel any pressure and they're going to go for an information play. Like, they really wanted to target Mezzi. They know he's usually on his own, holding. They're going to be able to push out, find the kill. Makazi keeps pushing, finds 2 more kills, and this is Navi winning like back-to-back gun rounds at the start on CT side Anubis, which is not easy. So if you move to the Rivals game, okay, what's going to be different? Now when this combo happens, look at the radar. Mezzi, he's number 5, but the number 3 guy over there, that's Apex, just playing anti-flash. So this is all of this round, all of this call is just to prompt Na'Vi to react, right? And then to punish that reaction. As they're taking mid, Na'Vi repositions for the flashbang. Even though Apex started moving, like him just being there draws enough attention where Rezi can get the trade kill, and then in the 4v3, Vitality closes it out. And these are games that have ended 13-11 for Vitality and 13-10 for Vitality. And it's just super important to talk about how you always have to be on the top of your game, and talking about Vitality taking time off and not really practicing and everything. Like, can they find, again, a couple of things that they can turn into their advantage and sort of sprinkle something in where it makes it more difficult for Na'Vi to prepare?
Well, that's exactly the question, and I hear Stigo has some more for Apex.
Apex catching up with me ahead of the quarterfinals. I want to ask you a couple of questions because we've seen some struggles after a long time, obviously. From your POV as a captain, as an IGL, what has been the main struggle so far this tournament? Let's put like 2 or 3 topics here.
Well, the same as Dallas. Huh? Nothing changed. We didn't play, so we have sometimes a lack of understanding each other. I would say the first thing. Sometimes the individual as well, and yeah, lack of team play in a way, like taking things not well enough, I would say. So yeah, just think that you get when you don't play enough, because I see some people say, yeah, they are professional, yeah, but it doesn't, like, why we repeat things every day? Just because it's not easy to get a really great level. So yeah, we like those things right now, but what I mean is we stepping up after each game, and hopefully we're gonna still step up today.
Despite all of that, you suffered the loss, obviously, against Bad Boom, and you had to do the lower bracket run, which is kind of rare for you. I want to bring you back until when you lost that game against Bad Boom. What was the team talk like? What did you tell to the team, or what was the coaching staff were talking to your guys?
Well, I think the main thing was probably Nuke on that one, because we had again a really potty side. So I tried at least to put ours on Nuke and understand why we were shit at the time, and because we knew that also the next day we will play against FaZe and they will pick Nuke, so we had to step up, and actually we played better against FaZe on Nuke. It's still not perfect, so that's thing that we need to take care. But overall, we just didn't play good, and that's it. I mean, there is no like 100 topics. So we didn't have good team play. We didn't understand much each other on a few rounds. I haven't played much Anubis before that, so also it was a bit of a mess, and individual didn't step up. So all together combined, you lose.
Yep. It makes complete sense. I want to say that teams are kind of feeling that Vitality are weak right now, and they're coming to get your head, right? And I want to give you the opportunity to talk to them a little bit ahead of this quarterfinal. Any message to them if they're trying to chase you right now?
No, I don't really care, to be honest. I'm focused on ourselves. I never talked before, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good rule to stand by, right, as well. Good luck in this quarterfinal.
Thank you.
Alexi B and Na'Vi are in the house. I want to talk to you about Vitality on the other side of the bracket again. I mean, in the same bracket, on the other side of the server, but they seem very beatable. Do you feel the same? Do you think that this is finally the time to break this curse that you're having?
I mean, right now, they form-wise and the stuff that they're saying on interviews doesn't look like they're the best versions of themselves. But to be fair, they won us like so many times in a row that for us, we're facing the same Vitality, and we're trying to always create something new and have a new game plan going on. I feel like the whole team is feeling pretty confident, even though our previous loss against Legacy. I just think that we understand that this is the main team to beat, no matter what, in this tournament, and now it's our time.
All right, and speaking about them being a team to beat, since you've been struggling a little bit, do you feel, honestly, as an IGL, do you feel like this was a mental block or tactical or individual? Is there something, a combination of all of these?
Versus Vitality?
Yeah.
I'd say it's a combination, but at the same time, we can't deny the fact that they've been playing amazing CS, and I think the whole community saw the way they were winning some trophies, not dropping maps, series, all this type of stuff. It's unheard of. So at the same time, I just think that they were a better team. But I do think that we had our chances to win maps, which we didn't. So not winning a single map, it's also means that we need to be better as a team.
As well, I always have this feeling that whenever you play against them, it feels like the game plan is pretty logical, pretty strong. But when it comes to execution of it, and you're like kind of fumbling there and losing like key rounds, do you feel the same? This is something that you specifically work on against Vitality? I don't know. It feels like always Vitality is on the better side of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you watch their games, they have those round 2 conversions when they don't win the pistol, happens against any team, or Zybe won a hero AK on the T side, or saved weapons on the CT. They're the type of team that has this individual brilliance and the confidence on the players that they can pull these rounds off against any team in the world. Sadly, we've been on the other side, and it's tough to review those moments because you feel like you have the upper hand, but suddenly you don't. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's a lot of nuances, a lot of details, and we can't avoid the fact that we didn't win a map yet. So for us, we feel confident now, and we feel like we always want to show the next time, you know, every time we can face them, we're going to take that chance.
Alexi, I love how you're cracking the smile, even though this is kind of tough and important match coming up, and good luck. See you on the server.
Yeah, very candid from Alexi B, saying, okay, this might be the most quote-unquote beatable version of Vitality, but in the history of this year alone, we haven't managed to take a single map up of them. Some of them that we'll be seeing rearing their heads again in that veto. Do you feel like Na'Vi have a better chance right here, right now?
I think so in the best. It's also funny, this is probably the first time that they are Team B in the veto, right? So they don't have to play their own map first because they were the higher seed coming into this one. And yeah, I don't think there were any big surprises. I think Na'Vi had to go for Anubis. I think Vitality does too, is obviously their whole map, and considering they've been a bit shaky, you don't want to test any waters or anything like that. It's just funny to see Na'Vi veto out Mirage in the end between that and Inferno. Stylistically, yeah, Inferno makes sense, but considering that it's been a whole map for Na'Vi for a long time, you're still surprised to see them veto it.
I'm just glad Alexi B, he spoke about, you know, them having sometimes a bit of a rough start to the games and sometimes losing, you know, the upper hand that they gather themselves. Because one thing that's been evident so far in this tournament for Vitality is that the pistol rounds and them getting off to a strong start has been struggling a little bit. That was one of the things you pointed out, Janko, saying that here's part of the reason as to why Vitality sometimes are struggling at this tournament. They get off to a rough start. It take them 3, 4, 5 rounds before they get the orb in the hands of Saivu to begin with. So in terms of winning pistols and converting in that regard, I think it's super, super important. And of course, it goes without saying in our MR12 that Na'Vi are getting off to these good starts that they've been doing so far in the tournament. They have the second highest win percentage in the pistol, whereas Vitality so far is the weakest team out of everyone so far in the pistol rounds.
Well, you mentioned Zybe, we wouldn't be doing the game its service if we didn't talk about the AWPing head-to-head, right? We've got no doubt the #1 AWPer, if not the #1 player in the world right now, taking on Wonderful. Where are you putting his form right now?
Wonderfuls?
Yeah.
I think it's one of the reasons why Na'Vi has had these deep runs is he's becoming a bit more consistent with the AWP, right? Him, Makaze improving and having a lot of output, and then Bit obviously as that veteran third star in a sense. Like that's the trio. Like those three guys have to play well. Like Jacob is on point, you know, the reason, and even Alexi said it, like they're losing these rounds against pistols, against the hero AK, they lose 3v2 clutch, right, post plants, like that's where the players have to come up clutch. They need to step up, they need to be able to close these rounds out, because expecting just off of game plan and off of calls to constantly get good reads and win the game only off of that against Vitality, that's not going to happen.
And that's the whole point we're trying to make, right? That Vitality seems more beatable than ever. Then, if not now, when is the time to beat them? But there's a reason why Na'Vi are facing Vitality in the quarterfinal. Na'Vi have also looked beatable at this tournament. They also had a loss against Legacy. And I think Alexi B has said it, if not to Stuku at some point, but during this tournament as well, that he doesn't feel they played the best brand of Counter-Strike right now. Even played on the desk with us were a bit worried to some extent about certain things that were going on within the team, and really had to tell the guys to step it up and be focused. So one thing is whether or not Vitality are more beatable than ever. Another one for me is whether or not Na'Vi is ready to finally take that step further and beat them.
Do you agree with that sentiment, Janko?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter how you're playing. You just need to find a way to beat them. And sure, you can even go to that Nuke and say, listen, up until 11-0, things were going great. And you're always going to try and find the silver linings. And Alexi was honest about it. Like, yeah, those demo reviews are hard when you see how you're losing some of these rounds. But then there's also a lot of positives, right? Like, when it comes to gun versus gun rounds, they've been doing really good work. And those are the toughest rounds sort of to play. So in theory, they just clean up, play with a little bit more discipline in some of these rounds against pistols, against weaker buys. They can really set themselves up for success.
Well, either way, it is time to get our second quarterfinal started. The two best teams in the world ready to take to the stage.
Atlanta! Hello, Atlanta! Hello! Is this thing on? Can you hear me? We got a big one in front of us. This one holds some major, major weight. We got Cologne ahead, but tonight we've got some great Counter-Strike in the city of Atlanta. Make some noise. It does beg the question, though. Is this going to be a Na'Vi victory? Whoa. Let's give the Vitality stands another chance. Vitality fans. Yeah, what about, but Na'Vi? What about Apex? Let's play Counter-Strike, Atlanta. Let's do it. Atlanta, make some noise! Hey!
If I'm talking history head-to-head against Na'Vi with core against core, of course we have a huge advantage. It doesn't change my mindset. They are the second best team right now in the world. They've made a lot of finals. The only team they've been losing to is Vitality.
We played a lot against them. It doesn't mean that it will be easy game, but obviously it will be tough.
For me, it's just focusing on playing our best and trying to beat them. And I don't see like the advantage of beating them a lot.
We saw that they were struggling a bit, but it was group stage. I noticed that Vitality is playing better in playoff. They're winning a lot of events and they're kind of losing maybe motivation.
To think that what you did in 2025, we are on the same way right now.
Already through. Frozen, look at this timing. He's already out of the sight, but Flanks has recovered it for Vitality.
Bullseye in time. Oh, wonderful there. No scopes into a USB headshot. There's no time for a play. Is this round?
Atlanta, Georgia, welcome to the stage. Your next quarter finalist, Na'Vi! Now entering the arena, the greatest Counter-Strike team that we have seen in a long, long time. It's Team Vitality.
A demon that so many simply cannot tame, but this one feels even more personal for Na'Vi. You have to go all the way back to Cologne 2024 to see the last time Na'Vi could even just simply win a map, and even further to see them win a series. But does this change tonight, Janko?
Yeah, you have to go all the way back. You have to go all the way back to Krakow this year, to when Vitality lost a map in the playoffs. The last 4 tournaments they're winning, they're not dropping a single map. Best of 5s, best of 3s, it doesn't matter. So even with all the breaks, even with, you know, this being an end of a long road for them, a long trip, they're still the best team in the world, and maybe the best team that ever was. And I think this streak of winning without losing maps continues today.
It's also one of those teams that will always level up throughout the tournaments. Sure, they were off to a bit of a slow start in the group stage, losing to Bedboom, obviously not something they expected, nor did we expect it, but the more they play, the more they practice during these off days, the more ready they'll be for a playoff contender like this. So honestly speaking, sure, maybe right now Vitality is the most beatable they've been in a long, long time, with the lack of preparation, the lack of practice leading into the tournament, but they'll only go stronger as they go on in the tournament and the more they play.
Na'Vi is the second best team in the world, no doubt about that, and you can still call this a David versus Goliath matchup. Like, that's just how good Vitality is, and I'm happy that the crowd is on Na'Vi's side. They're gonna need all the help they can get. They're the underdog, and the players will have to play their absolute best to match up against Vitality. Don't be fooled. Rops isn't gonna go missing on this stage. Zaiwu isn't gonna disappear all of a sudden because he went to Yosemite. Like, you're gonna have to do your best if you're going to be able to take them
Give
down.
me some win conditions then for Na'Vi, because it seems like we're only talking about the fact that if Vitality don't turn up playing maybe even just their C game, that's a chance for Na'Vi. But what can Na'Vi do to take matters into their own hands?
I think you have to look at Makasi. I think the way he's been stepping up as of late, the way he's always involved in a lot of the opening duels for Na'Vi, the way he creates space for the likes of Wonderful to come alive later on for Bid as well. When Makasi is playing his best of brand of Counter-Strike, that's when Na'Vi are looking the greatest as well.
Na'Vi certainly the crowd favorites here in Atlanta, but this is the head-to-head that has plagued them forever. Can they change their destiny tonight?
It's Friday night in the Counter-Strike world has been given a feast. Astana concludes, and now Atlanta, the party just keeps on going. Quarterfinals here. Those still watching in Europe, they're burning the midnight oil, signing up for the late night party, getting that weekend off on the right foot. Na'Vi versus Vitality to start. How you doing, Atlanta? Due to a slip-up from both Na'Vi and Vitality on their path to playoffs, they've collided ahead of the anticipated schedule. World number 1 versus world number 2. A head-to-head that hasn't filled the pundits, Na'Vi, or their fans with confidence. And we start on a signature pick. Dust to the playground of Vitality, a comfort for Vitality. Will today be any different?
Everything against Na'Vi here. 19-1 this year so far, Vitality on this very map. Apex loves to open. That Xbox smoke with a short molly into lower tunnels is wonderful. Alexi support from Cat with a nade, and up short they trundle.
He considered actually a run boost there. Rops was on top of Flames' head. Now Alexi be forced away.
He's going to be overrun. It's just Alexi.
It's just Alexi, and they're accelerating. Apex is going to catch Wonderful here on the jump up, composed for the tap. Wonderful's lost his head, and they've lost the bomb site. This is really uncomfortable now.
So much info there.
He's got run down quickly, though. Important from Makaze. Opens up an avenue towards the long side. It's going to be very short-centric.
Yeah, it's blocked now. How are you going to come through this? You need this Alexi flash.
Robs can mantle up. He's actually going to be playing on the new box.
They're going to have to come through this.
Flash and go. IEM Makaze, what can you hit? Bit going to be that late piece. Tracked by Robs. Can't hit it. USB connects. It's Mezzy on the side with a lot to deal with. Does well. Finds the head of Alexi. A quick tap to Makaze. Oh, Mezzy.
Great start there. Standard stuff for Vitality and how they approach these Dust 2 T-side pistols. You take a look, the prep would have been done. Na'Vi would have been expecting something similar, but you never know where they're going to go off the back of those opening util. Apex finds this opener, And throughout this event, they've been very tough as far as the pistol rounds are concerned. In the bottom 3 teams of Atlanta, and their second round conversions are pretty rubbish as well. This team, they're not hurt, they're not wounded, they're just in second gear. So this is an important one, and one where Na'Vi know they've been vulnerable. Can they cause another footfall for Vitality on these second rounds, especially on the T sides? They've had a really rough go of things.
Especially considering that it's that wonderful scout. If he can start as he means to go on, hit a couple of those body shots, soften them up for the 5-7s and Deagles to close down.
Makazi B, Emma, the A-rotating rifler, is going to join on that side of the map with Bit, so they're 3 strong. Alexi burrows down and long, and then wonderful with that scout you mentioned. So they're doing what would be a gun round setup, but now with just less, and starting to waltz into a mid to B. The stack is in the right place.
Yeah, they'll block tons, enables Makaze to join Bit, focusing on this B ramp side. Makaze takes a little bit of friction, distracts enough. Nice headshot from Bit. There's Makaze. It's us locked down again. Second round conversions, and another one slips through Vitality's fingers.
Hey, they have been absolutely rubbish at these throughout the event. 40% second round conversions. That number is just going to tank even further. So the stack perfect as Blade. He's going to be happy with that one. Have to force my back with only the 1400, and this looks way too easy. These are the type of rounds that Vitality are known for winning. Na'Vi sneak one away early. Forces in, very Deagle-centric. 3 of those, light on the U2. Apex with the Scout Flames with the Tech 9. This one's going to be tough. Look at the buy on the other side.
Good to see some conviction in Imez's gameplay. This is a forward position. They're planning to disrupt the default. Forward position. Alexi B draws attention, finds 2, and then sets up Imez for the swing. A trade attempt from Flamesy. Round's already over. Couple bullets, running him down. Robs doesn't get a chance to even reload his Desert Eagle. Double kill from Alexi and Immer on the short side.
Oh, wonderful. Now you're going to see them down to an eco. Should be a 3-1 start for Na'Vi. Don't expect them to slip up against this, and it means they're going to be able to build even more cash going forward. The run so far for the world number 2, a win over Passion, win over GamerLegion. That one was tough. And then a loss to Legacy to give us this bracket. It's an absolute mess. That conversation about this team being beatable. If you're able to take them down here, even if they're not playing their best CS, that confidence going into the major right around the corner might be all Na'Vi needs.
Oh, give it more! Just feeding wonderful. Oh, a collateral as well through the doors. That is a very dominant eco bash.
Think about how quick these last 3 rounds have been. And in those 3 rounds, the casualties, just one that Na'Vi have taken. So do you want to call back into things, Apex, for something fast to continue with this tone, or do you want to slow it down? Looks like fast long heading into this. Alexi.
He's there with the MP9. He's able to actually stop them upon entrance. A combination of MP9 bullets and the Molotov flames. Now the double nade. Robs catches that one on his chin, and Alexi ain't done. Swaps out to the sidearm, starts spamming smokes, and their ghost's gone. This gun round's over already. How many casualties? Is that still only 1 in 4 rounds?
4 rounds, 1 kill for Vitality, and this has all happened in the blink of an eye. Can get away from you quick, you're down to another partial. Na'Vi, the confidence to be building now. This is just rapid heads-up CS. Sure, the buying pattern, not great, but we'll see this partial. It might be an Xtaz timeout going into the following. Remember, Anubis up next. We've seen the footfalls for Vitality on that in this tournament against BetBoom.
Four AK-47s for Na'Vi. See if they can hold on to how many of them.
Yeah, there's no wonderful AWP in the mix just yet, so once that comes out to play. And this has been rapid. We've been talking about all these streaks in pursuit of their 22nd consecutive top 4. Last time they didn't make one was at Bounty in Season 1 of 2025.
Another chunky nade damage for Apex to stomach. It wasn't the whole squad, though. Locked on for now.
It's not only those streaks. You take a look, they've only lost to 2 teams all year. One of them was BetBoom. Another 2 occasions it was out of Falcons. Their stats in 2026, they are 70-12 in maps, so 70 wins, 12 losses. As far as series are concerned, it's 31 series wins to 3 series losses. That's it. All right, we'll set up for an A attack.
Well-timed incendiary. Flames is going to go regardless. Ahead of the util. Spam from Wonderful will remove Apex from the pack, and the parting from Flames. He's looking the wrong way, just staring at Goose. And a Goose egg for Robs. Change now. Cracks the skull of Alexi. That's all he's going to get, though. A consolation prize, a little bit of bloodshed. Because this round's going Na'Vi's way once more. Wonderful, putting that AK to good use. Nice shots, finds another. Bits locked the door behind him. Best case, he gets out with Bits' rifle.
Worst case, he goes down after time. He needs to die, and Bits running away from him here, turning the screws of the finances just go away. Robs isn't going to get the loss bonus.
He's only got 1,900, that's it.
All right, you want to play those silly games? Na'Vi are happy to oblige. Yeah, you get a couple of frags short.
Rough.
No loss bonus going into this next one. You'll be able to get a Galil, but the U2's not there. Xtaz takes the timeout. And an enemy territory right now.
First time that you were right, Xtaz understands this is an emergency meeting.
Yeah, gotta get going and quick. Just so few frags in what has been a landslide of 5 straight. Bomb hasn't gone down in any of those. No opening kills. Nothing to note. Na'Vi are in the flow state at the moment. How long can this last? The conversation being once it gets to the playoffs, Vitality start to play some of their better Counter-Strike. Rob's saying they're not here to waste time. Showing a bit of weakness before the major would be sign of blood in the water for all the other teams with Cologne just around the corner. So timeout done. Remember, Rops' finance is low. He's just going to lurk the upper tunnels as everybody else congregating outside long. Do they want to try and pop again? Mezzi's here, Flamesy 2, Zywood joining, and Apex has the flashes at the ready.
They tried this once, and Alexi B completely shut it down.
Some on a bit of a different tempo, making sure there's no top mid aggression. They're not pathing into lower. They're not pushing up towards Palm Tree, and that wonderful AWP is equipped. Now, Imma is the man I want you to keep your eyes on. He's the Joker in this situation. This is your A rotating rifler. Alexi will take contact first, and Imma might go overlooked.
Powerful off angle from Alexi B. You don't see this one all too often. He's going to eat the flashbangs.
Team flash.
Yeah, awkward for both of them. Alexi gets nothing. However, Imma got set up to succeed. Just body shots from Mezzi, so sketchy from the individuals of Na'Vi. That's given Vitality a hefty advantage.
If they can't claw this back, I know it's a 3v5, but the mental is going to take a bit of a hit. The call was right. The setup was perfect. The execution was poor. 45, A split. Has wonderful Makazi and Bit. Well, 2 of them, the B holders, wonderful. Appearing to evacuate. This might just be a round handed over. We need to hold on to this financial advantage they have for a while. As Makazi spams away, it's slow and steady out of Vitality, but by the looks of things, this one is secure. Is Rops going to look for a hunt? Because they need to get their cash flowing as well on this T side. Finally something to get excited about for Vitality since that pistol round, which felt like it came way too easy.
It was a good call. Alexi B had the backup, but fumbled in the execution.
Five to 2. Guns retained, still plenty of cash to buy behind this, don't you worry about that. Yeah, the flash where he can see Sloppy, the second one, completely blinds up. I think that's Mezzi on the way out, but Lucky Flames is here, who, for his standards, as far as 2026 is concerned, has not been having the same level of tournament. But an opportunity to turn that around in the playoffs. It's Bet Boom up next for either of these two. And for Vitality, I'm sure that they would love a little bit of revenge from the group stage. Na'Vi take a timeout off the back of Xtaz's. So So adjustments on adjustments, and one of them, you can see it here, double AWPs. Mezzi has a good long spawn. ZywOo doesn't have his orb. So that advantage lies on one side of the server. Wonderful. Highest rated player for Na'Vi throughout Atlanta so far. It's good that he's in fine form. They just double smoke long corner. They have some miscoms for Vitality early.
Can peek behind that incendiary, missed throw and gave him an angle. This nade looks like it's got Apex's name all over it. Quite smattering of chip damage, unconfirmed.
Interesting that they have started a bit with the AWP over towards A as opposed to Wonderful. He's just posted up on B in case of a pop. He's playing ahead of any util, but will lose vision because of this lurk smoke now deployed by Robs. And look at the reroute. Radar shows you that they were leering towards long, applying a lot of pressure. Maybe that double smoke was intentional. Did land in different positions, and the B pump being lined up now. Really going to come down to how good the flashes are.
Well, how good Makaze and Wonderful are.
Well, look at the util between the two of them. It's just a HE. That smoke's deployed now. They're not going to have anything to stall them. Flashes all lined up. Here they come.
Flash and go. Makaze called upon to deliver for Na'Vi. Does start strong, finds Flamesy. Couldn't wrap up a second, and there's ZywOo. Wonderful down on window. That should be round.
Okay, another round where Na'Vi will have to opt with the save. Take a look at Makaze on left-hand side, 14K. This isn't the most glamorous, right? They will start contending for rounds at a certain point, but this is just going to give them more gun rounds, or at least they're on level pegging, right? Their bank balance isn't blown open. They're not down to 4 spies. It's a good recovery for Vitality. Felt like they could have been a little bit shell-shocked after the second round loss. And then just that landslide where they weren't even doing damage. But now they're in it, and, well, Na'Vi, they might be able to get a couple of exits here.
Yeah,
Apex
not if Apex
this one off, all right.
That should cover them.
All right, and now they're starting to accumulate a little bit of cash, and ZywOo's been able to scavenge himself an AWP. Nade comes in, Mezzi goes down.
Cheeky.
If anything, it's more for the show. Do we see a bit more flair this time? Makaze does well with the burst, right, but they're out of nades. It's not really helpful for Wonderful with the AWP, right? Doors are smoked off. Peering through window, they'd already scouted further than he had thought. We're back underway. ZywOo rattles off a shot on the cross. Flames down with just a Mac 10. 4 out of 5 players on Na'Vi do have head armor, so Wonderful's the only one that is going to be extremely potent against, and it looks like they're lining this up once more. Is this going to be a double pump? Are they really just going to force the issue on Makaze's side? This time he has more utility to work with. Could be a defensive smoke dropped in at his feet. Door smoke in.
Just flashing
the flashes.
Here we go, Makaze, he's going to throw the incendiary. They're going to commit ahead of that.
He's on the site, begging for backup. Fully blind, and there's that Mac 10! Flamesy, swift with it. So nimble, just charges into the site. Makaze, we saw his frustrations on the cam. It's only going to be exacerbated now as they've had the audacity to just do it again.
Well, you know what that means. Once more, everyone's favorite 4-letter word. A save comes in once more. Flamesy picks up that AWP, he denies it from them scooping it up again, and even gets himself an upgrade into an M4, so everything done in that round by Flamesy. This man, it's great on the entries, but it's because of the well-oiled machine that Vitality is, right? He has so much trust in the flashes that his teammates are throwing. No issue going in first if you know the enemy's going to be blind, and this is a recovery and a half. 5-4, the score will read.
I think Flamesy is as well one of those players when you talk about flight paths. If you watch his demos, you'll see every decision, every path he chooses into a site is deliberate and is taking into account the system that's supporting him. Vitality's flashes, the smokes, the timings. He seems to nail it.
All right, round 10.
Mezzi has long spawns. They're also joined by the looks of Apex and Flames there. So if they do want to try and change the gear, they're just going to boost the AWP. So ZywOo spawns the cross, doesn't catch anything. Not going to run the double ups this time, Na'Vi. Bit acting as the unknown entity. So some real hijinks for Na'Vi early, right? With these different positions as far as nameplate Counter-Strike is concerned. A name like Bit might go overlooked. I don't think that Vitality would dare run another B-pop, but right now the bomb is in upper tunnels. So sure, it might not be direct through tunnels, mid to B is possible. Going through the motions, we'll have to force back short.
Yeah, you want to make this convincing, and Apex could get caught here on the swing. Ahead of the expectation is Imet off the flash, catches Flamesy, Alexi B sets up Imet.
Now they're hitting B.
They're going to have to, it's only Mikaze. If he can get anything, any kill is everything. There it is onto Mezzi. Robs will trade, bombs into B. It's a 2-on-4 and the AWP is on that cross.
These are the two you want alive in a 2v4 situation.
Didn't quite manage to spot them over the top. The incandescence of the flame.
No smoke for doors, just a molly and a HE.
There's that molly, utilized towards window, buys a little time. That's a very lurky smoke thrown towards the doors. Very threatening, very uncomfortable for Zywa with the AWP. Here comes the next chain of util.
Indeed.
Nate doesn't achieve its mark. It's all about this flashbang.
It's coming through tunnels.
Alexi B synchronizes, flash connects, Zywa brought down to half HP, goes down, overlooked his Robs, looking for the clutch, and there's Alexi.
All right, finally a retake they've gone for here, and that's going to happen. You catch two players, blind as hell, over towards short. They accelerate into B. Mikaze, as you mentioned, he got his. Keeps that heavy number advantage, and then they piece the retake together. They don't rush in, they don't extend individually, they do it as a team, and Na'Vi get to 6.
Yeah, it feels so much more uncomfortable if Mikaze gets nothing. Sure, it starts fantastically. Great flash from Alexi, Irma as well, quick to piece together the double kill. But using their numbers on that retake and breaching back in. Wonderful, going on an early venture.
Remember, Na'Vi have not taken a map core versus core off of Vitality since Cologne 2024.
A few years ago.
And also Dust 2, they've already managed 6 rounds. Out of the 20 played this year for Vitality on Dust 2, only 5 of them have gone double digits. So maybe even getting to 10 might be a small victory for Na'Vi. This time, the cluster of Vitality puff up their chest and take this short control. Looks like they're going to go again.
Does. Imet's going to be able to lend a hand. Wonderful's missed his first opportunity. How many more does he get on that ramp side? Not comfortable for the AWP. Flamesy shows us how. Lovely from Flamesy. Provides the double entry once more, this time on the ace side. Burst from Alexi, willy-nilly, goes down to Mezzi, and it's Mikaze giving it a go. Found by Robs to wrap it up, it's just Bit.
He may have a look, right? They've got heaps of cash for the final round. Bit needs to give this a go.
Yeah, the bomb on the ramp side, so Zywa's going to be tasked with a plant. Is he going to go through the flames? He is. Robs is going to have an isolated duel. Bit hits the hedge, and he comes out clutch! That is outrageous from Bit! Just what Na'Vi needed! It was starting to look like a 6-6 half was on the cards, but Bit turns the tables.
Now that's going to cause some frustration to the Vitality camp. This felt like it could have been a collat right there. Wonderful goes down, but it's sloppy, right? There's a bit of individual over-peaking from Vitality. Good grit and determination, but Bit, that's what they're looking for. And Alexi, the boys, they like the way that one feels. The tempo keeps up. Wonderful outshot, taking the fight. Apex finds the opener. Wonderful down again.
Overextension has cost them in the opening. Was riding that high from the clutch of Bit, but now they've conceded an opening.
Yeah, just go away. You know the AWP's not there.
Apex is. He's going to go waltzing on in. Fires off a warning shot. Got Alexi to deal with. Nice find from him, supporting from the long side, but they've lost him. He's worried about Mezzi. Good awareness. Catches that long lurk. Bomb on the back of Flamesy. Mikaze activates through mid, held by Robs.
Oh, where that came from.
Alexi's quick on the ramp side. They know where he was. And Bit so disconnected from his teammate. This is so disadvantaged for Na'Vi. Is there any way back in? No HP, and now loses his head. Bit's position now noted. Robs fully aware and ready. 7-5. We've got a game here, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dust 2. This is Vitality's turf. And Na'Vi putting up more of a fight than we've seen before.
Second quarterfinal here in Atlanta. First maps, first half. We saw a clutch from Bit. Another second round loss after a one pistol for Vitality. Na'Vi did the hard work early. A run of 5 off of that second round and a single frag from ZywOo.
Yeah, this is surprising. ZywOo's been in fine form here in Atlanta. Highest rated player of the tournament so far, but that might be changing if he doesn't pull up his socks. And expect to keep the absolute best in the game down for too long. Let's see, CT side, he'll be an integral part of this. Can they make it 2 from 2 on the pistols? They're much better with the conversions on the CT side. Alexi to throw out this hinge smoke late. Bit is in bedroom. Wonderful was just jump spotting instead. He hijinks towards middle, and Ima and Kazi will take upper tunnels control. So ZywOo stays burrowed in mid doors with those dual Berettas. Alexi just making sure he's got this one lined up properly. Double swing back plat. Mezzi just keeps his head tucked. Setting up for an A split. So Apex is in the site, Flamesy towards long.
Starting their progressions up cap. Spotted over the top of the smoke. Robs has the info and spots the bomb as well, making its way across. Apex on high alert. Flamesy under scrutiny.
They're in trouble.
It's out, yeah, the P250. Perfect at that range. An opening kill.
It's
Apex
something.
in open. Brought down. Nice from ZywOo. There he is. He arrives. A backstab for 2. Needs a third at range. It's not the weapon for the job. That's his partner in crime. Robs towards CT. Mezzi partners up on the short side. Bit on this re-clear, looking for him, trying to retrieve that bomb. It's so uncomfortable for these two now. Last of the nades, hoping that enables a fight on their terms. Not favoring them anymore. ZywOo's here. From 1 frag to 5 in the blink of an eye.
Oh, there you go, that's impact. No other way to frame it. And that A split, it looked perfect. Opening kill, all pressure on Apex. He's trying to scamper to Goose for some space. And before you know it, ZywOo with dual Berettas is shooting you in the back. You have no idea. Look how rapid this is. They're still fighting Apex on the site, and ZywOo's already taken down 3.
First bullet accuracy as well. Some players, you know, they capitulate, they get nervous with the backs turned of their opponent. ZywOo's so quick on the trigger.
All right, well, Na'Vi into this one. They haven't forced. Wonderful's bought in the scout. He's looked to find a kill on the cross. He hasn't found that, and now they're going to take the eco. So next round, Wonderful can just work with a scout again, but you're still hoping to allow your sniper to find a couple of tags, right? Then the Glocks, even the P250 from Ima, can look to convert a kill or 2 to keep the finances humble. This feels like a freebie as far as the conversions are concerned. We did see Vitality a little bit earlier in the tournament lose a Glock eco, and that is why this team is feeling beatable in Atlanta. Highlighted here by the Obs team, you can see Apex on the ramp with just a USP, a bunch of nades as well. Might be able to get ZywOo and AWP into the next, as long as he doesn't go down in this one. This is going to be a slow, drawn-out round as we are now sub 1 minute. Seconds now. They're just going to waltz into A. So Apex, the man in question, nade in hand, and they're just going to pass through this smoke. Alexi just waltzes through, and Apex is going to look to unload the USP. Gets 1 for his trouble. ZywOo goes down. Should still be fine. Flames is chipped down low. Hold up a second.
This gets weird. With that bomb loose, though, you have to drop down, and that's what Bit's doing. Tries to grab the bomb. This retrieval mission kind of working. He's mantled back up. The bomb's going down, just denied in time.
Okay. Shaky. Apex should be able to drop this AWP to ZywOo. And they know because of the scout, it will just be another for Wonderful. A little bit sketchy, but we are all tied up, 7 apiece. See what Na'Vi settle into with the first rifle round. Wonderful. Ooh, a little tag there. Robs operating on half HP over towards B. It is just a default coming out early from Na'Vi. No pace to this one. turn later long, so a bit wonderful. And Alexi will have to tussle with Flamesy and Zywo's all.
It's just such a powerful position for Flamesy.
Faffing around with nades right now.
Yeah, just, oh, getting caught! Clunky, clumsy, Zywo just in time. Flamesy's position noted, and that wallbang did connect, so Flamesy and Robs have felt the wrath of that scout.
They're pivoting into a mid to B quite quickly here.
We've got 60 seconds to find the finish. Makaze out middle. He's got Mezzy to trifle with.
Nice shot.
Nails it. Only one there on the side. Had to be Robs. He's delivered, and now Ima goes in. And that sight's open. Apex arriving quick towards the window. Flushed forward by the Flames, and it's comfortable for Ima. High impact round.
I could signal the save.
It certainly could. Zywo is having a look. If he wants to find something here for free, they might have a look at it, but Flamesy's still clearing short for lurks.
Just felt out of sorts. Wonderful jumping up window. Does he want to try and contest this? If you give it over, then they can give it a go, but pathing away, Vitality will be finding themselves on the save.
Really impactful round out of Ima there.
To turn that around after being a man disadvantage, right? Because he walks out middle, able to get one, puts all the pressure on Rob, who he knew was low. Ima coming through the smoke. It's a risky move, but one that he has to make if they want to contend against this round, and yet Na'Vi, they draw blood on this T side. Zywo can drop, Flamesy the same. And Mezzy can operate on something a little bit lighter. We'll see the distribution of weapons come in a moment. It didn't even, there wasn't even a full commitment. Makazi's gone out mid on his own. Wonderful stays around middle, the same as Alexi. They're waiting for the reactions, and fortunately, two of their space takers do exactly that. Apex forced into a tough decision, takes a risk, and that from the in-game leader. When it pays off, it looks brilliant. Not the frustrations boil. Oh, look at this, aggression.
Straight up the guts of middle.
Spotted.
Apex charging, needs the burst, does find the head of Wonderful and dips away.
Gotta get out now, keep the man advantage.
Trying to find the clawback, can they swing, can they find anything, but they disappear in a puff of smoke on mid. Chunky nade as well, right on the chin.
Kazi might want to try another mid to B maneuver here, just walking out in his lonesome. Xbox smoke fading, doors one is up, so they are covered off.
I think they're right to try and find this gap, just contact walking. Look at Makaze. Makes his move, Robs is there to tend to it. Mezzy too. Turns to flash, needs the headshot, nice burst from Mezzy, can't find the follow-up, it's Ima on the trade! Robs didn't pull the trigger! 3-on-3, and Apex with such low HP, playing around the edge of the smoke, hoping for an overstep. Cautious pathing from Alexi. Bit does bring him down. Still Flamesy on the long arrives. Just in time to make it a 2-on-2. And look at this one onto Bit. Clean with it. Clutch available for Alexi. Hey. And it's Flamesy.
Doing it on his own. Didn't even wait for Zywo there. Just tapping away. Ties us back up 8 apiece. Na'Vi, I love the flare just to walk out there on that timing. The idea from Vitality was great though. Taking the 2 B defenders, trying to park them over towards A. Rob's taking an angle that's a little bit unnatural, but I think he's expected not to be cleared in that scenario because, hey, there's already a player taking that fight from CT ramp, but Flames. Beautiful shooting from him.
I mean, that's exactly what you want from your long anchor on a retake.
And they needed that. The money would have spilled open for Vitality there, so we continue to go back and forth, blow for blow, as Blade will take timeout number 2. Wonderful does have an AWP. He does also have the best long spawn available. And right now, he's postured to head that way, but with the coach on the mic, some adjustments from whatever the light plan was are in motion. It's also going to have to be a little bit of a different long setup coming out of Vitality unless they want to risk the corner fight. Right, Apex has the best spawn. Flames, the long anchor, with one of the worst. So depending on what call Blade has made right now, Navi might be able to contend for this long control. Wonderful is no longer looking towards long. They might want to just take something a bit more standard before the finances run dry. Or not.
Does look like he's taking it. Wonderful. Quick for that long fight. Looking for Apex. Does round the corner in time.
Flamesy tucks in case there's a second timing pop. This is a standard setup this time round from Vitality. Mezzy, Robs B, Zywo with the AWP, and then Apex in rotation while Flamesy burrows down, but look how fast they are. Congregating very quickly and silently, right? No mollies, no flashes, and they're already up catwalk, ready to explode. This would be fast.
Yeah, Apex's HEs, they could do some serious damage if he gets the timing right. ZywOo, ooh, quick flick onto Makaze. There's the first nade, is ringing for Alexi B. There's more where that came from. Bullets, a hail of them onto Alexi, and it's clean as a whistle. Wonderful, just 5 HP, tagged through the box. Running into Robs with his knife out, and he's gone.
And well, Robs can pick up that AWP, but now they can run the double AWP setup on this CT. Oh no, okay. All right. Knowing they're in a lighter buy scenario into the next, if they think that he picked that up to carry it through them, I want to try a little bit of a B pop. But this is a real shutdown, and ZywOo, remember, he had 1 kill at halftime. He now has 10. He's back where he belongs. Let's see what he finishes the map with. But Vitality, they take the lead, 9-8. Couple of digs. P250 and this smoke here for Alexi. Next was spotted there as Makazi sounds off. No need for Alexi's smoke. Able to use that elsewhere. Well played. FX takes the contact, ZywOo takes the frag, and they're just going to continue to wrap this one up. Him out mid doors, wonderful, and Alexi look to join him. And you wonder if we've hit the turning point of the map. Vitality looked a little bit shaky to kick things off. It was that 5-1 spree after losing the second round conversion, but this one practically spotless. They keep it that way. Mezzi confirms it's now a 2-round gap.
Yeah, 2 flawless rounds, back to back.
And Rob still has this MP9. Has a good spawn for lower tunnels. Might want to try something a little bit out of the box here. Na'Vi.
It's not too common to see Robs go for something aggressive.
I think at this patch of the game, right, you can definitely change the tone, considering you'd have this nice buffer of cash you're working with.
Safe from the cross, wonderful, unable to connect. Look at this aggression.
Undetected.
And Apex's Alexi does get out long behind the long corner smoke. Flamesy going to be feeling some pressure. They're called complete B clear.
So they continue around the world with this. Flames needs to stay alive. Wonderful into pit.
Oh! Overpass AK. Flamesy rips his head off. ZywOo playing around that car as well. He's safe from the flames. They don't spread.
Look at Apex.
They're going to walk the smoke. ZywOo in a position to punish this. Does catch Bit, walking. Makaze! He's down as well! ZywOo, 1 frag at the start of this second half. Up to 14, top of the tables. And another one for ZywOo. Ima peeks on in. Peek him at your own risk, at your own peril. The chosen one's back in the server.
Feels like all of these impact kills from ZywOo have come as multis.
What a shot from Flamesy.
Yeah, that's massive. That's against the AWP. Wonderful.
You know it's good when the production team give it to you 3 times.
Partial buy for Na'Vi. This has gotten away from them damn quick.
Yeah, they're running out long. Tech9, a little bit of a pace on the flashbang. Wonderful's got some space.
This is a fake. The bomb heading back towards B. It's going to join Bit and Makazi in the upper tunnels. Long is the biggest threat at the moment. Oh, smoke, as we can see, not landing perfectly. Not the first time either. Alexi now joins the pack. Wonderful, looks to be the mid piece. Rob's on his own right now, but he's got a molly, got a flash, and Mezzi's not too far away. Here comes the pop.
These are those defining moments as a B anchor.
The whole squad running at you. Support from Mezzi, solid as a rock. And Robs gets nothing. And now Mezzi's gone too. Okay, this one gets uncomfortable. Wonderful. Parked in middle, hoping to catch a rotation. Backstab onto Flamesy if he's not diligent. His back is turned. Just in time spots him. They've got info as to Wonderful's location.
Oh, no.
Back in the wrong way! Apex mantles up. Meets Bits AK. Lethality. And a clutch available for the Woo. They're so low. Angle's perfect. Angle's perfect. Okay. Saved by Makaze. That nearly got very awkward for Bit.
That's the second of those for Na'Vi in this map so far. And a very important one. Mezzi gets the first 2 kills on the way in, and they're able to turn a 3v5 around. That's the 2 of them, Bit and Makaze. Traditional B duo now doing it on the T side. Look at that. Had to be audacious there, Bit. Took a risk and a big one.
Such a brilliantly calculated risk as well. Leg shot. Rob's limping towards his bomb site.
He's been tagged a couple times now. Still money for another buy if Vitality do lose this one, but starting to get a little bit ropey.
Kaze feeling frisky. Smoke has faded. Just standing on the Xbox, pivoting between the 2 possibilities.
Mid to B smoke lined up from Imma. The mid door's blocked again.
It's going to free Mezzi up.
Get them to about the 50-second mark. Yeah, they're reading this, right? The fact that Apex is the man to flirt over towards B. Well, he's not hanging around. Mid to B smoke deployed now.
In the air.
Crisscross.
Apex and Mezzi playing around them. It's pulled resources away from A. Apex trying to bait. The switch and the flick! Alexi B! That is brutal! Almost inhuman from Alexi.
Looking casual about this one, but that was nothing casual about that from the in-game leader. I think he's going to get baited into Apex every day of the week there. Smashing shot. Zywu gets one, goes down over towards A. And now it's just a 1-round game. They're looking to hunt. The dogs are off the leash. Alexi might just do it himself. He's got a 4K on the plate if he could find Rops. Remember, the money is still there. The loss bonus starting to build now for the CT side. It'll only be 1,900 into the next. But we got a game. Double digits reached.
Yeah, we got a game. Alexi B only gets out of bed for the world #1.
It's tough for these teams to manage the energy correctly when they're at the tippy top of the field. The expectation was this is meant to be Sunday. This is meant to be how we conclude IEM Atlanta. This is how both these teams are kicking off the playoffs as Xtaz on the mic. His second tactical timeout allows Blade. Also contributing. This is a massive round in the context of this game. After the buys have come in, a couple of players hovering around that 2K mark for Vitality. They lose a site early, get a couple of saves in, they'll be fine for a buy. Their money is not great, and it's Na'Vi the ones who have been winning the lighter buy rounds. Emma has a good long spawn. Here's that shot again, just a whip. Put that one on a poster, Mr. Alexi B. When your in-game leader is delivering your openings like that, you're in with a real shot against the world #1. Apex gonna be wondering how the hell did that happen. Here we go, all boosted up. Is it another tag onto Rops? Get across this time unscathed. Zywu, Smoke so he will extinguish any bottles of flame, but nothing coming his way just yet.
Wonderful's lining up util towards the door side, and Alexi B showing restraint on his lower crawl. Play around the edge of the smoke. Kaze starts to aggress. This is going to come down to Zywu. Yeah, feeling a little too much pressure. Will back away as Makaze
heard him.
He's got the timing on this. Zyu's posted. Hot shot. Makaze goes wide.
He's gone dry on that. That's insane. They've got the space. This could be another one of these quick eruptions.
Yeah, they're lining up the nades now. It's going to be the double smoke.
It's their commitment behind it. Bit late long. 4 congregated towards the short side. Good HE could do damage. Kaze half health. Fumble on the smoke there.
Yeah, this is
weird
tough
gap.
now.
This gets infinitely more difficult without good smoke coverage.
I don't believe it's Ace. I was playing for mid.
They will now. They've just seen Bit trying to progress long. Flamesy relays that information. Now that pulls rotation.
I was not going to be there in time.
Apex is going to have to try and delay as best he can. Flames at his feet. Zywoo awkward in the open in limbo with an AWP. Still manages to rack up one onto Makaze. And they're in the open. It's a shooting gallery. 2-on-2. Dust will settle. 30 seconds. Bomb to be retrieved. Wonderful tasked with that. He's got Flamesy on the long side and his Bit still coming back for this fight.
This is so late.
Bomb's been retrieved. Timing everything. He just looks away. Timing! He's nailed him! Rops' turn. In the clutch. Denied by the Flame for the walk-up. Bit just goes swinging in. Comfortable for Rops. Can he do what Bit did in that first half? An impactful clutch when he needs it most. Both teams sitting in silence as their players locked in a 1v1 with such big ramifications. Rops is expecting one thing. Down to just 17. Headshot will do it though. Wonderful! Stands his ground! We've got a tied ball game, folks!
Money, it's the conversation. I'd be surprised not to see a timeout here. Xtaz not out of his seat. They don't want to take these 30 seconds. But I think you have to. Zywoo gets there, gets the first. They've already swarmed. Wonderful Zorb signs. But this is it. Such a late lurk. This 2v2. It's actually Na'Vi that take the timeout. Bit. He's only got 11 kills, but every single one of them has come with absolute impact. Gets him across the line there.
You've got to give Wonderful extra knuckles for that one. That's 1v1 versus Rops. He's the guy that wins those. That's what he's in this roster to do. Wonderful doesn't capitulate.
Haven't shoved here. But Na'Vi have taken his timeout, so maybe Blade didn't like what he heard coming out of the in-game leader's mouth going into the next round of play. Maybe they wanted to take the time to assess what the buy could be. We can see on the screen right now what's taken shape, but it's not a shove, it's not an all-in, it's 2,900 lost into the next. They're hedging their bets right now. Vitality, they're not playing for overtime, but they're giving themselves a chance in this one as well as round number 24. There's 2 M4s, Mag 7, a Scout, and an MP9. It's the lack of util that's the real issue.
Wonderful just counted chickens on the cross.
Didn't see a nade either. Oof, Apex, how many times are you going to cross that door?
What is this game he's playing? And look at the game Flames he's cooking. From lower tunnel to back turn to free headshot. Gets another one! Makaze's got 2, finally felled. But the damage, the ramifications of his push, and talking of push, look at Rops!
He is taking so much space right now. Alexi's actually heading...
Not ready for this.
There's no way. There's no way. Rops is hearing all this.
This is outrageous. Vitality have been let off the leash. Flamesy up mid, Rops pushing tunnels.
Got all the information now as well. They're stuck in T-spawn and we're at a minute 10.
This is so uncomfortable. Look at that smoke as well. There's so many places Rops' MP9 could have borrowed. Wonderful and Bit feeling hyper uncomfortable.
Apex has just found himself an upgrade in lower tunnels. Now that Mag 7 turns into an AK.
There's nothing for them here. Every option closed down, and this flank keeps on pushing. Oh, a burst to the face.
What are you meant to do now, Wonderful? 45 seconds to just try and hold on to this, and the map feels tiny. Vitality are everywhere.
It's such a crazy round to be pushing like that. Wonderful finds the first on Zywoo, aggressing long. A 1v1 is one thing.
Up-down setup from Apex and Mezzi right now.
1v4. Asking way too much. 20 seconds, he's still worried about that long flank. Apex, Mezzi primed and ready, and they take it. Vitality, map point. To finish in regulation, it has been a wild roller coaster ride. And just when their money was teetering, when it's Mag 7s, when it's Scouts, Flamesy up the guts of middle.
It feels like a gun round if you're Na'Vi, doesn't it? Your first contact is against an M4. You don't have to worry about the Scout or the Mag 7 at all. Sure, the MP9, but it's the space, and Rops clothesline's bit with that one. Is it going to be another close but no cigar? Na'Vi, they're getting closer and closer.
OT's right there. It's right there for the taking. Compromises, sure. Galil, Tech 9. A 3B start for Vitality.
rush in. Flamesy still notes presence outside the long doors. Mikaze and Alexi announce theirs up the short side. Block smoke deployed towards B, and there's more where that came from. 60 seconds. Mid corridor is theirs, but I don't know what lies on the other side.
Alexi B partners up with Mikaze and Test Mezzi. He's been unable to find the frag. Drops into the site, but this is where that third man is. Apex on the brick side, uncrouched, headshot. Mezzi's there. Na'Vi in trouble. Spiraling downwards, not looking good. One back from Bit. There's Wonderful. He's ready for the push through the smoke as well. Zawi thinks twice about it. So the trace of fire visible from Flamesy, but he does. Walks into Bit. Their advantage is disintegrating.
Time.
Robs is on the site. They know he's around here somewhere. Strafes on in. It's comfortable for Robs. It's looking like they've done it. Vitality, the last round of regulation, they snatch it away.
Rob said he didn't want to go home with regrets, and that's Dust 2, that's their home turf. This one was tough. Zywoo with 1 kill at the half, ends with 19. Vitality, they do their best work in the playoffs.
All right, we're down here on the show floor. It's the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. You know exactly where we are. So today, we've come on a mission to find the most questionable cursed t-shirts that we could find. And so, in doing that, now you're going to want to pay attention. Watch this.
And I think it was discussed before.
All right, first and foremost, where are y'all from?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay, and y'all flew here, you drove here. What happened here?
So there's, I mean, really the best way to put it is we heard about the Kerrigan transfer, and then Launders had come out with a video with this picture.
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn it on, because see, I was going to save the reveal, but... Huh. All right, let's get the origin story for the backside, too.
And yeah, so Launders had just put that photo of Kerrigan in his video, and we just thought it was hilarious. Originally, we didn't know what we wanted to do for the design. So on the front, we decided to do the Nico phone meme with him with the WhatsApp. And then on the back, Kerrigan's been summoned by Nico with the WhatsApp phone. As you can see here, it's lovely, it's beautiful. I mean, this is what Nico called up for. Like, it's beautiful.
You know, you try to make him talk. I can't do it. Either way, gentlemen, thank you for that. You have any more suggestions, any more crazy t-shirts, you let me know, okay?
Will do, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No problem. Anything you want to say to the internet while I have you? Be careful. It's forever.
If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
I mean, of course it was.
Thank y'all. Hey, good job.
Thank you.
Tired of your star player tilting? Here at ESL, we've been studying Rage for generations. And after years of testing, we can now finally reveal Re-Rage. We've taken the most tilting thing in Counter-Strike and combined it in one tool. With repeat exposure to these drills, we've observed drastic rage reduction.
Cool, no problem, no problem.
I'm sorry.
Shit, I'm sorry. Sorry. Shit, sorry. Man.
From the spawn stub to the classic block, you have many options to explore. Forget simple hotel room. The only anti-molding you need is Re-Rage.
Re-Rage highly recommends pairing drills with the usage of a powerful sedative or tranquilizer. Results may vary. Re-Rage is not permitted for use in ESL practice rooms or while using any ESL equipment such as headsets, desks, or monitors.
I will break you.
Such a competitive affair between the two best teams in the world, where no doubt Na'Vi made Vitality sweat, but just like Jules gone by so recently, give Vitality an inch and they will literally take a mile. Robs with some crazy initiative, which I'm sure we'll get onto later, but it feels like the same story time and time again, Jacob. Vitality dangling the win in front of Na'Vi's eyes and snatching away in the final moments.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate if you're an Na'Vi fan and if you're hoping for a series going all the way, because there was plenty of opportunities in this game for Na'Vi to finally get a map win. But as you said, Vitality, they're just masters of finding different ways. One way to label this one around, you know, would be Cyber in the first half. He goes 1-7, right? The player that has been playing so exceptionally well as of late, he's nowhere to be found in the first half. Obviously, that means that Na'Vi is getting off with 7 rounds. They're getting off to a good start, so to speak, into this first half of the game, and then Cyber comes alive in the second, and they can't find a way to close it out. And I think that's the way I want to reiterate this before we go into detail with what happened. It doesn't matter how Vitality win, they always find a different way of doing so. This time around by Cyber not clocking into the server before we played 13 rounds.
Yeah, and then he was doing some dangling of his own in the second half. But I think going into this Dust 2, right, into this quarterfinal, Vitality played Dust 2 20 times this year. They've lost once, and that was to a foot with a stand-in as their coach, right? Like in a game that didn't really mean that much in a series that they already won. There's been more times that they've held their opponents to 5 rounds or less than their opponents hit double digits against them. Like Dust 2 is just, and this is why they pick it, because no matter what's going on, if the game plan goes right, if it goes wrong, they can always adjust on the fly. The individuals will always have their moments because they all love the map and they understand it on such a high level. And it just seemed like Na'Vi, they had them. They win the force buy of their own in the first half. They win a half buy in the second half to get rolling, to get to 11-11, and then again, things just fall apart at the worst.
It's crazy. It feels like Na'Vi just need to field a stand-in of their own to have like any hopes of doing something versus Vitality at this point. It must be so frustrating if you're on the side of Na'Vi to think we have them right where they want them, and then at the final hour, just gone.
Yeah, especially because you can make a case every single time that they play close that, hey, have we won this round or have we played this scenario better, then we could have won the map. But when the end result is the same over and over and over, you also get to a point where I guess Falcons are one of the few teams who can imagine that, you know, that yeah, we get so close, you know, but we don't really know what the issue is because we can never get it over the finish line. And I'd say the same for Na'Vi right here. Overall, they played a good game of Counter-Strike. They put a good fight up against Vitality, as you said as well, won some of the key rounds, you know, stayed competitive, applied a lot of pressure. You had Bits showing up in crucial moments as well, and yet that's still not enough when Cyber is not part of the game for the first 12 rounds. So there's always a silver lining going both ways, and at the end of the day, the end result is always the same.
Let's dive into a couple of moments to start off in the first half. We got round 9. What's the story for Vitality here?
Yeah, I mean, they had some good reads, Na'Vi, and even in this round, you see just Flamesy going quickly down lower. He's making a lot of noise. He's going to throw this Molotov. Like, he's just simulating a default here so that Na'Vi thinks it's just another standard round, but actually they just want to do a B-pop. And we saw back-to-back rounds where Vitality found success, but here it's a bit deceiving because Makazi is playing exactly for this. He's jiggle peeking with an incendiary, but just as the hit is about to come in, he's going to switch to his smoke, and he gets caught juggling nades, and now it's too late. The incendiary is too deep. He gets blinded and just gets chased down, and that's where the frustration comes in for him from the player cams, because he had the right counterplay, and I think someone told him, okay, let's just smoke tunnels now, and just as he wants to do that, here they come, and it's the worst possible timing, and they were targeting that B bomb site in the second part of the first half.
It's honestly just very unfortunate, because as you said, he's ready for it, he's waiting for it, and at the worst possible moment, he decided to pull out the smoke, and at that point, you can also give give credit to flamec for just running in straight ahead. You know, there's a clear idea of how they wanted to enter the pathway into that bomb site, and having the efficiency with the Mac-10 here is credit to flamec.
And the first gun round that Na'Vi loses, they have the read. You know, it was the double long setup with Alexi baiting for Rime, and Vitality comes. They just can't connect on the kills, and it was those early few rounds that really allowed for Vitality to get back into the game.
Well, look, let's look at a time where Na'Vi did manage to connect the heads, as it were, because it came down to bit in an incredible clutch for closing round 11.
Yeah, I think Chad said it on the cast, you know, that every single bit kill we got in this game was with impact, and round 11 was another one where he showed up massively, and a round where I feel like, okay, this is Na'Vi entering this game at a point where I started to believe that it may be possible, because it was atypical for Vitality to lose this kind of round. Again, they're taking short control, they're setting up for an A execute. flamec, again, in a position where he's obviously getting flashed for, he's the first guy in, and usually he finds a lot of success with that. Wonderful is being pushed off the angle with a flash, takes the repeat right here, can't hit the shot. Again, it's flamec coming in with a double entry, as he's been doing throughout the entirety of the year. Then Alexi B does the only thing he can do, and that is taking a fight from a very tough position together with McCarthy. He's bringing back the round, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a 1v2. Now you'd say if Cyru and Robs is alive in a 1v2, and you know Bit is coming over from the other bomb side, odds are that he's not going to win this. Even gives up his position by running through the Molotov, but he's instant on both Robs and Cyru. I'm not even going to fault Vitality or Cyru or Robs for playing it badly in this scenario. It's just wonderful Counter-Strike coming out from Bit, but it's atypical. Normally you always see Vitality win these kind of rounds, so when this happened, I thought to myself, okay, we may have a game.
It's exactly the sort of magic that you need if you're going to take them down on a map like Dust 2. So they had these moments, they had chances. Seems like at the end they were able to turn it around, but Vitality just found a way yet again to close out the game.
Yeah, 100%. Should we talk about some magic on the side of Vitality? Because round 23, we see maybe a typical push from flamec, a very ballsy one at that, but then Rops. This is where the magic truly happens.
Here's the thing, there's a couple of things. Well, I'll get to it. Let's talk about the round first. So you can see it's some sort of a buy, but having enough money to buy in the final round too. And flamec pushed up, and they did this a lot. Like, they were very aggressive on their CT side, pushing tunnels, pushing up mid in the first gun round as well. And flamec gets a double kill, and Robs, once he sees the names and two guys dying lower, he knows, okay, no one else is covering this. I can take the space. Look where he kills Alexi. I mean, almost in T-spawn, and at this point, like, all the space is taken away from Na'Vi. Bit and Wonderful in a 2v4. There's really not much left to them to do. But I was really surprised about Play taking a timeout before this round, because they brought back another sort of 3v5. It seemed like they had Vitality on the ropes. I guess he didn't like the plan from his team. Maybe it didn't seem like they had a clear direction, and he knew how important the round was and wanted to get all their ducks in a row. But that timeout gave Vitality time to organize themselves and hold maybe this push from flamec, figure out how they're going to support them. Usually when you're winning these rounds, you're not supposed to. You leave it to your opponents to take a timeout if they have one, because it's very frustrating.
Exactly. I saw the timeout logo and I was like, oh, I assume it's Vitality's, right? You've just lost that round prior to it, but then this call comes out and it's just, yeah, I mean, it's so typical Vitality, isn't it? You're literally on the brink of overtaking them on their home ground of Dust 2, and it doesn't happen yet again, Jacob.
Yeah, they always do find a way to win, and it's hard for us to explain exactly what it is, because I feel like it's a different thing every single game, every single series. At this time around, I gotta give it to flamec, right? We're just showing you 3 different rounds, and in every single one of those rounds, it's flamec getting a double entry. You know, he finished with 15 kills, not necessarily highest on the scoreboard, not having the most sick ADR, but he was involved in 9 opening duels, and a lot of the opening kills he got was double entries, where he's single-handedly winning the round. So in terms of setting up flamec to succeed, in terms of having him run in first, with flashes behind him, with smokes pathing the way for him, I think Apex throughout 2026 really have found a perfect way to enable him. And then the other side of the story as well, as we said, Cyru first half going 1-7, nowhere to be found. Part of the reason why they lost that round against Bit as well, couldn't get the trade kill. Second half, as you said, Yanko, all over the place, going 4 in opening kills, really putting it down and ending up as the top frag on the server. To have a star player who can go missing for 12 rounds and then show up like that, that's also a pretty unique aspect to it.
Very quickly, gentlemen, just some thoughts on Anubis. I'm happy we saw a competitive looking Na'Vi, because this is their map pick that lays in wait, right?
Well, you should be optimistic, right? Because we said how great Vitality is, the best team ever to play Dust 2, right? And you were able to take them all the way, and we're within striking distance. So now you're going to your own map pick, and a map that you probably should have won both times you played it in these grad finals. We talked a bit about the matchup and how it changes. Like, it just becomes a meta in its own right when they play each other now. It's not about how Anubis is played in general. So I'm curious to see what Vitality will bring in that's a little bit different to keep Na'Vi on the back foot.
Well, we are going to be diving into it, but not before we head things to a short break. When we return, the map pick of Na'Vi coming into this one. It's Anubis going down in just a few.
I'm down here on the stage, in front of the stage, with a man who loves fantasy. That is Jason. A few fantasies you've had in your time, Jason, but now we're going to do the Colex fantasy.
Oh, that's a different fantasy. But obviously, everyone's favorite fantasy is having 3 Vitality players on the same exact team. So I assume you and I are each picking 3 Vitality players.
We are indeed going to pick 3 Vitality players. I'm going to go with Apex and ZywOo, first of all, and I'll throw Rops in there.
Sure.
So, shockingly, that's going to be the 3 Vitality players I pick.
Yeah. Well, who are you fleshing out the team with? There's 2 more you got to find.
Right, I'm going to look at the rest of the tournament. I look at the playoff side, and I think Legacy are going to do pretty well. Okay. And there's like a duo in that team that everybody always talks about. It's Dumao and Lato. So for me, those are the 2 other players I would pick outside of Vitality.
So you've taken Apex, ZywOo, Rops, Dumao, and Lato.
There might be some communication issues, but I think it should be all right.
All right, that's fair enough. I'm going to do something similar. I'm going Apex, ZywOo, and Mezzi.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm picking Mezzi up in there. And then I'm going to go a different direction. I am going to take Dumao as well. I like that from Legacy, but I'm getting Makaze from Na'Vi. Makaze from Na'Vi, he's my secret weapon. He's the secret sauce of this team.
Well, if Na'Vi beat Vitality, then he's definitely going to play a part in that.
Exactly.
So that's our Colex fantasy teams. We'll see how they perform. I'm feeling good about mine, not so much about Jason's, but we'll see how it plays out here at IEM Atlanta.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw in this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
No, there's smoke, guys.
Yeah, can you do smoke doors?
I will go down.
Looking at your window.
Good window.
I think 2 guys. Nothing.
Yes,
I'll give you a flash.
I think there are 2 on the right side.
Yes.
Can you faster? I'm
gonna go default like we said.
Guys.
Yeah, I will go default.
I'll flash every window. I'll flash every window. Ready?
Do it.
Yes. Flashing. Boom.
Platform. Platform.
On the window. Nice.
I'm gonna push mid.
Okay, so careful, big guys.
One shot. Take off. Okay. Shot, yes.
Only 1?
2, 3, I think. 2 or 3. Take
Long one.
I'm leaving.
Too long.
2 shot pushing. I'm flashing window.
Pushing shot. Nice, 1 more shot.
That's right.
Nice, long 2.
The bomb. Go back, Robin.
I'm with you. No, go back.
Chill. I'm gonna swing again.
Wait, he's deep. I'm blind.
Going up.
3, 2, 1, let's go, boys!
Nice! There you go, Matthew. See?
I told you guys.
More time. Let's go, boys! Still boosted, Char.
One lower.
Hit and 3. Careful lower, Char.
Yeah?
Top middle, yeah. Careful lower. Lower. Dead.
Yes.
Boosted. Go back. All there. Top middle. No one be. You can go this one, Robin. He's top mid low.
Demolish short.
What this one? Dead. Nice, 1 more low.
They cannot go back low.
To this one.
They cannot. Yeah.
To this one.
They cannot go back.
They're trying to kill Robin, I think.
Nice, boys. Nice.
Nice, Robin.
Hello, guys. Crazy summer, right? How you doing, bro?
Yo, brother.
Couldn't go anywhere without people asking for pictures.
Yeah, same.
Wait, you guys have fans?
First major win and I'm even more motivated. I don't know what Jail was talking about.
Same, brother.
Boys, not gonna lie, it feels we can do no wrong. We're blessed. We're unstoppable.
On t'avait dit quoi?
So what do you guys think? Non, Dan. Cette Porsche 911, Dan. T'es vraiment Dan.
Dust2 goes Vitality's way, a finish in regulation. Couldn't keep ZywOo down after a poor first half, and now we get ready for Anubis. Targeted weakness is the discussion. But how much can Na'Vi manage to convert here? The record ain't pretty. Does the game break their spirits? A narrow loss on that first map. Is it just going to be a Vitality semi-final, or is there more twists and turns? Anubis has to be a different story for Na'Vi to remain in contention here in Atlanta. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're live from Atlanta. You having a good time tonight? We'll see if Na'Vi are.
Fourth head-to-head this year, every single one of them being in the playoffs. 2 grand finals, 2 quarterfinals. The winner of this one goes on to be the heavy favorites to lift the whole damn thing. Another T-side start for Vitality. This is by choice. They're setting up for a B-pop. Makazi, wonderful. You've got company.
They're behind.
Smokes off, yeah.
This is going to get uncomfortable quickly. Fortunately, Wonderful does dip back onto site. He'll have vision to try and disrupt it. Oh, he nails it. Catches ZywOo, throwing the back plat. Molly enables Makaze. Wonderful for a second as well. Apex, he needs a whole lot more. He's caught reloading in the smoke, and he's got no support. Mezzi arriving now. Good damage from Apex. It's bit onto him, but Mezzi trying to make something out of this 1-on-3. Flash connects, and Bits bullets will too. Na'Vi put the right foot forward to start.
Beautiful shot there from Wonderful. In fact, it's onto ZywOo, who was starting to heat up in that second half. Makazi then gets the good graces to come through the smoke, knowing there's that buffer. So the comms must be in a comfortable place for Na'Vi. I think they knew that Dust2 was always going to be tough. This one here, great little flash. There's nothing that Mezzi can do with that one, and they will make sure the bomb doesn't go down. We'll see Vitality coming into the next round of play with just a couple of digs. And then absolutely no hurry with this one. Give you a bit of lay of the land for the setup as far as it's concerned for Na'Vi's CT side. Alexi over towards Jail. This has been highlighted by Yanko in the prep for the game. He's going to be your B main holder. He'll be partnered up with the likes of Makazi. Holding off towards E-Box. That means you get a combination of Imma and Wonderful in middle. Right, these two. Wonderful's the rotator. Imma will be playing more towards A, and he'll be joining that a bit as the anchor. But just causing a little bit of a kerfuffle early. Vitality just showing themselves, shooting off a couple of shots, trying to draw out that util. And now they gravitate towards mid. That's where Wonderful and Imma reside.
Ooh, pressure applied. Imma's done well. He kind of stands his ground for 2. Eventually whittled away at by the Glock of Robs.
If you can get another with the 1,400 investment in these 2 digs, not too shabby, but it's going to be tough. Sub 40 seconds now. ZywOo and Mezzi are going to be starting to look to die. That loss bonus in the bank balance and get the guns out into the next.
This could be a great time for Alexi to get his frag total started. Some unarmored pistols versus an MP9. Makaze steals 1, and he gets started indeed.
Okay, well, he's going to pick up that FAMAS. That could be dropped across her, an M4. There will be no issues in the buy department for Na'Vi. Just no AWP for Wonderful this early in the game. They know that Vitality are now going to be edging in with the buy. 4 AKs and a Galil for Mezzi. Needs to facilitate that util. Yanko saying it's no longer the broader approach of these 2 teams on the map. There's a meta being built with the head-to-head. So we'll see how these mind games play in. Nothing out of the box early for either team. IEM wonderful starting close mid, wanting to harass. It blocks A main.
Basket, smoke, force some space. Robs is going to try and take this away from Bit.
Oof, Sentry. A little bit early there, so that one forces out even more util, and with this, starting to path back towards B. Still players middle as well. They could drop out the window, more could head through E-box. The bomb being picked up now. The finish. Definitely feeling like this B split. IEM being drawn back towards middle, Alexi and Makazi. Still with a decent amount of util between the two of them.
Ooh, spam from Makazi doesn't quite finish off Apex at all. Just a single bullet scrapes his knee.
Makazi has to respect this.
Yeah, they're going to push through. Well placed on the HE. Molotov's going to be swimming on the back platform. Alexi B first to receive. Carpet of flame here. Alexi B tagged through the smoke spam from Zaiwu and Mezi coming in from B main. Here it comes. Pressure amplified. Flashes. Flame and a headshot from Flame Z. There's Alexi. Just the one. An opportunity for more. They're low. IEM quick on the scene. Flamesy's going to get cleared here. So that pulls us into a 3-on-3. Nearly transfers it onto Apex with that bomb plant.
All right, they got a kit on IEM. They can give this one a go. There's no util. This is going to be tough.
Vitality wounded.
Another triangle.
Oh, he brings the fight to them. That's outrageous. Bit one back. Apex, an overextension, goes swinging in. At least confirms his whereabouts. And now it's Robs that brings the fight. Ambitious. Clutch available. Hang on. Should be comfortable in Robs' hands here. Look at the time. Bit knows if he could just isolate the duel, but Robs has played the clock. And he'll take the round.
I think Apex is assuming they're going for the save in that situation.
Right.
With that type of a pick, thinking, no, there's no way. Oh, the gun show. Apex has got some competition out there. I think because their money's not going to be great going into this next round of play. So the fact that they're giving this a go in a post-plant scenario, it was a double pump as well, right? Layering in the util, waiting for the block data to come out from Na'Vi. The second wave, Flamesy fantastic with the openers. And this one,
what a shot.
Apex just adjusts down into that, and Rops stays cool. Forced by in for Na'Vi. 1 M4, 1 Famus, an MP9 and a couple of pistol upgrades. They'd love to be able to wrestle this one back in the early game. You lose this, the rounds will spill open, and Vitality should be able to take the lead. Selling A, Na'Vi. Nobody close baskets, nobody tending with the site whatsoever. Very heavy B setup coming into play. Now look, if you're gambling correctly, just hold on to these and go again into round number 5. Vitality are tracking in this direction. Let's see if they're as diligent with the util this time round.
Alexi B's holding a flashback. Trying to catch them and disrupt them upon the commitment. There's that same Molotov, going to make life miserable for the two of them back plat. Wonderful, burns down, 12 HP, still manages to catch one on the back foot. There's Zaiwu though from the E-box position, racks up a double in their back plat for another headshot. Robs tracks him as he tries to fight, and they're losing everything here. They put all their pennies into the center of the table, and Vitality have managed to secure a second round.
It's given it a look.
Certainly will have a go. It's that horrible crossfire, though. Trying to breach this with Mezi. Only a Mac 10. He can isolate. Oh, can he, though? Nimble from Mezi. Using that moving accuracy of the SMG. Na'Vi bankrupt.
Feels like a sense of inevitability has settled in. You sense it with the crowd, maybe as well as the players from Na'Vi. I think it's the mental anguish with how close they were on map number 1. They had some big moments, some flashy moments. But Vitality still prevail. Not the B lean, but this is just the eco. You expect this one to be farmed up. With Anubis in the mix in these last 2 outings with these two teams, 13-10, 13-11. Vitality just getting across the line, so we should be set for another close map. I think it's the Bet Boom loss, 13-10, which is what forced Vitality down to the lower bracket, having to play 2 best-of-3s in a day. First time they've done that since Chengdu was here he is, Apex, the Farm Fest. That's 3, knows the 4th, and ZywOo, he won't miss, so just need to find that a bit. They'll expect him over towards A, but ooh, not a bad shot. Much more damage. And that's what this is looking for, right? Vitality again. They win this series. They put themselves up against Bet Boom in that semi-final tomorrow. Already locked in Legacy versus GamerLegion. And whoever wins this one, they are the heavy favorites to take the title. Again, I think everybody, they're coming out here to Atlanta expecting the grand final to be Na'Vi versus Vitality. But hey, with the footfalls that we've seen unfold, this is where we find ourselves.
Yeah, and you heard Mezzi in the interview with Martin as well, just talking about how they like to try and consider themselves 2 different teams and groups and playoffs.
It's an intensity shift, right? For them, groups feel like a formality. This is the fun part.
Yeah, exactly. On the big stage with that loud Atlanta crowd. You guys have been bringing some insane energy.
Well, Na'Vi not giving them too much to cheer about right now. This time, early A main pressure applies a lot of intensity to this side as that rotation has been drawn. Wonderful's AWP will be posted on the line. They're blocked towards mid, and they're juggling a nade, so Vitality feeling quite comfortable. They've got the map control that they're looking for.
Look at Apex on the camera. He's got a very clear game plan he's relayed. It's just hands off the mouse and keyboard, making sure his troops know the marching orders.
A fight coming in the way of Robs. Bet and Emma paired up to clear it out, and they're happy with what they see, but mid's been a void throughout all of this. Wonderful heading back over. Can't really push into the line. 50 seconds.
It looks like we're going to get an AWP head-to-head here. Wonderful heavy advantage and nails it. Removes the Woo.
They pivot now. Do they want to head towards B? They know that Wonderful's AWP. Eyes on the other side. Here we go. Heaven Smoke, Flamesy and Mezzi. They need these good flashes from Apex to be able to palm in.
Wonderful set to collect another. Jumping over his line of sight. Quick flick onto Mezzi and a flood of frags. Spotless from Na'Vi.
Beautiful. We don't need more of that. Very comfy stuff. With Wonderful with another head-to-head against ZywOo. 7-4 for Wonderful, keeping up that good form from the group stage.
Yeah, he sat him down on the pistol and has kept it up with the AWP.
And that tells me you're not walking into that drive if you expect the AWP to be there, right? He assumes he's going to get some room against some rifles, be able to post up. He's a bit missed right now for Vitality. Tech 9, Mac 10, and 3 rifles. They've missed a smoke here.
Yeah, messes with Flamesy's lineup.
They do want to try towards middle again. Flamesy at least starting to flirt with the smoke. Does he just want to waltz on through?
Wouldn't put it past him, and he has just gone straight through that smoke. Enables ZywOo and Mezzi, the tail, joins him. Irma, supported by Wonderful. There's the headshot. ZywOo, however, onto Irma quick. And Wonderful, how's he getting away? Missed spray, a second lease of life for Na'Vi's sniper.
They're applying a lot of pressure towards A again, but it doesn't have to be the finish. Still over a minute on the clock, and they can pivot back. Alexi's had to rotate over to help out Wonderful. He's going to head towards Bit's site. So split 2-2 at the moment. Looking to run the same round again.
There's the flash, though. This is the difference maker. Bit eats the flashbang, and Mezzi pathing into the site for one. The back of the site lies Wonderful. He has to find a multi. Does so. Pieces together for 2. Sight lost. Alexi B. He falls as well on the camera position. ZywOo aware of it.
Kazi's close.
He is.
He can give it a go.
He certainly will. Robs towards Fountain. Galil VM4 looking the wrong way. Makes it even. ZywOo low HP. McCarthy's even got the HE. This could make all the difference. An impactful round. 3 kills deep from ZywOo, but McCarthy can make it all for naught. Back of the site. Where's that HE going? Too deep. ZywOo peaks and ZywOo frags for 4.
Okay. ZywOo's had 1 off half. Right now he's sitting 9-4. That was a massive round from him. Just hitting everything that moved on that A site. And we go back and forth as the score now reads 4-3. So there's been some stubborn calling, or at least consistent calling from Vitality, right? There's 2 rounds in a row that were this B split in through water. Once you get the E-Box control, the mollies towards the plat. Now they've run a very similar looking A split round after round. T-Stairs smoke comes in. I think they're going to push after this molly.
It looks like it was going to be aggressive.
Imma's out the window.
It is. Imma just going to bring the fight to them. Sure, he's 40 HP, catches some flak. Two of them in the canal. A forward stance from the defenders, but gaps available if Flamesy pushes mid. Off the flash from Apex, he's in.
Yeah, good response to losing canal.
Look how uncomfortable that makes Makaze. He's got to be worried about so many different avenues. Has to back away. E-Box safe.
Yeah, now the pressure is on Bit, right? Because you're going to lose canal control once the T-Stairs smoke fades. You know that they can apply that pressure. Bomb's still in limbo. No commitment for Vitality just yet, but they're coming into sweep mid.
Oh, that's a lot of info.
That's a whole lot of info.
Spots the whole squad. Easy frag, though. Bit with the M4, rips the head off of Flamesy. Apex is next victim. He's a dead man running. Back turned. Imma picks it up comfortably. Zywoo's got the bomb, can't afford to commit. Now Mezzy hoping he catches one, returning from Temple. There's wonderful, little peek out, gets the info. Still a body. Outside B main, smoke will obscure two of them, but that site is safe, and significant damage through the smoke there. Mezzy trying to keep boots planted, and they'll just run at him.
I think it's a safe. They're just going to call this one off. Robson, Zywoo looking to hold on to what they brought in with. And Apex, if people caught it there in the cam after those deaths toward middle, was very frustrated. I think with all this players he saw, maybe you're hoping for a reaction from your teammates. Maybe you thought, hey, I made the right call. It was just on a later timing that they came and swept through middle. But we tie things up again. So 1,400 is the loss bonus. Zywoo and Rops won't get any of that. Apex is in Galil territory. Flamesy and Mezzy are going to have to be down to some pistols. Zywoo could drop a Galil. And a tactical timeout called. So good chance right now to organize that buy. Timeout subsided. Now they're in freeze time. Yet to see what investments are coming through behind this. Okay, piecing it together now. Apex is going Tech 9 armor with nades. Flames is in with the Mac 10. Mezzy on a Tech 9 as well. This is tough, right? You have to balance the fact that you have the saved AWP and everyone else is on something a little bit lighter. You want to use pace, but you need to give Zywoo a chance to play into the round. Flamesy just missed throw right there. The molly.
Yeah, trying to boost him up, trying to catch Imma. It could work out. He's going to play it safe. Throws a block smoke mid and tucks in to join Bit on A. Clearly trying to demonstrate presence outside of A main.
Yeah, you want to force that rotation, but with this 3-2 setup that has been opted for right now in this cheeky off angle here on top of the box, Imma will not be pre-aimed here whatsoever. Well, the smoke dotted now towards E-Box, so over towards B.
Oh, look, flash coming from LXC. They're going to clear out B main.
And Mez is very passive with this. Oh, he might get caught in limbo. Here comes the flash.
He's got cover. Tucks in, relays the information, and takes ahead. Makaze's dead. Wonderful, very quick pivot, and knows that they're going to try and scope up in towards E-Box. Swinging in, Zywoo unable to track him. It's mid the focus. Imma and Bit have set this up. The trap up on the boost. I say that as he actually drops off as they start to commit. He knows he's got to be nimble, but goes down. Comfortable frag for Robs. It's Bit for the multi. Can't provide some damage. Heavy damage inflicted. This one, an interesting lay of the land.
Yeah, it might be over before it even gets started here. Alexi and Wonderful having a conversation over towards CT spawn. So they want to go fishing, see if there's an overstep. They've got a kit, but no smoke. And there you have it, all right.
Ooh, considering the timeout, the financial implications of the investment.
Mezzy does very well there, doesn't he? Under a lot of pressure, the flashes come through. He's having to calm that and focus on the crosshair. Gets one done, but you know the flashes came through in 2 players P, so a lot of information. And then Imma, it looked good, right? But at that point, he's no longer playing for info anymore, thinking they're going to rejig the setup because of that exchange. And we go tit for tat again, so 5-4. Wonderful good drop, and that'll go into the hands of Mikaze. Everybody else should be able to buy. Bit has 4.6, Imma has 4.3.
And Blade's got his thinking face on.
Yeah, it's just right now a bit of an arm wrestle, but again, if you're Na'Vi, 4 round CT side, it's not terrible, right? If you're able to get one more, you'll be happy with that. And the drop-off couldn't come at a worse time. It's turn to call the timeout. There's a chance there, right? Bit could have gone massive.
Truly.
He gets that frag. The player's low. He mops it up, and they're able to stand tall. Just because of this pattern of rounds, right, neither team has any loss bonus. That's why we're having to see these saves. If you want to have something to contend with, you're going to have to keep holding on to your guns. But we've only got a handful of rounds remaining in this half.
And after electing to start on the T side, I imagine Vitality are hoping for the lion's share.
So he's got the Insta E-Box lined up, and away we go. As he gets it out of his hands this time. Dissuade any early peeks out the hole. Take a look early, prepare to react, and then drop back into a bit more of a standard setup, a 2-1-2.
So many nade juggles going on for this T side.
It's just so confident on both sides of what the others are doing, right? That's your opponents.
Yeah, that's the meta game within this game.
Flash forward, mid-space again. 3 players here to deal with this.
Imma, forward position. Powerful angle, they're baiting him in as well. Imma goes swinging, can't find it. Bit will at least combine to keep it a level trade. Rob spamming smokes, wonderful returns fire, but the Tracers betray him. That was an ugly exchange on A for Na'Vi.
So you know the mid player's dead, and the rotator's dead. Group up, hit the site together.
It's a wide open site, Chad, you were talking about it.
Yeah, B's evacuated. It might just have to be another save for Na'Vi.
He's seen enough. And the red carpet rolled out for Vitality's 6th round. Mikaze will have a look, do some light investigations into the retake ability.
Lexi's here. Bit looked like he was going to be on his way. Are they going to call this one off? Yep, all right, well, more of this.
Bare minimum for your T side of Anubis reach, 6.
I'm just questioning what Na'Vi are going to opt for here, right? Because Alexi and Mikaze will both be able to drop M4s, but it does mean they're going to be lighter in the util department. So do you want to just partial behind this 3 saves? It's a good tip.
That's a Hydro homie if ever I saw one.
Well, it's getting dry out there at the moment with the tone of this game.
Na'Vi are going to need some water for all the salt if they do not find another round on the CT side.
Yeah, okay, so they've just gone for the partial, right? They're going for a full gun round for the final round of the half. So this one, sure, there's still chances. Those 3 saved guns. A little bit of util. Going to need some individual output to win this one.
Yeah, well, we know Bit is capable in the individual department. He's also got his AK-47. Will turn the flash. It's a Rops versus Bit standoff. There's another flash to set him up. Bit versus Rops. Again, dipping his toe in that water. It's Mikaze, this forward position, ready to flick down. Catches Apex for an opening.
Okay, that's a B defender. I might accelerate them into that site.
And we're considering it. Flamesy's bringing the bomb over there now.
Lots of util for the finish, but the stack is back in place. They looked a little bit jittery, but have rotated back in time.
Ooh, opportunity for Zywo, an easy frag onto Wonderful. He wanted answers, instead he gets an AWP bullet in his ribcage. Rob's arriving, Alexi B preoccupied, he's going to be exposed to Rob's, the back turn, caught on the quick switch, doesn't matter, and sight taken. It's just Mikaze they've got to get past, hiding out behind the side smoke.
It's here as well. He's got a flash. It's in the air.
The play. Yeah, Robs is not going to be blind, but there's one onto Mez. He can't find the second. Great covering fire from Robs. Now Bit's turn. Sweeps on through. Flames it, gets the information safely. Now Robs peeks in. Good adjustment, but there's Flames.
Oh, those jiggles are so annoying. The bomb goes down. The first thing Flames does is jiggle that plat, gets the info, and then they all just focus fire. So 7 rounds to Vitality. Can they make it 8? And they haven't really had a gear shift in terms of anything quite pacey and in your face. Wonderful right now. He wants to get across before the smoke comes in, and he's removed from play. Wants to be with his teammates. They can group up. Maybe he can get a rifle if one of his fellow comrades goes down. He gets core, and that's what makes it the 4v4, so that one sucks. So we're going for an A-main pick real fast.
This is a really quick AWP peek. Bit hears that. Takes a heavy nade damage. It's actually wonderful Zorb that's managed to remove Robs. Smoke break on E-Box. Apex continues his walk in. A contact walk. He's got support from Alexi. Bit spotted on sight. Molotov's going to make his life miserable. Dips away. Backup brigade has arrived. Couple of limp flashes. He's eaten that, and there's Imet. No trade potential on that from Apex. It's a 3-on-5. Na'Vi to end this half with at least their 5th, unless Saiwu keeps getting shots like that. Catches Immer over the top of the smoke. They've still got Mezzi as a bit of a lurk outside B.
So I was hanging around looking for another. If anyone comes begging for questions towards Heaven. Do the smokes oscillate? Does he get a chance? Mezzi's starting to float over now. And it's Na'Vi the ones looking for answers. Grouping up towards middle once more. Mezzi very late to this, but he does have a smoke. Zywhoop has util as well. Camera smoke, Heaven smoke, get a molly in towards backside or bricks, and away you go.
Here it comes. They've abandoned Bit. That cut of noise has put it all onto his shoulders here. Rotation swift. And swings on in for nothing. Mezzi, clean headshot, covers Flames as he gets the bomb down. Now Zywhoop responsible for camera. Alexi B trying to get through. And it's Alexi B that finds the headshot. Oh. So does Wonderful. Just Saiwu in the clutch, can't hit it. Na'Vi 5, Vitality 7. Is there more to Anubis? Is the 3rd map required? Can Na'Vi beat this team? Team Vitality live from Atlanta versus Na'Vi. Vitality in pursuit of a semi-final upon the conclusion of this second map of our quarter. Na'Vi are trying to take a map off of Vitality for the first time since Cologne 2024.
That feels like a lifetime ago, and that's the same with Vitality and those top 4 placements. 477 days ago was the last time they couldn't achieve that. Like a Blaster Bounty Season 1 to kick off 2025, but here we find ourselves on the pursuit of Cologne, the major right around the corner, and we're looking for weaknesses in the world number 1.
Anubis allegedly one of them.
The games are close. Let's see if this one delivers in the same capacity. 4 sets of Kev and Flames with a smoke and a kit. A whole lot more U2 invested upon for Na'Vi in this one. And quite a staunch defense over towards A. The bomb outside B. It's on the back of Wonderful. There's no clear commitment as Zawu is calling mid completely clear. Wonderful starting to line up some U2 as Mikaze also wants to help flush out E-Box with that molly.
Temple smoked, obscures Zywu's view. He'll respect it for now.
Is this a fake or is there commitment? They're not getting any resistance right now. They might want to head in. Bomb starting to float back. Flamesy, Apex, and Rops also getting a little bit jittery. They're rotating away. Bomb has headed back. They're going to try and plant this one on the site. Mikaze, he'll be tasked with that.
They have the retake package on Flamesy. Another smoke for Temple. This one heavily favoring Na'Vi, surely at this point. Sure, smoke and kit. A first headshot could start the House of Cards tumbling.
They got to get to the bomb first.
They're just about rocking up now. Mikaze hidden on the pillar. Feels good for Na'Vi. Feels great if they can find the first. Apex gone, and another Mikaze catches the smoke push. It's clean. It's spotless. It's exactly what Na'Vi needed.
Yeah, just a blender there. Really a tempered approach, in no rush, felt it out, didn't find resistance, suspected the stack, and they were right. Stuff from Na'Vi there, picking up both pistols. We'll see a Vitality 4 start to take shape, but this is just way too easy, isn't it? The smoke skittles in, but there's no flash. There's nothing to make that a possibility. Just locking them down and finding the fire. You just got to get past this one and you can take the lead. A couple of MP9s, 2 Deagles, and a 5-7 for Zawu. These are the rounds you have to win if you want to put Vitality away. Four-man silent crawl middle. No eyes on, just Zawu playing jiggle smoke defense from camera.
High alert now. Vision obscured. Alexi B bunny hopping his way into the Temple flank. Forces a adaptation from the CT setup. Wonderful in spawn.
Somewhat considered.
Yeah, Mezzi's ready for this. Spots the shoulder, does not hit that immediate headshot.
It could pivot back towards A. They don't have to commit with this.
They're feeling so much pressure though. Na'Vi clamping from every angle. You got Bit holding out for any of those A rotators. It's Zawu and Rob's trapped on that side of the map. They'll triple swing though. Good from Mikaze. Support from Wonderful for 2. Easy headshot. Zawu goes down the A side of the map. Then Ima activates onto Apex.
Okay, that's nice from Na'Vi.
Really
nice. Trenched themselves in enemy territory. Vitality, they feel like they have to make a move, and they run into a tight choke point. Sure, that's where they have the pistols and the SMGs. But Na'Vi are set up for that, and they will be able to tie things up 7 apiece. Inferno is the third and decider of this one. But the victory being, as you mentioned, if Na'Vi can just pick up a map, that's going to build some confidence, right? They've been getting closer. There's been a couple of the maps this year. Right? This is the 4th time they've faced. There have been blowouts. 2 grand finals, 1 quarterfinal. We'll make it 2 now here in IEM Atlanta. And taking a map off. A lot of teams struggle to do that in Vitality's era. Vitality want to join that. Sorry, Na'Vi want to join that list. All right, Robs gets to hold on to his dig, his head armor.
Sasha the Smashers in the building.
He's giving you a wave.
I think that's what the kids are calling aura.
He's got plenty of that, but it's the partial.
Titans on that B defense. Makaze into E-Box.
3 players here.
These armored pistols. Only a couple of them.
Team flash there, poor timing.
Gets a bit clunky, doesn't it?
And B main smoked off. They're rotating away now. Zywoo's up to bat.
Zywoo on this flank is everything. Alexi B, good awareness. Had the gun on. It's information that they are vacating.
It's just a race right now. They should be able to get into A, no issues.
Yeah, there's no one there. Flames is going to be the first man on the scene. Has to get across this midline, though. Alexi B has drawn the line in the sand. What are you supposed to do? You go off a flash, and comfortable. Imet, Alexi, pick him up, pick him off, and seize control of the A site.
All right, well, Rops and Apex may as well try and do a little bit of damage here, see if they can find themselves an upgrade or just force some rebuys for teamwork. Regardless of the disadvantage there and back, Apex goes down.
It's a very well-tempered approach from Na'Vi. Nothing felt rushed, nothing felt compromised or hurried.
And they're being allowed so far to play at their own pace, but when the guns come in, that's where the questions will need to be answered. Rops again, last man standing. He's going to get nothing for his troubles. Flawless. No kit for Vitality in this one.
They'll have to stop him from getting it down.
3-1-1 with the setup. Rops, Solo, A, Zywoo middle. The other 3 over towards B. Do they have a move in mind, or are they just expecting it to be an early play into the B site? They're getting the bomb on wonderful outsiders. Alexi goes through the motions for the mid space. While he's back at the doors. Zywoo doesn't really feel too much pressure as a nade. Square on the dome there of Makaze, brought down to 63. Another one through the window, Makaze. Feeling the flak damage.
Oh, there could be number 3. Apex even has it. Keeps hold of it for now. Imet throwing out the util. Is this just a double pump? There's 2 smokes in the sky. Ready for that second wave. A counter to nade incendiary package sent towards the E-Box. Will force Makaze away.
Still stubborn towards B. Emma's gotten across. They'll get multiple angles to pick into B in a moment's time.
HP, not a single bullet has found Makaze, just HE grenades stacked on top of each other.
I think this is all posturing, though. And maybe they're right. Wonderful starting to cheat back. 40 seconds.
Rops has Zywoo in support. Alexi B already forging a path through middle. It seems the bomb's going that way too. Gonna try and synchronize with Bit Makaze through A main. This is the finish.
They hear them coming.
Pressure is applied. Zywoo, ready, gun on. Spots Alexi, controls his spray. Trade from Wonderful is superb. An opportunity, but they've got to get this bomb down. They've got to get past Rops. He started strong onto Makaze. The bomb, 13 seconds. There's Bit with 1, but the bomb's lost. 10, that should be a round ender right there. The nade from Flamesy securing it.
Oh, felt like the story of the round was the HEs.
Truly.
So much damage done to Makaze. Never easy to try and get that space, but copped it at every turn. MS saves, they got plenty of cash. Wonderful can bring out the AWP.
An American pantomime.
It's going to be second timeout from Blade. Definitely a lot of mental warfare in the server right now, just with this tempo and tone. I think there's so many expectations of responses or reactions to map control. But it either is or isn't going the way that they were hoping for.
Rivals, Rio, Rotterdam. Every time they meet this team. It's been close, sure. This one in particular starting to shape up nicely for Na'Vi at 8-8, but Vitality CT side has just got its first round. Is this aggression? Flashes for Robs. He's not necessarily swinging on the first. He will go out on the second for a quick glance. It's Flamesy as well out window.
This will slow down the default, right? The fact that they've done this on a second timing. So now we have two choices. Let's react somewhere else, or we'll wait it out and take the space back later. They apply a bit of pressure towards B, but they know that mid becomes the weakness. Both teams on their CT sides seem to have had a lot of room to move within these mid rounds. I'm still down outside middle. 55 seconds. Looks like Alexi heading back to pick that up. Wonderful, waiting for a reaggress. Smoke will fade to camera. It should be coming in a moment.
Yeah, we hear it comes. Wonderful has been primed and ready for this swing from Flamesy. Shoulder spotted, Orb connects. Zywoo up to bat versus Makaze, staying nimble though on the spray, commits to it. Has Alexi low, and now Mezzi's eating flashbangs. Needs another, it's Robs that steps up to the plate. Supportive flash work from Mezzi. He's actually rotated over towards A as well. Apex has got the headshot, he's got them both clean from Vitality's captain.
Game's playing at a really odd tempo. Right, both of these teams are giving each other so much respect in certain situations, waiting for those reactions like I'm talking about. Then you get these spurts back and forth, and then, well, there's only 20 seconds left and there's no chance. Blade took a timeout for that, and they didn't get what they were looking for. Rob's under a lot of pressure here at the rotation. Miles away, and then Apex comes in and cleans house. It's not going to be the force for Na'Vi, it'll be a partial buy. So there's a couple of rifles in the mix. Na'Vi might want to do the same. Run and hide right now. This one's starting to have that familiar feeling. Can Vitality be the first to reach double digits? The buy is definitely in that favor, but you go back to Dust 2, they lost a bunch of rounds to purchases like this.
See if Na'Vi can pull it off again.
Yeah, they've done a good job of putting Vitality off on their timings and tempo. There's a lot of cases where normally they'd have 3 strong and everyone would have their nades ready, their guns out, but they've been caught out in certain scenarios, and that could happen here again. The read of the situation for Apex, the stack is on the wrong side for now.
Congregate outside of B with the bomb, Alexi B.
They donate so many smokes to this B defense, both Apex and Mezzi with more smokes to deploy.
Ahead of this, Makaze's making his move. Supported by Bit. Apex dips away. He was committed to that corner. Somehow he gets away. Now they're swinging in. Apex loses control. Inme provides an opening. Could get more. Flamesy onto Makaze though, and there's another double spray. Flamesy's on one. Bit in the clutch. 30 seconds. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Zywoo has his cross back to bomb retrieval. It feels like it's said and done. Nice missed shot from the Orb. Gives him the freedom to pick up the bomb. The 22 HP, 1v2, and Rob's in temple. He's going to walk straight into him. It's an open plant. A Hail Mary play. Robs doesn't play, but the nade does all the work. Flamesy, can we address how quickly he pieced together 3 there?
Yeah, that happened quick. Out of the smoke on rotation. Just smashes that attack. Apex was under a lot of pressure. Mezzi as well. Fortunate for the rotation. The bomb does go down. We knew they were going to be buying anyway, but that is going to help out a decent chunk.
Oh, they were just all doing the dance in the corner.
Flamesy saves the day. Just 3 more rounds now for Vitality to book that semi-final spot. A chance to take on Bet Boom.
Zywoo tried something aggressive there, but he's just going to have to respect the util. Oh, we've lost Apex. Makaze punishes him for just a straight head-to-head aim duel. Now there's more friction in middle. It's Flamesy on the clawback. Okay, gets a bit keen. Swings in to try and find Bit as well, and it costs him his life. Advantage Na'Vi. You wouldn't expect another burrowed into middle like this, would you? Robs is counting on that.
They want to fight this in E-Box right now. They want info.
Zawu's orb leads the charge. Bit backs away. Looks like they are going to retool for the open runway into A.
The money's not great on Flames. He's only got 600. This could just be another save, and Na'Vi did the same. The timing of this from Mezzy, he's going to be way too late to the party. Blade watches on, and Rops gets here, but is he in time?
Just in time to at least have a first fight. They're across his sight line. Worried about that lurk in middle, and Imma is there. Chunky nade onto camera position. Mezzy approaching from a main, looks for Alexi, finds it. That's an equalizing frag, bomb goes down. Clock starts to tick in Na'Vi's favor. Imma activates, but he's distracted by the sound cues. He hurts Zawu. Wonderful solid onto Rops. Picks up and retrieves the AK. Better for this. Grouped up towards heaven, it's Wonderful and Bit. Everything to play for. That clock ticking in your favor further. Zawu swinging on in, trying to draw attention. The molly's great if he can get away. Good find from Wonderful. Just Mezzy in the clutch. He's going to try and stick it. There's no way. There's no way.
All right, Na'Vi, they get the crowd to make some noise there. Again, just these tempered approaches. Rops felt like he had threaded the needle in that moment. Imma would have been spewing if that round had gone against him. That one could have signaled the downfall.
This is that opening.
Yeah, playing ahead of the smoke. Makaze had to worry about the, oh, that's it. Apex just barely out of the smoke. Barrel spot, this one makes it all possible. And then Mezzy, he had a tough time finding it. Well, they didn't have a hard time finding him. This time, Vitality's money's on the line.
Mezzy wants to go aggressive. He's postured towards B main. I think the smoke blocked. It's going to change their dialogue. Again, look at the space Makaze's got here. Walks into the B bomb site. Vitality, nobody's home. Can't believe your eyes. Just need to get the bomb across. Imma confirms Mezzy's coordinates.
I think you have to save. I know it sounds crazy, it's a 5v5, but 1900 next round. They're going to tie up the game right here. If you go for this one and you lose everything, the bomb's already down, the clock's already ticking. You don't even have a kit. I think this is it. This is just such an odd game with the tempo and the tone. Easiest rounds at Na'Vi are going to win all game long. And they'll take that one. And Hubers on the CT side. We know it's a map where the CTs feel like they're forced into taking some risks. I understand the addition to the hole that makes some of these rotations a little bit swifter. You're able to harass over to water a little bit earlier in the round, sure. Vitality, they gamble incorrectly. Nobody home even to really tell what was hitting that site. And Na'Vi, they've gotten away with one there, so we tie things up 10 apiece. It's only really mini streaks that we've had throughout this map. The most anyone's posted consecutively have been 3 straight rounds.
A crowd divided. Two teams inseparable.
You didn't really get a good idea if you're Na'Vi of what Vitality had in that last round of play. If they're saving, you have to assume they have something, but in terms of what they're actually equipping and bringing into this next one, well, they're not going to upgrade too much, right? Next round, the 2400 loss bonus, they'll be able to buy again. as we get back underway, but the round will not be as easy as that, Na'Vi. This one you're going to have to fight for.
Collision course set for this boost. He scopes up and dismounts.
Wonderful heads back to spawn, picks up the bomb. Second towards A again with this setup. It's two MP9s alongside the M4 of Robs. It's Mezzi and Zaiwu holding on to B, and Mikaze, while he's back up to his usual pathing.
Mid-space gain from Alexi off the flash. Robs blocks A.
Yeah, only one smoke remaining now, that's on Apex.
It's not looking good for Flamesy and Robs. They're going to have to do it all on their own. The cavalry has completely departed. It will just be a 2-on-5 on this A crunch. Rob's tucked on that pillar. Molly's going to make things weird for him. Forced to just stand in the flames and try and deliver the multi. Unable to do so. Mikaze goes down. And that's the end of the A site. That's got to be a Na'Vi round. Apex, just an MP9 versus Alexi's Galil. And Galil victorious.
Guide saved this all. Hold on to that M4. Na'Vi in post 11. It's the lack of exchanges early. There's no real spamming through smokes. You're not really seeing too much damage being done anyway. I understand with the type of buy, they don't have too many nades they can throw out, but that's the type of round you have the AWP. Maybe you go for the triple boost towards A, you get the gap up towards T stairs. We did see earlier in the piece, Na'Vi were actually expecting, and I think I saw Mikaze holding for it in an earlier round. So all these little tricks that you have to deploy.
Na'Vi in the lead, 2 away from securing something that has eluded them for years.
It's been an awfully long time. Now, Robs does the best he can here, right? Molly comes in, can't extinguish, just has to stand and bang, and you bang on, right? They have to deliver a multi-kill, or at least go 1-for-1 between the likes of Flamesy and Robs to give him a 3v3, a chance in the post plant. But you're just making so many assumptions at the moment. A lot of this is without any actual info off of the map. This is a full buy. They're ahead of that. Robs doesn't know. Mikaze and Bit walking in, wanting to take this head-to-head.
Just going to flash and go. Robs has not got the smoke out at all. He can't block them. They are into A. He's stuck well. Catches the timing. Bit was looking towards camera, and Flamesy available as well.
Good molly.
It's going to make things difficult. HE as well to chase him down. The dunk, the double. Flamesy huge. Delivers what's required. Still wonderful, and Alexia kicking up a fuss. They aren't going to give this one up.
Is he still there?
Yeah, he's going to be in a prime position here. He can actually take B main and catch them on the cross to the bomb site itself, or just deny the plant. Alexi not to know that. There's he. Everything to do here. Nails it onto Alexi.
Saves one off now. It's just wonderful in a 1v3.
What's he got? Other than the plant, he's got 3 targets encroaching on his position from 3 different access points. Rob's coming from the E-box side. That looks like Wonderful's going to go looking for trouble. Needs to try and find these jewels on his own terms. You know Robs catches these timings. That's what he's in the roster to do. Catch you with your back turned. You're looking somewhere else. Find Zaiwu though. Wonderful. Can't find the fight. Robs arrives just in time, and we tie this game up once more.
Just felt that's been the constant words coming out of our mouth, just going tit for tat throughout. They get Zaiwu back his arm, they get that diffused through. No issues in the buy at all for Na'Vi. All 24 rounds coming your way again, but does this one have overtime, or is this one a Na'Vi victory? Can they push us to the 3rd? Or do Vitality clinch it and seal it? Book that semi-final slot.
Some great supportive util from Flamesy there.
Yeah, right. Once you know they're across fountain, you volley that off, you force them out, the nade just follows them, and then they swing with it. So extremely well done there. And then very tough for Alexi and Wonderful. I know they needed to get out of dodge. This Blade burns his final tactical timeout. He's got them all in regulation. That one was a change of tempo, right? It wasn't a rush, it wasn't noisy, but it was a whole lot quicker, right? They beelined it as passively as possible, right? Just that silent slink in towards the site. Rops shaving that first one off the pack was great, right? Doesn't overextend, doesn't swing wide.
And sure, we talked about the fact that since Cologne 2024, Na'Vi haven't been able to take the map off of Vitality. Well, they have been close. Is it really going to be the same story? Every round of regulation, but still the L in the column. Or can Na'Vi flip the script? Bit early space.
Alexi, missed throw there. Fumbles like this, we'll see how much impact it has. Just means there's a little bit less pressure on Flamesy towards middle, but they are playing another one of these 2-3 setups. It's Rops and Flamesy in combination towards A. It's ZywOo, Apex, and Mezzi. I was going to say towards B, Apex. He started to rotate. A big move around the world. A lot of their stacks, though, it's felt like they've been in the wrong place. Well, Bit might get caught here.
Yeah, he's got this Molotov out. Just gets away. Just a scrap of health, but Bit allowed to escape. ZywOo sets up to succeed, finding Mikaze towards E-Box. Alexi B across the camera line, though. Does open up avenues for a flank.
They have to know it's possible.
Wait,
Apex has the line.
Apex is perfectly positioned for this. Alexi didn't find the deep clear. Apex dips out. IEM, the unknown entity, maybe audible. ZywOo still focused on E-Box. Mezzi relays the information. ZywOo has to account for this. Doesn't. Maybe Mezzi didn't. After all, now Wonderful can rock up with the bomb. They've just got Mezzi to get past the distraction shot. And now destructing. Two clean entrances, looking good. It's just going to be Robson Flamesy on the way back in.
They got a kit for this.
Okay, it really comes down to what Wonderful can get done. Partners up with him. Both of them with HE grenades in towards that E-Box could be enough to find Robs. Well, he's not going to achieve anything. Wonderful seems destined to deliver this one here. Too easy. Finds it onto Flamesy. It's 12 Na'Vi. 1 away from doing it for the first time in 2 years. Showing that the bees bleed.
All right, well, it's going to be overtime at a minimum here, Vitality. Felt like that could have been heard, should have been heard. Mezzi was at least addressing the possibility. Apex posts up, gets one, drops off. ZywOo just sticking out like a sore thumb, no consideration for it. That gap, it must have been communicated. Emma with a massive double and Wonderful closing things down. It's a scrappy buy for round 24.
Back into the server. Last round of regulation.
Rups is fed up of giving this space over.
Yeah, but Bit's playing it passive this time. ZywOo doesn't pull the trigger on the flashbang. Trust Rops on his comms. Now they go on this second tempo. There's one final flash from Flamesy. Has to respect the Molotov thrown by Bit towards the rogue position.
And that flash has just gone out. So can't make the player for that. This one's going to feel damn good for Na'Vi.
It's theirs for the taking. Weaponry advantage. Vitality strung out. Repositioning. IEM has already made it across to the right side of main.
It's just Apex here. Again, Vitality don't know what's coming.
They're always in the wrong place. He's dead. Surely this is Na'Vi's for the taking. Apex with nothing. Empty hands and an empty bomb site. That's the hardest part. The bomb's going down already. A well-placed HE doesn't quite find its target. Wonderful firing off warning shots, but this is looking good. An ugly retake with no kit. Na'Vi to take it the distance. Mezzi falls. ZywOo's going to be their next victim. Walks up on that close wall. Strength in numbers, spots a flash of flash. Wonderful's good for it, and we need a third. 2 years of waiting. Na'Vi have managed to fell Vitality, and it will be decided on that third map.
You know, it's like having God above you, talking to you with this set.
With the blindfold?
No, I'm playing like this. Good luck. Okay, it's going live.
Yeah, it's live.
Put the glove, click to.
You go towards the right.
On the right, Robin. On the right. And a bit left with your mouse.
In front, you go left, left, left. Down a bit, down, aim down. Right, 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 right.
Left and down. You're on a truck, Robin. Jump off the ladder.
He's right in front of you. Down, wait, left, left.
Left and down, 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 down. Robin, shoot, shoot, left, 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 down, down, Robin, down.
You can hear him, you can go back.
Down, down, down.
Keep going.
Down, down, Robin, down. He's fast. Get him.
Yes! Yes! The knife is the goat!
Okay, but no knife, guys.
No, okay, my bad.
Keep going.
Stop, stop. You can run. W.
Okay, you're in front of a rock.
Aim a bit up. Aim a bit up. Shoot. Wait, shoot. Wait. Okay, wait.
Can you give me a 360? Turn around.
Turn around.
Okay.
Stop and click W.
Oh, I hear him. I'm going for it. Yeah, he's somewhere there.
Okay, down, aim down. He's in front of you. Up a bit.
To the right, Robin, and click it's a door.
Up a bit, right. Down. Down. Right, right, right.
Wait, this guy.
Right. Down, down, down. Left, 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 left. Right, 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 right. Shoot. Left. Yeah, you hit him.
How the fuck is hitting him? To the right, a bit down, down, Robin. A lot down.
He's in the water in front of you. He's full swimming. He's swimming. Shoot.
Look up.
I'm good. Left, left.
To the left. Shoot.
Right.
Robin. To the right.
Okay, he's jumping. You're touching him.
To the left.
Right.
To the left. I'm jumping, Robin.
Shoot. Left, 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 left.
Down.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
You need to control your aim, yo.
Yes, yeah. You shot him insta twice and you couldn't hit him.
By accident.
Okay, you restarted again.
Yeah, by accident for that or something. Robin has $400 for some reason.
That's a shame.
It's not our problem. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Nova or something?
P90.
P90 or MP90?
You're on a rock.
Okay, so, okay, let's see.
You're going towards the house now. You're looking towards the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you open the door. Now
you're right behind him.
To the left,
Look
to the left,
right.
to the left. Yeah, a bit straight and
Yes,
to the
you're
left.
in the door. Oh, back and right and forward now. No, forward, go forward. He's inside the house and you're outside.
Look behind you.
You're outside the house.
Just move around your plant. Left side a bit, left side. Left side a bit. Left side. Straight.
You're going into the wall.
Robin. Okay, Robin. I can hear you fucking.
He's on the phone, right?
Look behind you.
Bit to the right, look a bit to the right. Yeah, exactly. No, don't shoot.
Okay, you're going up the stairs in the house now. You're in the house.
Shoot. No, to the right. Down.
Down.
Yeah,
Behind you. Down.
It's defeating. To the left. Shoot.
Why do you plant the bomb, bitch? No plant the bomb? It's so easy.
Actually,
I didn't know the bomb was planted.
I forgot it's gonna explode.
Otherwise, I will knife. Yeah, nice first round. I just planted the bomb.
A feat that felt so close yet so far, but on the 16th time of asking, Na'Vi finally take a map off of Vitality. This series goes the distance, and we get that well-deserved third of Inferno to see who will be going through to the semis. It might have taken them almost 2 years, Janko, but finally, Na'Vi get to celebrate and also breathe that sigh of relief that Vitality don't end up stealing this map from them.
Hey, I think they just took a page out of Hunter's book when G2 finally beat Na'Vi. No one beats Na'Vi 16 times in a row or whatever it is that you said. But yeah, I mean, this is just such a huge feat from Na'Vi. Also the manner in which it happened, winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds, you know, to close it out. I know it's T-side Anubis, but still, you're going up against Vitality, who you just lost so many close games time and time again. So this might be a real turning point for Na'Vi.
I was just about to say, you know, this could be the turning point for Na'Vi, and on the back of a very tactical game of Counter-Strike as well. I think Chad mentioned it a couple of times during the cast that it felt like both teams constantly knew what each other were doing. Like both teams were playing with an insane amount of preparation, and of course also hinted by the fact that they've played Anubis a couple of times within the last couple of weeks. So there's been a lot of prep leading up to this game, and neither Vitality or Na'Vi have had a lot of time to practice. We know Vitality haven't at all, and Na'Vi, there's only so much you can change in a short span of time. So in terms of the preparation coming into this, it was two teams who knew each other very, very well, which also created this crazy back and forth scenario.
I would agree with that sentiment for the side of Vitality up until the final few rounds, no? Like, it felt like Na'Vi had all the reads of where Vitality weren't stacking, which is just so uncharacteristic.
Exactly. It felt like they got lost in the sauce somewhat, right? Because Apex a couple of you know, wrong reads in terms of where he's going to put himself as the rotator. We also had that weird round where Navi goes into almost an MTB bomb site. It's a 5v5, you know, everyone alive, and Vitality goes for a save. So yeah, it was really impressive. I know it's not exciting, it wasn't mega entertaining perhaps the way in which Navi closed out the game, but it's really impressive for them and really important that they did it in that way and not by, you know, just crazy individual heroics or something wild happening. They just outplayed Vitality, you know, towards the tail end of that game.
And the fact that we're saying that this is the first time Navi have taken a map off of Vitality 16 times or 15 times before, Vitality have done it to them. I mean, it firstly goes to show the level that Vitality are playing at, right? But for Navi, surely this is a mental shift, no?
It is a mental shift, you know, and it came off the back of a great performance. It also came off the back of certain individuals that are highly impactful for Navi doing a good job. Emma went 5 for 5 at opening kills in this game. Wonderful, had a blast of a game, you know, with the AWP. Also at the later stages on the T side, he was the one finishing it off in round 24 and really put himself in a lot of favorable positions. So we spoke about it, right? There's many things you need to do if you want to beat Vitality. First and foremost, you need to be well prepared. We saw that from Navi, we saw that from Blade. The tactical timeouts coming into full effect as well, but then you also need the individuals to go toe-to-toe versus Vitality. Emma had a great showing, Wonderful had a great showing, and I think that speaks to what Navi have changed the most as of late, and that is Wonderful finding more and more and more impact. Not only as a player that closes out the round, but in this game as well, opening up the round. She went 5 for 5 in opening kills as well, so you combine him and Emma's impact in this game, and now all of a sudden you have a Navi that is very, very competitive.
It's really important, like, how this game ended, especially considering how Dust 2 went.
Yes.
Right? Because you asked me, like, is it worse to get stomped or to lose a close game?
100%.
Well, during the series, you know, losing a close game can leave you lingering and thinking about, oh, every single little detail. So the fact that Navi was able to reset after that and then have the, you know, concentration really to come back and win Anubis really gives you hope for Inferno that it can at the very least be a close map.
100%. Let's dive into the tail end of it then. We brought up round 23 from Dust 2 where Rops had that crazy push. Let's put the shoe on the other foot. What happens here?
It took so much composure, and even Alexi misses one of the smokes, so you're like, oh my god, is it really gonna go horribly wrong in this round? And Bit dies trying to put some pressure towards A. This is all supposed to be a fake, right? And to draw attention away from the B bomb site. Bakazi dies to Zaiwu, but here was the key moment. Alexi and Ima managed to sneak past, and Apex expects one guy but not the second, and Ima finds the gap. Zaiwu, almost never do you see him shot in the back or in the side, and Ima after that first kill, great job of understanding where most likely Mezzi is, baiting, waiting for his teammates, finding timing, and this was a 3v5 at 11-11 that Navi is able to convert.
It was a 3v5 at 11-11 with a bit down to 19 HP and Apex in the perfect position. I'd say they read it like a book up until the point. I'm super curious to whether or not that's Apex miscommunicating, not saying to Zaiwu that, hey, there could be potentially a gap here towards middle, or whether or not that's Zaiwu not really picking up on what Apex is saying, because as you said, Yanko, it's so rare that you see Zaiwu get shot in the back.
But this was also one of my favorite calls back in the day, like the double lurk. You send your usual lurker first, and then you kill him, and the guy says, oh, lurker dead, right? And you focus on the bomb site, but then there's a second guy who's usually with the pack, and you can catch your opponents off guard. So a brilliant call from Navi at a crucial moment.
Yeah, super game-changing for them. Let's run the Wonderful highlights as well whilst we're at it. I mean, involved in 8 multi-kills, 5-0 in terms of the openers as well. He was having an absolute field day.
Yeah, he's stepping it up a lot lately. We spoke about his consistency coming into this tournament. I feel like he's adding layers to that now as well by playing so well against Vitality in this very important game for Navi as well. And as we said, you know, Wonderful has often been labeled as a bit more defensive, you know, maybe a hybrid AWPer in the sense that he's not the most aggressive, nor is he the most defensive AWPer. I think he's added a layer to his play over the last year where he's more and more involved, and I think Blade have mentioned it a couple of times in certain interviews as well, that that's something they've been working on. You know, we need to get more out of Wonderful. We need to make him believe that he can be the difference maker early on in the rounds as well, and not only in the clutch scenarios.
Honestly, I think it's just the inconsistency, because when he's on, he can do it all, right? He's super versatile. He's not a one-trick pony. But then again, when he's having a bad day, then he becomes a liability, and you can't count on him for pretty much anything. So hugely important that he's having a a good series here. And what Jacob mentioned, you know, before the series, the pistols, like that saved Navi's ass in this game, right? Because they've been both pistols and convert, and Vitality stabilized immediately in gun rounds. Like they took control of both halves, and it was only at the very end of the second half where Navi found something and figured out a way to close out the game.
I just want to take a couple minutes to set the stakes coming into Inferno. We're in uncharted territory where Navi have now equalized a series. What's your read on this?
Playoff, Arena, Counter-Strike, Inferno Decider, slap that bad boy right on there. And I think this is a problem for Vitality a little bit because they only played it once in Rio, and that's it. Like, so they've been to Fort Worth, they played the entire tournament here without playing it, and we know they didn't have time to practice. So is it going to feel a little bit awkward for the players to get on the server? You know, how much have they game planned and how much have they prepared for this map? I think can be challenging.
I think that's an excellent point, because that's exactly what Flameseed told us when we interviewed him after the group stage, that certain maps, like we're not practicing right now, you know, on certain maps we don't play a lot at the tournament. So when you come in, you know, in the beginning of a group stage or the first time you're playing X, Y, and Z map, you feel a bit rusty, you forget some of the details, you forget some of the agreements you have in certain positions. And as Janko said, Inferno is one of the maps they haven't played a lot as of late. So I also see that as a big of a weakness. I will also say, just, you know, sure, you want to stay alive in this tournament, you want to go into the semifinal, you want to win this trophy as well, but we're looking ahead for the major as well. And mentally, it's such a big game for Navi right now. Imagine if they can take down Vitality in this game. Imagine if they can beat them. Sure as hell, Vitality can go back home and say, yeah, we didn't practice for this. We'll get it done when we're at Cologne. But if anything, that gives Navi belief that once, you know, time crushing come at Cologne, which it will at some point, we've shown, you know, just a couple of weeks ago that we're able to beat them. So I think there's more at stake than just in isolation this game and staying alive in this tournament, but even more so for the major as well, if you have any highs and hopes for Navi doing well there.
But to get it done, they're going to need their young stud to show up. Makaze has had a quiet series so far, right? And we know he plays B with Alexi on Inferno, right? That's obviously going to see a lot of action. Keep an eye out on Apex and the utility, right? Like, we know how much damage he does with those HEs, and I really am curious what the approach will be from Navi on that T side to sort of try to diminish that to some extent.
Well, Navi going where they haven't gone for almost 2 years. That is taking a map off of Vitality, but can they translate it into a series victory? We're going to find out on Inferno after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
My map, Dust 2, is so beautiful when the sun is low. At nightfall, the Elo harvesters land. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
May thy mouse whip and splatter.
And a double kill, it's all onto Alexi. He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs.
No, you gotcha.
Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle fade! Alexi Al-Gaim!
They're not human. It's brutal. My desert. My Elo. My Dust 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can this move any fucking faster?
Atlanta, Hotlanta, you can call it whatever you want. What we've actually come here to do today is to keep playing and see what happens. The Great Peach State. It is Atlanta, Georgia, but mostly a lot of historical... The hunt continues. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about video games.
Huh?
You play video games, man? All right, man, me either. That's what I was saying. He playing video games. You play Counter-Strike? Deep into the depths of the Ponce City market. Hey, man, you play video games?
I'm 45, so.
How old do you think I am?
32.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair, but I'm 36. We'll take that. Nice shirt, man. Thank you, man. What do you think about two teams or players playing against each other in tournaments and video games?
I mainly play like Rainbow, Apex.
Is it something where we can kind of mutually agree that there are games that shouldn't be considered respectable? Perhaps maybe like, I don't want to just put words in your mouth, but Valorant?
I was going to say the same thing. Yes.
You guys know anything about video games at all? Counter-Strike?
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires?
Yes. My team right now is #1 in the state on Marvel.
Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, my school.
What school you go to?
Carrollton.
Where can we find some Counter-Strike players? I mean, Age of Empires is cool, but I'm looking for Counter-Strikers.
Brother, go to the hamburger place, maybe, you know, in the corner, H&F.
Thanks for the guidance. Well, you want to say something to him?
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? This is...
Poverty.
What is it?
Poverty. P-O-V-E-R-T.
Bro, I was about to say, that's the wildest sign-off I think I've ever experienced on the show here is poverty.
We're back in business live from Atlanta, Georgia. The Intel Extreme Masters on its American tour. And a third map. Not what we were expecting coming into today. Vitality, Na'Vi both slipping up on their path to playoffs has led to an earlier than scheduled collision. And this quarterfinal is heating up. Na'Vi picking up a win that has eluded them for some time. They take Anubis. Both teams, in fact, taking their respective picks, and Counter-Strike, it's a long and storied history. Inferno third map deciders sometimes, oftentimes, deliver. Is the win on Anubis a turning point for Na'Vi? They have proven Vitality can bleed on the IEM stage. World #1 versus 2. Na'Vi took the knife. And they've elected to start on the defense. It will be Vitality that have to bring the fight. Well, Bit and Wonderful keep their form up. Yanko says eyes on Makaze. Is it just a map win or is it something more? Let's find out together on Inferno.
First time we're seeing Vitality have an outing on Inferno throughout Atlanta. They play Dust 2 Heaps, some Mirage, Nuke, Anubis, and Overpass. Yet to play Inferno. Banana control with 5, Zabu at the half wall. Apex flashes at the ready, Flamesy with a smoke, Mezzy with a molly, and Rops has 1-2. Very defensive setup right now from Na'Vi. No early information middle, nothing Banana. Just waiting to react to the onslaught that's about to knock on this B door.
Double Molotov go. Flamesy pathing forward, pull. Nice flash, counter, perfect God flash. Connection, wonderful, sensational! Shut down!
Keeping up that form. Coming into this, Zywoo, wonderful. The two highest rated players for either team. And both have been locking horns throughout. Wonderful, kicking things off in style. This is the third straight T-side start for Vitality. And they're not going to get out the blocks early. They have been stunted. The bomb doesn't go down. And we know what that means. The full eco to follow. But that is a thing of beauty from the Ukrainian sniper. The map record now 22-2. The series record 9-0. That could change right here, right now. Not only that, Vitality, they were looking to do the same as last year. They win this one, it would have been 6 consecutive trophies. Well, hold up, they've still got a couple of games to go, but they locked themselves in as the heavy favourites if they did take down Na'Vi. Now that's a conversation. top 4 streak. Sure, they don't care about it, but the history books do. Opportunity to make it 22 consecutive. Up for debate now. And this run has been rocky, the desk highlighting the lack of practice short. But for Na'Vi, regardless of how they get there, unlocking the mental, knowing that now it is more than possible. With the major right around the corner. What could that mean? Well, these Glocks, they sprint into action. This should just be a farm fest. 40 seconds remain. They will need to.
They've achieved their goal. They wanted to bait out some util and have done so with some steps.
Yeah, we saw Robs on Dust too, right? They iced him out, and that was with the Deagle. I don't think this time they're going to put themselves in a scenario where anybody is staying alive, as Apex is the first one picked apart bit, back at pit. 4 in hand, and well, he should be able to just get one. His teammates, they chip in and steal the Eeks. CT setup, we'll see Mikaze and Alexi partnered over towards B. Emma has that rotating rifler, and there we go. The crowd's made some noise. Finding themselves late in the piece. It felt like this one was going one way. Now we're on, and okay, that is an early timeout. Blade not looking like the happiest of men. Maybe they went off script after the chat outside, but we're only 2 rounds deep.
That is such a Blade time to timeout. Like, you're 2-0 up, everything's been smooth. He must have heard something he didn't like the sound of, and yeah, gesticulating off the storm.
It's so smooth that Vitality yet to get a kill, right? So things couldn't be going better at the moment for Na'Vi.
And curiously, it's an opportunity for Vitality to, you know, return an extra 30 seconds. Xtaz chips in.
Well, Blade was just spurting something and Bit was laughing. So maybe it was more about the vibe than it is about the call. Either way, atmosphere looks good for Na'Vi.
Maybe even just a check-in, like, boys, you've got exactly what you wanted. Pistol conversion, CT start, third
essentially the bonus, right? These MP9s carried through. There's M4s in the mix. No one's upgraded into a kit. Let's see if that comes back to bite them.
Messi on that early fight. Looking for a tussle. Retake util here from Mikaze. Immer jiggling for info. Into the blind spot, they find Alexi, but there's Immer. Quick to the trigger. Messi goes down, thought he had Alexi booked. God, it's risky from Apex.
I can't believe he's just done that.
It is ambitious, isn't it?
All right, well, they're going to reset now. They've been smoked off, just picking up extra nades, but still quite brazen, just in front of Na'Vi. The A defense is the Ukrainians, wonderful. Over towards Moto, a bit tucked in the back of pit. And both of them still have some nades. Vitality, you don't want to say they're floundering right now, but they're definitely needing to come up with a new plan. Long smoke, second time deployed. Wonderful now tucks into sight. They're giving up the long wrap, not expecting that to happen with about 40 seconds left. Flamesy leaving Banana to join the rest of the team, and Alexi starting to make his way over towards Speedway.
Let's see what Wonderful and Bit can
25.
get done. They're smoked off. Alexi B's going to struggle to contribute unless he goes running through that smoke. He will. Immer throws the flash. 18 HP as he leaps to his demise. It's Bit onto Zywoo. That bomb needs to go down. 14 seconds as Wonderful puts the bomb on the floor. Just Robs remains. Na'Vi to take the first gun round here in the third map.
Solid hold, a little bit dicey, sure, but the man advantage always going to make things easy. Interesting little move there from Vitality, just trying to walk into B, contact like that. They're the ones who get caught. Sure, Alexi, he takes first contact, needs Immer to come to save the day to find that opening kill. From there, they stay steady. And only 2 casualties as he basically catches that nade. Great little hold here in the side. They just mow them down on their way in. Has to be a partial for Vitality. Really yet to get going. Onto Bit and Mikaze early. They still have Banana control, that's all theirs. And there are a couple of smokes, a flash and a HE remaining for Vitality, and we still have 1:25 on the clock, so no clear indication of where they want to go, but they might just have to wait out the early protocol nades. Mid's been smoked, deep banana. Na'Vi clearly believing.
I mean, the desk discussed it as well. Counter-Strike, a mental game. When you finally buck the trend.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Hang on. That's a crazy headshot provided by Flamesy.
That's an empty bomb site.
It is an empty bomb site, yes. They're going to work that out real quick. Diligence from Flamesy. Alexi B going swinging in to try and be a disruptive force, but gets nothing for his troubles, apart from Flamesy flying into his face. What a crazy turn of events to get Vitality a bomb planted in a round one.
You got to wonder, is that a pre-fire as he's coming up half wall right there? He's just spamming away with that Tech 9, smashes Makazi's head open, and then Alexi tries. We've had a lot of this throughout this series, right? These teams, when they know they have a financial advantage, they're taking these saves, they're not risking the money early. That's going to give them more gun rounds the longer this goes on. There's been an awful lot of saves, especially on the CT sides. And this is no exception to that in the early stages. So Na'Vi,
I mean, that's such a gift to Vitality as well. Flamesy has given them a way into this third map by virtue of a flying Tech 9 perfect first bullet headshot onto a jumping Makaze.
he did take a little bit of that earlier chip damage right for the HE, but otherwise just the bullet to the dome, and thank you very much. The question is it just going to be individual heroics that get Vitality across the line, or is this going to look well polished? Well, imagining what we've seen, probably not. Has the luck changed from the first game of the day? Oof.
Yeah.
Just spamming away.
I think Makaze is going to have a pretty good excuse in VOD review.
And then this, just Flames full blind. Unloads, Alexi goes down, can't cause that chaos. Wonderful.
Okay. A different approach for the early banana biff. He's aiming for just the headshot. It's not an easy shot, but it's what he can hit. Stunning start to round 5 from Wonderful.
And it's on to ZywOo, 0 and 4. He had a slow start on Dust too.
Oh, and he's not done! A second! Racked up from the sniper, finds him. Flamesy with the rebuttal.
Robs is taking a lot of space right now. He's top mid, he's tucked into the pocket. Hear the rotations from this point, but Bit looks wary that this is a possibility. You can see there the bullet highlighted through the tippy of that wall.
Wonderful 10 and 1. They finally brought him down. Will they convert around? Bit doesn't seem to think so. Can't find the follow-up. Apex good for the trade.
Just him here.
Yeah, they're going to wrap. Flamesy coming in from that short side, going to flush him out with the flames. Apex, you've got it all to do now. Not comfortable at all. Alexi B from Makaze from the B side of the map. Hiding out behind that smoke, and Apex trying to come up clutch, but his back is turned, and Makaze feasts.
Oh, wonderful. He's playing out of his skin right now. A lot of questions about Na'Vi, right? Okay, we know that this team has good structure. We know that Blade's there to bring the strats. Makaze comes into the roster for JL.
Ooh. So much spicier without the X-ray on.
The second one was beautiful as well. Emma, this had to be instant, didn't it? You give Flamesy a chance. They're in that side. It's a 2v2. And you can see they're feeling it, getting pumped up now. An awful lot of major winners in the server today. I know what it takes to be champs.
And ZywOo, like we discussed, 0 and 4. He actually stayed for the full 10 minutes between maps, just shooting AFK Na'Vi players in spawn. Trying to keep that hand warm.
He's got the head. Oh, he's just been knifed in spawn.
Oh my
ZywOo
God.
has just been knifed in spawn.
They're helping out Na'Vi.
We know it's been tough for Vitality. It's not the team we've come to know and love, and we can understand why.
Yeah, it certainly lacks a little bit of the polish we've grown accustomed to. But haven't seen Vitality stabbing each other in the back accidentally.
You've gone through some of the matches in the group stages, right? There's some missed utility. There's some clunky moments. And that's continued onto the stage.
Is there going to be more where that came from? Makaze finding Apex in a response through the wall. Does tag up Imet. Unconfirmed damage to one of the 3 on B.
This one's brewing now, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. Now, it is just Wonderful Bit. Robs and Flamesy are both together. Often it's just Robs. The fact that Flamesy's beside him. Gives them some additional trade potential. Flamesy reveals his position off the flash.
Yeah, well, right now, Apex is able to be the puppet master from the grave, sure, but I think this is still so tough, right? They're very static. They're waiting for Na'Vi to play. Right? Vitality aren't the ones setting the tone.
Here comes the play. Ahead of the flashbang, Makaze dry swing finds Mezzi.
Now it's save or force into A, right? This is it. And it looks like they're just scrambling. They're trying to pick up this bomb.
Oh, it's clunky.
Finally found it, but I think they're just going to hold on to their guns.
Is that really the best option?
This is an out of sorts looking Vitality right now. They've been rattled.
And quite the opposite, right? We talk about confidence. Na'Vi are brimming with it right now after Anubis.
Just with the way things have been flowing, sure, they've given up one opening kill, but that was a bit of a miracle, the one that Flamesy held in that Tech 9. Otherwise,
yeah, you
got a couple.
You can't copy and paste that. You can't say, yeah, could you do that again, please?
And that's what I mean, right? If it's going to be individual heroics, then someone different round after round needs to step up for Vitality to get this one going. But it feels like one of those games where it might just have to be that. Quick patch of rounds again.
Okay, Xtaz, what have you got?
Being able to find a contribution when your team, you know they're not playing their best Counter-Strike, but it doesn't matter. You're in the server right now. The outcome isn't going to change either way. It's about finding a way to get them to draw into what's next, right? We're clearly not playing our A game, but can we get past on our B, C, or D game, right? And if we can, well, how are we going to get there?
And they have done that time after time. How many tournament wins or, you know, exit interviews, or well, definitely not exit interviews,
I think
but
Fort Worth is the one, right? That one then coming into this.
Yeah.
This is where they're not on vacation, but we all know it's about the ESL Grand Slam. They picked that up. The next focus is the major. Well, the timeout has concluded. This time, Zawu hasn't been knifed.
That's nice.
How much longer can this go on for? It doesn't even matter that the loss bonus is maxed out into the next. It's just a lack of plants, a lack of damage. We're talking 6 kills in total and 6 rounds of play.
Na'Vi have kept Vitality under their thumb. Chunky nade onto Apex's face. Wonderful burned away. They will take the banana control.
Still 3 here for the defense.
Well, that nade's got Flamesy. Avoids the majority of the damage. So Car under Vitality's control. Apex holding a flash for Flamesy's call.
How about this mid-info? Like, Imma's playing over towards Trash right now. He can have intermittent jiggles clearing it if he wants. Otherwise, the stack is in the right place, and this looks deadly.
Yeah, it looks perfect, doesn't it, with Wonderful on the line. Ooh, if he was to double nade, Wonderful's going to die to the first. It's perfectly positioned. Opening with the HE. Wonderful on his head. Apex has provided the opening kill.
Odd flash.
It worked for them in the pistol. This Makaze with an AK-47, he can achieve great things. That one-shot headshot. Perfectly primed and ready. Transfers for number 2. Mezzi down. No trade. No! You can't stop Makaze! Josiah remains. The corpses of Vitality litter the B-bomb site. Na'Vi's individuals firing.
Zawu's hanging around. He could lose this after time here. Spotted now, jiggled out. He can't hit the shot, and Zawu's going to go down. Surely they just run at him. Surely they take this after time. Zawu has 250 bucks. This Vitality team.
What an unfamiliar feeling this must be.
Well, they've only lost to 2 teams all year. One was BetBoom in the group stage. The other has been that of Falcons.
Na'Vi making a very strong case to add their name to that list.
This is it, right? They've won 5 consecutive titles. They're not even dropping maps in playoffs until right here, right now. And look at the vibe in the Na'Vi camp. Here they come again.
It's a fight. Apex won. Cywoo's Deagle finding IEM does give them the leg up.
Lexi's still here. They know that. Sentry, half wall. You don't just want to brave through this. Rotation from Bitter will be there in time.
A lot of faith on Wonderful on the A side of the map. Will him and Makaze live to regret their aggressive venture?
It's interesting, right? Bit, look at the radar. He's burrowed in back of B. He's not playing active. He's giving them the space. And then Alexi's going over towards A to join Wonderful. With the low HP and Bit with the AK, I wouldn't put it past him being able to get a multi at a minimum.
Makaze's had his moment. Wonderful's on. And Bit's been having one hell of a series.
Well, they can smoke CT and Coffins. It's just how much can Bit do? He knows they're coming now.
One man versus 4 of Vitality. Eyes locked, fixated on the crosshair, forced to relocate by the incendiary, and he's the one that's on fire! 2 clean headshots, Flamesy finally falls. Bit's gone down and we can get that bomb planted. This still not a certain conversion.
It's faded.
Wait, it's faded. He's just going to be sitting in the open. Alexi's pulled out the incendiary, a chance for Wonderful to block, and now awkward for Flamesy. They go down! Bit does enough! He was alone, isolated on the site. He gets his 2. And a comfortable retake for Wonderful and Alexi. It goes from bad to worse.
As soon as Mezzy repaused for the plant, he's realized it's fading and he's committed. They do the right thing, which is the double swing, but they put themselves in a tough position. Mezzy 0 and 7.
Oh, Wonderful survives as well with some gymnastics.
Yeah, Flamesy's doing the most for the team right now.
But they got such hunger on their faces.
We know that this means a lot to Na'Vi, this type of a victory.
Ahead of the big one. To show you can beat the big bad, it would be phenomenal for Na'Vi and their chances. Another season end with silverware.
They're taking nuance out of this. I think they're just turning this into an A-set piece.
Okay. A change of pace. Imet relays. Bit sound his ass by side with there's Mezzy as well. And the individuals finally both connecting for Vitality in unison.
You're just wondering, is this going to be way too late? It's already 7 rounds to Na'Vi. Likely to just see that save again. A handful of rounds to be played from here on out. They want to make sure they're fully strapped to contend with all of them. Alexi, Makaze, how wonderful though they are heading over. It's not in Vitality's best interest to go for the hunt. They know that. But they've been sloppy across all areas. Maybe this is one they can find another way in. Even just some damage being done. You've got the finances where you can take a risk, see if you can take a couple down with you. Force out those rebuys. Just said Mezzy 0 and 7, he gets on the board.
An impactful one as well.
Blade again. Oh, we lost a second round. Better take a timeout.
Let's talk about it.
Let's make sure that we are going to run away with the rounds in this half. Look, you do the hard work in this one. Makes your T-side a whole lot easier. They're ahead in the pistol department, currently 3-2 and only 1 to play. And that tide has shifted. 3 straight. With Anubis now into Inferno.
I think he's sitting right behind you. How much of a return to form could Vitality find in the remaining 3?
Well, as I said, right, they took the nuance out of it. They didn't default. Yeah. They weren't playing a reaction game. It was, let's just do a set piece. So is there more of that? Right now, the complexion of the default says this is more standard. Hefty nade. Still takes the space, does Makaze.
Still pushes down. Haven't seen this one. Pressure applied on the A side simultaneously. Oh, will that flash catch Makaze? It does. Doesn't
cleared.
Spam. Doesn't spam. Oh, now they know. Now they know. No support. Alexi B's a mile away. They'll find the opening cleanly. Alexi B dumps his util to block. Still has his smoke and will hold on to it. The bomb's still T-ramp, so no commitment imminent.
And no rotation. Bit, Wonderful, and Emma. They're calling top mid clear. They might want to fight this to see if they can catch him in the choke. Banana blocked. And Rumps is hearing this. He'll call the just called top mid clear. Wonderful rotates over now. He's got a couple of flashes to assist Alexi B. Now Flames is rotating back to join Apex and Rumps on the A side. It's just Bit. 40 seconds.
They're going to leave Sidewoo, just see if he can create a little bit of chaos. See if he can find anything here. The flashbang, wonderful, easy pickup. He sets himself up for that.
If we're given the site right now, Bit's playing long side. There's nobody pier, there's nobody site. They just need to get in.
And they will. Just out the balcony, and before Imer arrives, he's going to spot Robs looking the wrong way. Finds the kill, gets away. Advantage Na'Vi. And still no bomb planted. Bit has this fight, easy as you like. Messi goes down, it's gonna get ugly. A 2-on-4 for Apex and Flamesy, or this scoreline will extend in Na'Vi's favor. They got the numbers, surely that's gonna be enough here. Flamesy would have to do something sickening. Apex to distract, a bit of a crossfire, there's a flank on the smoke walk, there's a chance. Nice from Flamesy and Apex, they're doing it! 2-on-4 goes 1-on-1, Apex has pulled it off!
Whoa. It's not pretty, but it counts. That'll be number 3. Hey, see, Vitality just don't have the flow of the game. Those guys have carried on from Anubis. They're just getting caught off guard. Like Rops right there. How often do you see him just sticking out in the middle of nowhere? This is Vitality really having to scrap hard, but Apex, the in-game leader, steps up, not with the calls, but with the gameplay.
That's everything. Round 11 and can't control.
That's a hefty nade.
The half will smoke and a second incendio is coming. Things are going to get awkward for Mezzi. Real awkward, real quick. Ouch. 31 to work with. Alexi B similarly impaired.
Yeah, put a lot of pressure on the B defense though. This is forced out a decent chunk of util. But fact finding on the other side of the map. Bit Wonderful. Burrow in and Bit's going to take a chance.
That's what Robs is hoping for. Burrows into Boiler, anticipating something more aggressive.
Is Apex going to be ready for this?
Don't think so. How's his clears? Apex still ready. Nails the headshot onto Bit, but would he have done that alone is the question. It's just Wonderful and Immel on either side of the site. Oh, wow! Catches Sidewoo just as the smoke blooms, and now Mezzi caught walking. It's an advantage Na'Vi. More from Wonderful, really? How's he done that? Take a bow, son! Flamesy on it to win it. Wonderful's 3K, surely not for nothing. Not in vain. Magaze on the short side. Flamesy's got 2 to worry about. Pivots for the balcony approach. This could make all the difference. Magaze ensures it. Back turn, booked, and Wonderful needs an extra firm handshake if they can convert more.
Yeah, show us number 3 right there. Off the top rope, pierces the skull. Apex gets him the entry. The site feels like it's about to fall, and Wonderful.
First one's nasty.
Just takes a pot shot through the smoke onto Zywoo again. Molly comes in, forces him out of pit. This is under pressure, and this is beautiful, Apex. Thanks for coming. You've had your ticket punched. Well, Wonderful's the best player in the server right now, no doubt about that. Zywoo Palin in comparison, 4 and 8 compared to 15 and 4. And Wonderful has that impact throughout. Pistol round, he kicked off the show. He wants to finish it. 8's a guarantee. How's 9 sound? Recovery of a 7-5. That would have sat nicely.
Bit has committed to the balcony position.
Apps pop.
And wonderful in library. And he's going to be able to help
Him as a pit playing anti. They booked this. They have booked
They're in
this.
the perfect position. Bit even extends. He drops down. It's a perfect setup. Oh, and Vitality shredded to pieces. Na'Vi so close to the realization, the elimination of Vitality.
It is a livelihood down here in Atlanta. The Intel Extreme Masters thoroughly underway now into the playoffs themselves. How you doing, friend? Where are you from?
I'm from Idaho, all the way up in the north. Doing fantastic. Loved the game.
Did you drive here? How'd you get here?
We flew, thankfully, we drove to Dallas last year. That was a trip.
Exhausting, is it not?
Yeah, it was a day and a half.
Dare I ask who you're a fan of?
Out of everybody here, Vitality. Love me some Apex.
I love to hear it. Sometimes they need a little love too. Hey, you enjoy yourself. Where are you from, homie?
So I'm from Arizona. He's my friend. He's from Seattle. He's from LA and he's from Boston. We all flew in here today.
Hello, guys. Boys trip or what?
Oh yeah, it's a boys trip. Yeah, but we came here to watch this game.
Nice.
Came here to watch this tournament. Yeah.
So, who did you want to see win this game?
Navi, man, Navi. Simple. Navi, of course.
You know, he was just here. He was standing over there a minute ago.
Yeah. I love Simple, man. He's my everything, and I wanted to meet him.
Nice. A little bit of a house divided so far. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So far, Vitality, then a little Navi, and an Astralis fan has appeared. Magically. Where are you from? Where are you from?
Tennessee, man.
You drive over here?
Yes, we did.
What part of Tennessee?
Johnson City.
All right, I hear you. Look, so you've got the Astralis thing going on, but what's the big message you want to send today?
Fuck Apex. That's the message we want to send today.
And on that note, I think it's been decided.
Navi all the way. Let's go.
We think about teams or players playing against each other. Video games.
There were whispers, there was conversation about maybe Na'Vi finally being able to convert a map win versus Vitality for the first time since 2024. We thought maybe the floodgates open, maybe the confidence starts to brim, and if that first half is anything to go by, I'd say it has.
Right now, wonderful in MVP form, going up against, well, not only the world #1, but the world's best player, and he's putting him in his pocket. Think about the amount of times he's picked him off first. A pistol round, and we'll call this one done. I think the bookmakers agree. Let's get this one underway, shall we? 3-2 in the pistol department, but 3 consecutive pistols for Na'Vi. Can they make it 4?
What do you think, Atlanta? Na'Vi doing this?
Now, if Robson and Mezzi stay this quiet, you'd have to agree. 1 apiece for those two. Lost in the sauce.
Just for info here. Just for info gets his. Holds the block smoke.
Considering the game that they've been having, good restraint being shown. Oof, I take that back.
Quaking in his boots.
Zywoo has a smoke to block over towards B with his dual Berettas. Mezzi to assist him with the flash.
We've seen Zywoo had bad halves and then a pistol round and he ignites the fire. LXB spotted, gets the info. Mezzi ready with the God Flash upon Zywoo's call. Block smoke available too. Na'Vi are not rushing things.
They've got 2 smokes of their own. They've been deployed. This is a fake. It's worked. Apex is rotating.
Makaze to full commit with the Lexi B. Running in, Zywoo fully blind. Looks like the first frag's gone the way of Vitality though.
Robson Flames are still in pit.
Yeah, they're in the right place for this. Flames, he just gets owned! And now a tap to the head, Robs can't track him! They were still there, they didn't bite. The hook was not in their cheek. It doesn't matter if the bullet's in their head. Apex overlooks bit on the box! Stick a fork in this one! It's done!
Well, Mezzi might just go down with the ship here. Pepper's away, and Bit wants to finish him. Oh, the cracker of a shot there under the pit player. And Vitality, they are stunned. It's a little American vacation. Wow. Not the happy memories they were hoping for. Not going to be able to compete the same feat as we saw last year. 7 consecutive trophies. Well, this was in pursuit of their 6th. They might be cut short.
Yeah. Vitality just wanted to see the sights, but it's Na'Vi seeing their bomb site, taking it with ease. Apex has lost a chunk of health there.
Just got wallbanged.
Rough.
That's from Bit, just spamming on the bridge in second mid. They force ball. This one's for all the marbles, in my opinion. This isn't even the worst scoreline they've had against Na'Vi in recent history. They did bring Nuke back after an 11-1, but Inferno, I think that's a different story.
I mean, look at the health, look at the weaponry. Everything indicates this should be Na'Vi taking an 11th. In the open, just sitting ducks, far too comfortable for Makaze. He's running at you. It's Zywoo versus the jumping Mac-10, a supportive flashbang, and a headshot from the Lexi.
Well, you've got a 5-7. You got the mag and you got the Deagle. Do you want to hold on to these? I guess that's your only option. This will be to the crowd's delight. They could have had this done in 2.
Oh gosh, yeah.
+2 was another 13-11. They've been running rings around Vitality in that final stretch of Anubis and continuing that right now into Inferno. Na'Vi are the ones decided to take it here. Vitality removed Nuke. Na'Vi had the choice between Mirage or Inferno. They knew that Vitality hadn't played this in the run so far. They're rusty on this. And that looks like it's going to be their downfall.
Yeah, it feels like that top 4 streak is going to come to an end as well. A bit more difficult without the buy. Mag 7, Desert Eagle, 5-7.
A couple of upgrades short. Robson, Mezzi still having actually everyone's having a tough time. That's not, you know, it's the entire team. I think Flamesy was the only one putting up consistent resistance, and then Apex combining with him in that 2v4.
That was something.
Yeah, but it's not the spark they're looking for. Normally, after they win those dark rounds, they pick themselves up, they dust themselves off, they start believing, and they make it happen. Not today, Vitality.
I mean, just the fragging output from Na'Vi's individuals has been on today. Wonderful and Bit, Imma as well, all hanging at the top of the scoreboard, exactly as it should be.
And Makaze, look, he's been here for this one. 10 kills for him, but it's like a team effort from coast to coast. Wrap smokes. Arch and Library.
Messi's only got a deagle for these kind of fights. It's so uncomfortable for him up against a leaping, jumping Mag 10. ZywOo, a Hail Mary, pushes into bit, an easy headshot for him. Flames are just the one, they're crumbling. Messi's holding on by his fingertips, trying to claw a round out, but he goes down. Apex with it all to play for, he's going for it. A Mag 7 smoke push flies into the site. That's how little hope they have. His best bet is to push the site. A 1v2 with a Mag 7, he ain't got it.
Nine straight needed just for overtime. How about they start with the first of the half? Fully bought, everything invested. Kid on Mezzi. Apex. That's his presence in Banana, but RV, they know they're in no rush. Just one round, just 5 kills. And so many chances to get there. That match and series point.
Oh, Flames is going to be in the open here. Gets the advantage on the leg shot. Trade from Wonderful.
U2 comes in, but that tells what the setup was. ZywOo goes to rotate, but Mezzi could be the man on the scene, and Apex is down. Alexi's going to run on in.
Surely this is it. Red carpet rolled out. Short, Mezzi arrives on the scene in time. Rotation from ZywOo, spamming smokes. Alexi catches flak. Should be seeing that bomb go down. Mezzi can try and disrupt. No, he can't. Wonderful's got his number. 19 frags from Wonderful. Up against Vitality. And the writing's on the wall. Slaying their demon. A team they just couldn't seem to beat. On the eve of the major. Na'Vi now know it is possible. A first for this Na'Vi versus this Vitality. Sometimes the first one is the hardest.
Counter-Strike's a mental game, and Na'Vi, time and time and time again, they have tried and they have failed, but today they prevail. Vitality, the top 4 streak, it comes to its close. The first time since the start of 2025. And this win could be the one that unlocks the mental for Na'Vi. Wonderful. His name, the best to define that form. Absolutely amazing output from him today. As Na'Vi, they send Vitality packing. They booked that semi-final spot against BetBoom, and they do it in style.
Eyes on the prize now for Na'Vi. You've taken down Vitality. There's more Counter-Strike to be played, but you can't help but feel like this is a victory in itself.
You're the tournament favorite from here on out.
No doubt about that.
You've just taken that, and now going into the semi-final tomorrow, this is your tournament to take. You've got some names to slay. There's Legacy on the other side going up against GamerLegion. You got to get past BetBoom first, but this victory right now, sure, it unlocks what's possible. The world #2 topping the #1 today. There's still a trophy to lift. We're going to throw this one down to Trace with Alexi B.
Historically speaking, unable to tame that beehive for the longest time. Na'Vi outshine Vitality today. Atlanta, make some noise. But it begs the question, Alexi. They had your number in Budapest, Rotterdam, Rio. Vitality's had your number personally. How did you do it today? What was different?
Just mentality. You know, we never quit. We never stop believing. And we always worked hard for this moment. And I know that, you know, we deserved it today, that's for sure.
How important was this win over Vitality today prior to this major? Prior to going into this major cycle?
I think it means everything, you know? Like, imagine us losing today again and facing them on the major, it would be 10 times harder. So I think us winning today they understand their weaknesses. They understand they need to do more now for the major, but we also understand that they're beatable, and that's something huge for us.
Tomorrow you'll face old school Na'Vi alumni. Does Na'Vi plan to boom bitch get out the way? Or are you guys going to put them away as well and bet boom?
I think that they've shown some strong CS. They were the team that beat them the first time, and we were watching how they did it. So they are definitely ready. We are fueled up with this win, and we need to show up tomorrow.
Tell them something, Alexi.
Kiitti kaikille Suomessa, ketkä katsoi, ja terveisiä Espooseen kotikatsomaan.
Make some noise for Na'Vi!
Na'Vi break the curse that has plagued them for so many years, finally taming their demons of vitality, and it could not come at a more pivotal point, as Alexi B just said to Trace on the stage. Going into the major, if they had that on their back yet again, another defeat to vitality, it would be a different story. But today, they put it to bed, Janko.
Yeah, that's why we were saying, if not now, when? And you feel like the mental edge would be too much on the side of Na'Vi or the side of vitality, but Na'Vi was able to flip the script today, you know, despite a very frustrating loss on map 1 where they felt like they had control of the game. They were able to bounce back on their own map pick, and man, on Inferno just absolutely dominate the best team in the world.
That's the thing, right? That's different ways of winning. It could have been a hard-fought fight on Inferno, could have been a back-and-forth, could have been a game where you could argue both teams could have won, but they left no room for doubt at the end of the day who were the better team in this game. Na'Vi beating Vitality is a big thing, but Na'Vi beating them in this fashion as well and showing that they're able to play at this level when everything is clicking, with Wonderful popping off, with Bit popping off. As Alexi B said, you know, it's a huge confidence booster in the next time they're going to face off against Vitality.
And this was such an emphatic end to the series, as you were alluding to. Normally, we're so used to seeing both of these teams go toe-to-toe, have those 13-11s, maybe even overtime affairs. A 13-3, Janko. That's insane as an achievement for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and you could tell some of the things we discussed before Inferno, like some of the rust just on the map itself. For Vitality, it's also difficult for Apex as the leader, you know, when you don't play the map for a while, to feel the rhythm of the map, like, the, you know, all the banana control that we talked about, it didn't go their way. They eventually adjusted, won a couple of rounds on A, but still, it felt like for the most part, like Na'Vi had their number in terms of reads, being at the right place at the right time. They even won that crazy 2v4 Apex and Flames. It still wasn't enough to really get them, you know, anywhere close on this map.
No, I agree. It's hard to not paint a very dire picture in isolation for Inferno as a whole. I also think we saw the limitations to Vitality in terms of the whole conversation about no practice. Flamesy told you and I, Freya, that one of the first things that goes away is that instant feeling of being sharp on the server, winning your duels. And once you're not feeling too comfortable in that, you also take a bit less initiative. And I think today we saw the sort of like I guess the consequence of that, but also what you kind of expect. You know, if we were to never touch Counter-Strike, or if we were to not touch Counter-Strike for a month, you and I both know, Janko, how bad we are already, you know, but it's just feel uncomfortable for yourself. So, well, there you go. But I'll be completely honest, it was just a question of time before someone would punish them. It's more so the fashion it happens in, you know, where you look at Inferno and you look at a team running all over Vitality. We're not used to seeing that whatsoever.
Honestly, man, it's good for everyone, Vitality included, that they lost today, right? Because it would have gotten ridiculous. Like, I mean, they can take a week off, not practice, show up to a tournament, and still stroll to a trophy, right? And if I'm Vitality, I wouldn't have done anything differently, considering their own situation. Yes. But it's good to get a little bit of, I don't even think it's a big wake-up call or anything. Like, they knew they would have things to work on, that this is not, they didn't put their best foot forward for this particular tournament, and that's because the major is around the corner, and that's what they have their sights on. You know, no surprises there, but it's good that Na'Vi was able to beat them, because now it makes it a little bit more spicy come major time, you know, as another contender, a team that with this added confidence of beating Vitality, right, will it unlock a new level for them.
Well, speaking of contenders, let's go ahead and check on in with our front runners for our DHL MVP.
Will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
This is where you put those well-earned Twitch channel points to use. You have 3 options to be choosing from, and I think, Jacob, the first one, very tempting in Wonderful.
Yeah, without a doubt. Another great performance from Wonderful, who overall has had a great tournament as well. We spoke about his consistency issues. I feel like he's put them to bed as of late. He's showing up every single map, showing up every single time, and right now, not only the main contender, so to speak, here for the DHL MVP, but also an MVP for the entirety of the tournament so far, at least for my money.
Absolutely, and lights out on this map. Like some of these rounds on Inferno were absolutely filthy, and we talked about him sort of raising the ceiling for Na'Vi with his consistency.
I raise you a bit then, Jacob. Sell me on this, man.
It's good to see him play well. It's good to see him thrive. You could even see in the body language, he was fired up, he was yelling, and we know Bit to be a very sharp aimer, and he's been able to show that in particular in this game. Again, a lot of impact, a lot of clutch scenarios, a lot of rounds where he can tip the scale a little bit, where normally you'd say, okay, Bit has been lukewarm as of late. I think this game in particular, that was to see the good old Bit in good fashion.
Final option we have got coming your way is indeed going to be another Na'Vi player, and that is going to be IEM, another man who was standing incredibly tall in this one, and great to see him fragging out too.
Yeah, you don't see the same numbers as maybe some of the other players, but he certainly found impact in this series. I mean, that round on Anubis towards the tail end of the game, this one exactly right on the flank, just getting a double entry was instrumental in them being able to extend the series. And yeah, as the rotator in the right place at the right time in a lot of these rounds, his positioning was really impeccable on Inferno.
I feel like Na'Vi are probably celebrating so much right now. It might even be comparable to winning an entire tournament, but this was just the quarterfinal. That does set them up in the semis versus a team, or an in-game leader rather, who some of them have a little bit of history versus, right, Jacob? We got BetBoom, we got Boomage, who, funnily enough, won a major on Na'Vi. I'm excited for this one.
Me too. You know, it could be the revenge arc coming in for Boomage. Now, obviously, it's a long time ago, and, you know, both teams and Boomage, for that matter as well, have changed an awful lot in that time, and so has Na'Vi. But I think there's a bit of a grudge match going on, and I'm sure Boomage and BetBoom are very eager to show that what we saw in the group stage is something they can replicate in a playoff as well.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Na'Vi, MOUZ, drew some comparisons, and when MOUZ beat Vitality in the semifinal of Cologne, you know, they ended up losing 3-0 to Spirit in the final. But I think Na'Vi will have no issues finding motivation for this semifinal tomorrow, right? I think they'll be locked in, and I think they'll take care of business.
Well, for the first time in a very long time, it is Na'Vi to take the edge over Vitality. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Xtaz.
I'm here with Xtaz. Commiserations on the loss, obviously. Quarterfinal is not where you wanted this to end, but I wanted to talk about your emotions throughout this whole best of 3. You've been really emotional, rightfully so. Can you share with us why is that? What were the biggest problems right now today that caused this result?
I mean, many times we didn't understand, listen to each other. It was the main issue. Especially Anubis, nothing to say, prop to them on Inferno. But Anubis, yeah, we did so many mistakes, so we definitely don't deserve to win.
It was this 3v5 on Anubis on 11-11, I feel like.
Yeah, it's insane because actually the communication was good from Apex, but I don't know, they didn't hear, or maybe too focused, I don't know. That's a shame because it cost basically the best of 3.
In the end, it was also an Inferno, right? Like Zaivu started around being knifed in the bag. Like there was this uncharacteristic mistakes that happened once in hundreds of games, and they all kind of happened today. Was this kind of worrying for you to spectate from the behind, and you cannot really control it? Because you took a lot of pauses as well. So I wanted to, you know, see what you were thinking.
The main reason was the organization. It was a mess. Sometimes someone picked too fast, and behind we couldn't trade, etc. Also, we didn't take our time at all to do things properly. And it's key on Banana. Okay, it can be chaos, but you have to understand each other, and unfortunately today was not the case.
You guys said that IEM Atlanta is not right now the priority, but does this result worry you? Not the fact that you ended in quarterfinals, but how it ended?
Of course, we expected better because we felt like we were improving a bit last 2 days. But yeah, as you said, for us, now the focus is the major, take a bit rest, practice, bootcamp and major.
Thank you for sharing so much, and see you in the major.
Yeah, some great insight, as always, coming out of Xtaz in what is a tricky moment for Vitality. I love the answer to what Xtaz termed as the moment that kind of lost them the best of three, right? The miscommunication. He gave us a bit of insight into that, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Apex apparently calmed the gap that was there, and characteristic from Zyvu to have that sort of a lapse where he doesn't realize, you know, the information that's coming his way. But that's just Counter-Strike, you know, mistakes happen. It's unfortunate for Vitality it happened in a key moment, you know, to lose them the map and extend the series, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. I just love the fact that we get to talk about it now and we get to address these two teams heading into Cologne in a different fashion, because essentially I was just thinking about it, you know, for Na'Vi winning this game, it changes everything. It changes the belief in them being able to beat Vitality, changes the belief in them going into Cologne as potentially a contender to win the entire thing. And at the same time, you know, the truth could be that this loss changes nothing for Vitality. They're very well aware as why it happened, you know, miscommunication with Zyvu in isolation here, but obviously the lead up with no practice, them taking some time off, etc., etc. So here you have it, you know, you have the second best team in the world in Na'Vi where it changes everything, and at the same time for Vitality it changes nothing. And I think that's kind of beautiful to have those being put up against each other after a game like this.
It does change the, well, gives it an ending to the top 4 streak as well. That was not before, what was it, last bounty at the beginning of 2025, obviously began in Katowice as well. That's a crazy run to have had, but comes to an end today.
Yeah, it's unbelievable consistency, because even when they were struggling, they would still be making top 4s, right? Like that's just how good Vitality has been in the last year and a half. But you know, it's one of those that it's nice to keep it going, but at the end of the day, right, you have your eyes set towards a bigger prize.
100%. It's just like the series streaks and the map streaks, right? It will come to an end eventually, and sadly, this is the end of Vitality here in Atlanta. But let's take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that tees up our semi-finals. Of course, we kind of term this as the destined grand final that didn't happen. This quarterfinal wraps up with Na'Vi now taking on BetBoom. Didn't get your thoughts about this one earlier, Jan, because you weren't on the first game, but the Legacy GamerLegion, what do you make of that? Do you have a favorite?
But it's a tough one. GamerLegion has played great CS all tournament long, right? Only a couple of maps where they were shaky, and Legacy, obviously, there's a reason why they're straight into the semifinals. So I think it's a pretty even matchup. I think who handles the emotions better of playing on stage, it makes fewer mistakes, is going to come out on top. Na'Vi, for me, a massive favorite in that one. I think we'll see them in the grand final, and then, you know, a Na'Vi Legacy rematch. I think that would be a nice one for Sunday.
In a best of 5 with so much at stake as well. But we do need to take a look at what is on the cards for tomorrow and the order in which the games will be coming. Of course, that Legacy GamerLegion game going to be the first semi-final of the day. Then BetBoom versus Na'Vi. I guess you're buying into the same point, Jacob, that Na'Vi heavy favorites in that one.
It's hard not to imagine Na'Vi being part of the grand final, but it's also hard not to imagine all the teams, all the 4 logos you see right here, you know, eyeing an opportunity of winning a big trophy. Now, naturally, Na'Vi are still the favorites, and I think everyone is respecting that as well, but Legacy have beaten them already, and I think if you're GamerLegion, Legacy, and BetBoom for that matter, this is arguably and possibly the best chance you're going to get all year long in order to win a trophy. So you better capitalize while you have the opportunity.
100%. Yeah, I mean, thank you, gentlemen, so much for today. Thank you, everybody who's been in attendance here as well.
Still here.
And still here. They will be here no matter what. Yeah, thank you so much for everybody who has joined us at home as well. We will see you same time, same place tomorrow for the semi-finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026.
Let's go. I believe, guys.
Puria's going to discover it sooner.
Oh, here we go. Puria knocks 3 over. What a start to the playoffs here for Puria. Puria, another one. Okay, he's going for all 5 to kick off the playoffs here, and he's got it.
Bounce, let me see you on the line.
He shrouds himself in darkness. PR with the AK is the light for GamerLegion. Alleviating everything with a 3K. And all of a sudden, it's Reds alone. He's got the 1v1 though. And now he's on the stick. Reds has held it all the way. And he better play, because that's the only thing that can save them. But GamerLegion win it. The Legion of Gamers will march into the semi-finals. They will play against Legacy.
like that. Yeah, real smooth. Don't waste time. Yeah, I'm really about my business. Ain't no scheming, we just finna see.
Does well, finds ahead of Alexia, quick tap to Makaze, Mezzi. It's it open, brought down, nice from Zayu, there he is, he arrives. That enables a fight on their terms, not favouring them anymore, Zywu's here.
Hey, come on, my people.
It looks like we're going to get an all head-to-head here. Wonderful heavy advantage, and nails it. Removes the Wu. Wonderful set to collect another. Jumping over his line of sight. Quick flick onto Mezzi and a flood of frags. Spotless from Na'Vi.
First things first, I don't play about the negative. I set the tone, you know
Flash work from Mezzi's actually rotated over towards A as well. Apex, he's got the headshot. He's got them both clean. Primed and ready. Transfers for number 2. Mezzi down. No trade. No, you can't stop Makaze. Now on either side of the site. Oh, wow! Ball from Wonderful, really? How's he done that? Na'Vi now know it is possible.
Okay, mic test.
Yeah, test 1, 2, check.
Talking, 1, 2, 3, test.
Checking my microphone. Microphone check. Mic check.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!